by Charles Norris Williamson and Alice Muriel Williamson. It happened in Egypt. The exciting part began in Cairo, but perhaps I ought to go back to what happened on the Laconia between Naples and Alexandria. Luckily, no one can expect a man who actually rejoices in his nickname of Duffer to know how or where a true story should begin. The huge ship was passing swiftly out of the Bay of Naples, and already we were in the strait between Capri and the mainland. I had come on deck from the smoking room for a last look at poor Vesuvius, who lost her lovely head in the last eruption. I paced up and down, acutely conscious of my great secret, the secret inspiring my voyage to Egypt. For months it had been the hidden romance of life. Now it began to seem real. This is not the moment to tell how I got the papers that revealed the secret, before I passed them on to Anthony Fenton at Khartoum, for him to say whether or not the notes were of real importance. But the papers had been left in Rome by Ferlini, the Italian Egyptologist, 70 years ago, when he gave to the museum at Berlin the treasures he had unearthed. It was Ferlini who ransacked the pyramids all about Meroe, that so-called island in the desert, where in its days of splendor reigned the Queen Candace. Fenton, stationed at Khartoum, an eager dabbler in the old lore of Egypt, sent me an enthusiastic telegram the moment he read the documents. They confirmed the legends of the Sudan in which he had been interested. Putting two and two together, the legends and Ferlini's notes, Anthony was convinced that we had the clue to fortune. At once he applied for permission to excavate under the little outlying mountain named by the desert folk the Mountain of the Golden Pyramid. At first the spot was thought to fall within the province given up to Garstang, digging for Liverpool University. Later, however, the Service des Antiquités pronounced the place to be outside Garstang's borders, and it seemed that luck was coming our way. No one but we two, Fenton and I, had any inkling of what might lie hidden in the Mountain of the Golden Pyramid. That was the great secret. Then Fenton had gone to the Balkans, on a flying trip in every sense of the word. It was only a fortnight ago, I being then in Rome, that I had a wire from him in Salonika saying, "Friends at work to promote our scheme. Meet me on my return to Egypt." After that several telegrams had been exchanged, and here I was on the Laconia, bound for the land of my birth, full of hope and dreams. For some moments distant Vesuvius had beguiled my thoughts from the still more distant mountain of the secret, when suddenly a white girl in a white hood and a long white cloak passed me on the white deck, whereupon I forgot mountains of reality and dreams. She was one of those tall, slim, long-limbed, dryad sorts of girls they are running up nowadays in England and America with much success, and besides all that, she was an amazing symphony in white and gold against an azure Italian sea and sky, the two last being breezily jumbled together at the moment for us on shipboard. She walked well in spite of the blue turmoil, and if a fair girl with golden brown hair gets herself up in satiny white fur from head to foot, she is evidently meant to be looked at. Others were looking also, they were whispering after she went by, and her serene air of being alone in a world made entirely for her caused me to wonder if she were not someone in particular. Just then a sweet, soft voice said, close to my ear, "Why, Duffer, dear, it can't possibly be you." I gave a jump, for I hadn't heard that voice for many a year, and between the ages of 4 and 14 I had been in love with it. "Bridget O'Brien," said I. Then I grabbed her two hands and shook them as if her arms had been branches of a young cherry tree dropping fruit. "Why not Biddy?" she asked. "Or are ye wantin' me to call ye Lord Ernest?" "Good heavens, no! Once a Duffer, always a Duffer," I assured her. "And I've been thinking of you as Biddy from then till now, only—" "'Twas as clever a thing as a boy ever did," she broke in, with one of her smiles that no man ever forgets, "to begin duffing at an early age, in order to escape all the professions and businesses your pastors and masters proposed, and go your own way. Are ye at it still?" "Rather. But you? I want to talk to you." "Then don't do it in a loud voice, if you please, because, as you must have realized if you've taken time to think, I'm Mrs. Jones at present." "Why Jones?" "Because Smith is engaged beforehand by too many people. Honestly, without joking, I'm in danger here and everywhere, and it's a wicked, selfish thing for me to come the way I have, but Rosamond Gilder is the hardest girl to resist you ever saw, so I'm with her, and it's a long history." Rosamund Gilder? What, the Cannon Princess, the Bertha Krupp of America? Yes, the gilded babe that used to be wheeled about in a caged perambulator guarded by detectives. The gilded bud whose coming out in society was called the $1 Million Debut. Now she's just had her 21st birthday, and the Sunday supplements have promoted her to be the Golden Girl, alternating with the Gilded Rose, although she's the simplest creature really, with a tremendous sense of the responsibility of her riches. Poor child! There she is, walking toward us now, with those two young men. Of course, young men. Droves of young men. She can't get away from them any more than she can from her money. No, she stopped to talk to Cleopatra. That tall, white girl, Rosamund Gilder? Just before you came I was wondering who she was, and when you smiled at each other across the deck it sprang into my mind that what? Oh, it seems stupid now. Give me a chance to judge, dear Duffer. Well, seeing you, and knowing, that is, it occurred to me you might be traveling with the daughter of your late... Good heavens, don't say any more. I've been frightened to death somebody would get that brilliant notion in his head, especially as Monty and her aunt came on board the Laconia only at Monaco. Esme O'Brien is in a convent school not 30 miles from there. But that's the deepest secret. Poor Peter Gilder's fears for his millionaire girl would be child's play to what might happen before such a mistake was found out if once it was made. That's just one of the 100 reasons why it would be as safe for Monty Gilder to travel with a bomb in her dressing bag as to have me in her train of dependents. She telegraphed to New York for me because of a stupid thing I said in a letter about being lonely, though she pretends it would be too dull journeying to such a romantic country alone with a mere aunt. And as she thinks I attract adventures, it's only too true. But I couldn't resist her. Nobody can. Why, the first time I ever saw Monty she'd cast herself down in a mud puddle, and was screaming and kicking because she wanted to walk, while one adoring father, one sycophantic governess, and 2 trained nurses wanted her to get into an automobile. That was on my honeymoon, heaven save the mark, and Monty was 9. She has other ways now of getting what she wants, but they're even more effective. I laughed at her that first time, and she was so surprised at my impudence she took a violent fancy to me. But I don't always laugh at her now. Oh, she's a perfect terror, I assure you, and still more a perfect darling. Such an angel of charity to the poor, such a demon of obstinacy with the rich. I worship her. So does Cleopatra. So does everybody who doesn't hate her. So will you the minute you've been introduced. And by the way, why not? Why shouldn't I make myself useful for once by arranging a match between Rosamund Gilder, the prettiest heiress in America, and Lord Ernest Borrow, of the oldest family in Ireland? And the poorest. All the more reason why, don't you see? She mightn't. Well, what's the good of her having all that money if she doesn't get a hold of a really grand title to hang it on? I shall tell her that Borrow comes down from Brian Boru, the rightful king of Ireland, and when your brother dies you'll be Marquis of Kellina. He'll not die for 30 or 40 years, let's hope. Why hope it, when he likes nobody and nobody likes him and everybody likes you? He can't be happy, and anyhow, isn't it worth a few millions to be Lady Ernest Borrow, and have the privilege of restoring the most beautiful old castle in Ireland? I'm sure Kellina would let her. He would, out of sheer weak kindness of heart. But she's far too thickly gilded an heiress for me to aspire to. A few thousands a year is my most ambitious figure for a wife. Look at the men collecting around her, and the wonderful lady you call Cleopatra. Why Cleopatra? Did sponsors in baptism? No, they didn't. Why she's Cleopatra is as weird a history as why I'm Mrs. Jones. But she's Monty's aunt, at least she's a half-sister of Peter Gilder, and as his only living relative his will makes her Monty's guardian until the girl marries or reaches 25. A strange guardian, but he didn't know she was going to turn into Cleopatra. She wisely waited to do that until he was dead, so it came on only a year ago. It was a Bond Street crystal gazer transplanted to Fifth Avenue told her who she really was. You know Saida Sabri, the woman who has the illuminated mummy? It's Cleopatra's idea that Monty's second mourning for Peter should be a white, nothing but white. Her idea? But I thought Miss Monty, as you called her, adopted only her own ideas. How can a mere half-aunt, laboring under the name of Cleopatra, force her? Well, you see, white's very becoming, And as for the Cleopatra part, it pleases our princess to tolerate that. It's part of the queer history that's mixing me up with the family. We've come to spend the season in Egypt because Cleopatra thinks she's Cleopatra. Also because Mani, that's what she's chosen to call herself since she tried to lisp Rosamond and couldn't. Because Mani has read The Garden of Allah and wants the desert to take her. That book had nothing to do with Egyptian deserts, but any desert will do for Mani. What she expects it to do with her exactly when it has taken her, on the strength of a cooked ticket, I don't quite know, but I may later, because she vows she'll keep me at her side with hooks of steel all through the tour, unless something worse happens to me, or to some of us because of me. Biddy, dear, don't be morbid. Nothing bad will happen, I tried to reassure her. Thank you for saying so, it cheers me up. We women folk are so in the habit of believing anything you men folk tell us. It's really quaint. Stop rotting and tell me about yourself, and a truce to heiresses and Cleopatras. You know I'm dying to hear. Not a syllable until you've told me about yourself, where you're going and what the dickens for. We laughed into each other's eyes. To do so I had to look a long way down, and she a long way up. This in itself is a pleasantly Victorian thing for a man to do in these days of jerry-built girls, on the same level or a story or two higher than himself. I'm not a tall man, just the dull average 5'10" or 11" that appears taller while it keeps lean, so naturally I have a hopeless yearning for nymph-like creatures who pretend to be engaged when I ask them to dance. Still, there's consolation and homely comfort in talking with a little woman who makes you feel the next best thing to a giant. Biddy is an old-fashioned 5'4" in her highest heels, and as she smiled up at me I saw that she hadn't changed a jot in the last 10 years, despite the tragedy that had involved her. Not a silver thread in the black hair, not a line on the creamy round face. You're just yourself, I said. I oughtn't to be, I know that very well. I ought to be a Dido and a Niobe and a Cassandra rolled into one. I'm a brute not to be dead or look a hag. I've gone through horrors, and the secrets I know could put dozens of people in prison, if not electrocute them. But you see, I'm not the right type of person for the kind of life I've had, as I should be if I were in a storybook, and the author had created me to suit my background. I can't help flapping up out of my own ashes before they're cold. I can't help laughing in the face of fate. And looking a girl of 23, at most, while you do it. If I look a girl, I must be a phenomenon as well as a phoenix, for nobody knows better than you that my Bible age is 31 if it's a day. And I think Burke and Debrett have got the same tale to tell about you, eh? They have. I was always delighted to share something with you. You can have the whole share of my age over 26. There's one advantage Mrs. Jones has. She can, if her looking class doesn't forbid, go back to that classic age dear to all sensible adventuresses. I'm afraid I come under the head of adventuress, with my alias, and travelling as companion to the rich Miss Gilder. You're the last person on earth for the part. Your fate was thrust on you. You've thrust yourself on no one. Miss Gilder achieved you. Collected me, rather, as one of her specimens. She has a noble weakness for lame ducks, and though she fails sometimes in trying to strengthen their game legs, she tries gloriously. She and her aunt have been travelling in France and Italy, guided by instinct and French maids, and already Moni has picked up 2 weird protégés, sure to bring her grief. The most exciting and deadly specimen is a perfectly beautiful American girl just married to a Turkish bey who met her in Paris, and is taking her home to Egypt. I haven't even seen the unfortunate houri, because the Turk has shut her up in their cabin and pretends she's seasick. Moni doesn't believe in the seasickness and sends secret notes in presents of flowers and boxes of chocolates. But I have seen the Turk. He's pink and white and looks angelic, except for a gleam deep down in his eyes if Moni inquires after his wife when any of her best young men are hanging about. Especially when there's Neil Sheridan, a young Egyptologist from Harvard, Moni met in Paris, or Willis Bailey, a fascinating sculptor who wants to study the crystal eyes of wooden statues in the museum at Cairo. He is going to make them the fashion in America next year. Yes, Madame Rashid Bey is a most explosive protégée for a girl to have on her way to Egypt. I'm not even sure I am not innocuous by comparison, though I do wish you hadn't reminded me of my poor little stepdaughter Esme, in her convent school. If anyone should get the idea that but I won't put it in words. Besides me and the brand-new bride of Rashid Bey, Wretched Bey is our name for him, there's one more protégée, a Miss Rachel Guest from Salem, Massachusetts, a school-teacher taking her first holiday. That sounds harmless, and it looks harmless to an amateur, but wait till you meet her and see what instinct tells you about her eyes. Oh, we shall have ructions! But that reminds me, you haven't told me where you're bound, or anything. Thanks for putting me among the specimens, but this sample hasn't been yet collected by Miss Gilder. You might be her salvation and keep her out of mischief. She's quite wild now with sheer joy because she's going to Egypt. But do be serious, and tell me all I pine to know, if you want me to do the same by you. Well, though it's unimportant compared to what you have to tell, I'm an insignificant second secretary to Sir Raymond Ronalds, the British ambassador at Rome. I've got 4 months' leave. Ah, that's what comes of duffing so skillfully and avoiding all the things you didn't want to do, till you got exactly what you did want. I remember when we were a small boy and girl, and you used to walk down to the vicarage every day, to talk Greek or Latin or something with father. No, to see you. Well, you used to tell me, if you couldn't be the greatest prize-fighter or the greatest opera singer in the world, you thought you'd like to be a diplomat. I haven't become a diplomat yet, in spite of Foreign Office grubbing, but I've been enjoying life pretty well, fagging up Arabic and modern Greek, and playing about with pleasant people, while pretending to do my duty. Now I've got leave on account of a mild fever which turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I could have found no other excuse for Egypt this winter. You speak as if you had some special reason for going to Egypt. I've been wishing to go, more or less, for years, because, you know, if you haven't forgotten, I was accidentally born in Cairo while my father was fighting in Alexandria. My earliest recollections are of Egypt, for we lived there till I was 4, about the time I met and fell in love with you. I've always thought I'd like to polish up old memories, but my special hurry is because I'm anxious to meet a friend, a chap I admire and love beyond all others. I want to see him for his own sake, and for the sake of a plan we have, which may make a lot of difference for our future. How exciting! Did I ever know him? I think not. Well, don't you mean to tell me who he is? I hesitated, sorry I had let myself go, because Anthony had written that he didn't want his movements discussed at present. I'll tell you another time, I said. I want to talk about you. Anybody else is irrelevant. Clever duffer, your friend is a secret. Not he, but if there's a secret anywhere, it's only a dull, dusty sort of secret. You wouldn't be interested. Women never are, in secrets. Well, I'm glad somebody else besides myself has a mystery to hide. You're very quick. I'm Irish, but I'm merciful. No more questions till you're off your guard. You're free to ask me all you like, if there's anything you care to know which horrid newspapers haven't told you these last few years. There are 1,000 things. You didn't answer anybody's letters after Richard died. Oh, I can talk about it now. It was the best thing that could happen for him, poor fellow. Life in hiding was purgatory. No, I couldn't answer letters, though my old friends, you among them, wanted to be kind. There wasn't anything I could let anybody do for me. Monty Gilder's different. You'll see why. I smiled indulgently. But though I was to be introduced to Miss Gilder for the purpose of being eventually gilded by her, at the instant my thoughts were all for my childhood's sweetheart. Bridget Byrne made a terrible mess of things in marrying, when she was 18 or so, Richard O'Brien, in the height of his celebrity as a socialist leader. People still believed in him then, at the time of his famous lecturing tour and visit to his birthplace on our green island, and though he was more than twice her age, the fascination he had for Biddy surprised few who knew him. He was eloquent in a fiery way. He had extraordinary eyes, and it was his pride to resemble portraits of Lord Byron. After an acquaintance of a month, Biddy married O'Brien. I had just gone up to Oxford at the time, or I should have tried not to let it happen, went to America with him, and voluntarily ceased to exist for her friends. Poor girl, she must have had an awakening. He had posed as a bachelor, but after her marriage she found out, and the world with her, that he was a widower with one child, a little girl he had practically abandoned. Biddy adopted her, though the mother had been a rather undesirable Frenchwoman, and now when I saw her smiling at the tall, white girl on the Laconia, I had thought for an instant that Biddy and her stepdaughter might be in flight together. O'Brien was a drunkard as well as a demagogue, and not long after Bridget's flitting with him there was a scandal about the accepting of bribes from politicians on the opposing side, apparently his greatest enemies, but a minor scandal compared to what came some years afterwards. O'Brien's name was implicated in the blowing up of the World Republican Building in Washington, and the wrecking of Senator Marlowe's special train after his speech against socialist interests, but the coward turned informer against his friends and associates in the secret society of which he had been a leader, and saved himself by sending them to prison. From that day until his death he had lived the life of a hunted animal, flying from the hounds of vengeance. Bridget stood by him in spite of threats against her life as well as his, and the life of the child. Since then, though she answered none of our letters, we had heard rumors. The girl Esme, whom the avengers had threatened to kidnap, was supposed to be hidden in some convent school in Europe. As for Bridget, she was said to be training for a hospital nurse, reported to have become a missionary in India, China, and one or two other countries, seen on the music hall stage, and traced to Johannesburg, where she had married a diamond merchant. Yet here she was on board the Laconia, unchanged in looks or nature, and the guest of a much paragraphed, much proposed to American heiress en route to Egypt. While Bridget was telling me the real story of her last 2 years, as governess, companion, teacher of music, and journalist, Miss Gilder regarded us sidewise from amid her bodyguard of young men. Evidently she was dying to know who was the acquaintance her darling Biddy had picked up in mid-Mediterranean the moment her back was turned, and at last, unable to restrain herself longer, she made use of some magic trick to attach the band of youths to her aunt. Then, separating herself with almost indecent haste from the group, she marched up to us, gazing, I might say staring, with large, unfriendly eyes at the intruder. Bridget promptly accounted for me, however, rolling her R's patriotically because I reminded her of Ireland. "Do let me introduce Lord Ernest Burrows," she said. "I must have told you about him in my stories, when you were a child, for he was me first love." "It was the other way round," I objected. She wouldn't look at me. I adored her. Biddy glared a warning. Her eyes said, "Silly fellow, don't you know every girl wants to be the one and only love of a man's life?" I had supposed that this old craze had gone out of fashion, but perhaps there were a few primitive things which will never go out of fashion with women. Now that I had Miss Gilder's proud young face opposite mine, I saw that it wasn't quite so perfect as I'd fancied when she flashed by in her tall whiteness. Her nose, pure Greek in profile, seen in full was, well, just neat American, a straight, determined little 20th century nose. The full red mouth, not small, struck me as being determined also, rather than classic, despite the daintily drawn Cupid's bow of the short upper lip. I realized, too, that the long-lashed, wide-open, and wide-apart eyes were of the usual bluish-gray, possessed by half the girls one knows. And as for the thick, wavy hair, pushed crisply forward by the white hood, now it was out of the sun's glamour, there was more brown than gold in it. I said to myself that the face with the firm cleft chin was only just pretty enough to give a great heiress or a youthful princess the reputation of a beauty, a combination desired and generally produced by journalists. Then, as I was thinking this, while Bridget explained me, Miss Gilder suddenly smiled. I was dazzled. No wonder Biddy loved her. It would be a wonder if I didn't love her myself before I knew what was happening. And so I should have instantly have done, perhaps, if it hadn't been for Biddy's eyes seeming to come between mine and Miss Gilder's, and the fact that at the moment I was in quest of another treasure than a woman's heart. My thoughts were running ahead of the ship to Alexandria, to find out from Anthony Fenton, Anton Effendi, the biggest boys used to nickname him at school, more about the true history of that treasure than he dared trust to paper and ink and the post office. So I put off falling in love with Rosamund Gilder till I should have seen Anthony, and tidied up my distracted mind. A little later would do, I told myself, because, owing to the fact that my ancestral castle had figured in Biddy's tales of long ago, I was annexed as one of the protégés, allowed to make a fifth at the small flowery table under a desirable porthole in the green and white restaurant. Also, I was invited to go about with the ladies and show them Cairo. Just how much going about and falling in love I should be able to do there depended on Antoun Effendi. But when Biddy congratulated me on my luck and chance of success in the scheme, I said nothing of Anthony. Now, at last, I can skip over the 3 days at sea, and get to our arrival at Alexandria, because, as I've said, the exciting part began soon after, at Cairo. They were delightful days, for the Laconia is a Paris hotel disguised as a liner, and no man with blood in his veins could help enjoying the society of Bridget O'Brien and Rosamond Gilder. Cleopatra, too, was not to be despised as a charmer, and then there was the human interest of the protégés, the one with the eyes and the one who had reluctantly developed into the ship's mystery. Still, in spite of Biddy and Monty and the others, and not for them, my heart beat fast when, on the afternoon of the third day out from Naples, the ship brought us suddenly in sight of something strange. We were moving through a calm sea, more like liquefied marble than water, for it was creamy white rather than blue, veined with azure, and streaked, as marble is, with pink and gold. Far away across this gleaming floor blossomed a long line of high-growing lotus flowers, white and yellow against a silver sky. The effect was magical, and the wonder grew when the big flower bed turned into domes and cupolas and spires rising out of the sea. Unimaginative people remarked that the coast looked so flat and uninteresting they didn't see why Alexander had wanted to bother with it, but they were the sort of people who ought to stop at home in London or Birmingham or Chicago and not make innocent fellow passengers burn with unchristian feelings. Soon I should see Anthony and hear his news. I felt sure he would be at Alexandria to meet the ship. When Antoun Effendi makes up his mind to do a thing, he will crawl from under a falling sky to do it. As the Laconia swept on, I hardly saw the glittering city on its vast prayer rug of green and gold, guarded by sea forts like sleepy crocodiles. My mind's eyes were picturing Anthony as he would look after his wild Balkan experiences, brown and lean, even haggard and bearded, perhaps a different man from the smart young officer of everyday life, unless he'd contrived to refit in the short time since his return to Egypt, a day or two at most, according to my calculation. But all my imaginings fell short of the truth. As I thought of Anthony, Mrs. East came and stood beside me. I knew she was there before I turned to look, because of the delicate tinkling of little Egyptian amulets, which is her accompaniment, her leitmotif, and because of the scent of sandalwood with which, in obedience to the ancient custom of Egyptian queens, she perfumes her hair. I don't think I've described Monty Gilder's aunt according to my conception of her, though I may have hinted at Biddy's. Biddy, having a habit of focusing her sense of humor on any female she doesn't wholly love, may not do Mrs. East justice. The fact is, Monty's aunt is a handsome creature, distinctly a charmer who may at most have reached the age when Cleopatra, Antony's and Caesar's Cleopatra, died in the prime of her beauty. If Mrs. East chooses to date herself at 33, any man not a confirmed misanthrope must believe her. Biddy says that until Peter Gilder was safely dead, Clara East was just an ordinary, well-dressed, pleasure-loving, novel-reading, chocolate-eating, respectable widow of a New York stockbroker, superstitious, perhaps, fond of consulting palmists and possessing Billikens or other mascots. How many women are free from superstition? Slightly oriental in her love of sumptuous colors and jewelry, but then her mother, Peter Gilder's stepmother, was a beautiful Jewish opera singer. After Peter's death, his half-sister gave up novels for Egyptian and Roman history, took to studying hieroglyphics, and learning translations of Greek poetry. She invited a clairvoyant and crystal gazer, claiming Egyptian origin, to visit her at her Madison Square flat. Saida Sabri, banished from Bond Street years ago, took up her residence in New York, accompanied by her tame mummy. Of course it is the mummy of a princess, and she keeps it illuminated with blue lights, in an inner sanctum, where the bored-looking thing stands upright in its brilliantly painted mummy case, facing the door. About the time of Saida's visit, it was noticed by Mrs. East's friends, this according to Biddy, that the color of the lady's hair was slowly but surely changing from black to chestnut, then to auburn. She was heard to remark casually that Queen Cleopatra's hair had been red. She took to rich Eastern scents, to whitening her face as Eastern women of rank have whitened theirs since time immemorial. The shadows round her almond-shaped eyes were intensified, her full lips turned from healthful pink to carmine. The ends of her tapering fingers blushed rosily as sticks of coral. The style of her dress changed at the moment of going into purple as second mourning for Peter, and became oriental, even to the turban-like shape of her hats, and the design of her jewelry. She did away with crests and monograms on handkerchiefs, stationery, luggage, and so on, substituting a curious little oval containing strange devices, which Monty discovered to be the cartouche of Cleopatra. Then the whole truth burst forth. Saidas Sebri's crystal had shown that Clara East, née Gilder, was the reincarnation of Cleopatra the Great of Egypt. There had been another incarnation in between, but it was of no account, and like a poor relation who has disgraced a family, the less said about it the better. The lady did not proclaim her identity from the housetops. Rare souls possessing knowledge of Egyptian lore might draw their own conclusions from the cartouche on her notepaper and other things. Only Monty and a few intimates were told the truth at first, but afterward it leaked out, as secrets do, and Mrs. East seemed shyly pleased if discreet questions were asked concerning her amulets and the cartouche. Now, I never feel inclined to laugh at a pretty woman. It is more agreeable, as well as gallant, to laugh with her, but the trouble is, Cleopatra doesn't go in for laughter. She takes life seriously. Not only has she no sense of humor, but she does not know the difference between it and a sense of fun, which she can understand if a joke about somebody else is explained. She is grateful to me because I look her straight in the eyes when the subject of Egypt is mentioned. Sheridan from Harvard has been in her bad books since he put Ptolemaic rulers outside of the pale of Egyptian history, called their art ornate and bad, mentioned that each of their queens was named Cleopatra, and classified the lot as modern, almost suburban. Mrs. East, leaning beside me on the rail, was burning with thoughts inspired by Alexandria. She had Plutarch's Lives under her arm, and Hypatia in her hand. Of course she dropped them both, one after the other, and I picked them up. "Do you know, Lord Ernest," she said, in the low, rich voice she is cultivating, "I don't mind telling you that I felt as if I were coming home after a long absence. Monty wanted to see Egypt. I was dying to. That's the difference between us." "It's natural," I answered, sympathetically. "Yes, considering everything. Yet we're both afraid. She in one way, I in another. I haven't told her. She hasn't told me. But I know. She has the same impression I have, that something's going to happen. Something very great, to change the whole of life. In Egypt, Khem, it seems to me I can remember calling it. You know it was Khem, until the Arabs came and named it Misr. Do you believe in impressions like that?" "I don't disbelieve," I said. "Some people are more sensitive than others." "Yes, or else they're older souls. But it may be the same thing. I can't fancy Monty an old soul, can you? Yet she may be, for she's very intelligent, although so self-willed. I think what she's afraid of is getting interested in some wonderful man with Turkish or Egyptian blood, a magnificent creature like you read of in books, you know, and then you have to give them up in the last chapter and send them away broken-hearted. I suppose there are such men in real life?" "I doubt if there are such romantic figures as the books make out," I tried to reassure her. "There may be a prince or two, handsome and cultivated, educated in England perhaps, for some of the swells are sent from Egypt to Oxford and Cambridge, just as they are in India. But if Miss Gilder should meet a man of that sort, I should say she was too sensible and clear-headed. Oh, she is, almost too much for so young a girl, and she has a detestation for anyone with one drop of dark blood in America. She doesn't even like Jews, and that makes a friction between us if we ever happen to argue, for, maybe you don't know, my mother was a Jewess. I'm proud of her memory, but that's just why, if you can understand, Moni's afraid in Egypt. Some girls would like to have a tiny flirtation with a gorgeous Eastern creature. Of course he must be a bey or prince or something, otherwise it would be infra-dig. But Moni would hate herself for being attracted. Yet I know she dreads it happening, because of the way I've heard her rave against the heroines of novels, saying she has no patience with them, they ought to have more strength of mind, even if it broke their hearts. I wondered if Biddy, too, suspected some such fear in the mind of her adored girl, and if that were one reason why she had turned matchmaker for my benefit. Since the first day out she had used stratagems to throw us together, and it seemed that years ago, when she used to teach the little girl French, Moni's favorite stories have been of Castle Kallina, and my boyish exploits birds' nestings on the crags. Biddy said this was a splendid beginning if I had the sense to follow it up. "And you," I went on to Mrs. East, "what do you feel is going to happen to you in the land of Khem?" "Oh, I don't know," she said. "I wish I did. And afraid isn't exactly the word. I just know that something will happen. I wonder if history does repeat itself. I should hate to be bitten by an asp." "Asps are out of fashion," I comforted her. "I doubt if you could find one in all of Egypt, though I remember my Egyptian nurse used to say there were cobras in the desert in summer. Anyhow, we'll all be away before summer." "I suppose so," she agreed. "Yet who knows what will become of any of us? Madame Rashid Bey will be staying, of course. I don't know whether to be sorry for her or not. The Bey's good-looking. He has brown eyes, and is as white as you or I. Probably it's true that she's been too seasick to leave her room for the last 10 days, though Monty and Mrs. Jones, thinks she's shut up because men stared, and because Mr. Sheridan talked to her. As for me, there's always that question asking itself in my mind, what is going to happen? And I hear it twice as loud as before in sight of Alexandria. Rakoti, Wilagade used to call the city. As she spoke, the long oriental eyes glanced at me sidewise, but my trustworthy Celtic features showed a grave, intelligent interest in her statements. "It must be," she went on, encouraged, "that I'm the reincarnation of Cleopatra. Otherwise, how could I have the sensation of remembering everything? There's no other way to account for it. And you know my modern name, Clara, does begin with C. Saida must be right. She's told lots of women the most extraordinary things. You really ought to consult her, Lord Ernest, if you ever go to New York." I did not say, as Neil Sheridan might, that a frothy course of Egyptian historical novels would account for anything. I simply looked as diplomatic training can teach anyone to look. Evidently it was the right look in the right place, for Cleopatra continued more courageously, recalling the great pharaohs of white marble which used to be one of the world's wonders in her day, the museum and the marvelous library which took fire while Julius Caesar burned the fleet, near by in the harbor. "Think of the philosophers who deserted the College of Heliopolis for Alexandria," she said. "Antony was more of a soldier than a student, but even he grieved for the library. You know he tried to console Cleopatra by making her a present of 200,000 manuscripts from the library of the king of Pergamus. It was a generous thought, like Antony." "Does the harbor look changed?" I hastened to inquire. "Not from a distance, though landing may be a shock. They tell me it's also Italian now. It was Greek in old days. I've read that there isn't a stone left of the lovely palace on the Lochias Point, except the foundations they found in the 70s. But I must go and see what's left of the baths, even though there's only a bit of mosaic and the remains of a room. Monty's anxious to get on to Cairo, but we shall come back to Alexandria later. Lord Ernest, when I shut my eyes I really do seem to picture the Mareotic Lake, and the buildings that made Alexandria the glory of the world. Do you remember what Strabo said about Deincares, the architect who laid out the plan of the city in the shape of a Macedonian mantle to please Alexander? "I'm not as well up in history as you are," I said, "though I've studied a bit, because I was born in Egypt. Poor Alexander didn't live long in his fine city, did he? I wonder what he'd think of it now. And I wonder if his palace was handsomer than the Khedive's. That huge white building with pillars and domes. I seem to remember—" "What? You remember too? You ought to consult Saida." "I didn't mean exactly what you mean," I explained humbly. "Still, why shouldn't I have lived in Egypt long ago? The learned ones say you're always drawn back where you've been in other states of existence." "That's true, I'm sure." "Well then, why shouldn't I have the same sort of right to Egypt you have, if you were Cleopatra? I believe you must have been, because you look as she ought to have looked, you know. Why shouldn't I have been a friend of Mark Antony, coming from Rome to give him good advice and trying to persuade— Oh, not that he ought to give me up. No, indeed, to urge him to leave the island where he hid even from you. Didn't they call it Timonium? Why couldn't Antony play his cards so as to keep Cleopatra and the world too? She'd have liked him better, wouldn't she? My friend Antoine Anthony Fenton—" I stopped short, for the less said about Fenton the better at present. But Cleopatra caught me up. "What? Have you really a friend, Antony? Where does he live, and what's he like?" I hesitated, and glancing round for inspiration, in other words, for some harmless, necessary fib, I saw that Bridget and Monty had arrived on the scene. They had been pacing the deck arm in arm, and now, arrested by Mrs. East's question, they hovered near, awaiting my answer with vague curiosity. A twinkle in Biddy's eyes, which I caught, rattled me completely. I missed all the easiest fibs and could catch hold of nothing but the bare truth. There are moments like that when, do what you will, you must be truthful or silent, and silence fires suspicion. "What is he?" I echoed feebly. "Oh, Captain Fenton. He's in the Gypy army stationed up at Khartoum, hundreds of miles beyond where Cook's boats go. You wouldn't be interested in Antony, because he spells his name with an H, and he's dark and thin, not a bit like your Antony, who was a big, stout fellow, I've always heard, and fair." "Big, but not stout," Cleopatra corrected me. "And if he's incarnated again, he may be dark for a change. As for the H, that's not important. I wonder if we shall meet your Antony. We think of going to Khartoum, don't we, Monty?" "Yes," the girl said shortly. She was always rather short in her manner at that time when, in her opinion, her aunt was being silly. I gathered from a vexed flash in the gray eyes that there had never been any hint of an impending Antony. "Is your friend in Khartoum now?" Biddy ventured, in her creamiest voice. The twinkle was carefully turned off like the light of a dark lantern, but I knew well that Mrs. Jones was recalling a certain conversation, in which I had refused to satisfy her curiosity. Bridget's quick, Irish mind has a way of matching mental jigsaw puzzles, even when vital bits appear to be missing, and if she could make a cat's paw of Cleopatra, the witch would not be above doing it. I bore her no grudge. Who could bear soft-eyed, laughing, yet tragic Biddy a grudge? But I wished that she and Monty were at the other end of the deck. Really, I don't know where my friend is just now," I answered, with more or less foundation of truth. "I wonder if I didn't read in the papers about a Captain Fenton who took advantage of leave he'd got to make a rush for the Balkans and see the fighting from the lines of the Allies?" Biddy murmured, with dreadful intelligence. "Can he be your Captain Fenton? I fancy he'd been stationed in the Sudan, and he was officially supposed to have gone home to spend his leave in England. Anyhow, there was a row of some sort after he and another man dropped down onto the Turks out of a Greek aeroplane. Or was it a Serbian one? Anyhow, I know he oughtn't have been in it, and Paterfamilias and Patriot wrote letters to the Times about British officers who don't mind their own business. Why, I saw the papers on board this ship. They were old ones. Papers on ships always are. But I think they came on at Algiers or somewhere." "Probably somewhere," I witheringly replied. "I didn't come on at Algiers, so I don't know anything about it." "Diplomatists never do know anything official, do they, Duffer, dear?" smiled Biddy. "I'll wager your friend is interesting, even if he does spell himself with an H, and weighs 2 stone less than his namesake from Rome. Mrs. East believes in reincarnation, and I'm not sure I don't, though Monty's so young she doesn't believe in anything. Just suppose your friend is a reincarnation of Antony without an H. And suppose, too, by some strange trick of fate he should meet you in Alexandria or Cairo. You'd introduce him to us, wouldn't you? It's the most unlikely thing in the world, and he'd be no good to you. He's a man's man. He thinks he doesn't like women." "Doesn't like women?" echoed Monty Gilder. "He must be a curmudgeon, or has he been jilted?" "Rather not." Too impulsively I defended the absent. "Girls go mad about him. He has to keep them off with a stick. He's got other things to think of than girls, things he believes are more important, though of course he's mistaken. He'll find that out some day when he has more time. So far he's been hunting other game, often in wild places. A book might be written on his adventures." "What kind of adventures? Tell us about them," said Biddy, "up to the Balkan one, which you deny having heard of." "You wouldn't care about his sort of adventures. There aren't any women in them," I said. "Women want love stories. It's only the heroines they care for, not the heroes, and I don't, somehow, see the right heroine for Fenton's story." I noticed an expression dawning on Cleopatra's face, as I thus bereft her of a possible Antony with an H. There was a softening of the long eyes, and the glimmer of a smile which said, "Am I Cleopatra for nothing?" Never had she looked handsomer. Never before had I thought of her as really dangerous. I'd been inclined to poke fun at the lady for her superstition and her cartouche, and Cleopatrahood in general. But suddenly I realized that her make-up was no more exaggerated than that of many a beauty of the stage and society, and that nowadays women who are, 40ish, can be formidable rivals for younger and simpler sisters. Not that I feared much for Antony from Cleopatra or any other female thing, for I'd come to consider him practically woman-proof. Still, I saw danger that the lady might make a dead set at him if she got the chance, and all through my stupidity in giving away his name. Antony was a thrilling password to that mysterious something which she expected to happen in Egypt, and already she regarded my friend as a ram caught in the bushes for a sacrifice on her altar. But instead of screening him, I had dragged him in front of the footlights. But fortunately there was still time to jerk down the curtain. I threw a glance at Bridget and Monty, and was relieved to find that their attention was distracted by a new arrival, Miss Rachel Guest from Salem, Massachusetts, a pale, thin, lanky copy of our Rose, with the beauty and bloom left out, but a pair of eyes to redeem the colorless face. Oh yes, a pair of eyes, strange, hungry, waiting eyes. When I am alone, I fear Monty's favorite protégé, who started out to see the world on a legacy of $2,000, and won Miss Gilder's admiration and hospitality through her unassuming pluck. To my mind she is the ideal adventuress of a new, unknown, and therefore deadly type. But for once I rejoiced at the sight of the pallid, fragile woman, so cheerful in spite of frail health, so frank about her 28 years. She had news to tell of a nature so exciting that, after a whisper or two, Cleopatra forgot Antony in her desire to know the latest development in the ship's mystery. "My stewardess says he won't let his wife land till we're all off," murmured the ex-schoolmistress in her colorless voice. She heard the end of a conversation when she carried the poor girl's lunch to the door, just a word or two. "So we shan't see her again, I suppose." "Oh yes, we shall," said Monty. "If wretched Bay can get a private boat, so can I. I'll not desert her if I have to stay on board the Laconia the whole night." All four began talking together eagerly, and blessing Miss Guest, I sneaked away. Presently I saw that clever Neil Sheridan and handsome actor-like Willis Bailey, the two bêtes noires of wretched Bay, had joined the group. By this time the roofs and domes and minarets of Alexandria sparkled in clearly sketched outlines between sunset sky and sea. Sunset of Egypt, which divided ruby flame of cloud, emerald Dura, gold of desert, and sapphire waters into separate bands of color, vivid as the stripes of a rainbow. There was a new buzz of excitement on the decks and in the ivy-draped veranda café. Those who had been studying Baedeker gabbled history, ancient and modern, until the conquest of Alexandria and the bombardment of '82 became a hopeless jumble in the ears of the ignorant. Bores who had traveled inflicted advice on victims who had not. People told each other pointless anecdotes of the last time I was in Egypt, while those forced to listen did so with the air of panthers waiting to pounce. A pause for breath on the part of the enemy gave the wished-for opportunity to spring into the breach with an adventure of their own. We took an Arab pilot on board, the first Arab ever seen by the ladies of my party, and before the red torch of sunset had burned down to dusky purple, tenders like big black turtles were swimming out to the Laconia. We slaves of the Rose, however, had surrendered all personal interest in these objects. The word of Miss Gilder had gone forth, and unless Rashid Bey changed his mind at the last minute, we were all to lurk in ambush until he appeared with his wife. Then, somehow, Monty was to snatch her chance for a word with the ship's mystery, and whatever happened, none of us were to stir until it had been snatched. Arguments, even from Biddy, were of no avail, and mine were silenced by cold permission to go away by myself if I chose. It was terrible, it was wicked to talk of people making their own beds and then lying in them. It was nonsense to say that, even if the wife of Rashid Bey asked for help, we could do nothing. Of course we would do something. If the girl wanted to be saved, she should be saved, if Monty had to act alone. Whatever happened, Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Bailey must remain in the background, as the very sight of them would drive wretched Bey wild. I was thinking of Antony's surprise when, one after the other, two tenders should reach the quay without me, and if the Gilded Rose had not been so sweet, her youthful cocksureness would have made me yearn to slap her. In spite of all, however, the girl's excitement became contagious as passengers crowded down the gangway, and Rashid Bey did not appear. "Allah! Allah!" cried the boatmen and the Arab porters as they hauled huge trunks off the ship onto a float. Then, one after the other, the two tenders puffed away, packed from stem to stern. A few people, for whom there was no room, embarked in small boats manned by jabbering Arabs. Two of these cockle shells still moved up and down under the black, mountainous side of the ship, and the officer whose duty it was to see the passengers off was visibly restless. He wanted to know if my lordship was ready, and my lordship's brain was straining after an excuse for further delay, when a man and woman arrived opportunely, Rashid Bey in a veiled, muffled form hooked to his arm, a slender, appealing little figure, and through the veil I fancied that I caught a gleam of large, wistful, anxious eyes. The ladies were lying in wait out of sight, and I dodged behind the sturdy blue shoulders guarding the gangway. This was my first glimpse of the ship's mystery, and though I did not like my job, I had to surprise Rashid Bey and take his mind off his wife. My curiosity was pricked. The figure in sealskin looked very girlish. The veiled head was bowed. The mystery took on human personality for me, and Monty Gilder was no longer obstinate. She was a loyal friend. I did not see that we could be of any use to the poor little fool who had married a Turk, yet I was suddenly ready to do what I could. As Rashid Bey brought his wife to the top of the gangway, I lounged out and spoke. Disconcerted, the stout, good-looking man of 30 let drop the arm of the girl, putting her behind him. And this was what Monty wanted. They would have an instant for a few disjointed words. Monty might perhaps have time to promise help which the girl dared not ask, even behind her husband's back. "Good evening," I said in French, taking advantage of a smoke-room acquaintance. "Is that smart boat down there for you? I was trying to secure it in my best Arabic, but the fellow said it was engaged." "Yes, it is mine," Rashid answered civilly, trying to hide his annoyance. "I telegraphed from Naples to a friend in Alexandria to send me a private boat. I do not like crowds." "Neither do I, so I waited too," I explained. "They told me there were always boats, and my big luggage has gone. I suppose yours has too?" "No doubt," said Rashid Bey. "Good night, my Lord Borough." He turned quickly to his wife, as if to catch her at something, but the slim, veiled mystery stood meekly waiting his will. To my intense relief, Monty and her friends were invisible. I could hardly wait until the two figures had passed out of sight down the gangway to know whether my skirmishing attack had been successful. "Well?" I asked as Miss Gilder, Mrs. Jones, Cleopatra, and Rachel Guest, and two maids filed out from concealment. "Did I give you time enough? Did you get the chance you wanted?" "Yes, thank you ever so much," said Monty, with one of those dazzling smiles that would make her a beauty even if she were not the favorite Sunday supplement heiress. "I counted on you, and she had counted on me. She must have known I wouldn't fail her, for she had this bit of paper ready. When I jumped out she slipped it into my hand. We didn't need to say a word, and wretched Bey has no idea I came near her." "A bit of paper?" I echoed with interest, for it sounded the obvious secret thing. A bit of paper stealthily slid from hand to hand. "Yes, with her address on it, nothing more in writing but two other words, pricked with a pin. Save me. Don't you see, if her husband had pounced on it, no harm would have been done. He wouldn't have noticed the pin pricks as a woman would. I thought she was going to live in Cairo, and I believe she thought so too, at first. But she's written down the name of a house in a place called Assuet. Did you ever hear of such a town, Lord Ernest?" "Oh, yes," said I. "The Nile boats stop there, and people see tombs and mummied cats and buy silver shawls." "Good," said Monty. "My boat shall stop there, but not only for tombs or cats or silver shawls. I have an idea that the poor girl is frightened and wants me to help her escape." "Great heavens!" I exclaimed. "You mustn't on any account get mixed up in an adventure of that sort. Remember, this is Egypt." "I don't care," said Monty, "if it's the moon." She believed that this settled the matter. I believed the exact opposite. But I left it at that, for the moment, as the boat was waiting, and Assuet seemed a long way off. This was my first lesson in what Bridget called Moni's little ways, but the second lesson was on the heels of the first. It was a blow not to see Anthony on the quay. And other blows rained thick and fast. My two consolations were that I was actually in Egypt, and that in the confusion Rashid Bey with the veiled figure of his silent bride had slipped away without further incidents. Their disappearance was regretted by no one save Monty, unless it was Neil Sheridan, and he was discreet enough to keep his feelings to himself. The girl was not. She protested on principle, although she had the Assuet address. But where all men, black and brown and white, were yelling with the whole force of their lungs, and pitching and tossing luggage, mostly the wrong luggage, with all the force of their arms, nobody heard or cared what she said. For once Monty Gilder was disregarded by a crowd of men. This could happen only at the departure of a boat train. But if I was not thinking about her, I was thinking about her 15 trunks, and Cleopatra's 16, and Biddy's and Miss Guest's too. The maids were worse than useless, and I had no valet. I have never had a valet. I clawed, I fought, I wrestled in an arena where it was impossible to tell the wild beasts from the martyrs. I rescued small bags from under big boxes, and dashed off with a few samples to the train in order to secure places. All other able-bodied men, including Sheridan and the artist-sculptor Bailey, were engaged in the same pursuit, and our plan was to bag a whole compartment between us in the boat train for Cairo. But we never met again till we reached our destination. One expects Egypt to warm the heart with its weather, but the cold was bitter. So was the disappointment about Anthony. Both cut through me like knives. Darkness had fallen before I was ready to join the ladies, if I could. In passing earlier, I had shouted to the maids where to find the places, grabbed with difficulty for their mistresses. Whether they had found them, or whether any of the party still existed, was the next question, and it was settled only as the train began to move. The compartment I had selected was one boiling over with the South American president and his effects, but as I stood, transfixed by this transformation scene, Cleopatra's maid hailed me from the end of the corridor. Les quatre dames were in the restaurant car. Why? Ah, it was the Arab they had engaged as a dragoman who had advised the chains in milord's absence. He said it would be better, as of course they would want dinner. He himself was looking after the small baggages, except the little sacks of the hand which the maids kept. What? The ladies had engaged a dragoman? And they had trusted him, a stranger, with luggage? Then it was as good as gone. But no, mildly ventured Cleopatra's handmaiden. The dragoman came recommended. He had a letter from a friend of milord. My thoughts jumped, of course, to Antony. Yet how could he have known that I was travelling with ladies? And if by some Marconian miracle he had heard, why should he, who prided himself on not bothering with women, trouble to provide a dragoman at Alexandria? I hurried to the dining car, and found Monty with her satellites seated at a table, 3 of them looking as calmly innocent as if they had not upset my well-laid scheme for their comfort. Biddy alone had a guilty air, because, perhaps, I was more important in her eyes than in the eyes of the others. "Oh, dear Duffer," she began to wheedle me, "we hope you don't mind our coming here. We thought it a good idea, for we're starving, although we're perfectly happy because we're in Egypt, and because it's such a quaint train, so different and Eastern. The dragoman who—" "I think he came from your friend Anthony with an H," Cleopatra broke in. "He seemed providential, and he speaks English. The only objection is, he's not as good-looking as Monty and I wanted our dragoman to be. We did hope to get one who would be becoming to us, you see, and give the right sort of Eastern background. But I suppose one can't have everything. And it was I who said your friend Anthony's messenger must be engaged, even if his face is rather like an accident." "It's like a catastrophe," remarked Monty, looking as if she blamed me. "Where is it?" I wanted to know. "It's waiting in a vestibule outside where the cook's cooking," Biddy explained ungrammatically. "I told it you'd want to see it, and it's got a letter for you from someone." "Did the fellow say the letter was from Fenton?" I inquired. "No, he only said, 'From a friend who'd expected to meet you, and Mrs. East was sure it must be from the one you were talking about.'" Wasting no more words, I marched off to the fountainhead for information. Near the open door of the infinitesimal kitchen stood a fat little dark man with a broken nose, and one white eye. The other eye, as if to make up, was singularly, repellently intelligent. It fixed itself on me as I approached, with eager questioning which melted into ingratiating politeness. Instinct warned the fellow that I was the person he awaited. At the same moment, instinct was busily whispering to me that there was something fishy about him, despite the alleged letter. He did not look the type of man Fenton would recommend. And though his face was of an unwholesome olive tint, and he wore a tarbouche, and a galabia as long as a dressing-gown under his short European coat, I was sure he was not of Arab or Egyptian blood. "Milord Burrough?" he began, displaying large white teeth, of which he was evidently proud. I assented. "My name is Bedr el Gamali," he introduced himself. "I have a letter for my lord." "Who gave it to you?" I challenged him. The ingratiating smile seemed to flicker like a candle flame in a sudden puff of wind. "A friend of mine, a dragoman. He could not come to bring it, so he gave it to me. The gentleman's name was Fenton. My friend, he was sent from him at Cairo." As the fellow spoke in fairly good English, he took from a pocket of the short coat which spoiled his costume a colorful silk handkerchief. Unwrapping this, he produced an envelope. It was addressed to me in the handwriting of Fenton, but before opening it I went on with my catechism. "Then the letter doesn't introduce you, but your friend?" The smile was practically dead now. "I think it do not introduce anyone's. It is only a letter. My friend Abdullah engaged to carry it, but he got sick too soon to come to the ship." "I see," said I. "You seem to have used the letter, however, to get yourself taken on as dragoman by the ladies of my party. How the devil did you find out they were travelling with me, eh?" I shot the question at him and tried to imitate Gimlet's with my eyes. But he was ready with his answer. No doubt he had prepared it. "I see you all together from a distant place before I come there. A gentleman off the ship, he pointed you out when I asked where I find Milord Burrough. I see you and those ladies. When I come you was away already, so I speak to them and say if I could help I'd be very pleased. When I tell one of the ladies I was from a friend of Milord's with a letter, she say, 'Is the friend's name Captain Fenton?' and I say, 'Yes, madam, Captain Fenton, that is the name, and I am a dragoman to show Egypt to the strangers. I know it all very well, from Alexandria way up the Nile.' Then the lady say, very quick, she will take me for her dragoman. I am pleased, for I was not engaged for season, and she say if I satisfy her she keep me in Cairo and on from there." I grunted, still screwing in the gimlets. "I see you're not an Egyptian. You have selected the name of an Armenian famous in history. Are you Armenian?" "I am the same thing as Egyptian. I been here for dragoman so many years. I am Mussulman in faith, but I was born Armenian," he admitted. "You speak English with an American accent," I went on. "Have you lived in America?" "One time a family take me to New York and I stay a year or two. Then I get homesick and come to Egypt again. But I learn to talk maybe some like American peoples while I am over there." It sounded plausible enough, the whole story, and if Mrs. East had snapped the dragoman up under the impression that he came from a man she had determined to meet, the fellow might be no more to blame than any other boaster, touting in his own interest. Still, I had an uneasy feeling that something lay hidden under Armenian plausibility. Bedr el Gamili was perhaps a thief who had courted a chance for a big haul of jewelry. Yet if that were all, why hadn't he hopped off the tram as it began to move with the ladies' hand luggage? He might easily have got away and disappeared into space before we could wire the police of Alexandria to look out for him. He had not done that, but had waited and risked facing my suspicions. And he must have realized, while in charge of Monty's and Cleopatra's attractive dressing bags, that he was missing an opportunity such as might never come to him again. This conduct suggested an honest desire to be a good dragoman. Yet, well, I resolved not to let the gimlets rest until Bedr el Gamili had been got rid of. If Mrs. East had really promised him a permanent engagement, she could salve his disappointment by giving him a day's pay. I would take the responsibility of sending him about his business. Without further parley I opened the letter. It was short, evidently written in a hurry. Anthony had scribbled, "Horribly sorry, dear old duffer, but I'm wanted by the powers that be in Cairo. No other reason could have kept me from Alexandria. I was afraid a wire wouldn't reach you, so I sent a decent old chap by the train I meant to take. He's pledged to find you on the quay, and he will, unless someone makes him drunk. This seems unlikely to happen, as he won't be paid till he gets back, and having no friends on earth, nobody will stand him drinks. Beastly luck, but I shan't be able to see you tonight even in Cairo. Tell you all tomorrow, and there's a lot to tell about many things. Yours ever, A.F." The messenger had no friend on earth, according to Fenton. Then the friendship stated to exist between him and Bedr el Gamili must have come ready-made from heaven, or its opposite. I guessed the nature of the decent old chap's illness, but I should have been glad to know whether it had been produced by design or accident. When I went back to the ladies, Bedr went with me, at my firm suggestion, and gave them their handbags to use as footstools. Dinner was ready, and a seat had been kept for me at a table just across the aisle, but before beginning I explained the real circumstances governing the dragoman's arrival. "Whatever else he may be, he's a shark," I said, "or he wouldn't have traded on a misunderstanding to grab an engagement. You owe him nothing really, but if you choose, give him a sovereign when we get to Cairo, and I'll tell him that I have a dragoman in view for the party. He'll then have 2 days' pay according to the guidebooks." With this I slipped into my seat, thinking the matter settled. But between courses Monty leaned across from her table, she and I had end seats, and said that she and her aunt had been talking about that poor dragoman. Aunt Clara raised his hopes, the girl went on, and now Rachel Guest and I think it would be mean to send him away, just because he's hideous. That won't be the reason, said I. It will be because we don't know anything about him, and because in his sharpness he's overreached himself. But we do know things about him. He showed Aunt Clara letters from people who'd employed him, lots of Americans whose names we've heard, and some we're acquainted with. The tragic thing is that he finds difficulty in getting engaged because of his face. I've felt guilty ever since I called it a catastrophe. Of course it is, but I said it to be funny, which was cruel. And we deserve to punish ourselves by keeping the poor wretch a few days, or more if he's good. I thought you wanted a becoming dragoman, I reminded her. Oh, that was just our silliness. I do like good-looking people, I must say. But what does it matter whether a brown person is handsome or homely, when you come to think of it? Besides, we can have another dragoman, too, for ornament, if we run across a very picturesque one. I laughed. But you can't go up the Nile on a boat with a drove of private dragomans, you know. I don't know, Lord Ernest, and why don't you call them dragomen? You make them sound as if they were some kind of animal. Dragomans is the plural, I persisted. Well, I shall call them dragomen, and if this poor thing can't get anyone else to drag, he shall drag us up the Nile, if he's intelligent in his ways, as he is in that one eye, which is so like a hard-boiled egg. You see, Lord Ernest, we're going to have a boat of our own. A steam dahabeah is what we want, so we won't be at the mercy of the wind. And we can have all the dragomen we choose, can't we? I suppose you can fill up your cabins with them, I agreed, because I felt that the Gilded Rose wished me to argue the point, and that if I did I should be worsted. As I should not be on board the dahabeah in question, it would not matter to me personally if the boat were entirely manned by dragomans, except that there would, in that case, probably be a collision, and I should not be near to save Biddy, and incidentally the girl Biddy wished me to marry. After that we went on eating our dinner and talking of Egypt, Miss Guest doing all the listening as usual. When we had finished, we kept our places because we had no others. Cleopatra was curious about my friend's failure to arrive, but I put her off with a vagueness, and said to myself that, for Anthony's sake, it was well that mysterious business had kept him in Cairo. Still, I wondered what the business was, why he would be unable to see me that night, and what were the many things he had to tell. I shall never know for certain whether or not our future was entirely shaped by Monty's resolve to breakfast on the terrace of Shepherd's Hotel next morning. A great many remarkable things have happened on that historic site. Napoleon made the place his headquarters. General Kleber was murdered in the garden. Half the most important people in the world have had tea on the terrace, but according to a German waiter, there was one deed yet undone. Nobody had ever ordered breakfast out of doors. Of course, Monty got what she wanted, not by storming, not by putting on power of wealth airs, but simply by turning bright pink and looking large-eyed. At once that waiter rushed off and fetched other waiters, and almost before the invited guests knew what to expect, 2 tables had been fitted together, covered with white, adorned with fresh roses, and set forth with cups and saucers. I was the one man invited, and I felt like an actor called to play a new part in an old scene, a scene vaguely, excitingly familiar. Could I possibly be remembering it, I asked myself, or was my impression but the result of a lifelong debauch of Egyptian photographs? Anyhow, there was the impression, with a thrill in it, and I felt that I ought to be handsomer, more romantic, altogether more vivid, if I were to live up to the moving picture. It seemed as if nothing would be too extraordinary to do if I wanted to match my surroundings. I thought even if I burst into a passionate Arab love song and proposed to Monty across the table, it would be quite the right note. But somehow I didn't feel inclined to propose. It was enough to admire her over the rim of a coffee-cup. In her white tussore, I heard Biddy call it tussore, and drooping garden type of hat, she was a different girl from the girl of the ship. She had been a winter girl in white fur then. Now she was a summer girl and a radiant vision, twice as pretty as before, especially in this oriental frame. Still, I was waiting to see myself fall in love with her, much in the same way that Biddy was waiting. And there was that oriental frame. It belonged to my past, and perhaps Monty Gilder didn't belong even to my future, so it was excusable if I thought more of it than her. It was hardly 9 o'clock, But already the wonderful colored cinema show of Cairo daily life had begun to flash and flicker past the terrace of shepherds, where East and West meet and mingle more sensationally than anywhere in Egypt. Nobody save ourselves had dared suggest breakfast, but travelers were pouring into the hotel and pouring out. Pretty women and plain women were sitting at the little wicker tables to read letters, or discuss plans for the day with each other or their dragomans. Officers in khaki came and talked to them about golf and gymkhanas. Down on the pavement, close under the balustrade, crowded young and old Egyptian men with dark faces and wonderful eyes, or no eyes at all, struggling to sell painted postcards, strings of blue-gray mummy beads, necklaces of cornelian and great lumps of amber, fans, perfumes, sample sticks of smoking incense, toy camels cleverly made of jute, fly whisks from the Sudan with handles of beads and dangling shells, scarab rings and brooches, cheap gay jewelry, scarfs from Assuat, white, black, pale green and purple, glittering like miniature cataracts of silver, as brown arms held them up. Darting Arab urchins hawked tame ichneumons, or shouted newspapers for sale, English, American, Greek, French, German, Italian, and Turkish. Copper-tinted, classic-featured youths in white had golden crowns of bananas round their turbans, withered patriarchs in blue galabeahs offered oranges, or immense bunches of mixed flowers, fresh and fragrant as the morning, or baskets of strawberries red and bright as rubies. Dignified Arabs stalked by, bearing on nobly poised heads pots of growing rose bushes, or arum lilies, or azaleas. Jet-black giants, wound in rainbow-striped cottons, clanked brass saucers like cymbals, advertising the sweet drinks in their glass jars, while memory whispered in my ears the Arab name sherbetli. Across the street, clear silvered sunshine of winter in Egypt shone on precious stones, on carved ivories, silver anklets, Persian rugs, and embroideries, brilliant as hummingbirds' wings, all displayed in the windows of shops where dark eyes looked out eagerly for buyers. Everything was for sale to the strangers. The whole clamoring city seemed to consist of one vast, concentrated desire on the part of brown people to sell things to fair people. They shouted and wheedled and besought on the sidewalks, and the roadway between was a wide river of color and life. Motor cars with Arab chauffeurs carried rich Turks to business, or to an audience of state. Now and then a face of ivory glimmered through a gauzy veil, and eyes of ink and diamonds shot starry glances from passing carriage windows. Erect Englishwomen drove high dog-carts. Gordon Highlanders swung along in the kilt, more at home in Cairo than in Edinburgh, the droning of their pipes as oriental as the drone of Araita, or the beat of tom-toms. A wedding party with a hidden bride in a yellow chariot met a funeral, and yashmaked faces peeped from curtained windows in one procession to stare at the wailing, marching men of the other, and to shrink back hastily from the sight of the coffin. Tangled, it would seem, inextricably with streams of traffic, surging both ways, moved the ships of the desert, loaded with emerald-green bersim, long lilting necks, and calm, mysterious eyes of camels high above the cloaked heads of striding Bedouins, heads of defiant Arab prisoners, chained and handcuffed to each other, heads of blue-eyed water-buffaloes, and heads of trim, white, tasselled donkeys. None of us talked very much as we sat at the breakfast table. The novelty and wonder of the scene made the actors forget their words, and if we had been able to talk, we could not have appreciated each other's rhapsodies over the shoutings of men who wanted us to buy their wares, and harangues of dragomans who wished, as Monty said, to drag us. These latter especially were persistent, and Bedr the one-eyed, having been forbidden to come till 10 o'clock, was not on the spot to give protection. Our method at first was to appear oblivious, but presently, in my wickedest Arabic, I would have ordered the troop away if Monty had not interfered. "Don't," she said, "they're part of the picture. Besides, they've more right here than we have. It's their country, not ours. And they're so interesting, most of them. That tall man over there, for instance, with the green turban. He's the only one who hasn't opened his mouth. Just to show him that virtue's its own reward, I'm going to engage him. Will you call him to us, please, Lord Ernest?" Sitting as I sat, I could not see the person indicated. "What do you want him for, Miss Gilder?" I obeyed my temptation and asked. "Why, to be a dragoman, of course," she exclaimed. "That's what he's here for. I told you I'd have a picturesque one for ornament. This creature's a perfect specimen." I stood up reluctantly and looked down over the balustrade. "A man with a green turban?" I repeated. "But that means he's a Haji who's been to Mecca and back. I never heard of a dragoman—" I stopped short in my argument. My eyes had found the man with the green turban. He stood at some distance behind the pavement merchants and self-advertising dragomans who pressed against the railing. In his long galabeah of Sudan silk, ashes of roses in color, he was tall and straight as a palm, gravely dignified with his folded arms and the haughty remoteness of his expression. Dark and silent, half disdainful, half amused, he was like a prince compared with his humbler brethren, but there was another resemblance more relevant and intimate which cut my sentence short. "By Jove," I thought, "how like he is to Anthony Fenton!" He was looking not at me but at Miss Gilder, quite respectfully yet hypnotically, as if by way of an experiment he had been willing her to find and single out the one motionless figure, the one person whose tongue had not called attention to himself. Yes, I thought again, he was an Arab copy of Anthony, but more as Anthony had been years ago before his moustache grew, than as Anthony had become in late years. Still, there were the aquiline features, the long, rather sad eyes shaded with thick, straight lashes, the eyebrows raised at the bridge of the thin nose, then sloping steeply down toward the temples, the slight working of muscles in the cheeks, the peculiarly charming mouth, which could be irresistible in a smile, the stern, contradictory chin marring by its prominence the otherwise perfect oval of the face. I wondered if Anthony had as noble a throat as this collarless galabeah left uncovered, reminding myself that I could not at all recall Anthony's throat. Then, as the somber eyes turned to me, drawn perhaps by my stare, I was stunned, flabbergasted, what you will, by realizing that Anthony himself was looking at me from under the green turban. The dark face was blankly expressionless. He might have been gazing through my head. His eyes neither twinkled with fun nor sent a message of warning, but somehow I knew that he saw me, that he had been watching me for a long time. "You see the one I mean, don't you?" asked Monty. "Well, that's the one I want. I'll take him." She spoke as if she were selecting a horse at a horse show. Anthony had brought this on himself, but I was not angry with Anthony. I was angry with the girl for putting her finger into our pie. "That's not a dragoman," I assured her. "If he were, he'd come and bawl out his accomplishments as the others do. He's a very different sort of chap." "That's why I want him," said Monty, "and if he isn't a dragoman, he'll jump at being one if I offer to pay him enough. He's an Egyptian, anyhow, by his clothes, or a Bedouin or something, although he isn't as dark as the rest of these men. I suppose he must know a little about his own city and country." "It doesn't follow he'd tell travelers about them for money," said I. "He looks to me a man of good birth and distinction in old-fashioned dress. Why he's lingering on the pavement in front of this hotel I can't explain, but I'm certain he isn't touting. Probably he's waiting for a friend." "He's the best-looking Arab we've yet seen," remarked Mrs. East, "like my idea of an Egyptian gentleman." "Pooh!" said Monty. "Just test him, Lord Ernest." "I'm sorry, but I can't do it," I answered, with a firmness which ought to have been tried on her long ago. "And I wouldn't discuss him in such a loud tone of voice. He may understand English." "We have to yell to hear ourselves speak over all this row," Biddy apologized for her darling, but she need not have troubled herself. Miss Gilder had been deaf to my implied reproach. "I'm glad I'm an American girl," she said. "When I want things I want them so dreadfully I just go for them, and surprise them so much that I get them before they know where they are. Now I'm going for this dragoman." "He's not a I persisted, but she cut me short. "I bet you my hat that he will be one. What will you bet that he won't, Lord Ernest?" "I'll bet you his green turban," said I. "How can you get it?" "As easily as you can get him," I retorted. "It's a safe bet." Monty looked excited but firm. Luckily, as she does it so often, it's becoming to her to look firm. I have noticed that it's not becoming to most girls. It squares their jaws and makes their eyes snap. But the spoiled daughter of the dead Cannon King at her worst merely looks pathetically earnest and Minerva-like. This, I suppose, is one of the little ways she has acquired since she gave up kicking and screaming people into submission. As Biddy says, the girl can be charming not only when she wants to be, but quite often when she doesn't. The man with the green turban was no longer engaged in hypnotizing. He had retired within himself and appeared oblivious to the outer world. Yet nobody jostled the tall, straight figure which stood with folded arms, lightly leaning against a tree. The color of his turban was sacred in the eyes of the crowd, and when Miss Gilder, leaning over the terrace railing, beckoned him, surprise rather than jealousy showed on the faces of the unwanted dragomans. As for the wearer of the turban, he did what I expected and wished him to do, paid not the slightest attention to the gesture. Whatever the motive for his masquerade, it was not to attract anything feminine. I smiled sardonically. "That's a nice hat you've got on, Miss Gilder," I remarked. "Do you collect girls' hats?" she asked sweetly. "But mine isn't eligible yet for your collection. Let me see, what did you say he was? Oh, a Haji." And she shrilled forth sweetly, her voice sounding young and clear. "Haji, Haji, Effendi, venez ici, s'il vous plaît. Please come here." I could have been knocked flat by a blow of the smallest, cheapest ostrich feather in the hands of any street merchants. For he came, Anthony came, not to look meekly up from the pavement below the railing, but to ascend the steps of the terrace and advance with grave dignity toward our table. Within a yard of us he stopped, giving to me, not to Miss Gilder, the beautiful Arab salute, a touch on the forehead and heart. "You devil," I was saying to myself, "so you walk into this trap, do you, and calmly trust me to get you out? Serve you right if I don't move hand or foot." And I almost made up my mind that I wouldn't. But I was interested. I wanted intensely to know what the dickens Anthony was up to, and whether he would have been up to it if he'd known the sort of young woman who he had to deal with. "It was I who called to you, not this gentleman," said Monty, when she found that Green Turban did not look at her. "Do you speak French or English a little?" "A little of both. But I choose French when talking to Americans," replied Anthony Fenton, with astounding impertinence in the preferred language. "I do not know you, madam, but I do know this gentleman." Good heavens, what next? He acknowledged me. What was I to do now? What did the impudent fellow want me to do? Evidently he was trying an experiment. Antony is great on experiments, and always has been. But this was a bomb. I thought he wanted to see if I could catch it on the fly and drop it into water before it had time to explode. "Why didn't you tell us, Lord Ernest?" asked Monty, with a flash in her grey eyes. "I thought you hadn't been in Egypt since you were a child." "I haven't, and I didn't recognize him at first," I answered, trying for the coolness which Anthony dared to count upon. "You remember me now?" he inquired politely. Yes," I replied, also in French. "Your face is familiar, though you've changed, I think, since, the last you were in England. It must have been there. Yes, of course. You were on a diplomatic mission. But your name—" "You may have known me as Ahmed Atoun," said the wretch, not dreaming of the slip that he had made. Cleopatra, who has a little French, nevertheless started, and fixed upon the face under the turban a stare of feverish interest. Bridget and the unobtrusive lady with the slanting eyes both showed such symptoms of surprise as must too late have warned Fenton that he had missed his footing, skating on thin ice. "Antoun!" exclaimed Mrs. East. "Why, that's what you said you called your friend Captain Fenton." I glanced at Anthony. His profile had no more expression than that of an Indian on an American penny, and indeed rather resembled it. If he were blaming me for letting anything out, I had a right to blame him for letting himself in. He was silent as well as expressionless. He left it all to me, diplomat or duffer. Antoun Effendi was the nickname my friend Fenton got at school, I explained to Cleopatra, because it sounded a bit like his own name, and because he had associations with Egypt. He was proud of them and still is. But Antoun is a name often heard here, and every man who isn't a bey or a prince or a sheikh is an effendi. I quite remember you now," I hurried on, turning to Anthony once more. "You are Haji as well as effendi." "I have the right to call myself so if I choose," he admitted. "I am pleased to meet you again. I was waiting for a friend when you beckoned. If you did not recognize my face at first, may I ask what it was you wanted of me?" There was no limit then to his audacity. He had not learned his lesson yet, after all, it would seem. Monty could not bear tamely to lose her hat, although she must have felt her hat-pins trembling in the balance. "I told you before," she repeated, "that it was I who beckoned you." He looked at her without speaking, and somehow the green turban and the long straight gown, by adding to his dignity, added also to his remote air of cold politeness. How could she go on? Had she the cheek to go on? She had, but the cheek was flushed with embarrassment. I'm anxious for a guide, someone who knows Egypt well and several languages, she desperately blurted out, looking like a half-frightened, half-defiant child. I thought— There are plenty of dragomans, madam, Green Turban reminded her. I can recommend you several. I don't want a regular dragoman, she said, and I'm not madam. I am Miss Gilder. Indeed? Chilling indifference in the tone. Monty's hat was practically mine. I thought I should rather value it. Yes, but of course that can't matter to you. No, it cannot, mademoiselle. What I want to say is this. You're a Haji, which means you've been to Mecca. Lord Ernest Burroughs just told us. So you must be very intelligent. Are you in business? I am interested in excavations. Oh, and are you allowed to make them yourself? Not always. I glanced at him quickly, wondering if he meant that answer more for me than for the girl. But his face told nothing. Would you be able to if you were rich enough? It is possible. Well, I'd be willing to give you a big salary for showing us about Cairo and perhaps going up the Nile. You do not know who I am, mademoiselle. Ask your friend Lord Ernest Burroughs. Perhaps he may remember something about my circumstances now he has recalled my face. I was honestly not sure whether this were further deviltry or an appeal for help. In any case, I thought it time for the scene to end. I told you, I said to Monty in English, that he was a man of importance, not at all the sort of person you could expect to engage for a guide. You must see now that he's a gentleman, and an Egyptian gentleman is just the same as any other. Surely not quite, she answered in the same language, and I realized my foolish mistake in using it, as if I meant her to understand that Antoun Effendi knew it too little to catch our secrets. An Egyptian man can't have the same feelings as a European? Why, for hundreds and hundreds of years they've been an enslaved race, like our black people at home. We'd never think of calling even the fairest quadroon man a gentleman, though he might be wonderfully good-looking and nice-mannered. Literally, I was frightened. Anthony Fenton is fiercely devoted to the memory of the beautiful Princess Mother, for love of whom his father's career was ruined. Her mother was a Sicilian woman, and her father was half Greek, so there is little enough Egyptian blood, after all, in the veins of General Fenton's son. He is proud of what there is, proud because of his mother's fatal charm and the romance of her story. It was on the eve of her wedding with a cousin of the Sultan that the famous soldier Charles Fenton ran away with Princess Lala and married her in Sicily. But he is sensitive, too, because great name as Charles Fenton had made in Egypt, he was asked to resign his commission on account of the escapade. Anthony, sent to England to a public school, had fought bigger boys than himself, who, in a certain tone, had sneeringly called him Egyptian. I imagined now that through the dark stain on his face I could see him turn pale with rage. He thought perhaps that the American beauty was revenging herself for his impertinence, and maybe he was right, but that did not excuse her. Be careful, Miss Gilder, I warned the girl. This man understands English better than you think. He comes of a princely family, and he's only got to put out his hand to claim a fortune. You seem to remember all about me now, Lord Ernest, broke in Fenton, looking dangerous. Yes, I said, it comes back to me. You must forgive Miss Gilder. There is nothing to forgive, he caught me up. I am not a dragoman, to be sure, but I'm enough of an Egyptian to have a price for anything I do. I may put myself at this lady's service if she will pay my price, though I am not a servant and I can't accept wages, even for the sake of pursuing my excavations. He continued to speak in French, lest my companion's suspicions should be further aroused by the English of an Englishman, and Monty, pale after her blush, answered in neat schoolgirl French, with a pretty American accent. "What's the price you wish to name?" she inquired, looking a little afraid of him and ashamed of herself, now that the talk of princes and fortunes was bandied about. "Of course," she went on, when he did not answer at once, "if I'd known all this, I shouldn't have asked you to be a dragoman. At least, perhaps I shouldn't. Anyhow, I shouldn't have made a bet." "A bet that I would have a price, mademoiselle? Then you may win your bet, for I've just told you I have a price. But I think it unlikely you would be willing to pay it." Good heavens, is he going to try and marry the girl? I asked myself. It would be the last thing to expect of Anthony Fenton. However, he had already done the last but one, the thing I had bet his green turban he would not do. After all, he was a man, and a reckless man, as he had proved on more than one wild occasion. He was in a strange mood, capable of anything, and the Gilded Rose could never have been prettier in her life than at this minute. She had made him furious, and I had imagined that his acceptance of her overtures was the beginning of some scheme of punishment. Now I was almost sure I had been right, yet I could not guess what he would be at. Neither could Monty. But here was the dangerous picturesque Arab who must be a prince or something, as Cleopatra had expressed it. And he was even more dangerous than picturesque. You said you wouldn't take wages," she stammered. I enjoyed hearing the self-willed young person stammer, "so I can't understand what you mean. But even though you are all those things Lord Ernest says you are, your price can't be so terribly high as to be beyond my power, if I choose to pay." "First, mademoiselle, I must decide whether I choose to be paid." "Oh!" Monty exclaimed, taken aback. "I thought it was a question of price." "Not only that. I may put myself at the lady's service for a price, was what I said. I didn't say I will. I shall not be able to tell you until tonight." The patronizing tone in which Anthony spoke this sentence was worth to me everything I had gone through in the last half-hour. "But I want to settle things this morning, or not at all," said Monty, reverting to type, that of the spoiled child. "I am sorry," replied the man of the green turban. "In that case it must be not at all." And he made as if to go. The gilded girl could not bear this. I and the others would see that she was fallible, that there were things she wanted which she could not get. "Why can't you tell me now what your price is?" she persisted. "Because, mademoiselle, I may not need to tell you ever. It depends partly on another than myself." He threw a quick glance at me. "I expect to meet that other at Abdullahi's café in an hour from now at latest. Everything will depend on the interview. In any case, I will let you know tonight what I can do." "I may not be in," said Monty, "but if I'm out you can leave a note." "If I must refuse to serve you, yes, I can leave a note. If I am to accept, I must see you in person. Should you be out, I'll take it for granted that you have changed your mind and do not want," he smiled faintly for the first time, "so expensive a guide." Monty hesitated. "I'm not stingy. I'll stay at home this evening," she volunteered at last. "Brave Petruchio," I said under my breath. But if Biddy's plot were to succeed, it was my business to play the part of Petruchio to this Catherine. Let the masquerading prince find a Desdemona who would suit his Othello. "Well, you got away from them all right?" began the man with the green turban, when, according to his roundabout instructions, I met him an hour later at the café he had named, one of the principal resorts of Cairo, where Europeans can consort with natives without attracting remark. The real dragoman came and took them off my hands, at least the realer one than you, a dreadful creature with a game eye, who murdered your messenger last night, and gave me your letter and induced the ladies to engage him on the strength of it. No wonder they want a looker to take the taste of him out of their mouths. And you certainly are a looker in that get-up. Now kindly tell me all about it, and everything else." "That's what I'm here for," said Anthony, running a matchbox to earth in some mysterious Arab pocket. "But hold on, Duffer. Something you said just then may be important. Is it true that my messenger didn't give you the letter?" "If you'd hung about Shepherd's Hotel 10 minutes longer, you'd have seen the fellow who did give it. Bedr el-Gamali he calls himself, Armenian Mussulman, a sickening combination and an awful brute to look at. Said your messenger was taken suddenly ill, pretends to be a dragoman." "What is he like?" "Rather like a partially decayed but decently dressed goat." "Don't rot, this may be serious." I described Bedr el-Gamali as best I could, feature by feature. When I had polished them off, Anthony shook his green turbaned head. "No portrait of him in my rogues' gallery. Just now I'm sensitive about spies. Over-sensitive, rather. Of course you've spotted my game?" "I confess I was conceited enough you'd think you'd given yourself all this trouble with a costumier in order to take a rise out of me. But when you speak of spies, I begin to put two and two together. Your business in Cairo, the powers that be, keeping you from me last night, etc. I suppose it's an official job, this fancy dress affair?" "Yes. In my own capacity I'm not in Cairo. I turned up day before yesterday, jolly glad to get back from Adrianople, though it was good fun there, I can tell you, for a while, and I looked forward to wallowing no end in the alleged delights of civilization. I reported myself, and all seemed well. I took a room at Shepherd's where you and I had arranged to meet, and when I'd scrubbed I strolled over to the Turf Club to see what the gay world would have to say to a fellow in disgrace. Only silly asses swallowed that newspaper spoof. Everyone in London who knows anything about you was betting his boots that the story had been spread on purpose to save our face with Turkey. I couldn't resist interrupting his narrative to this extent, but Anthony merely smiled and watched a long-lived smoke-ring settle like a halo over the head of an Arab at the nearest table. He was not giving away official secrets, but I was sure, and always had been sure, that he was a martyr, not a rebel, in the matter of the Balkan incident just closed. What the public were led to suppose was this, that Captain Fenton had asked for 2 months' leave from regimental duty at Khartoum in order to spend the time with a relative who was seriously ill in Constantinople. That instead of remaining at his relative's bedside, he had used his leave for a dash to the Balkans. That this indiscretion might have been kept a secret had he not capped it with another, a flight with a Greek officer in an army aeroplane, which had ended by crashing down in the midst of a Turkish encampment. What I, and friends who knew him best, supposed was that the leave had been a pretext, that Fenton had been sent on a secret mission of some sort, and that he was bound to take the blame if anything went wrong. Aeroplanes have the habit of other fierce, untamed animals. They won't always obey their trainers. Thus Anthony and his plan had both been upset. Or had it really been premeditated that he should fall into that camp? The remainder of his leave was cancelled in punishment, and he had been recalled to Egypt to be scolded in Cairo before proceeding to Khartoum. "Queer how many silly asses one knows," Anthony said. "Still, considering what a mess I seem to have made of things, fellows were jolly kind at the Turf Club. Nobody cut me, and only a few let me alone. Maybe there'd have been still fewer if there hadn't been a hero present who claimed attention, an American chap, Jack Dennis, who knows Miss Gilder and was telling the good news that she was on her way to Egypt. He called her the Gilded Rose and said it was going to be a good flower season in Cairo and up the Nile. All the men, with one exception, seemed to have heard a lot about her, and to find her an interesting subject, and to want Dennis to introduce them. "I can guess the one exception," said I. "Can you? Well, I don't read newspaper gossip about heiresses. Thank heaven I've something better to do with my time." But the others wanted to meet her, or pretended to, perhaps to chaff Dennis, rather a cocky youth, though I oughtn't to say so, as he was nice to me, according to his lights. He got Sam Blake to introduce us, when he happened to hear my name, and went out of his way to pay me compliments, which I dare say he thought I'd like. When there was a lull in the discussion of what could be done to make Miss Gilder enjoy herself in Egypt, chaps suggesting trips in their motor cars or on their camels and a lot of rot, Dennis remarked that I was the only man who hadn't chipped into the conversation. And hadn't I any ideas for entertaining the Golden Girl? Naturally, I said that I didn't know who she was, and I had never heard of her, and even if I had, entertaining girls wasn't in my line. They all roared, and Dennis wouldn't believe at first that I didn't know of such an important person's existence, but the other men rotted a bit, and described me to him according to their notions of me. So he let me alone on the subject, and having plenty of other things to think of, I forgot all about it till the lady in question introduced herself this morning. Then, well, it struck me as rather amusing at first that I, the only one in the crowd who hadn't made plans to get at her, should have her trying to get at me. That was partly why I came up on the terrace when she beckoned. Partly? For purely intellectual reasons I'm curious to know the rest. I suppose it had nothing to do with her looks? As it happened, my cynical friend, it hadn't. I've got eyes in my head, and I could see she was pretty, very pretty, though not my ideal type at all. That little sprite of a woman in fawn color, the one with green eyes and a lot of black lashes, is more what I'd fall in love with if I were frivolous. But apart from the funny side of my meeting with Miss Gilder, or Gilder, it popped into my head that I might make her a victim in a certain cause. Don't ask me to explain yet, because there are a lot of things that have got to be explained first, or you couldn't understand. You were right, of course, when you thought I'd stationed myself in front of Shepherd's to take a rise out of you. I gave up my room there yesterday, for reasons I'll tell you. But I knew you'd be in the hotel, and that you'd be bound to show yourself on the terrace in order to go out. I wanted to see if you'd recognized me, and to have a little fun with you if you didn't. By the way, I'm not pleased that you did. It's a poor compliment to my make-up, which I may tell you has been warmly praised in high quarters. Well, you see, I apologized, I knew you were a nailer at that sort of thing, or you would have never got to Mecca and earned your green turban. I knew you'd been pretty often called upon to disguise yourself and go about among the natives for one thing and another. And besides, we were chums before you had the shadow of a mustache, so I have an advantage over the other Sherlock Holmeses. But even as it was, I couldn't be sure at first. You must have got some fun out of my expression. I did. I took revenge on you for recognizing me by tormenting you as far as I dared. Dear old boy, I knew you'd see me through to the end, bitter or sweet. Which was it? I inquired. Mixed. The girl riled me, rather, so much that I definitely decided it would be fair play to make use of her as a cat's paw. But it depends on you whether she's to lose or win her bet. If she loses, I get her hat. If she wins, I've engaged myself to procure for her your green turban. Do you think you could without my consent? No, I distinctly thought I couldn't, but I would have been willing to bet the head in the turban served up on a charger, so sure was I that you'd refuse to come near her. I thought I knew you au fond, you see. You do, I haven't changed, but circumstances have changed, and that brings me near to the stage of this business which concerns you and me. First, before I go further, though, I'll tell you a part of the reason why I'm sporting the green turban. There's been the dickens to pay here about a new street that had to be made, an immensely important and necessary street. Well, they couldn't make it because of the tomb of a popular saint or sheikh was in the way. To move the body or even disturb a saint's tomb would mean no end of a row. You remember or have read enough about Mohammedans to know that. What to do was the question. Nobody'd been able to answer it till yesterday, when the sight of me reminded them of a trick or two I'd brought off some time ago, by disguising myself and hanging about the cafes. They wanted me to try it again. Consequently, Captain A. Fenton received a telegram and had to leave Cairo at once on business. He gave up his room at Shepherd's, and the only regrettable thing to the official mind is that the fellow'd been seen about town even for an hour. However, it couldn't be helped. Luckily, Ahmed Atoun is not unknown in Cairo cafes. He's made quite an impression upon the public on several occasions since his pilgrimage to Mecca 2 years ago. And since yesterday afternoon he's been drinking enough coffee to give him jaundice, while casually spreading the story of a dream he had. Our friend the Haji related how he had slept in the mosque of Ibn Tulun after the noon hour, and had dreamed of the sheikh whose tomb is so inconveniently placed. In the dream the saint clamored to have his tomb moved on account of a bad smell of drainage, which he considers an insult to his own memory. Also, dogs have taken to howling round his resting place at night, and you know that to the true believer a dog is an unclean animal. Except for hunting purposes, or watch-dogging in various branches, good Mohammedans class dogs and Christians together in their minds. Well, already the Haji's dream is working like yeast. The news of it is being carried from one cafe to another, and I hope that a few more nights' work will do the trick. The votaries of the saint will get up a petition to have his body moved. When it has found another abode, the making of the new thoroughfare will be suggested. Very neat. I see it all, except the connection with Miss Gilder. What has your saint got to do with her? Very little, I should say, by the look in her eyes. But though a green turban's as good as an heirloom, and extorts respect wherever it goes, even a Haji may have jealous detractors. I have mine. Another green turban in this town, whose genuineness is doubted for some obscure reason or another, has sneered at my dream. I say, that sounds as if you may be in danger. One man suspects you today, tomorrow— Oh, it's only the dream he suspects at present. I know all the little prayer tricks so well, and I've invented my own history so ingeniously, with a patois to match my provenance, that I shall get through this incident as I have through others of the sort. There's only one hole in my jebba. Last night, when my rival sprang a sudden question as to what I was doing in Cairo, I'm supposed to be a Luxor man. On the spur of the moment I replied that I was acting as dragoman to a rich family of tourists. On that the brute inquired with honeyed accents where they were staying. I said Shepherd's because I expected you to be there, and thought if I were followed you might be useful as a dummy. Ah, that's where Miss Gilder comes in? A gilded gingerbread lamb ready for the sacrifice. Why didn't you accept her offer at once, as she seemed so providential? I'm coming to that. It sounds complicated, but it isn't. For one thing, though, it may be well to wait and find out a little more about that goat-eyed Armenian of yours. He isn't mine. I want to know for certain whose he is. If he has anything to do with my rival Haji, there's more venom and wit inside that green turban than I've given it credit for. Is there a reason, by the way, except their riches, why one should want to get at a member of the American party? By Jove, said I, as if I'd been pinched, for there was a sharp nip in the thought Anthony's question jabbed into my mind. I had disliked and distrusted Bedr el-Gamili, but I had associated my distaste for him with Fenton's affairs. It had not occurred to me that Biddy's fears meant more than a nervous woman's vague forebodings. During the few hideous years of hide-and-seek she had passed in trying to protect the traitor, Richard O'Brien, she had no doubt real enough reason to dread a spy in every stranger, but I had cheerfully advised her not to be morbid when she spoke of herself as a dangerous companion, or stopped me with a gasp in the midst of what seemed an innocent question about her stepdaughter. Could it be possible that her alarms might after all be justified, and that the powerful association betrayed by O'Brien would visit his sins on his widow and daughter? That American accent of Gamili's! He admitted having been in New York. Of course he had made acquaintances there. My thoughts flashed back to the meeting at the railway train. Could the fellow have found out in advance that I was with Mrs. O'Brien, alias Jones, and her friends? It seemed as if such knowledge could have reached land ahead of us only by miracle. But there was always Marconi. Perhaps news of Miss Gilder had been sent by wireless to Alexandria, with our humbler names starred as satellites of that bright planet. If this were so, Bedr, instructed from afar to watch Richard O'Brien's widow, might easily have been clever enough to suborn a messenger waiting for one Ernest Borrow. "What are you mumbling about?" Anthony wanted to know, when I forgot to answer. "Have I put some idea that you don't like into your head?" "I was turning your question over in it," I explained, "and I wondered what to answer. Of course Miss Gilder's rather important, and I believe her father's obsession used to be when she was a child that she'd be kidnapped for ransom. The little sprite of a woman you admire so much knew the Gilders in those days. She says that the unfortunate baby used to be dragged about in a kind of caged perambulator, and that some of her nurses were female detectives in disguise, with revolvers under their white gowns. No wonder the girl revels in emancipation and travel. I should think, now she's grown up to 21 years and 5'8" or 9" of height, without being kidnapped, there's not much danger so long as she keeps in the boundaries of civilization. Still, one never knows, in such a queer world as ours, where newspapers live on happenings we'd laugh to scorn if they came out of novel writers' brains. That's the only incentive you can suggest for spying, unconnected with my affairs?" I hesitated, for Biddy's secret was not my secret, and it seemed that I had no right to pass it on, even to my best friend. I must ask Biddy's permission before telling Fenton that Mrs. Jones was the widow of the informer Richard O'Brien, that she feared over-subtlety on the part of the enemy might confuse her girl-traveling companion with Esme O'Brien, hidden in a convent school near Monaco. "It's just credible that there may be other incentives," I said, "but I must confess I'd rather believe that Armenian spies were on the track of Ahmed Atoun, who can take care of himself, than after poor Miss Gilder or any of her party." "What's the name of the laughing sprite?" suddenly asked Fenton. "Miss Jones, Bridget Jones." "Where's her husband?" "In his grave." "Oh, well, his widow looks ready to bubble over with the joy of life, so I suppose we can't associate spies or anything shady with her. That's too much to hope for?" "Why to hope for?" "That would make her too interesting." "Look here, my dear fellow, you can't have them both." The dark eyes of Antoun lit with a spark of surprise and laughter. "I don't want either, thanks. I admire flowers, but I never gather them. I leave them growing. However, you might tell me which one you want for your own buttonhole?" "Really, I don't know," I mumbled, taken aback. "All I do know is, it's not likely I can get either." Anthony stared at me with a curious expression, then abruptly changed the subject. "You've heard of Sir Marcus Lark?" he asked. "Of course," said I, surprised at this question sandwiched into our affairs. "Sir Marcus Lark is a man who has his finger in many pies, but I didn't see how he could poke one into ours. Everybody knows Sir M.A. Lark, given a baronetcy by the Radicals some years ago in return for services to the party, starting and running a newspaper which must have cost him £50,000 before it began to pay. He has financed theaters and vegetarian restaurants. He owns cocoa plantations and factories and a garden city. He has a racing yacht which once beat the German emperors. He owns 2 hotels. He has written a book of travel. His name as a director is sought by financial companies. He has lent money to a distressed South American government in the making. And though the success of his enterprises has sometimes hung in the balance for months or years, his wonderful luck seems invariably to triumph in the end. So much so that Lark's luck has become a well-known heading for newspaper columns, in the middle of which his photograph is inset. At the mention of his name, the oft-seen picture rose before my eyes. A big man, anywhere between 36 and 50, good head, large forehead, curly hair, kind eyes, pugnacious nose, conceited smile under waxed mustache, heavy jaw, unconquerable chin, and prize-fighter's neck and shoulders. What has Sir Marcus Lark to do with us? He's in Egypt, in Cairo just now, and he's got our mountain. Good heavens! I stared blankly at Anthony, seeing not his dark face under the green turban, but that everlasting, ever-smiling newspaper block portrait. Down toppled our castle in the air, Anthony's and mine, the shining castle which had been the lodestone of my journey to Egypt, the secret hope and romance of our 2 lives, for all those months since Anthony first read the Ferlini papers and began negotiations with the Egyptian government. "It's all up then," I said, when I felt that I could speak without betraying palsy of the jaw. "We're done." "I'm not sure of that," Fenton answered. "If I had been, I shouldn't have broken the news so brutally. It's on the cards that we may be able to bring the thing off yet." "But how, if that bounder has got the place for himself? He must have found out the truth about it somehow, or he wouldn't have bothered. And if he knows what we know, or think we know, he certainly won't give up to us what he's grabbed for himself. A beastly shame we should have been let in like this, after being given to understand that it would be all right. Lark must have a pull of some sort. I haven't learned what, but I will. The one hope is, he hasn't stumbled onto the secret." "What? You think he hit on our pitch by a mere coincidence? An accident?" "No, there's not a shadow of a doubt that he had a special motive for wanting our mountain and no other. Have you formed an idea what the motive is, if not the same as ours?" "I've heard his version from his own lips. It's rather astounding, and I want you to hear it from him too." "You've met him?" "Yesterday at Shepherd's, before I went in for this dressing-up business. Lark heard I had wired for a room at the hotel, and was lying in wait for me on the terrace when I got back from the agency. We had a talk. I'd heard just before the news about the mountain, but he explained. Now he wants to see you. He's got something special to say, and I've made an appointment for you with him at 2 o'clock. The appointment was at the Semiramis Hotel, where Sir Marcus Lark was staying. I went with my mind an aching void, and my heart a cold boiled potato. I can think of nothing more disagreeable, for not a word more would Fenton let drop as to the great man's business with us or the mountain of the Golden Pyramid. I sent up my card, and a few minutes later was shown into a private salon more appropriate to a beautiful young duchess than to a middle-aged, bumptious financier. It was pale green and white, full of lilies and fragrance, and an immense French window opened out onto a roofed loggia overlooking the Nile. This would have been the ideal environment for our Gilded Rose, and I felt more venomous than before, if possible, toward the rich bounder who posed against such an unsuitable background. I thought, as the door of the salon was opened for me by the smart Arab servant, that the room was untenanted, and that Sir Marcus Lark meant to keep me waiting, but there he was on the balcony, gazing in rapture at the shining river. As if he were capable of raptures, he, an earth-bound worm! But there was no mistaking that back, those shoulders, or the face, as the big body turned. He advanced through the open window, holding out a hand as big as a stake. He was exactly like his photograph, except that there was even more of him than I had been led to expect. The pretty room was not small, but entering he seemed to turn it into a doll's house parlor. 6'2" if he's an inch, I said to myself, longing to play David to his Goliath. Big, rich, common brute, I thought. You snatch our mountain out of our mouths, then you send for us as if we were servants, men whose boots you ought to be blacking. I was vindictive. I stared him straight between the eyes, where a stone from David's sling would have fitted in neatly. The eyes were wide apart, and kinder than in the photographs. They were even curiously innocent and boyish. His grin of greeting made the large, waxed black mustache point joyously up. He showed teeth as white as a child's, and had dimples, actually dimples, in his big cheeks, to say nothing of the one in his chin, with which snapshots had familiarized me. He looked a huge, overgrown schoolboy with a corked mustache. My glare faded in the light of his smile. No man with a gleam of humor could have kept a mask of grimness. I found my hand enveloped in the pound of steak, and warmly shaken up and down inside it. "Lord Ernest Borrow, I'm delighted to see you. Very good of you to come, I'm sure." To David quoth Goliath, in a big voice, mellow despite a slight Cockney accent. "Nice view I've treated myself to here, what? I'm in Egypt on business, but I like to have pretty things around me. Pleasant colors and flowers and a view. That's a specialty of mine. I'm great on specializing, and that brings me to what we have in common, a scheme of yours, a scheme of mine." I wanted to detest the man, but somehow couldn't. To hate him would be hating an overpowering force like heat or electricity. With an old-fashioned politeness he made me sit down, picking out my chair, the most comfortable in the room, then taking the next best for himself. He fitted into it as tightly as a ripe plum into its skin, and talked with one leg crossed over the other and swinging, the points of his brown fingers joined. I was glad they were brown. "I'm afraid you're sore with me," he began, having ordered coffee and liqueurs, and forced upon his guest a cigar as big as a sausage. "I've got what you and your friend wanted, and I'm going to be frank with you as I've been with him, and admit that I got it because you did want it. Simply and solely for that reason and nothing else. He told you this?" "He left the telling to you," I said, wondering why I wasn't more furious than curious. But it was the other way around. "Good egg. He promised he would, and he looks the sort of chap to keep a promise. Well, I see you want me to get down to business, and I will. I'm going to lay all my cards on the table. I came here to Egypt for the first time in my life to see a scheme through, and I landed on the scene in time to find that I was likely to fail. I haven't told anyone else that, but your friend Fenton, for I never have made a business failure yet, and I don't mean to now if I can help it. The scheme had to be saved in a hurry if it could be saved at all, and when I set my wits to work I saw that I must get hold of some such young men as you and Captain Fenton to help me. I don't know how the thought of you two popped into my head, but I suppose it was seeing a lot of stuff about Fenton in the papers, his Balkan adventure, and the announcement that he'd been recalled to his regiment. There were paragraphs about him as a linguist and an Egyptologist, and anecdotes of him as a smart soldier. You know the sort of thing. And the stories about his parentage caught my fancy a bit. They're romantic. I've got enough romance in me to see that side of life, and know how it goes down with the women. This scheme of mine depends on women. Most schemes do. At the same time the Egyptian papers were printing paragraphs about Lord Ernest Borrow. I don't know whether you're aware of that or not. No? Would you like to see him? I've had my secretary cut him out, and the Fenton stuff too. The minute this idea began to wiggle in my mind like a tadpole in water, I kept everything. "Don't trouble about the paragraphs, thanks," I said. "All right, it will save our time not to. But your wish to go in with your friend for the rights of excavating in the Sudan was mentioned, and the delay on account of alleged interference with Garstang's pitch." "By Jove, I wonder how the reporters got onto that," I couldn't help exclaiming. "It's their livelihood to get onto everything. Well then, I said to myself, here's my chance, my only one. I want those two young men. They're the right combination for me, to give real distinction to my undertaking. I have money, but they ain't the sort you can buy with money. There must be an incentive. If I get what they want, perhaps I can get them. So I went into the job tooth and nail. Neither you nor Fenton was on the spot. I was, very much on it. Nothing was definitely fixed up between the government and Fenton for the right to excavate at the mountain of the Golden Pyramid, as they call the little old molehill, and I scored. Now, if you two will do what I want, you can have your mountain, and whatever you find you can keep. You're worth more to me than any beads and broken-nosed statues under the sands of Egypt. I think I've made some impression on your friend. He may be inclined to go in with me if you will. He's explained that in any case he can't use his own name, on account of his position in the army, and so on. That's a disappointment to me, but I'll put up with it for the sake of his accomplishments and his looks. Your name alone will carry the necessary weight as a leader." "You're very flattering," I said, "but I'm in the dark." "I'm going to put you wise, as Americans say. My scheme was, and is, to be a rival de-luxe of Cook on the Nile. Not only that, but all over the Near East. You've heard, of course, about my buying the Marquis of Redruth's yacht Candace on his bankruptcy, the second biggest and the most up-to-date yacht in the world, and turning her into a pleasure cruiser for the Mediterranean?" "If I've heard, I'm afraid my memory's treacherous," said I, glad to show how unimportant to me were the schemes of financiers, but interested in the yacht's name, which carried my thoughts away to Meroe. "Great Scott! And I've spent 2,000 in advertising. I've taken whole pages of London and Continental papers. I never read advertisements if I can help it, except of new patents and razors. They're a fad of mine." "Thank goodness you've got fads. Then we've something in common. I make money out of my fads. I call 'em inspirations. I thought the Candace business was one of my inspirations, and that I'd have some fun out of it. I advertised her to start on her first pleasure cruise from Marseille to Gib, Algiers, Tangier, Tunis, Greece, Alexandria, and Jaffa. That'll be a smack in the eye for the big liners, I said to myself. I'll skim the top layer of clotted cream off their passenger lists. I was going to do the thing deluxe straight through, bid for the swell set, exclusiveness my motto. Of course I didn't expect to hit the Dukes and Dollar Kings first shot, but I thought if everything went right the passengers would tell their friends at home how much better we did them on board than anyone else had ever done, and we'd get a snowball ad that nothing could stop. All would have worked out first rate if I hadn't made one mistake. I engaged a retired army colonel for a conductor on board my yacht. I got the man cheap. But I was a fool to economize on him. I ought to have launched out on a belted earl. Folks, especially Americans, don't like retired colonels. The woods are full of 'em over there, crawling with 'em. Most Americans are colonels and not retired. Besides, this chap of mine's no good anyhow, fancies himself as a politician, and is a first-class snob, has no tact, rubs up the passengers the wrong way, and outrages their feelings. We got a lot of people from the north of England, rich and a bit crude like me. Will you believe it, Colonel Corcoran began his job by sneering audibly at provincials to some beastly friend of his, come to see him off at Marseille? Instead of making his dinner-table lectures a kind of travelogue as he was hired to do, he turns them into political tirades, and calls the Liberals scoundrels, half our folks being red-hot rads. Not only that, if the girls and boys talk while the bands play in any of his favorite airs, he hisses out "silence" through a hole in his mouth where the one tooth's missing. That tooth being gone has got the girls' nerves worse than anything else, it would seem, except his being down on suffragettes. And the crisis was reached when he insulted Miss Hassett Bean, the richest and most important woman in the bunch, when she expressed her political opinions. Said to her, "My dear lady, why do you bother to have opinions? They give you a lot of trouble to collect, and nobody else will trouble to listen. Why not collect insects or stamps instead?" Of course, she did think Germany had already invaded England with a large army of soldiers disguised as hotel waiters, which was calculated to rile an old officer, but that's no excuse for a man who's paid to please. And now the fellow's wondering why he's not popular with the passengers. I laughed, but Sir Walter had worked himself into a state past smiling point. "It's no laughing matter," he said. "This snob Corcoran's killing my scheme. There's a plot on foot for the party to walk off the yacht at Alexandria and demand half their passage money. Some old grampus on board has started the story that the Candace has been down 3 times. A lie, of course," I soothed him. "A dastardly lie. She's been down only twice. The first time was a collision, the second a coincidence." "But I thought she was the most up-to-date yacht in the world." "So she is, as the Candace. That was the Marquis's name for her. He gave it after a trip to Egypt. He bought her second-hand, and rechristened her while she was being redecorated. He spared no expense, which he could well afford, seeing that he never paid a penny. I got her at cost price, as you may say. But these plotters are going to claim they were inveigled on board under false pretenses by my advertising the Candace as the newest thing in yachts. I've had a letter and several cipher telegrams from the assistant conductor, a useful chap, telling me the whole story of the plot, which he's nosed out, and I'm faced with humiliating failure unless I can save the situation by a grand coup at the 11th hour. Now, you can guess why, on the spur of the moment, I bought up your rights to dig in the Sudan, can't you?" "I confess I can't," I said. "Why, I want you to take Colonel Corcoran's place on the Candace as conductor, and I want you and your friend Fenton to go up the Nile in charge of the splendid steam dahabeah I've bought to supplement the Mediterranean trip. There you have my motives in a nutshell." I burst out laughing. "A cracked nutshell," I remarked. Sir Marcus's rosy face turned royal purple. "What? You won't undertake it?" "I couldn't," I assured him. "For one thing, I'd be a fish out of water. My dear sir, perhaps you don't know that my nickname since the age of 5 has been Duffer? I'm proud of it. I take pains to live up to it. I bet you do. I bet it opens doors and lays down velvet carpets for you. Why, a duffer with a title is exactly what I want. Duffers are all the rage nowadays. You and your friend will make a brilliant pair, a fine contrast, especially with your friend's present get-up. If you'd both been born for me, you couldn't suit me better." I laughed again. "You said you ought to have launched out on belted earls. We're humble. There's no earls handy, and if there were any, they wouldn't be what you two are in looks and talents, to say nothing of your brother being a marquis. I'm offering you both the softest kind of a job. All you have to do is be agreeable young gentlemen, with a knowledge of society and history. That means you can be yourselves. You get a fine trip on high salaries if you don't scorn to accept my money, and as a reward for a good holiday you receive the right to explore your golden mountain. I suppose you must think it is a golden mountain, or you wouldn't be such nuts on it. You'd better consult your friend before you refuse my offer, anyhow." "Haven't you heard that Fenton's left Cairo?" I took the precaution to ask. "That doesn't look as if he were entertaining the idea of going up the Nile on your steam dahabeah." "I have heard that he's left, but I happen to know it isn't so. I saw him standing in front of Shepherd's Hotel this morning, waiting for you. I got on to what was in that green turban before the pretty girl in white. Miss Gilder, I found out since, called him on to the terrace. Don't look as if you wanted to eat me, Lord Ernest. I've won my way up from the bottom rung of the ladder by keeping my eyes open and putting two and two together. I specialize on that. I don't suppose there's another man in Cairo except me and you would have recognized Fenton, so you needn't worry. I twigged that he'd dressed up for serious business, not for fun, because I read about some smart coups he'd brought off by going among the natives like one of themselves. I'm not a sneak, and I shan't revenge myself by giving him away, even if you two do show me the frozen face. Captain Fenton encouraged me to think he might consider my proposition if you would, though he refused to influence your decision one way or the other. Naturally, I conclude that he could be on my Nile boat if he wanted to, even if not in his own capacity as an officer. I'll take him in his green turban. He makes the best-looking Egyptian I ever saw, and he'd go down with the ladies like hot cakes. Sir Marcus, I smiled, you're one of the most amusing as well as the sharpest men, if you'd allow me to say so, that I ever met. Whatever happens, I shall not forget this conversation. I don't want you to forget it, he grinned, beginning to hope. Think it over. We're the chance of a lifetime for each other, and remember the mountain of the golden pyramid. I rose, and he got up heavily. When will you let me know? He asked. I was tempted to reply that he must have taken Fenton's seeming encouragement too seriously. That mountain or no mountain, it was practically impossible for us to accept his amazing proposition. But suddenly I seemed to hear Antoun Effendi telling Miss Gilder that she must wait for his decision until evening. He had said afterward also that it depended on me. It was evident that he had a scheme of his own, worked by wheels within wheels. He had consoled me after the first blow by saying that all was not lost, and I had 4 months' leave from duty. A lot could be done in 4 months. I will let you know before night, I said to Sir Marcus Lark. Fenton's orders were, when the Cairo business should be finished, to go slowly up the Nile in native dress, and to get at the truth of certain rumors which had disturbed officialdom at Cairo. At Dendera, Luxor, and 2 or 3 other places there had been incidents, small but troublesome. English sightseers had complained of being hustled and even insulted by the inhabitants of several river towns, and it was important to find out whether the Egyptians or the foreigners had been more to blame, whether there were real symptoms of sedition, as reported, or whether the young men of the suspected places had merely resented with roughness some discourtesy of tactless tourists. Fenton had seized upon the idea that, as Egyptian lecturer and conductor, a sort of super dragoman, on board Lark's Nile boat, he might find a plausible pretext for his secret errand. "Why do you travel?" would be the question he must expect from suspicious leaders of any plot that might be hatching, if he journeyed from one Nile village to another without the excuse of business. As a glorified conductor of a pleasure trip for a party of tourists, his excuse would be ready-made for him, but he had been far from sure that I would fall in with Sir Marcus Lark's plan, despite the bribe. He had wanted me to hear the whole story, the whole project, from Sir Marcus's own lips, and in his uncertainty of the result he had thought of Miss Gilder as an attractive victim. There she was, as he had said, presented to him by Providence. If I should pour scorn upon the Lark suggestion, he might find it worth while to guide the gilded girl and her friends on their Nile pilgrimage. He left the question for me, and I decided to kill as many birds as possible with one stone. The name of the yacht was in itself an incentive. Candace, Queen of Meroe, our Meroe. She seemed to call and to promise good luck. We would accept Lark's terms and enter his service in return for a written agreement to hand over his ill-got digging rights to us, whether or no we turned out to be satisfactory as guides. We could do but our best, and at all events we should earn the reward which we had looked upon as ours already. Anthony would play his double part, serving the interests of government and those of Sir Marcus Lark. As for Monty Gilder, why shouldn't she and her party become Lark's passengers? The only reason against this inspiration, as Sir Marcus would have called it, lay in the fact that Monty wished to engage a private dahabeah. When she wished for a thing, it appeared that only a miracle or a cataclysm could induce her to give it up for something else suggested by an outsider. But when I mentioned this peculiarity to Fenton, he was fired to punish the girl by forcing her compliance with our will. She had treated him like a servant. She looked upon a man supposedly of Egyptian blood, even though of princely birth, somewhat as she looked upon an American nigger. True, Anthony Fenton had in his veins but a very few such drops. On his father's side he was all English, and his mother had been more than 2/3 Greek and Italian. Nevertheless, this spoilt girl had struck a blow at the pride which went ever walking about the world with a chip lightly poised on its shoulder. Anthony had no desire to poach on my preserves. At the same time he yearned to show Miss Gilder that he could be her master, not her servant. Once Anthony and I had made up our minds, everything else arranged itself with lightning speed. Sir Marcus, rejoicing in his ill-got conquest of us, broke to me the news that I must go by the first ship to Piraeus, to meet the Candace and head off the recalcitrant band of passengers. He flattered me by thinking that, if I took the place of Colonel Corcoran as conductor, they would abandon their plot to desert the yacht at Alexandria. It was, according to Lark's secret information, only the smart and would-be smart set who had combined to spring this mine upon the management. The rest grumbled no more than it was normal for all pleasure pilgrims to grumble, and as roughly speaking the contented travelers were all going on to Palestine after a week's wild sightseeing in Cairo, the colonel might be allowed to continue his voyage without the interruption of a row. "I should have had enough common sense at the start," growled Sir Marcus with crude candor, "to engage a lord for the smart set and a parson for the earnest inquirers. There's a world of difference in catering for a set and a flock. The art is to know it and how to do it. Now I've secured you, I'm all right with the SS, and thanks be I've a young reformed missionary on board to shepherd the flock. Now the Reverend Watts will come in handy, herding his sheep through Palestine, while the colonel swaggers and fancies he's bossing the show. It's the Egypt lot I worry about, girls out for dukes, and dukes out for dollars. Not that there's a darned duke on board, but there are some who think that they outduke the dukes, and it's our business to humor 'em. You just duff all you want, Lord Ernest, and they'll swallow anything you do like honey. Don't bother about a line of conduct, only be genial. Murmur soft nothings to the women, flirt but don't have favorites. Don't be too political with the men, work in plenty of anecdotes about your swell relations." I replied that I could confidently promise geniality, except if seasick, but Sir Marcus implored me at all costs not to be seasick. That was the one thing I must not be. My whole time between the Piraeus and Alexandria, on board the Candace, must be spent in ingratiating myself with the sulky passengers, and obliterating from their memories the crimes of Colonel Corcoran. In Sir Marcus's opinion, my future charges had taken passage on the Candace, and would go up the Nile, not to see sights, but to be seen doing the right things. According to him, not 2 out of 20 cared tuppence for Egypt, but wished to talk about it in sparkling style at home. My friend Captain Fenton and I must make it sparkle. Sir Marcus had resigned himself to the fact that one of his trump cards, Anthony, could not be produced until the arrival in Cairo of the troop, and that even then the name of Fenton must not be used as an attraction. Lark felt confident that I was good enough card to make his hand worth playing, and in spite of the half-contemptuous amusement with which I regarded the whole scheme, I couldn't help being on my mettle. I found myself wanting to succeed, wanting to please the big, common man whom a few hours ago I had been cursing. I had to start for Greece the night after our decision. Meanwhile, I was anxious to explain the unexplainable to Bridget and Monty, and secure the party for Sir Marcus Lark's alleged dahabeah, which turned out to be one of Cook's old boats, bought and newly decorated. Both my tasks would be difficult. I had to hide the secret reason for selling myself to the financier, and at the same time keep the respect of the ladies. As for inducing Miss Gilder to give up her dream of a private dahabeah, I foresaw that it would be like persuading the youngest lioness in the Cairo Zoo to surrender her cherished wooden ball. But I began by giving Monty a present, a fine old turban box of rare red tortoiseshell inlaid with mother-of-pearl, which I found at an antiquary's. In the silk-lined box reposed a green turban, and that green turban told its own story. Miss Gilder flushed with pleasure at sight of it. "I've won my bet," she exclaimed. "Yes," said I, to my astonishment. "The man consents. He's a great prize, knows Cairo and Upper Egypt like a book, but you'll have to surrender him when you go on the Nile." In her haste to know why, Monty forgot to ask how I had obtained the green turban, and for this I was glad, because it was only the second-best headgear of my smart friend the Hadji. In explaining that the distinguished Egyptian had been engaged by Sir Marcus Lark, I slipped in a word about my own part in the trip, describing it as an ideal rest cure for a budding diplomat on sick leave. I praised the boat and spoke of the fun on board. I regretted Miss Gilder's preference for a private dahabeah, so obvious, so millionary. Still, I added, everyone to his taste. And anyhow, no doubt all the best cabins on the Enchantress Isis were taken. That was the entering wedge, the mention of an obstacle to overcome. Miss Gilder looked thoughtful, though she kept silence, and next day, when making my adieus before starting for Alexandria, she flung out a careless question. When would the Enchantress Isis leave Cairo? How many passengers would she carry? Would there be a rush at the temples, or would there be plenty of time for proper sightseeing? And was I sure that all the nicest cabins were engaged? No, I was not sure. I could inquire. I tried not to look triumphant, but I must have darted out a ray, because Monty withdrew into her shell. She had inquired out of curiosity, she explained. I had told such stories about the Enchantress Isis that she would like to see her. Perhaps Antoun Effendi could get permission for a visit to the boat. In this state I had to leave affairs and start for the Piraeus, where I must await the return of the tourists from Athens. I had 2 days at sea in which to work up an agony of apprehension, and I could have thanked heaven when, arriving on board the big white yacht, I found that I was ahead of the passengers. I was expected, however, and a deck cabin was ready for my occupation. I hoped that I had not turned out my rival from the room, but dared not question the steward. He seemed to know all about me, nevertheless, and said that my name had been posted up as conductor of the Nile party. "If I may take the liberty of mentioning it, my lord," he added, "it has made a very good impression. We were to steam for Alexandria the moment the passengers arrived in the special train, having had 3 days of sightseeing in Athens, and I just got my possessions stowed away when a wave of clattering voices broke over the ship. My heart gave a jump, as a soldier's must when called to fight on an empty stomach at dawn on a winter's morning. What ought I to do? How was I to make the acquaintance of my future charges? Must it be en masse, or could it be done singly? I had neglected to ask Sir Marcus what would be expected of me, and I was in a worse funk than a new boy on his first day at school. Soon it would be dinner time. I wished that I were ill, but I remembered that the one thing I must not do was to be seasick. Already the ship was beginning to move out of the Greek harbor, or I should have been tempted to get a telegram calling me home. Even the mountain of the Golden Pyramid seemed not too great a sacrifice to make, but it was too late to make it, and someone was knocking at my door. I opened it with such courage as I had, and the instant I set eyes on the man I knew that he was Colonel Corcoran. He was born to be a retired colonel. What came before the retiring could have been but a prelude. A stout figure of middle height, red face, veined on cheeks and nose, pale blue eyes which looked as if they had faded in the wash, purple moustache and eyebrows, close-cropped gray hair, a double chin clamoring for extra collar space, and a bridge player's expression. This was the rival whose place I had virtually, though not officially, usurped. I was prepared to hear him hiss "Viper" between his teeth, as characters in melodramatic serials do to perfection, their front teeth having doubtless been designed for such purposes. But his look seemed to denote pity rather than hatred. So might a prison warder regard a condemned man in coming to announce the hour of execution. "Lord Ernest Burrow," said he, in a slightly hoarse voice, "I'm Colonel Corcoran. Delighted to meet you. I've met your brother, Lord Kellina. Dare say he wouldn't remember me. I don't think I can begin better than by thanking you for coming to take over my job." "Oh, I haven't done that," I hastened to protest, as he sat fatly down in a chair I pushed forward. "As I understand, I'm to take a few people off your hands, and the hands of your assistant, Mr. Kruger, so that you can go to Palestine instead of leaving that important excursion entirely to the chaplain, Mr. Watts." Colonel Corcoran laughed. "Thank you for trying to save my feelings," said he, "but I assure you they're not hurt. I'm sincerely delighted to see you for my own sake. For yours, well, that's another pair of shoes. My dear fellow, I wonder if you've the smallest idea what you're in for." "In for?" I echoed. "Yes, I'm saying this as a friend. Don't think I'm jealous. Lord, no. I look on you as a deliverer. And don't think I want to frighten you. It isn't that. But I feel it's my duty to prepare you. I might have got on better if there'd been someone to do the same by me. There wasn't. Kruger, my so-called assistant, is a spy. At best he's a mere accountant, not supposed to look after the passengers socially. I gather that he was some secretary of Lark's. Beware of him. He writes to Lark from every port. As for the passengers, the saintly lot are bad enough. Yet it's only the food and the cabins and the attendants they grumble about. I'm shunted off the worldly lot onto them in future. But at their worst they'll be a rest cure, and Lark has the decency not to reduce my screw. It's the worldly lot that's going to make you curse the day you were born." He wanted me to speak or groan, but I maintained a stricken silence, to which I gave some illusion of dignity. After a disappointed pause he went on, "You'd better know something about these people. Beasts, every one of 'em, young or old. Some beastly common beasts, but all beastly rich, except those that are beastly poor and on the make, to marry their daughters or cadge for smart friends. Lark was bidding for swells and got snobs. Thinks his silly title will carry weight in society as it does in the city. Lark pie we're called, I hear. I call us a pretty kettle of fish. The girls are the worst of the caboodle, though some of them aren't bad looking. You won't believe the trouble I've had with the creatures till you begin to get the same yourself." "What kind of trouble?" I inquired gingerly. "Every kind a woman can make. Apart from food troubles, they think they're not being entertained enough on board. Think I ought to get up more dances. Tango teas, I suppose. Don't like the way I organize games. Are mad because they can't have music at meals, which they can't because the band's all stewards. Blame me because the men don't make love to them, or because they do. And at the hotels where we go on shore, it's Hades. Naturally, the people staying in the hotels resent us. They look on us as a menagerie, a rabble. So we are. At least they are. I don't count myself in with them. What can I do? I'm not omnipotent. Perhaps you are. Anyhow, they're prepared to believe it, for you're a new broom, a broom with a fine handle. I'm only a poor colonel with a few medals given by my country for services that were appreciated. You're brother to a marquise." "You paint a lurid picture," I said, when he stopped for breath. "I couldn't paint it lurider than it is. But you'll have to find out for yourself. It won't be so bad while you're a novelty. Don't say I haven't warned you. And oh, by the way, I've announced that you're to be presented to the passengers at dinner tonight, on coming in, before the soup is served. As a sort of hors d'oeuvre, I suppose, I murmured weakly. Colonel Corcoran stared without a smile. As the titled conductor of the Egypt tour, he explained to my dull intelligence with a slight sneer. So will you please be in the dining saloon just before the bugle blows the beasts in? I have to introduce you in a short speech. It's all I can do except say, God help you. But I don't see how he can. I suppose your friend Sir Marcus told you that you would be expected to deliver a lecture on Egypt tonight at the dinner table? After you've finished your dinner, of course. I hope the cracking and crunching of nuts doesn't disturb you much. I confess I've found it getting on my nerves. I was aghast. My mind jumped to the wild thought of eating soup in order to froth at the mouth and simulate a fit. It seemed my only way of escape, and after that the deluge. But my rival was so revelling in the mental havoc he had wrought that I rallied, replying that, as Sir Marcus had not broken the news to me, I didn't see how it would be possible to deliver a lecture. "Aren't you up on Egypt?" the Colonel asked pityingly. "Neither am I, though I've sweated over Baedeker with my head in wet towels when I wanted to be at bridge. But I thought that was the excuse for engaging you. That and your title, of course, which is going to make you popular. As fast as I fag up the names of those beastly Egyptian gods or kings and queens, they run out of my brains like water out of a sieve. Or if I do contrive to remember any by chance together with their dates, which is almost more than can be expected of the human intellect, why, I find that I pronounce them wrong, or they're spelled another way in the next book. But I suppose you know Egypt. Its damned history comes natural as breathing." How I wished it did! And how different was this new program from the one outlined by Sir Marcus. Just to be genial and flirt with the girls. "My recollections of Egypt are from some time ago," I admitted. "To give a lecture at half an hour's notice—" "In justice to yourself, I'm afraid you'll have to," the Colonel persisted. "It's been announced that you will give the lecture, and the Egypt lot are looking forward to it as the animals in a zoo look forward to their food. If they're defrauded, they'll think you're a slacker and that you're presuming on your title." "I shouldn't like that," my anguish racked out of me. "I fancied you wouldn't, but what's to be done? Am I to announce when I introduce you that your knowledge of Egypt isn't equal to the strain?" I took an instant for reflection. I knew that he was hoping I might throw myself on his mercy, or else that I would speak and fail, but I determined to do neither. "On second thoughts, I may be able to give some kind of a powwow," I replied. Colonel Corcoran's face fell. "That's all right, then," he exclaimed, getting to his feet. "Well, I must be off. Will you have a cocktail?" "No, thanks," said I. "I think I can get on without it." He was at the door. "Kind of hash of gods and goddesses with a peppering of kings and queens, and mixed sauce of history and legend, that's what's needed," were his farewell words. Then he shut the door, and I tore my watch from the pocket of my waistcoat. I had 28 minutes in which to prepare the said hash with its seasoning and sauce, and the bugle was inviting my judges to dress for the Inquisition. "I'll show you your place," Corcoran volunteered, lying in wait for me inside the saloon door, with a cocktail in his hand. "Sorry you wouldn't have one. You'll need it. But no time to change your mind. I'd put you at the head of the table that would be the captain's if he ate with us, which he doesn't, happy man. Place of honor. 'Twas mine, 'tis yours. But I can't go on with the quotation unless I turn it into your slave to thousands. 60-odd can be as formidable as thousands." "Are there 60-odd?" I asked. "Yes, very odd. The Egypt lot will be about 25, but the whole gang's yours for the present. I give them to you with the seat of honor." "Please don't put me in your place," I protested. "I prefer—" "My poor boy, it isn't a question of what you prefer, as you'll learn if you stick this out. Of course if you funk it, but that's a joke. This table's the only one where you can be heard. Do you see?" I did see, and accepted the situation, because the dinner bugle began to sound, and I could not be seen scampering around the saloon like a frightened rabbit as the set and the flock began dropping in to dinner. As it happened, they did not drop. They poured into the room in a steady stream, which phenomenon, whispered Corcoran, was caused by a curiosity for a first sight of me. My heart counted each new arrival with a bump. If Corcoran had not represented Lark's party as being a menagerie for which I had inadvertently engaged as a tamer, I should have thought they looked a harmless crowd. But then, of course, I was not obliged to tame anybody on the Laconia, which makes a difference in one's point of view. Miss Gilder needed taming, no doubt, but I hadn't tackled the task. My thoughts flew to Cairo as I stood struggling to look pleasant, and I wished myself back to where Anthony Fenton was now in the taming business. I envied him, for there was only one Monty, whereas in this terrible, bright dining saloon the air was pink and white with girls, dozens of them, with eyes fixed on me, glittering eyes which appeared like the headlights of motor cars. I didn't suppose there could be so many eyes in the world as these people of all ages and every possible sex seemed to own. 60-odd there were, according to Corcoran, but they looked like 600, a human miracle of loaves and fishes. Yes, the creatures might have appeared harmless enough had there been no retired colonel. But there was a retired colonel, and so deftly had he undermined my courage that almost any shock might cause it to explode in a blue flame of funk. His speech of introduction was now to come, and if I survived that, I might hope to live through my own fireworks. "They've put on their best bibs and tuckers," Corcoran mumbled in a stage whisper, as the 8 dwellers at our table began to sort themselves for places. Then in portentous silence he paused till everybody everywhere was seated. Waiting still until satisfied that eyes and ears were focused upon us, he rapped on the table with the handle of a knife. "Ladies and gentlemen," he roared, "I have the pleasure of introducing to you Sir Marcus Lark's great surprise, entitled Lord Ernest Burrough, younger brother of the Marquis of Kellina, a peer, as Sir Marcus has reminded us, of the oldest lineage in Ireland. Let me reassure you all by saying that Lord Ernest's last name is as unsuited to his nature as the first is true to it. If you'll pardon the pun, it is Sir Marcus who burrows for your benefit, and he hasn't borrowed trouble but a blessing in disguise. I am now left free, as suits my superior age and experience, to devote my attention to the serious-minded ones among you, who are to proceed with the Reverend Mr. Watts and myself to Palestine. This young and gallant neophyte will lord it over the fleshpots of Egypt and those about to seek them. I hope you'll help him as loyally as you have helped me, and later we'll drink to his health and success in any beverage we happen to have signed for." To have killed Corcoran might have been butchery. No jury would have brought in a verdict of murder or even manslaughter, had I stabbed him with the knife he used to pound upon the table. I smiled the smile of a skull in a doctor's waiting room, and in a sickly voice bleated my pleasure in meeting these new acquaintances. I hoped we might be friends as well as shipmates. Then, like a mass of jelly out of its mold, I plopped into my chair. The colonel had sneaked off to his own table, and I was left to recover myself as best I might among 8 of his enemies. They proved, in whispers, to be the most active of these, and tacitly offered me allegiance, which I accepted in the same manner. There was a Sir John Biddle, who informed me in the first 5 minutes that he had been Lord Mayor of London. He promised to show me a speech he had made in the presence of King Edward, which, in the form of a newspaper cutting, he never travelled without. This, however, was his first trip farther than Paris, and he had brought with him not only the speech, but his wife and twin daughters. The distinguished family occupied one side of my table, the other was given up to a General Harlow, his wife, both with high profiles and opinions of themselves, a youngish newspaper proprietor from Manchester, evidently rich and a catch, and a maiden lady doubtless of importance equal to her proportions, as she was allowed to bring to the table a melancholy marmoset. These people did their best to raise my spirits. The girls, who copied royalties in their hairdressing, looked alike, dressed alike, talked and laughed alike, and entertained me with chat about high society in London. They had red cheeks, black eyes, white teeth, and an almost indecent familiarity with the private lives of the aristocracy. The Mrs. Biddle and the fat Miss Hassett Bean, the lady of the marmoset, hinted that the cream of the yacht's social life had risen to our table, and told me not only what to lecture about, but how to treat the rival cliques. My brain felt more and more like a blotting pad. I answered at random and longed for the meal to end, until I remembered my lecture. Then I wished that dinner might go on indefinitely, like the tea party of the Mad Hatter. All too soon the glory of a French menu flickered down to a dying spark of nuts and raisins, and hardly had I cracked my first almond, was it an omen that there should be a worm in it, when a steward handed me a twisted note from the executioner. The rule for the conductor's dinner speech is, rise with the raisins. Hope you won't find your lecture too hard a nut to crack. Yours sympathetically, Corcoran. Bang on the table to make them stop gabbling, or shall I do it for you? If you haven't by the time I count to 10, I will. He did. I trust it wasn't my courage that failed, But having a raisin in my mouth, I could not on the instant respond to the lash. And, as Corcoran would have said, it takes more than one swallow to make a speech. Ruthlessly he rapped, seizing what I wished might be his dying chance to indulge a mania for puns and thumping wood. "Ladies and gentlemen," he bawled from his comparatively obscure corner, "Lord Ernest Borrow would render your last moments the most enjoyable of the meal, by washing down your nuts and raisins with the wine of his eloquence. Take your deserts now. We conscientious conductors hope for ours in heaven." How ardently I desired that these might indeed be the last moments, not only of my audience, but of Colonel Corcoran. If the next second had brought a tidal wave or a collision, I should have blessed Providence. But I got to my feet, and nothing happened. I seemed to be in a dream of having shot up to a gigantic height, and having put on the wrong clothes or none. My hands weighed 2 pounds each, and ought to have been at the butcher's. My mouth was the size of a negro minstrel's, and so full of large bones which once had been teeth that I could not utter a syllable. I clacked my jaws, and emitted a hacking cough which fortunately so much resembled that of a professional lecturer that I kept my senses. Not only did I keep them, but they seemed suddenly to become my servants. The thought of a certain fable jumped into my head, and I began thereupon to speak, although I had forgotten everything I had ever read of Egyptian history. "It happens," said I, in a phonographic voice, "that I was born in Egypt. I played with clay gods and goddesses instead of tin soldiers. I preferred stories of Egypt's past and present to tales of adventure. I confess to you what I fear I didn't confess to Sir Marcus Lark. The trouble is, I'm stuffed too full of facts about Egypt. I want you all to help me get them out, and not duplicate yours. No doubt all of you, in traveling to the East, have packed your brains with knowledge as well as your boxes with guidebooks. Why should I bore you by telling you things that you were born knowing? A plan has occurred to me by which your knowledge can be turned into account. As I said, I beg your help, and permission to drink a cup of coffee would be first aid." People laughed, whether at me or with me, I was not sure, yet I felt that I had tickled their curiosity. Coffee was going round. Corcoran was unctuously sipping his, and had not expected me to receive mine till after the battle. But I got it in spite of him, and mapped out a program as I drank. Then I ceased to tremble before the confused assemblage or bird-headed gods, cat-faced goddesses, and sacred vultures that danced or flapped in my brain. I no longer felt inclined to commit suicide because I could remember nothing about Egypt except that the Delta was shaped like a lily, with the Fayoum for a bud and the Nile for its stem, that Alexander the Macedonian defeated Darius the Persian B.C. 300 and something, that ancient Egyptians loved beer but were forbidden to eat beans. My proposal is, I went on, that before I unload any of my knowledge upon you, I glean some of what you already know. Thus I can spare you repetitions. And anyone who has anything particularly interesting to say about Egypt, let him or her hold up a hand. Now was the crucial moment. If no hand went up, I was lost. But hardly were the words out of my mouth when there was a waving as if in a wind-swept wheat-field place aux dames. I called upon Miss Hassett Bean to begin. She rustled silkily up, bowing to me, then directing an acetylene glare upon Colonel Corcoran's end of the room. She was, I foresaw, about to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, to say nothing of the marmoset, who fell off her arm into General Harlow's coffee and created a brief diversion. As soon, however, as the monkey was rescued, and before General Harlow's shirt-front was dried, the lady began to speak. "We all thank Lord Ernest," she said, looking from the Colonel to the Reverend Wyman Watts, and back again, "for sparing us one of those commonplace inflictions from which we've all nightly suffered on board this yacht. If we didn't know already, such school-book facts as Christianity being introduced to Egypt by St. Mark in Nero's time, and that Moses and Plato both studying philosophy at Heliopolis, and things like that, we wouldn't be spending our money with Sir Marcus A. Lark to see Egypt. Never before have we been encouraged to air our views. Those of us with political opinions have been snubbed, and we who are interested in women's suffrage have been assured that we will find nothing to please us in the land of veiled women. At last I am given a chance to state without being interrupted that Egypt was once the most enlightened country in her treatment of women. Long before the time of the Greeks, and even before the shepherd kings, Mr. Watts has told us so much about, using his Old Testament as if it were a Baedeker, the women of ancient Egypt had rights according to their class. Queens and princesses were considered equal with their husbands. Women were great musicians, playing upon many instruments, especially the sistrum, sacred to the goddess Hathor. And weren't all the best gods goddesses, when you come to think of it? Women used to drive their own chariots, as we do our motors, and hold salons like the French ladies. There was Rhodopis, for instance, who married the brother of Sappho. I wonder if Colonel Corcoran could have told you the story of Cinderella comes from an anecdote of Rhodopis? I hardly think he's been able to spare enough time from bridge to study Strabo, who was the Baedeker of Egypt for tourists 600 years before Christ. An eagle saw Rhodopis bathing, and stealing one of her sandals flew with it to Memphis, where he dropped it into the king's lap. It was so small and dainty that King Hophra scoured Egypt for the owner, and when he found her at last, according to Strabo, made her his queen. If Strabo was right, she lived long before Sappho's day, interpolated the colonel's voice. Of course Strabo was right. There were two of Rhodopis. Everybody knows that. The third pyramid was built for the tomb of the first one, not for King Mycerinus, I believe. Why shouldn't a woman have a pyramid to herself? The Sphinx is a woman, as I will insist to my dying day if it were my last word. I hope Lord Ernest won't ram down our throats any nonsense about that noble and graceful tribute to the mystery of womanhood being a stupid King Harmachis or Haramku. I wouldn't believe it if I found 100 nasty stone beards lying buried in the sand under her chin instead of one which could easily have been put there to deceive people. Probably King Haramchis had the Sphinx altered to look like him. No wonder she shuddered at such profanation and shed her false beard. There you have my theory. And as for Egypt being now the land of veiled women, where suffragettes find no sympathy, I've heard that the Prophet's order for veiling has been purposely misconstrued by tyrannical men with their usual jealousy. Even Mohammed himself was jealous. With this, Miss Hassett Bean sat down, amid fitful applause, and at my earnest request, Miss Enid Biddle, the prettier twin, stood bravely up. She wished, before the subject was changed, to tell some little things she had read about the girls of ancient Egypt, how like they were to girls of today in all their ways, especially in things concerning love. It was they who first questioned the petals of flowers for their lovers' loyalty. How much they thought about their clothes, too, getting their best things from foreign countries, as women did now from Paris. It was so funny to read how the girls of old Egypt had consulted palmists and fortune-tellers and astrologers just as girls did in Bond Street now, and that what billikens and swastikas and birthstones were to us, images of gods were to the girls of Egypt who lived before the days of Moses. They had scarab rings with magic inscriptions, and sacred asps for the symbol of intelligence, and lucky eyes of Horus wounded by the wicked god Set, and cured by the love of Isis. On their bracelets and necklaces they hung charms, and their dressing tables were covered with images of favorite gods and goddesses. Hathor, the goddess of love and joy, was supposed to give her choicest gifts to girls who wore her special color, that green-blue in the temple of Edfu which Robert Hitchens calls the color of love, and to those who had her pet stones, emeralds or turquoises. Nowadays in Egypt the jewels of the women were only lent to them by their men, and could be taken away as punishment, or be pawned or sold in case of need, but in old days Egyptian women had all their most beautiful possessions buried with them. When her sister had finished, I urged the other twin to speak, and timidly Miss Elaine repeated to us what a friend of hers, a clergyman, here a blush, had told her, that the Red Sea was not red, but a brighter blue than any sea in the world, and called red only because it washed the red lands. Her friend had written down for her in verse such a sweet legend concerning the Nile rising every spring from a single tear shed by Isis, a much more powerful goddess than Hathor, because she was the goddess of goodness as well as love. And the Nile used to be named Sihor by the Egyptians, and the year separated into 3 seasons, flood time, seed time, and harvest. Miss Biddle's friend was writing a book about Egypt and was going to divide it in 3 parts like that. It was to be dedicated to her. Bless the dear creatures, how they kept the ball rolling to please themselves, and indirectly to sort out my stock of ideas. Harry Snell, the newspaper man, was not hard to persuade to his feet. He was studying the resemblance between Arabic and English words. He had found out, among other things, that tally-ho was tally-hoon, brought home by the Crusaders. He even had a theory that some of our words came from the early Egyptian. Amen, for instance, he believed to be derived from Amun, the name of the great god, father of all the other gods of Egypt, which was cried aloud, he understood, in the temples during religious services. The parson jumped eagerly up to dispute this theory, and happily forgetful of me, seized the opportunity to spring upon us a few facts from his own store. When, however, Mr. Watts's discourse got him as far as Joseph's well in the citadel, General Harlow could bear no more, but sprang up to inform us that the Joseph of the well in the citadel was quite another Joseph, some Yusuf of the Arab conquerors. The general knew all about that because his son was stationed in the citadel, and he proceeded to meander on historically over a period between the first Arab conqueror Amru to Harun al-Rashid, assuring us that old Cairo was the city of the Arabian Nights. He would, to my joy, have gone on indefinitely from Saladin to Napoleon if Sir John Biddle, as the only baronet on board, had not cut the only general short. He is a square man whose portrait could be properly done only by a cubist. "Too much history, my friend," he shouted, getting up with the manner of one accustomed to making dinner-table speeches. "What most of us are coming to Egypt for is mummies. Egyptian history is too troublesome, anyhow, for a normal man to grasp. Give me mummies. There's something in them. Why, even if you can get a king or queen fixed in your head, somebody who's paid to make you know things don't know. An eye shot for Corcoran. Comes along and swears they didn't exist. Now, there's Mina. I'd have pinned him like a stuck butterfly. I could remember that he was the first known king, and founded Memphis, and lived 6,000 years before Christ, all because we're going to stay at Mina House, which is named after him. I don't know why I remembered him that way, but I did. Just as I could recall the queen with a name like a sneeze by thinking of her as Queen Hattenshoes. Now Colonel Corcoran informs us that we must pronounce her in a different way. And what's the consequence to me? I've ceased to try and keep track of her. King Mina is, too, lost to me forever, through the over-conscientiousness of our late conductor, who says there never was a Mina, only several kings they've mixed into one. I seem to be the one who's most mixed up. To whet my appetite for Egypt now, I have to have something tasty. Where's the good of stuffing my mind up with a string of names which I couldn't mention to anyone at home, because I can't pronounce them? The word dynasty, he pronounced it dynasty, makes me sick. Luckily I feel that nobody else will know any more than I do. I'm coming to Egypt for a rest cure because I don't have to learn its history. But some lecturers won't let me have a minute's peace. A king named Sneferu couldn't expect to appeal to a man like me, even if he did build the oldest pyramid, and even if you could show me his mummy, which you can't. But I draw the line at kings without mummies. I don't want to know them. Now, my wife is against mummies on show. She's heard that the malignance of mummies, especially museums, is incredible, and she thinks it a judgment that some of the most distinguished ones are going bad. She says it's spite. I say it's management. But I'm not ready to sit down yet. My wife means to start a society for the prevention of cruelty to mummies, with the object of sending them back to their tombs where they can rest in that state of death it pleased their gods to call them to. Their object was eternal privacy, and they spent more on their tombs than on their houses, because they expected to be dead a long time and wanted all the comforts of home. But I judge mummies by myself. It wouldn't have taken me these thousands of years to realize how narrow and unchristian my notions had been. I should see that I owed some duty to the world, and as so much posterity has rolled by since my day, I'd feel that lying in a museum at some large place like Cairo was, after all, the only way to keep my name before the public. Now that brings me to my tip for Lord Ernest. He asks what there is we don't know, and want to know. I'll answer for us all, being used to feel the pulse of crowds. We want to know what the deuce ancient Egyptians really believed about death and religion. Had they any sense, or were they just plain fools? On the tide of applause which congratulated the boat's only baronet, I felt that I was on the crest of the wave, for the ancient religion of Egypt appeals to me, and as I now had reason to hope that others were comfortably ignorant of my subject, I could spread myself as much as I pleased. The ancient Egyptians were far from being fools, I answered Sir John with the air of being in their confidence. We who are tempted to think so don't take the trouble to try the key of their faith in its door. I might say that its door was the door of the tomb. If we go through that door into the kingdom of Osiris, Amenti, which the Greeks renamed Hades, The mysteries which appear tangled sort themselves graciously out. The story of Isis, the great enchantress, and her search for the body of her husband Osiris, murdered by Set, his wicked and jealous brother, spirit of evil, is perhaps the most lovable legend of the world. But in hearing that Horus, the son of Isis, was really the same god as Osiris, modern ideas begin to get mixed and confuse themselves over Isis, goddess of love and goodness, cow-headed Hathor, mistress of love and joy, cat-headed Pasht, and lioness-headed Sekhet, goddess of love and passion. There's hawk-headed Horus the youth, too, and Horus the child, represented in statues with his thumb in his mouth. How is one to make sense of them all? But once you have the key, it is easy and even beautiful. The esoteric or secret religion known to the high priests and the instructed ones was different from the animal worship and adoration of bird-headed deities, which gave the common people such interest in daily life. They would have been lost without their monsters, and the priests would have been lost without the temple necessary for the worship of such a menagerie. For Egypt was a priest-ridden country in old days. The explanation of the many gods and goddesses was this: each was a different phase of the one god, Ra, the sun, by whom and through whom only the world could exist. Animals and birds were chosen to express the different phases, because animals were considered to be nearer nature, therefore nearer God, than human beings. Besides, to give the god the head of a man would not set him apart from humanity, as it would to make him appear with the body of a man and the head of some bird or beast. Horus finished off with the head of a hawk. That sacred bird who could look the sun in the face became to the uneducated eye a supernatural being, which he would not have been with the face of a smiling youth. The child Horus, or Harpocrates, was not respected as was Horus of the hawk-head. He was merely petted and loved. Even Set, god of evil, wasn't all bad. He was the spirit of storm and strife in nature, and had to be propitiated by the ignorant. Typhon, or Typhoon, and he were one. Red was his color, and red-haired people were his children. There were 100 phases of the one god, each made incarnate, given his own mission, and worshipped in a different place. It's an ill wind of Set that blows nobody good, and animals had a gorgeous time in those days. Very few weren't sacred for some reason or other. It was death and destruction to kill a cat, and I don't think that cats have forgotten to this day the importance they had in Egypt. It's made them the most supercilious of animals. If Amun-Ra were angry, he could become Menthu, the war god. If he were inclined to be gentle, he could shrink to the dimensions of Horus, child god of the rising sun. If he were weary, he could rest as the old god Tum of the setting sun. Probably gods and goddesses never enjoyed themselves so much as in ancient Egypt, and though it does seem a drawback from our artistic point of view for Hathor to have the head or ears of a cow, for wise Thoth to have the long beak of an ibis, and so on, it was for them only an amusing kind of masquerade or tete party on the walls of the temples and tombs. At home they could be what they liked. Think how interesting for the Egyptians to have all these queer gods, and what variety it gave to their lives. Perhaps the priests really meant well in keeping the secret of the one god for themselves and the kings, as the people weren't fitted to bear its solemnity. Fancy how amusing it was for the children to be told, on silver bright nights, about Khonsu, god of the moon, always young, wearing the curled lock of the youth on his brow, who staked 5 nights of his light playing draughts with Thoth, father of magic. But he had a more serious phase, for when he was not a gambler he was an expeller of demons, a most popular accomplishment. Indeed, almost every god had several thriving businesses, conducted under different aliases. Khnum, the creator, dweller at the cataracts, is my favorite, and is still busy, as he looks after the rise and fall of the river. Heket, goddess of birth, was a pal of his in spite of her appalling ugliness, and she used to kneel by his potter's wheel. While he fashioned the clay she would hold the sign of life, so that spirit might enter into the formed body when Khnum got it to the right state. For very important babies, royal ones or geniuses, she held a sign of life in each hand, which made them extraordinarily vital. When you arrive in Egypt, the first thing you'll be asked to buy will be the sign, or key of life, in the shape of paper knives or brooches or what not, and it will be pointed out to you in tombs till you're sick and tired of it. You can buy Heket too, and funny old Bes, nurse goddess of children, quite the gollywig of her day, and all the other gods and goddesses will be offered to you, to say nothing of the kings who were entitled to worship themselves as gods if they wanted to. It's easy, you see, to make fun of ancient religion, and other nations did make fun of it. But to be serious, the priests were nearer right than it would seem, for they believed that God was all, that there was nothing in this or any universe which was not part of God. That note was my highest, and I stopped on it. Besides, I could think of nothing more to say. I ventured to sit down, and because the people were glad to hear the last of me, or because I had helped them finish their almonds and raisins, they applauded. Secretly I shook hands with myself, as the monkey must have done, when, with the cat's paw, he had pulled the hot chestnuts out of the fire. I had carefully selected my chestnuts, and waited until they were cool. Also, I had disappointed Colonel Corcoran. 3 letters from me, brought out by the pilot. One I had expected from Anthony, but my heart gave a pound as I recognized Bridget's handwriting, not seen for years, and instinct told me that the third was from Monty Gilder. My one thought for the last 2 days, steaming back from the Piraeus to Alexandria, had been that I was drawing nearer to Cairo, and to those whose doings in my absence pulled at my curiosity and keyed my interest to breaking point. But if you think that I tore open those envelopes and greedily absorbed their contents the moment they were put into my hands, you have never been a conductor or even an observant passenger on a pleasure yacht. When the letters arrived, I was engaged in persuading breakfast lingerers, they of the eggs and bacon habit, who ought never to leave their peaceful English homes, that it would give them more real pleasure to be the first in the shore boats than the last at the table. Then to get them into the boats, then to hypnotize Lady Biddle and Mrs. Harlow into the belief that they would not, could not, be seasick on the dancing waves which bobbed us up and down. No time to think of the letters, much less to feel the strangeness of fate, which brought me back in such queer circumstances to the port I had entered on Laconia 8 days ago. As soon as we get on shore, I soothed my gnawing impatience, I'll steal a minute somehow. But each moment was so conspicuously labeled that I could not be a thief of time, my time, which was my charge's time, bought and paid for by Sir Marcus Lark. This was not the first occasion on which I'd heard the clanking of my chains, for although I flattered myself that I was a popular success, popularity had penalties. On the night of the lecture I had used the passengers. Since then they had used me. Old ladies appealed to me on questions of etiquette, health, or religion, and retailed my answers, not always correctly. Girls asked my advice about keeping up flirtations, and men wanted my help in getting out of them. I was expected to spout pages of Strabo or Pliny at an instant's notice. I must know why Plato went to Egypt, or how long he stayed, and be umpire between American and British bridge players. I must be able to explain the true meaning and age of the Sphinx, invent new deck games, and show those who hadn't learned how to dance the tango. But with those 3 letters burning over my heart, the duties of conductor became infuriating. It was an awful day, for what was Pompey's Pillar to me while I remained ignorant of my friends' adventures? As I discoursed, more or less learnedly, about Diocletian and Ptolemy's plot to drown Pompey in the Nile, something inside was asking, has Anthony fallen in love with Monty Gilder? What scrapes has that blessed girl got into? Has anything happened to worry Biddy? Even that nameless but incomparable tomb on the hill of Qam el-Shakufa could not distract my thoughts from the sealed envelopes, and 3 very modern handwritings came obstinately between my eyes and the matchless wall paintings. Paintings as fresh in their underground hiding-place as if finished yesterday instead of in days when it was dowdy to be pagan, fashionable to be Christian. Corcoran, as a soldier, had to guide a band to Aboukir and chat about Nelson, point out the medieval fort of Kite Bay, and dash with hired motors to Adjemi, where Napoleon landed. Kruger took a few studious pilgrims to that unspoiled oriental Nile town where the Rosetta Stone gave the secrets of ancient Egypt to the world. It was mine to pilot the frivolous lot, to escort them in carriages round the Italian-looking city when they had absorbed its 2 chief sights, to give them a glimpse of the museum, and to let them see the beauty and fashion of Alexandria driving out to San Stefano in the late afternoon. Still, I had no chance to read my letters, but, thought I at the hotel, now at last it has come. Not at all. People's trunks were missing or in the wrong rooms. It was I who had to soothe alarms and calm rising storms. It was I who must assure Mrs. Harlow that her room was really preferable to that of Lady Biddle, and Lady Biddle that she, and not Miss Hassett Bean, had the best in the hotel. Still, I had 10 minutes to dress for dinner. Like Mr. Gladstone, I could do it in 5, and have 5 left for my letters. But hardly had I slipped a paper knife under the flap of Monty's envelope, I should have felt a vandal to tear it, when one of the hotel managers knocked at my door. A gentleman was being very angry in the dining room. He insisted on seeing me. He said he had been Lord Mayor of London and ought to have a window table. All these were previously engaged. What was to be done? Would I kindly come at once? I persuaded Sir John that window tables were the least desirable, owing to draughts, and returning to my room, I had 4 minutes to dress or risk further rows. After dinner Miss Hassett Bean burst into tears because she was alone in the world owing to the marmoset's death from seasickness, and now that she was growing old nobody cared to talk to her. I argued that people were shy because she was more important than they, and had a reputation for satire. It took half an hour for the lady's nose to go from red to pink. I think she had papier poudre in her handkerchief, and then I was obliged to walk on the beach with Miss Enid Biddle to keep Mr. Watts from proposing. As Snell relieved me from sentry duty, I was called by Kruger to discuss certain details of next morning's start for Cairo, and at midnight, when I crawled to my room a shattered wreck, the letters were still unread. "I'm incapable of caring now," I groaned, "what has happened to any of them. If an earthquake has swallowed up our mountain, and Anthony's married Monty, and Bridget's been abducted, or vice versa, and Miss Guest has gone off with the jewels, it will leave me calm." That was the spirit in which I tossed up a coin to see which letter to read first. Heads, Monty's; tails, Anthony's; but the penny rolled away, far under the bed where collar buttons go, and so I opened Biddy's. She began, "My dear good Duffer, for any sake hurry back. Make an excuse to leave your pilgrims the minute you get this, and take the first train to Cairo. Surely the late conductor can be your understudy, and trot the people round Alexandria for a day? We need you more than they do. I picture you reading this early in the morning, with Alexandria still in the distance, for you said you'd arranged to have letters come out to the yacht by the pilot. I shall expect a telegram saying by what train you'll arrive here in the afternoon. You'll understand when I've told you everything why it's necessary for you to hurry. We have done and seen so many things, it seems years instead of days since you left us in the care of that handsome Hadji of yours. I wonder if really you didn't suspect that I guessed who he was, or did you suspect and didn't care? I caught the look in your eyes when you first saw him standing under the terrace at Shepherd's, and then when the name Antoun Effendi came up in the conversation I put 2 and 2 together. Mrs. East guesses also. I don't know if she did from the first, but she does now. It isn't a question of guessing with either of us, really. It's a certainty. Not that she said anything to me or I to her. That is the malady of us all since you went. We are boiling with secret thoughts and keeping them to ourselves, which is bad for us and for each other in the long run. I haven't told Monty that the Egyptian prince, as Rachel Guest has nicknamed him, is your friend Captain Anthony Fenton playing some deep game, partly connected with us, partly connected with a secret of his and yours. The secret, you said, was a dusty one in which women would not be interested. I haven't told her because I don't want her to know. She is always talking and thinking about him, and is vexed with herself for doing so. She tries to stop, but can't. If she knew who he was, she wouldn't try to stop. She'd let herself go and feel she was living in a beautiful romance. So she is living in a romance, but I want you to be the hero of it, not your Anthony Fenton. That's why I don't open her eyes to the game that's going on. The man is a perfect devil. Not a bad devil, but a wild devil. Mrs. East doesn't tell Monty that Antoun is Anthony with an H, because she is enjoying the thought that she alone knows the wonderful truth. She imagines that she is in love with him. She believes fate has brought them together, that he is a reincarnation, as she is, and that they ought to belong to each other. Well, let them. She isn't more than 6 or 7 years older than he, and she's rich, though poor compared to Monty, of course, and every day she grows handsomer. So does Monty. As for Rachel Guest, but she is in another part of my story. Yet no, come to think of it, I'll bring her in now, because if it weren't for developments concerning that young woman, I might be able to wait one more day without begging you to come to us. She is taking Monty away from me, and something odd is going on, I can't make out what. Anyhow, that horrid Bedr el Gamili is in it, and there's to be a climax, I'm sure, tomorrow night. You'll get this letter tomorrow morning, for I'm writing it early, with my hair down my back and my coffee not ordered, though I'm starving. We've left Shepherd's because Monty wanted to live for a few days in a hotel close to the Nile, and we were all pleased with the plan, for this was once a palace of Khedive Ismail, and his furniture's still in it, the wildest mixture of orientalized French taste. There's a garden with paths of vermilion sand brought from somewhere in the desert. But the most convulsive things live along the Nile Valley and spend their nights braying, hooting, cooing, whining, bellowing, and barking. If only the donkeys and dogs and birds and a few other sacred animals of Egypt would be a little more reticent, especially after dark, the country would be faultless. But what with worrying myself and listening to furred and feathered creatures worrying themselves, I couldn't sleep last night, and I want you to help me. You'll be here tomorrow afternoon, and I shall stay in to receive you instead of going to the bazaars with the others, chaperoned by that dark-eyed devil of yours, Antoun. I was there all yesterday watching crowds of tourists buy beautiful, expensive things for themselves and horrid, inexpensive things to take to their friends. Cleopatra purchased some disgracefully cheap pearls no self-respecting mummy would be seen in, and my prophetic soul tells me she's going to try and dissolve them in wine. There's to be a fancy dress ball at the hotel tomorrow night, or rather in the adjacent casino, which is one reason we migrated here, and praise the saints if you'll be in time for it, because if anything's going to happen, you'll be able to stop whatever it is. If I were supposed to know that Antoun was Anthony Fenton, I might take him into my counsels. As it is, I can't, and anyhow it wouldn't do much good at present, because a silent duel is going on between him and Monty. He is bent on compelling her to acknowledge his authority. She is bent on resisting it, which is a great compliment to his power, but he doesn't know that, for he doesn't know Monty yet. It would be fun to watch them together if I hadn't your interest to think of. He hasn't got rid of Bedr el Gamili, but he would have done so, I'm sure, if it hadn't been for an unexpected turn of the wheel by the hand of fate in the person of Rachel Guest. Her hand is never off the wheel just now. The few days since you have been away have brought out the true inwardness of her. Felice domestica with very little domestica. Perhaps it's the air of Egypt which is having a really extraordinary effect on all of us. Perhaps it's the fact that Monty has given Rachel a lot of lovely clothes which have rejuvenated and apparently revitalized her. But you will see for yourself, and talk things over with your old friend, Biddy. This was a nice letter to read, heaven knew how many hours too late. My fatigue had slipped off like the skin of a grape. I felt energetic enough to start out and walk to Cairo. What could be in Biddy's mind? And what must she have thought when afternoon and evening passed without even a telegram? The evening paper, if she had happened to look, would have told her that the Candace had reached Alexandria in the morning, as she expected, and she could neither have guessed nor believed that the whole day could pass without my having a chance to read her letter. I ransacked the writing-table drawers for a telegraph form, and finding one had begun to address it when I stopped. The message could not go out until morning. Meanwhile there were Monty's and Anthony's letters to read. One or both might give me some clue to the climax Biddy feared for tonight at the ball. I cut open Monty's envelope, which had on it an alluring sunset picture of the pyramids and the name of the hotel. Hastily I ran through the pages. Not a hint of anything disquieting. If I had read her letter instead of Bridget's, I might have gone to my well-earned rest without a qualm. "Dear Lord Ernest," Miss Gilder addressed me, in a handwriting which to any expert would reveal some originality, more pride, still more conscientiousness, any amount of self-will, and singularly little conceit. An odd combination, but the Gilded Rose is that. She went on. "You asked me to write to you while you were away, and tell you the news and what I thought about things. But I'm thinking so much and so fast that I can't sort out my thoughts. I suppose it must be so with everyone who comes to Egypt for the first time. Everything fascinates and absorbs me, even more than I had hoped it would, almost too much, I feel sometimes. Your Anton Effendi is a very good guide, and I am not sorry that we have him, except once in a while. And now and then I'm glad. We're proud of his looks when we go about, for everyone stares at him and envies us for having him to take us about instead of being condemned to a mere dragoman. Oh, talking of dragomen, you see I will call them that. We still have better, though I know you thought we ought to give him up, and I don't see how we are ever to discharge him now, for he has attached himself to Rachel G. in the most wonderful way. It is pathetic. It began with a talk they had the day you left, about his having been in America, and about religion. She found him half inclined to be converted, and of course her goodness and unselfishness made her long to snatch him like a brand from the burning. He thinks no one ever talked so wonderfully about religion as she does, which she, dear thing, attributes to the fact that she taught Sunday school in Salem. She says if she can have him to work upon, even for a few weeks, she is sure to make him a convert. We haven't wasted a minute since you went away, but have seen sights from morning till night, so as not to have missed anything when we leave Cairo on the Enchantress Isis. I hope you'll be pleased that I've given up my dream of having a private dahabeah, and that we shall be with you on Sir Marcus Lark's boat. She really is a beauty. Anton took us over her, and on board we met Sir Marcus, who was showing some friends round. Anton introduced him to us. I think Sir M. asked him to do it. We had great fun, for Sir Marcus seemed to take the most violent fancy to Aunt Clara, who didn't like him at all. She says now that she believes when she was Cleopatra he was Caesar, and that it's a pity he can't wear a wreath to hide his baldness, as she remembers his doing then. It's only a very little bald spot really, and Rachel Guest says it reminds her of a tonsure on the head of a fine-looking monk. Aunt C. quite resents Sir Marcus being able to engage the services of you and Anton. She wants you both to be there, but she doesn't like Sir M. to have a superior position to Anton's. That day, on the Enchantress Isis, Sir M. invited us to have tea on the deck, and it really was enchanting. A deck like a huge open-air drawing-room, or one of our biggest verandas at Newport, or somewhere, with jolly green wicker chairs and tables and sofas with heaps of cushions. But I forgot, you've seen the boat. The best rooms were engaged, but when we talked to Sir Marcus, he called a man who can speak many languages in bits, broken English, cracked German, fractured French, and goodness knows what all. Between them they arranged it somehow that we should have our choice, and the other people were to take what was left. I would have refused, because it didn't seem fair, but it was for Aunt Clara's sake, evidently, that Sir M. wanted to make the exchange, and she accepted. She was as haughty as a queen, but in a rather fascinating, soft way that I think men like. And she was looking beautiful. So is Rachel, as even Biddy admits. I do believe Rachel looks younger than I do, in some new dresses and hats she has. I never noticed before, but I fancy now that we're rather alike. I'm so delighted to see her enjoying herself so much, for you know she's wonderful. Think what courage it must have taken to break with her tiresome old life, because she felt she must see the glory of the world, when a tiny legacy gave her the chance she'd longed for. She wouldn't have had a penny left after she'd finished her trip, if Aunt C. and I hadn't been able to help her out. It's a privilege to do anything for such a brave creature, and I can't bear to think of her having to go back when this is over to the dull round. Perhaps some way out will be found for her. I've fallen in love with Cairo, although, or perhaps because, I still feel as if I were moving in a marvelous picture. Anton does make it live for us. I will say that for him, though he can be so annoying that at times he spoils everything, and makes me wish you'd won my hat instead of my winning his green turban. I'm dying to find out how you got it, but of course I can't ask him, it would be an infra dig. You must tell me when you come. I think the one he wears now is handsomer, though. I wish I could change it for mine. We've been to heaps of mosques, and I can't help wishing we were the only tourists in Cairo. Of course this is a selfish wish, and, as dear Biddy says, it's quite funny to think how each tourist feels that he is the only spiritually minded, imaginative person traveling, that he alone has the right to be in Egypt, that all the others are offensive, vulgar creatures who desecrate the beautiful places with their presence. But really, you know, it gets on one's nerves, meeting droves of silly men in pith helmets with little white lambrequins looped up, when it would be so much more appropriate to wear the kind of hats they have at home. And some of the women are weird. They have the queerest ideas of what is suitable for Egypt. One friend of Better's refused to go about and be seen with the ladies who'd engaged him, as he was the smartest dragoman in Cairo and had his reputation to keep up. Don't you like that? Even Anton laughed, which he hardly ever does. He's so dignified I wish his turban would blow off or something. I wonder how he'd look without it, and if most of the charm would be gone. Almost, I hope so. One doesn't like to catch oneself feeling toward an Egyptian, even for a minute, as one does towards men of one's own blood. I mean on the same level, or even as if a person like that were above one. It's just the picturesque dignity of the costume, and the pose, perhaps. And then this strange glamour of East is over everybody and everything here. I used to wonder why people wrote and spoke of the East as mysterious. Why should it be more mysterious than the West, I would ask. Nobody could explain exactly. They only said, "It is." Now I know why. At least I feel why. Without his green turban, or in a European coat instead of his graceful silk robe, and away from these luminous sunsets of pale rose and golden emerald, Antoine would be nothing extraordinary, would he? He says he is considered old-fashioned in his way of dress. Most of his friends wear European clothes, and the tarbouche which Egyptians love because it never blows away or falls off when they pray. He does make me angry because he wants to banish the beggars and poor men who sell things in the street, instead of letting me give and buy. What am I for with all my money except to do things for people? And it's such fun making them happy by saying, "I want a cat necklace," or a scarab, or whatever they have, instead of pushing past with a stony glare as if they were dust under our feet. Of course we're attended by great crowds wherever we go, because it's got round that we don't refuse anyone. Consequently it takes a little long to arrive anywhere. But what does that matter in Egypt? Already I'm losing my American hustle. I want to eat lotuses, which seem out of season in Egypt now. I've asked for them everywhere, but can't get them. I want to feel back in the Middle Ages, in Cairo, which, as Antoine says, is an Oriental and a medieval gateway to Egypt older than history. And how am I looking forward to the desert? Sir Marcus tells us that you are to take the people of the Candace for a desert trip before they go up the Nile, so of course you must count us among your trippers, and Mr. Willis and Mr. Sheridan, who have settled to go on the Isis. You didn't mention the desert plan before you went away. No news of that poor, beautiful child, wretched Bey's wife, though I've written twice. I'm worried about her. Mabel she used to be. Now she's Mabella Hanim. Biddy says you'll arrive for the ball tomorrow night, but somehow I don't feel you will. I don't know why you should. Men don't care for such things much. And of course I shall not dance, as I'm still in half mourning. I shall only look on, and then Rachel and I have an amusing plan for the end of the evening. But even if you came, we couldn't let you in on the secret, as you would think it silly. Yours sincerely, Rosamond Gilder. Mine sincerely, Rosamond Gilder. So she ended her letter with youthful and characteristic dignity, childishly unaware, apparently, that there was more to read between the lines than in the lines themselves. Had I read this Rosamond letter first, the last 4 or 5 sentences would have meant little for me. As it was, I would have given a month out of my future for the gift of an astral body which could go this minute to the ball at the Gessere Palace. I was lost in the mystery of that amusing plan. In Anthony's letter lay the last hope of a clue, but in it there was none. He did not even mention Monty's name. It was all about that desert trip, which, from her, I hadn't taken seriously. Sir Marcus was actually planning it. Kruger had written that some of the passengers were clamoring for a few days' camping, and the idea was to send them off in my care after 3 days in Cairo, while the others remained in charge of Antoine, who wasn't yet ready to leave. Fenton said, "Somebody's trying to defeat my scheme for getting the Sheikh's tomb moved. I don't know who it is yet. Meanwhile my time and my head are so full that in the few hours of the night I put aside for sleep, I dream queerer dreams than the visits of ghostly sheikhs. Apropos of dreams, do you know by chance a man who answers this description? Elderly, stoutish, red face, grey hair, black moustache, pale eyes with a sharp look in them? Sounds commonplace, doesn't it? But I have a recurring dream of such a man, whose face I never saw elsewhere. For the last 3 nights, as soon as I shut my eyes, he comes. He seems to interrupt some scene between you and Lark and myself, and I see him looking over Lark's shoulder. Then he turns quickly away and tiptoes off to a very low, closed door in a deep recess. There he disappears into shadow, and I wake up with a jump or slide off into another dream, but generally this rouses me, for there's an impression of something stealthy in the shadow round the door. That so ordinary a type of person should be in a dream. You'll laugh at my asking if you've ever known such a man, and say that I'm back at my old tricks again as a dreamer of dreams. Never mind, I scored dreaming of our Mountain of the Golden Pyramid the night before I got your letter with Ferlini's papers. I can't help feeling that there may be something in dreams, in mine anyhow, though I never have any except in Egypt. This one about the red-faced man and the closed door in the deep recess is getting a bit on my nerves. Excited as I was over the patchwork of news, I laughed scornfully at Anthony's dream, for the man he described might be Colonel Corcoran. Cairo at last! My watch said that the journey took only 3 hours, but my nerves said 6. I had telegraphed Biddy first thing in the morning the hour of my arrival with the Candace crowd, and I half expected to see her at the big red and white station, but there was no familiar form in the throng, the gay throng which excited my charges. Everything interested them, the black face of the Sudanese engine driver who looked down from his huge British locomotive, the display of English, French, and German literature mingled with Greek, Italian, Arab, or Turkish papers on the bookstall, the ebony and copper-colored luggage carriers who seemed eager to take one another's lives, but in reality desired no more than to snatch each other's jobs under the eyes of the uniformed hotel porters. To me the busy place was a desert lacking one face. Even outside the station yard, and in the streets and squares where silent camels looked their contempt of electric trams, soldiers in khaki uniforms jostled Bedouins in khaki robes, and drivers of arabeas made the way one long procession of shrieks. I still glanced at passing carriages in hopes of a belated Biddy. All in vain, and destitute of news I resigned myself to the task of piloting the set out to Mina House. The moon would be full that night, and it's the thing to be a neighbor of the Sphinx while the moon feeds her with honey. The flock, under the guidance of Mr. Watts, had now definitely parted from the set, chieftained by me. They went meekly off to the cheaper hotels, where they would live before boarding the Candace again for Palestine, and Colonel Corcoran, who was supposed to have joined that party, announced that he was bound for a long talk with Mark the Lark. Mr. Watts, refused by Enid Biddle and separated from her, had relapsed into melancholia. He had ceased to brilliantine his once sleek hair, and dust and crumbs were allowed to collect in each fold of his clerical waistcoat. As we of the set buzzed richly away in taxicabs, I saw him in a shabby arabia between two old ladies, gazing wistfully after us. He was envying me Enid. It is a wonderful drive through Cairo to the pyramids, whether you spin out there in a motor, or trot on a donkey, or lilt on a camel, squatting cross-legged on a load of green bersim. Past the great swinging bridge, and the island of Gezira, the word that in itself means island, begins the 6-mile dike, in which the road is made by Ismail to please the Empress Eugenie. Since her visit, in the days when the Suez Canal was opened, it has pleased 2 empresses and more queens than I have time to count. Under the deep shade of lebbek trees it goes on toward the pyramids, a dark, cool avenue high above cultivated fields flooded by the Nile when the river is up. The emerald waves of grain flow like green water to the foot of the broad dike road, and canals like long, tight-drawn blue ribbons are threaded through it, their ends lost to sight at the shimmering horizon. Even at this noon hour, when the world should have been eating lotuses or luncheon, the interminable arbor was crowded with strings of camels, forever going both ways, into Cairo and out. One wondered why, and there were flocks of woolly brown sheep, and donkeys drawing sideless carts in which whole families of veiled women and half-naked children were seated tailor fashion. On we spun, past the zoo, past scattered villas of Frenchified Oriental fashion, which might have been designed by a confectioner, past azure lakes left by the ebbing Nile, and so into sudden dazzling sight of 3 geometric mountains in a tawny desert, 2 monsters in size, and 1 a baby trying to catch up with them. Oh, everybody breathed, for these things were beyond words. Then in a moment more the great pyramid had grown so big that it loomed over us and ate up half the sky, a pyre of yellow flame against a flame of blue. We were at the end of the shadowy road that leads like a causeway to the desert, and on the verge of the golden, billowing sea which flows round the pyramids and engulfs the distant Sphinx. Oriental life encircled us, in the foreground of the picture, a long row of waiting camels gaily saddled and tasseled, delicately nibbling bersum green as heaped emeralds, donkeys white and grey, beribboned and beaded, small yellow sand carts, little white desert horses and tall brown desert men, camels snarling, donkeys braying, horses whinnying, and men touting. Very nice sand carts, very nice camels. Take ladies and gentlemen quick to pyramids and sphinx or petrified forest. Farther on, the big modern hotel, rather like an overgrown Swiss chalet built by Arabs, a vast, confused building the color of sand or brown heather honey, with carved mashrubiyah work lending an Eastern charm to windows, balconies, and loggias, and enough green, flowery garden to give a sensational effect of contrast with the tidal wave of the desert poised ready, it would seem, to overwhelm palms and roses. Clustered near, the tiny mushroom village which huddles under the shelter of Cheops Pyramid. Beyond, the immense upward sweep of golden dunes, culminating in the great pyramid itself. I stayed in the picture only long enough to settle my big children into their quarters, and to see most of them making for the dining room, agreeably oriental with its white and red walls, its dome and windows of mashrubiyah work. Then I darted back to Cairo in a taxi driven by a Nubian youth, so black that he was almost blue like a whortleberry. He wore a scarlet tarbouche, a livery of violet, and the holes for silver rings in the tops of his ears were so large that the light shining through gave the effect of inserted diamonds. Unconsciously he made a nice contrast with his modern motor. He drove with such reckless speed that camels rubber-necked to look at us, and whirled me past the fat black gatekeeper into the Gezeria Palace garden of scarlet paths, moonlike lamps, khedivial statues, and spreading banyans where each tree continued itself in its own next slumber, like an endless serial romance. I nearly asked for Mrs. O'Brien, but turned her into Jones at the danger point. The face of the concierge, as he said that she was at home, conveyed nothing, yet I could not resist adding, "Are the ladies well?" "Mrs. East is not very well today," he replied. "We have had the doctor, but the young ladies have been out spending the night with friends, I believe. They have not yet returned." It was a long 5 minutes before Biddy and I were wildly shaking hands in a huge private sitting room, all red and gold brocade and crystal chandeliers, as it had been in the days of Ishmael. I knew I should be delighted to see her, but I didn't realize that it was going to be quite as good as it was. "Anyhow, you're all right and safe," I heard myself blurt out. "I'm safe, but not all right," she reproached me. "My messenger, who went to the train, didn't find you from my description, I know, because he came back with my note." "Too flattering was your description, or the other way?" I asked, trying to buoy her up with frivolity. "You wouldn't joke if you'd read the note. Oh, Ernest, Monty and Rachel have disappeared." "Good gracious, but Anthony, he went to look for them, of course, and he's disappeared too." By Jove! The exclamation sounded inadequate, but I was so taken aback that I had nothing else to say. It seemed impossible that Anthony, instead of averting danger, could be involved in it himself. It was unlike his resourcefulness. I could not believe it of him, and so, when I had time to control mind and tongue, I said as much to Biddy. "Yes, I felt like that too, at first," she admitted. "He gives one the impression of being so infallible in any emergency somehow, as if he'd be above it, and look down on it from his height. But it's more than 12 hours since he went, and he promised to send me word how things were going on if he couldn't get to me himself. No word has come." "What have you done?" I asked. "Have you communicated with the police?" "Sir Marcus Lark has. He was at the ball, and has been very good. But it's for Mrs. East's sake, mostly. One feels he's glad it happened, to give him the chance to win her gratitude or something. He's been back and forth all day, and I'm expecting him any minute. Mrs. East has been fainting and hysterical, and everything early Edwardian, so I sent for a doctor. But she's better on the strength of sal volatile and eggnog, and she's promised to see Sir Marcus." "Now tell me what happened from the beginning," I said, when I had made Biddy sit down by me on the sofa, and was trying to warm a cold little hand in mine. What it all amounted to, told disjointedly, was this. Since Monty had had an inspiration the day after our arrival in Cairo, to give Rachel Guest a lot of her new unworn clothes, Rachel had become quite girlish and flighty. She had lost her Puritan primness, and behaved more in accordance with her slanting eyes than with her bringing up. She giggled like a schoolgirl rather than a schoolmistress, tried to make herself look young, and copied Monty in the way she tilted her hat and dressed her hair. No harm in this, but it had seemed to Biddy that Rachel deliberately incited the girl to do things which Antoine disapproved. Bridget fancied that Better's influence had been at work, for knowing as he did that Antoun would gladly give him marching orders, he took pleasure in thwarting his superior when he could do so with safety. Bedr had been clever in enlisting the girl's sympathy for his soul. As for Biddy, she had disliked him from the first, and imagined that he had tacked himself onto our party as a spy, upon the receipt of orders from America, he having learned most of his English there. The idea appeared so far-fetched that she had abandoned it. Now, however, it was again hovering at the back of her mind. Bedr had told Rachel stories of the fascination of hashish smoking, and had said that no stranger knew Cairo who did not visit one of the best houses where hashish, though forbidden, was still secretly smoked. He had assured her that there were several which were perfectly respectable, even for the nicest ladies and gentlemen, and Rachel, probably at his suggestion, had tried to persuade Monty to make the expedition. Monty had mentioned it to Antoun in the presence of everybody, and, as Rachel and Bedr had looked guilty, Biddy guessed that they had wished to keep the plan a secret. Antoun had perhaps too brusquely vetoed the idea. He said that there were no such houses which could be visited by ladies, and that it was absurd to think of going. That word absurd stung Monty. She began to protest that Bedr knew Cairo as well as Antoun did, and it was as likely to be right. "I don't see why we shouldn't go if others do," she persisted, "and I've always longed to know what a hashish dream was like, ever since I read De Quincey. A little, just once, could do us no harm, and Rachel says—" But what Rachel had said was evidently not for publication. Miss Guest stopped her with a hand on hers. "Anna dear Monty, please don't let us think of it any more, if Antoun Effendi disapproves. Maybe it was a silly idea, and we've plenty of amusing things to do every minute." Monty was apparently contented to let the idea slip, and Bridget had thought that, in the excitement of getting ready for the ball, she and Rachel had really forgotten it. Then, before writing me, she had overheard Rachel say to her friend, "It's for 12 o'clock sharp," and Monty had answered, "Won't it be great? Does Bedr think—" But she had stopped short at sight of Bridget. Even this did not suggest to Biddy a visit to a hashish den, for various other plans had been broached and discussed by Antoun. She did not feel that, as she was not supposed to know his real status, she could go blabbing to him, and fearing that mischief was on foot, she had wished for me. When I didn't arrive, she soothed herself by reflecting that, after all, she need only keep a sharp watch over Monty when midnight drew near. None of the party intended to dance, and so it would be easy, Bridget thought, to have an eye upon the girls. Monty had brought Oriental costumes for herself and Rachel. They were rather conspicuous, luckily for Biddy's plan, for among the many gorgeous dresses in the casino she had no difficulty in tracking those two. Until 11:30, she told herself, she need not be on the alert every instant, but therein had lain her mistake. Sir Marcus Lark had appeared, dressed more or less as a Roman officer of the occupation days, he having heard Mrs. East remark that, whatever anybody said, it was her favorite period. The lady, of course, had not missed such an opportunity to appear as Cleopatra. She had brought a costume with her from New York, and while Biddy lost herself in watching the effect of this magnificence on Sir Marcus, the girls vanished. Without alarming Mrs. East, Bridget had begun to search. She asked everybody she knew in the ballroom if the girls had gone out, and inquired in the cloakroom, but the two had been seen by nobody. It was as if they had melted into air, and Bridget began to suspect that they must have covered up their brilliant dresses with dominoes smuggled into the casino. Willis Bailey was at the ball, but he had developed a flirtation with Miss Guest, and Biddy felt that he was not to be trusted as a confidant. Perhaps, too, he had helped the girls to disappear. It seemed cruel to frighten Mrs. East, when the scheme, whatever it was, might be no more than an innocent freak, so Biddy said nothing to Queen Cleopatra or her Roman attendant. She slipped across the garden to the hotel, and sent an Arab messenger off in a taxi with a note to the address Antoun had told her would find him. In less than an hour he had arrived, and when he had listened to her account of what had happened, he said, after a minute's reflection, that the ladies had almost surely gone with Bedr to some hashish den or a place masquerading as such. Antoun consoled Biddy as well as he could by saying that no harm would come to Miss Gilder or Miss Guest. Bedr would know only too well on which side his bread was buttered to take his clients where insult or danger could reach them. Off Antoun went to look for the missing ones, though, and assured Biddy that she should have news as soon as possible. It was not till 3 o'clock that she had begun to be very anxious. and had disturbed the harmony of Sir Marcus Lark's duet with Mrs. East. Even then she would not have spoken had she not feared that the ball would break up and there would be no man to appeal to. Sir Marcus had been inclined to smile at the notion of danger, but he, like Anthony Fenton, was ignorant of any private qualms which troubled Bridget O'Brien. She could not tell him who she was, and that she considered herself far from being a mascot to her fellow travelers. If she had told, and added that she feared enemies who might for certain reasons make a mistake in Monty's identity, he would have laughed his hearty laugh, and said that such melodramatic things didn't happen, even in Egypt. But you know, Biddy appealed to me, that melodramatic things have happened to me and those near me. I'm not even sure that poor Richard's death was natural, though I watched over him like a hawk in those dreadful days when he was fearing every shadow, and we were flitting from pillar to post, with Esme. Through Richard 2 men were electrocuted. He used to get threatening letters forwarded from place to place, always signed with the same initials, and he wouldn't tell me what they meant. It was because of them that he hid Esme in a convent school before he died, for she was threatened as well as he. I, too, for the matter of that. Not that the child or I had done the organization any harm, but Esme is of his blood, and they may have thought I had more of their secrets than I really have. I've not used the name of O'Brien for years now, and I've moved about so much that sometimes I have felt I must be safe. Still, I ought perhaps not to have gone to visit Esme, though she wrote and begged me to, for special reasons I needn't bother you with. A curious little love romance which I fear must end badly. I didn't think of danger to Monty, but you see, as I've told you, the convent isn't far from Monaco. I got off the Laconia there to visit Esme, and when I came on board again, Monty and Mrs. East and Rachel came with me. They'd been in Italy and France, and had picked up Mrs. Guest, who was only too enchanted to batten on Monty's kindness and dollars. It was I who had engaged their staterooms on a cable from Monty long before, and if there were a spy somewhere, he might have the idea that I wanted to smuggle Esme out of her convent by a trick, But almost everyone must know Miss Gilder's face from her photographs in newspapers, I broke in, on a stifled sob of Biddy's. She couldn't be mistaken for another girl, as an unimportant young person might. I'm not sure. Those photographs were snapshots, and very bad, as you must know if you've ever seen any. Monty never gave a portrait of herself to a newspaper, and it's years since they got hold of a good one. Besides, if she weren't mistaken for Esme O'Brien, that wretched Bedder might have made up the plot to have her kidnapped for ransom. It was a thing Monty's father was always afraid of, absurdly afraid of, I used to think. I think so still, I said. Such things don't happen, anywhere, to a grown-up girl. What about Riceley in Tangier? Biddy challenged me. He used to kidnap people whenever he liked, and so do lots of brigands. We haven't to do with brigands. Oh, what's in a name? And I wouldn't put anything past that horrid Bedder. As Anthony said to you, he knows which side his bread's buttered. But if he hopes someone will give him more butter for being wicked than he can get from us for being good? Let's not think of far-fetched contingencies, dear, said I. Now you've told me all, I will try to do something. May I come in? Boomed a big voice at the door. I knocked and nobody answered, so I thought the room would be empty. Biddy dropped my hand like a hot potato. She had jumped up so quickly from our sofa that Sir Marcus Lark's observant eyes could hardly have seen us sitting there together. Of course, come in, she said. Have you anything to tell? But I'll call Mrs. East. She won't like you to begin without her. Biddy darted off to an adjoining room, leaving me alone with my employer. What do you think of this affair? I wanted to know. Well, said he, I can only judge other men by myself. If I had such a chance to appear a hero in the eyes of a pretty woman as Fenton has, I'm afraid I'd be tempted to take advantage of it, even if I had to play some trick to make myself indispensable. Now you can see in a nutshell what I think. Captain Fenton will certainly rescue those young ladies from a trap if he has to make the trap himself. I was disgusted and shrugged my shoulders. You have a poor opinion of Fenton, I said. On the contrary, I think very highly of his intelligence. I'm not worrying about any one of the three, though don't mention it to Mrs. East or Mrs. Jones that I said so. I've come to tell them that my men have searched Cairo and found nothing. Not the police, you know. I haven't applied to the police after all. I thought Fenton would be furious. And anyhow it might make talk. But I've paid the best dragomans in town to look sharp, and they know as much about this old place as the police do, if not more. By the way, Lord Ernest, did Corcoran say anything to you about an intention to throw over his job on the Candace?" "No, he said he was going to call on you, that's all." "He did call. I was out, on this business as it happens. He waited, and I found him, making himself at home in my sitting room, which I use as a kind of office. I wish I knew how many of my letters and papers he'd had time to read." "Surely he wouldn't." "I shouldn't say surely was the word. I'd gone out in a hurry and left things scattered about, which isn't my habit. When I came back, it struck me that my desk looked a bit tempting for a man with a retired conscience. I was going to keep him on the Candace rather than fuss, because it wasn't so much his fault as mine that he was the wrong man in the place. He couldn't do any harm in Jerusalem, it seemed. Let him wail in the Jews' wailing place, if he'd any complaints, I said to myself. I thought he was too keen on money to resign because his silly pride was hurt. But to my surprise he informed me that he'd come to hand in his papers, as he called it. So much the worse for his pocket and the better for mine. Only it struck me as damned queer, considering Corcoran's character. I wanted to ask if he'd spit out any venom to you. "Not a drop," said I, but I too thought it queer, considering Corcoran's character and the fact that having resigned of his own free will, he could hardly expect Lark to pay his way home. It even occurred to me to wonder if the resignation were not a sudden thought of the Colonel's. He had spoken several times of going on to Palestine, and had mentioned the trip that morning. Had Sir Marcus said something inadvertently which had so piqued Corcoran that he threw over his appointment on the impulse? Or had he perhaps been dishonourable enough to glance at a letter in which Lark referred to him in terms uncomplimentary? As I asked myself these questions, Mrs. East came in with Bridget, and Sir Marcus forgot me. His face said, "What a woman!" and anxiety was becoming to Cleopatra. It gave her that thrilling look which only beautiful Jewesses or women of Latin race ever wear, a look of all the tragedy and mystery of womanhood since Eve. "What news of them?" she asked Sir Marcus, when she had given a ringed hand and an almond-eyed glance to me. "No news exactly," said the big man, "but I feel sure your niece and her friend are safe." "My niece and her friend!" exclaimed Cleopatra, ungratefully frowning. "Why do you say nothing of Antoun? Does nobody care what becomes of him?" As she spoke there was a knock at the door. One of the Arab servants of the hotel announced that a man had a letter for Mrs. Jones. "Mrs. Jones?" cried Biddy. "I am Mrs. Jones. Where's the letter?" "That man not give it to us. He say he see you or not give it at all." "Well, why didn't you send him up?" "Arab man's not let in hotel if peoples don't ask for them." "An Arab? Not, is he a stranger?" "Yes, missus, very low man, never comed before." "Bring him here, quick!" 5 minutes passed. We tried to talk, but could think of nothing to say. Then the servant returned, ushering in a dwarfish Arab in a dirty white turban, and the shabby black galabeah worn only by the poor who cannot afford good materials and the bright colours loved by Egyptians. "From Antoun Effendi?" asked Biddy in excitement as he held out a piece of folded paper, not in an envelope. The man shook his head. "He speak no English," explained the servant who waited. "You talk to him," Biddy appealed to me, while Cleopatra told the hotel footman that he might go. But I had no time to question the messenger. Biddy cried out as she unfolded the paper, "Why, Duffer, inside it's addressed to you. It says, 'For Lord Ernest Borrow, to be opened by Mrs. Jones in his absence.'" Within the outer wrapping was a second folded paper of the same kind. They looked like sheets torn from a notebook, and I saw that the address, scrawled in pencil, was in Anthony's handwriting. The letter had evidently been dashed off in a great hurry. It was short and written in French, the language in which Antoun chose to talk with foreigners. "Give the bearer 200 piastres and let him go. Don't try to make him speak. I have promised this. Then quick to Jarvis Pasha and get him to raid the house of the crocodile. Question of hashish. We must be smuggled out when arrests are made, also better to save scandal." Not a word as to whether all were safe or in danger, but I realized that for some reason each instant had been of value, and each instant was of value now. Anthony was one who knew precisely what he wanted and why he wanted it. I obeyed his instructions implicitly. 200 piastres went from my pocket into the hand of the withered Arab, and he was allowed to take his departure despite a burst of protest from my companions, who naturally wished the man to be catechized. Once the door had been shut behind his bent blue back, I handed round the letter, which had to be translated for Sir Marcus, who professed contempt for foreign gibberish. Jarvis Pasha is at the head of the police, has been for many years, and is the most interesting man in Egypt after the well-beloved K. Leaving Sir Marcus to go on with his task of consoling Mrs. East, I dashed off in my waiting taxi with the Nubian of the silver earrings. We drove to the governorate, a big house in a square near what was once known as the Guarded City, the very heart and birth spot of Cairo. Masril Kahira, the marshal, founded under the planet Mars. I scribbled a line to Jarvis Pasha and sent it to him in an envelope with my card. This combination opened doors for me, and 3 minutes later I was shaking hands with a tall, thin, white-moustached, hawk-featured Englishman who looked all muscle and bones and brain. Jarvis Pasha, being in the secret of Antoun's identity and business in Cairo, simplified the explanation, and did away with the necessity for a preface. All I had to tell was the brief story of the girl's disappearance with Bedr el-Gamali and Fenton's following them into space, then how word had come after 14 hours. "The House of the Crocodile," Jarvis Pasha said, when he had taken and read the letter. Do you know anything about that house?" "I know the old stories connected with it," I answered. "If its reputation today is as sinister as ever—" "Not at all. Figuratively speaking, it has been whitewashed. It's become a showplace, a monument historique. This is interesting information which Fenton sends, but if it came from anyone else, I should say he had dreamed it. He may be giving us the chance of an important coup. Wait a few minutes, and I'll have this thing attended to, Lord Ernest. But you look upset. Is it that you haven't had lunch, or are you worrying about the ladies?" "Both," I answered with a sickly grin. "Not that I mind about lunch. I couldn't have eaten if I'd had the time." "You haven't as much belief as I have in your friend," remarked Jarvis Pasha, "if you think he'd let them come to harm. They're all in the same box, apparently." I excused my lack of faith. "Trust Fenton," said the head of police. "He was sharp enough to find the needles in the haystack, and he's smart enough and strong enough to take care of them when they're found." On this, Jarvis Pasha went out and left me to my reflections, which rushed to the House of the Crocodile. Everyone who has read or heard stories of native Cairo knows the House of the Crocodile in the Street of the Sisters, and how, in the later days of Muhammad Ali, people scarcely dared to name it aloud. The tiger Deferdar Ahmed built it, for that beautiful tigress, Princess Zohra, favorite daughter of Muhammad Ali, who married her off to the fierce soldier when she became too troublesome at home. Zohra had loved a young Irish officer who was murdered for her sake, and had no true affection to give Ahmed or any other. She hated all men because of the murderer, her own nephew, and vowed that since her love had cost the life of the one who had her heart, others who dared to love her must pay the same price. When Ahmed died suddenly, soon after the wedding, those who had heard of Zohra's vow, and there were many in the harems, whispered poison. Never again did the princess drive out to see the women she knew, and those who had been her friends were sent away from the door of the dead Ahmed's palace, over which he had suspended for luck a huge crocodile killed in the far south. But Zohra was beautiful, with strange eyes which drew love whether she asked for it or not, and sometimes a small lattice would open in a bay of one of those windows of wooden lace, whose carving was known as Mashirbiya work, because sherib, or sherbet, used to be placed there to cool. Out of the lattice would look a wonderful face, as thinly veiled as the moon by a mist, and then it would vanish so quickly that a man who saw half believed that he had dreamed. But the eyes of the dream seemed to call, and could not be forgotten, any more than the song of a siren can cease to echo in ears which have once heard. After the beginning of Zohra's widowhood, the noblest and handsomest youths of Cairo began mysteriously to disappear. They would be well and happy one day, and the next they would be gone from the places that knew them. By and by their bodies would be found in a canal, always the same canal, near the water gate of the House of the Crocodile. Then the vow of the princess was remembered, but there was no English rule in those days, and the police shut their ears and eyes where a daughter of Muhammad Ali was concerned. Mothers and sisters of handsome young men shuddered and begged those they loved never to pass through the dark street of the sisters, Sharia el-Banat, where the crocodile grinned over the door, and the vision of a face looked down from a latticed window. The women thought of the water gate at the back of the house. The little children, who had heard secret words spoken, thought of the crocodile, and ran crying past the house. But the handsome young men thought only of the face, and each one said to himself, "She will not make me pay the price." Still, as years went on, bodies were seen in the water from time to time, with a tiny purple spot over the heart, to show the curious that death had not come from drowning. And some, who looked for lost ones, could not reclaim them from the canal, for bodies were not always found. As time passed, it seemed to people who hurried by the house in the narrow street that the crocodile grew larger and larger, and it was said that it had been fed on the children of men Tiger Ahmed had murdered in Sennaar. None dared to say what they believed of Princess Zohra, but when, after a long imprisonment by her nephew Abbas in the house of the crocodile, she escaped to Constantinople, nobody would live where she had lived, and the palace fell almost into ruin. This was the story of the house where Monty Gilder and Rachel Guest and Anthony Fenton were now. I had heard it talked about by our Arab servant when I was a child, and had never forgotten, though scarcely since then had I thought of the tale, until the remembered name and the horrors attached jumped into my mind on reading Anthony's letter. What happened in the house of the crocodile since Zohra's day I did not know, but because of the old story it seemed more sinister that my friends should appeal for help from that place than from any other in Cairo. I was not left long alone. 5 minutes after Jarvis Pasha went out of the room to arrange things according to Fenton's request, he sent me a man with whiskey and soda and biscuits. I drank gladly and ate rather than seem ungrateful. But there was a lump in my throat which would stick there, I knew, until those three were away from the house of the crocodile. I was still crumbling biscuits when Jarvis Pasha came briskly back. "Well," he asked, "are you braced up now? If you'd like to be in this business you can. I'm sending a white superintendent with my police to raid the house, on the strength of Fenton's letter to you, though until now the place hasn't been suspected. As I said, it's been a show house for some years, ground floor and first story in repair, just as in Zohra's day, upper floors ruinous, and the public not admitted there. If anything queer's going on it must be in the forbidden part, and the caretaker is mixed up in the show. A pity you felt bound to let Fenton's messenger off. You can go with my superintendent, Allen, and reach your friends as soon as my men do. Allen has instructions to let Fenton and the ladies, if they're found there, slip away, and it's best for you to be on the spot to save mistakes in identification. Also, I've ordered a closed arabeah to wait for you, as near as possible. My men will show you where. You'll know it, for certain, by a red camellia on the Arab driver's European coat. And by the way, take this Browning in case of an attack, which I don't anticipate." As Jarvis Pasha spoke, he opened the door and summoned in a brown young Britisher wearing the tarboosh which denotes Gyppy officialdom. Evidently Allen was prepared for me as I for him, and we started off together on foot, for it seemed that our destination was not far away. We walked swiftly through the crowded Muski, once the fashionable part of Cairo before the tide flowed to the modern Ismailia quarter, and after a few intricate turnings plunged into a still, twilight region. The streets through which we passed were so narrow and the old houses so far overhung the path that the strip of sky at the top of the dark canyon was a mere line of inlaid blue enamel flecked with gold. The splendid masherbia windows thrust out toward each other big and little bays, across the 10 or 12 feet of distance which parted them, as if to whisper secrets, yet the delicate wooden carvings skilfully hid all that they wished to hide, and only suggested their secrets. "Now we'll soon be coming to the house of the crocodile," said Allen. "By Jove, it's a joke on us, and a smart one if it's been turned into a hashish den under our noses. But it must be something new, or we should have got into it. The chief thinks already he can guess who's at the bottom of the business, and who has put the money up, a certain bey in whose service the caretaker was, a rich old Johnny, very old-fashioned, who lives not far off in a beautiful house of the best Cairene period. He's keen on antiques, and has been of service to the government in several ways, though he is a reformed smuggler, and his only son, dead now, was a hopeless hashash. That's what they call slaves of the hashish habit. I suppose you've read all about the hashishain of the Crusaders' days, whom we speak of assassins? Well, ever since then the Hashashain have had a bad reputation, but this old man I speak of has been pitied for his son's failings, which he pretends to think a judgment for his own past repented sins. Now, Lord Ernest, saunter please, as if you were a tourist in my charge, admiring the old doorways." 2 native workmen appeared in front of us, with pickaxes on their shoulders. Stopping, they threw down their tools. One produced a cord which he stretched across the street from house to house, and in the middle he hung a small red flag. Then the pair began to pick in a leisurely way at the surface of the road, and before we reached the barrier an Arab policeman stationed himself by the cord. Glancing ahead, I saw that the farther end of the narrow lane was blocked in the same manner. "This is one trick we have of doing our work quietly," said Allen. "It always answers pretty well." I said nothing but used my eyes. Coming from nowhere apparently, there were 20 men in the street. A few had crowbars in their hands. Others, native policemen, carried the canes with which they control the movements of the people. From the shadowed doorway of large house a native sergeant of police stepped out as we approached, and saluted Allen. Over the closed door a large, dryly smiling, ancient crocodile hung. "Have our men come and taken their places?" asked my companion in Arabic. "Yes, Effendi," the sergeant answered. "All has been done according to order. The back entrance, which was the water gate before the old canal was filled up, is surrounded, and the adjoining houses with which some communication may have been established are watched. Not a rat could have crawled out since we came, nor could one have gone in. Today is the feast of a saint, and these people have their excuse not to open the house to visitors, for so it is with other show places. Look, it is written up that until tomorrow there is no admission." As the man pointed to a card hanging from a hook, he and Allen smiled at the cleverness of this pretext for closing the door. In English, French, and Arabic the reason was announced in neat print. Probably this was not the first time the same excuse had been used in the same way. "They must have taken alarm at something, and thought they were being watched," Allen said to me. "That's why they've sported their oak. I expect we shall make a haul, as, for everybody's sake concerned, they wouldn't dare let their clients out, to fall into a trap. Yes, that's why, or else—" He stopped, and I did not ask him to go on, for I knew that to ask would be useless. Yet I guessed what he had meant to say, and why he had stopped. He didn't wish to alarm me, but it was in his mind that the house had been closed because of something planned to happen inside. And that something might be connected with my friends. We should soon know. My first thought was that we were to get through the door by breaking it in, or by forcing those on the other side to open for us. In an instant, however, I realized that my idea was absurd. It would take an hour to batter down that thick slab of old cedarwood, and Allen had said that he wanted to do things quietly. No, the brown sergeant was not here to open the door, but to see that it did not open unless for our benefit. 2 of Allen's men were unfolding a curious ladder like a lattice, which they made secure with screws when they had stretched it to full length. Then up it went to one of the beautiful mushrbiyeh windows which, on the level of the story above the ground floor, bayed graciously, overhanging the street. One man standing below held the ladder firmly in place, while another, small and lithe as a monkey and enjoying the task as a monkey might, ran up to the top that leaned against the window. Evidently he was a skilled worker, for before I knew what he would be at, he had, with some small, sharp instrument, prized out without breaking it, one of the sections of carved lattice. This he tossed lightly down to a man who caught it, and as he and 4 others after him slipped through the opening, the sergeant knocked on the closed door, under the swinging form of the crocodile. Nobody answered, but 3 minutes passed, and then suddenly there was the sound of a falling bar, and a very old, very dark man, with a white turban and a white beard, peeped out. "Thieves!" he cried in Arabic. "Thieves break in at the window!" He was making the best of a bad business, I guessed, and hoped somehow to justify himself to the police. But though he was grey with fright, he forgot to look surprised. My Arabic was not equal to the strain of catching all the gabble that followed. The old man protesting that it was right to close the house today, that if it were the police and not thieves who broke in, it was unjust, it was cruel, and his son Mansour, the caretaker, would appeal to all the powers. Before he had come to the end of his first breath, he was hushed and handcuffed, and hustled away, and another man sprang forward from behind the angle of a screen wall inside the entrance. He was young and looked strong and fierce as an angry giant, but at sight of Alan and the rest of us he stopped as if we had shot him. Perhaps he had not expected so many. In any case, he saw that there was nothing he could hope to gain by violence or bluster. All he could do was to protest, as his father had done, that this visit was a violation of his right to close the house on a holiday. "Don't be a fool, Mansour," said Alan, who evidently knew him. "You understand very well that isn't why we are here. You've got a hashish den upstairs above the public showrooms. A nice trick you thought you'd played us, but you see you didn't bring it off." By this time we were inside the house, having thrust the caretaker in again, and passing the 3 tortuous screen walls of the entrance into a courtyard. Several young Arabs dressed as servants stood there, large-eyed, and stricken at sight of their giant master held by 4 policemen. But there was not a sign of our men who had crawled through the window, and I was impatient to go where they had gone. There was no sound of scuffling, no sound at all, except the crying of some startled doves, and Mansour's voice, swearing by the Prophet's sacred beard that if anything were wrong he was not the one to blame. There were those above him who must be obeyed, or he and all that were his would be put out of life, but I cared too little for him, or what might become of him and his, to listen much. I looked up and saw at the left of the courtyard, with its several closed doors, a short flight of steps with a mounting block and a doorway leading to a winding staircase. Round the court went a gallery, supported with old marble pillars, and underneath on one side was a large recess, the taktabosh, raised slightly above the level of the courtyard, and having a row of wooden benches round its 3 walls. Here the caretaker and his male relatives and friends had evidently been smoking their nargilahs and drinking coffee. Our arrival had disturbed them in the midst. Suddenly into the frightened mourning of the doves broke a sharp sound of cracking wood. "Come along," cried Alan, "there'll be past the barrier in a minute." And leaving Mansour and the others to be dealt with by subordinates, he led the way up the steep stairs at a run. We did not stop at the first story, the show part of the House of the Crocodile, but catching a glimpse of a latticed balcony off the landing, all lovely mushrbiyeh work, and a great room of Persian tiled walls and coloured marble floor beyond, we dashed up another flight of stairs to the story above. These stairs were of common wood, and somewhat out of repair. At the top was a door of carved cedar wood like those below, but rough in execution, faded, and with here and there a star point or triangle of the pattern missing, leaving a hole in the thick wood. On this door was nailed a large card with the notice written English, French, and Arabic, "Forbidden to the public." What a grand idea to install a hashish den here, I could not help thinking as I followed at Alan's heels to the head of the stairs, where 2 of his men worked with crowbars to prise open that theatrically dilapidated door. Behind the pair who worked there were the others who had entered by the window below, and hardly had we taken our places in the strange queue when with a loud groan the door gave way. The couple in front almost fell into a dark passage on the other side, and my heart leaped, for I half expected to see them driven back upon us by an attack with knives or pistols. But the dim vista seemed to hold only silence and emptiness as I peered over men's shoulders, and as we crowded in, Alan pushing ahead to take the lead, nothing stirred. The passage was but a gallery, like that below, but instead of being open it was closed in with lattice of mushrbiyeh work, so that, though those within could look through, it was a secret for those outside as if it had been enclosed by a solid wall. The darkness was patterned with light, like ebony thinly inlaid with gold, for the afternoon sunlight trickled into the delicate loopholes of the carvings, and we began to see what enterprise had been made of this ruinous upper story. The floor had been dilapidated and unsafe, but new boards had been placed over it, covered with Egyptian-made matting and rugs to deaden sound and give an appearance of comfort. We walked quickly along to the end where this closed gallery turned at right angles, and there found another door, new and rough, evidently but lately put up. It was not so strong as the old one, and it yielded in a few minutes to the furious industry of our men with their crowbars. They lifted the door from its broken hinges, leaning it against a wall, and as we passed through, an Arab pulled aside a thick curtain which filled in a doorway. He was evidently a servant, and seeing the police showed no sign of surprise, but only of a most humble resignation which disclaimed responsibility and begged for mercy. In silence the man was taken into custody, and Allen and I, with 3 of the 4 policemen, passed into the region behind the portière. There all was dusk, save for the faint light sifting down from a carved wooden dome in the ceiling, partly curtained, and a dark lantern flashed out a long, revealing ray. The men ran to pull back heavy cloth hangings which entirely covered the latticed windows, and would allow lamps to be lit at night without being seen from the street or courtyard. Instantly sunshine pierced the carved interstices, and let us see what enterprise had done for his clients. We were in the antechamber of a long, beautiful room. The old colored marble of the Durka, the lower level of floor nearest the entrance, had been repaired with new. The dilapidations of a fountain were almost hidden by pink azaleas in pots. The Liwan on the next level had a good rug or two, and the Diwan at the farthest and highest end was furnished with red-covered mattresses and pillows. The low wall benches of marble were set here and there with glass bowls of roses and syringa, and tiny cedarwood cupboards high in the tiled walls were open to show coffee cups, tobacco jars, and pipes made of cocoanut shells with long stems of cane. 4 men, who had apparently been lying on the mattresses, stood up and faced us, not fiercely, but with something of the attendant's resignation. 2 were in European clothes, with the inevitable tarbouche, and 2, equally well dressed, were old-fashioned and picturesque in the long silk gown and turban style, which Antoun and other lovers of the ancient ways affected. They were of the Effendi class, and might be merchants or professional persons. A turbaned man with a black beard Allen knew, and greeted in Arabic, "Hussein Effendi, who would have thought to see you here?" "Why not?" answered the other, with a melancholy smile and a shrug of the shoulders. "There is no harm, really, but only in the eyes of the English. We are caught, and we cannot complain, for we have had true delight, and we have known since the alarm came last night that we may have to pay for our pleasure." "So you had the alarm last night?" said Allen, looking as if there were nothing surprising or puzzling in that. "Yes, why should not we admit it now? Word came that a watch had been set outside, both back and front, and none of us dared to leave the house. We consented to be locked in, though there is one in another room who wished to get out and run the risk. That was not permitted, for the sake of others, and to prevent him from taking his own way in spite of prudence. We let ourselves be shut in, with only one attendant who took through the holes in the door such little food as we needed. We had begun to hope that it had been a false alarm, or, since no inquiries seemed to have been made below, that the watchers had gone and would not come again. We planned as soon as night fell to go to our homes, but it was not to be, and if any are to blame, it is not those who come to take pleasures provided for them, but rather they who cheat the coast guard of the swift-running camels, and bring what is forbidden into Egypt. "The blame will be rightfully apportioned," said Allen. "Meanwhile I am sorry to say, Hussein Effendi, that you and those in your company are subject to the law. I must leave you now, and go farther to see what others we will have to deal with." The 4 Effendis were politely left in charge of 2 policemen who would have been equal to twice their number, and our one remaining man went on with Allen and me. "Your friends, and perhaps 2 or 3 who can afford to pay big prices, will have had their smoke in private rooms," Allen explained. "We can guess who it was who wanted to break out. There are probably no more doors, only curtains, so we shall have no trouble. But don't forget that, if anything unexpected should happen, you have a pistol. Of course you understand that it could be used only in an extreme case." A curtained doorway led out from the diwan into a small anteroom, and there on the floor sat Bedr el Gamili, the picture of dejection. Had I raised my voice in the next room he would perhaps have ventured in to see what I could do to help him, for now at sight of me he scrambled up in shamefaced eagerness. "Oh, my lordship," he began to cackle, "praise be to Allah you are come. I was persuaded to bring the young ladies here. They would make me do it. Yes, sir, it is not my fault. They pay me, I have to obey. Then we get caught, like we was some rats. No fair to punish me. "The lady's all right. No harm come, except a little sick." "If no harm has come, that's not due to you, but to a very different man, as you well know," I said, and as I spoke the man I had in my mind appeared before my eyes. "Hello!" I exclaimed, joyously. Anthony's eyes and Alan's met, but I could not tell if they knew each other, nor could I ask then. It was enough for Alan in any case, however, that this magnificent Haji was one of the friends for whom I searched. He turned to Bedr. "You brought two ladies here, I understand," he said quickly and sharply. "Then you must have acquaintance with the place. For good reasons which have nothing to do with you, I shall not arrest you, but you will have to report at the governorate inside the hour, or you will regret it. Do you know the way out the back of the house?" "I do, gracious one," Bedr responded with a businesslike promptness. "Then take these gentlemen and the ladies, whom I do not need to see, out by that door, and you will all be allowed to go, because my men who are there have seen Lord Ernest Borrow, and they have my instructions." We waited for no more, but followed Anthony, who made a dash through the further room and into another. There on a mattress crouched two forlorn figures, veiled as if in haste, and muffled in black satin haberas such as Turkish ladies wear in the street. "Lord Ernest! Oh, how glad I am!" cried one of these creatures, while the other, less vital or more miserable, whimpered and gurgled a little behind her veil. "Come along, quick!" I said, and they came. Bedr led the way, thankful to show himself of use. Anthony followed as if to protect or screen the girls from sight. I brought up the rear, and so, scuttling through a rabbit warren of little unfurnished, dilapidated rooms, we found a narrow side staircase, and tumbled down it, anyhow, in dust and dimness. Then two more staircases, and we were in a cellar which looked as if it might once have been used as a prison. Up again, and rattling at a chained door. Then out, into light and air, into the midst of a group, for which an instant closed threateningly around us. But the sergeant I had seen was among the alert brown men. A glance, a gesture, and we were allowed to pass, a youth running with us to show us the promised carriage and the Arab driver with the red camellia. So it was over, this adventure. Yet was it over? That remained to be seen, and remained also to see what it meant, if indeed there were a meaning underneath the surface. "It seems too good to be true that it should end like this," said Monty. She said it on the roof of Mina House, in the kiosk room made of mushrbiyeh work, which I had engaged for a little private dinner party that night. You see, it was the night of the full moon, the magic night of the Sphinx spell, which must not be wasted, no matter how tired you may be or how many excitements you may have lived through. Anthony and I had had our explanations. He had told me that one night in a café, where he was spreading news of his dream, he heard two men talking in low voices about the house of the crocodile. The word hashish had not been mentioned, but Anthony had imbibed a vague impression of something secret, and had wondered and had been interested. Then the matter had slipped his mind, but, summoned in the night from the writing of letters to advise Mrs. Jones, he had recalled Monty's wish to visit a hashish den. He knew of none, but suspected the existence of one or two. How to find out in a hurry, he had asked himself. And with that, the remembrance of those few whispered words in the café had come echoing back to him. He acted upon the suggestion, went to the door of the swinging crocodile, knocked, and knocked again, had the door opened to him as if in surprise by an apparently sleepy man. Announced the motive of his coming as if it were a foregone conclusion that hashish could be smoked in the house by the initiated. His disguise was not suspected. It never was when he played the Egyptian, and when they asked who had sent him, he had the inspiration to utter the name of that bey who had been Mansour's master. This gave him entrance. He was taken upstairs, passed through the door forbidden to the public, and the first person he saw in the long room as he entered was Bedr smoking a goza, one of those coconut, cane-stemmed pipes in which hashish is mingled with the Persian tobacco called tumbak. Bedr was accused of treachery and defended himself. The ladies had insisted. It was his place to obey. He had done no wrong in engaging a carriage to wait outside the Gezira Palace gardens, and bringing his employers to the best place in Cairo for the hashish smoking. The ladies were safe and happy in a private room where they had tried their little experiment, and now they were sleeping. As soon as they waked and felt like going home, he was ready to take them. It was for Miss Gilder, not for better, to beg pardon of her friends if they were frightened. And all the time it had seemed to Anthony that the man was expecting someone to arrive. He watched the doorway half eagerly, half anxiously. When a servant came or went, he started and betrayed emotion which might have been disappointment or relief. But when Anthony questioned him, he said, "I expect no one, Effendi. It is only that I shall not be easy till we get the ladies home. Now you tell me their people are alarmed." Just then, and before Anthony saw the girls, a servant had come running in to say that there was an alarm. Something had happened in the street, and the police were there. Mansour feared that it was a ruse, and that the house was being watched, back and front. Where the forbidden thing is, no precaution can be too great. For their own sakes, and Mansour's sake, no one must go out, perhaps not until the next night. But luckily a saint's day would give peace for the morrow, and all doors could be shut without causing remark. The news that there was no escape for many hours to come distressed no one apparently except Antoine. He had gone to the door and had tried to open it, but found that already it was locked on the other side. Then he knew that it was useless to struggle, for he was unarmed, the door was thick, and no one outside could hear if he shouted. He must use his wits, but first he must make sure that the two girls were safe. He forced, rather than induced, Better to show him the room they had engaged, a small one, closed only with a portière, and looking over the court, down into the open-fronted recess where Mansour's family life went on, like a watchdog's in his kennel. It was true, as Better had said, the girls slept on a cushioned mattress, wrapped in black haberas, their faces turned to the wall. As they could not be taken out, Anthony did not wake them, but let them get, in peace, their money's worth of dreaming. His next thought was to try and bribe the Arab attendant to smuggle out a letter, but acceptable as a bribe would have been, the man explained his helplessness to earn it, at least for the time being. He could do nothing till one of his fellow servants came up from below to pass food for the imprisoned smokers through a hole in the door, made purposely in case of just such an emergency. Probably no one would appear till morning, for who would be hungry before then? Even with the morning, it might be Mansour himself who would bring the food, and inquire again at the door if all were well within. But if the noble Hadji wrote the letter, it should be sent when opportunity arose. One of the servants below stairs, said the man, was his father, who might during the next day be able to slip out as if on some errand. Then he would perhaps take a letter, if he could be sure of good pay, and that he would not be delivered up to the police. So Anthony had written on a sheet torn from his notebook, and had made an envelope of another sheet. The address of the Gezira Palace had helped the man to believe that no evil would reach his father, and a sweetener in the shape of all Anthony's ready money had done the rest. But evidently the old man had not succeeded in finding an excuse for an errand until after the noon hour, and meanwhile time had seemed long in the house of the crocodile. When the girls waked, wanting to go home, they were ill. They found the game not worth the candle, but Anthony's presence had given them comfort. They were humble and remorseful, and Better was so conspicuously a worm that Monty consented to his discharge. "It would take more time than we've got to make him worth converting," she said to Rachel when the Armenian had carefully laid all the blame of the expedition upon her shoulders. Never were two runaway children more glad to be found and restored to their anxious relatives than Monty Gilder and Rachel Guest. As for Better, he took his dismissal with a week's wages submissively, but the gravest question concerning him still lacked an answer. Had he merely been officious and indiscreet in guiding the girls secretly to the house of the crocodile, and there procuring hashish to buy them dreams, or had he wanted something to happen in that house which had not happened? A certain amount of browbeating from Antoine and bullying from me dragged nothing out of him. And perhaps there was nothing to be dragged. Perhaps it was through over-sensitiveness that Bridget and I dwelt suspiciously upon Better's motives, and asked each other who it was that he had expected at the house of the crocodile. Even Anthony did not accuse the Armenian of anything worse than slyness and cowardice, according to him the two worst vices of a man, but he volunteered to find out what mysterious night disturbance in the street had caused the sudden closing of the doors. It was Biddy's thought that the person Better wished to meet might fortunately have been prevented by this very disturbance from keeping his appointment, and Monty saved a serious ending to her adventure. It began to seem rather a worry, traveling with so important a young woman as Miss Gilder, and a vague dread of the future hung over me as it hung over Bridget, who loved the girl. We felt, dimly, as if we had a warning, and did not yet know how to profit by it. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, as before an earthquake, and we felt that the affair of the hashish den might be but a preface to some chapter yet unwritten. Still, it was impossible not to forgive Monty her indiscretion. Indeed, she became so honey-sweet and childlike in her desire to make up for what we had suffered, that the difficulty was not to like her better. She besought us to forget the episode. If we only knew how sick she and Rachel had been, we'd see why they never wanted to think of those hours again. And when I chanced to mention that tonight would be full moon, the night of the nights when the Sphinx and the Giza pyramids held their court, Monty begged to have the bad taste of her naughtiness taken out of her mouth by a dinner at Mina House. We might dine early and plunge into the desert later when the moon was high. Of course, I proposed that all should be my guests, all except Antoine, who, though recognized as a gentleman of Egypt, was considered by Miss Gilder an alien, not exactly on dining terms. He was supposed to go home to his own address. At 8:30 he was to take a taxi to Mina House, where he would arrive before 9, in time to help me organize my expedition. I explained to Monty that, though we should dine privately, it would be my duty to see that the Candace people paid their respects to the Sphinx, and gazed upon her as she ate moon honey. If they missed this sight, or if anything went wrong with their way of seeing it, I should never be forgiven. But the much chastened Monty graciously did not mind. She thought it would be fun to watch the sheep-dog rounding up his flock. Useless to explain to her the subtle social distinction between a flock and a set, both with capitals. To her, the blaze of the set's smartness was but the flicker of a penny dip. We could drive the crowd on ahead and look at our moon when they were out of its light. So there's the explanation of Monty's presence in the Musherbia kiosk on the roof of Mina House, on the night following the great adventure, which would have put most girls to bed with nervous prostration. Part of our program, to be sure, had failed, but it was not a part which could interfere with my selfish enjoyment. Mrs. East had changed her mind at the last moment, and had decided not to dine, although I had invited Sir Marcus on purpose for her. According to Biddy, Cleopatra had something up her sleeve, something her excuse of seediness was meant to cover. Maybe it was only a flirtatious wish to disappoint Sir Marcus. Maybe it was something more subtle. But it did not much matter to anybody except Lark, who was obliged to put up with Mrs. Jones in place of Mrs. East, for Rachel Guest and the sculptor, whom we nicknamed Bill Bailey, were to be paired off, and, urged by Biddy, I intended to monopolize Monty. I suppose there could scarcely be a more ideal room for an intimate dinner party on a moonlight night than that kiosk on the flat roof of Mina House. Through the wide open doors, and the open walls like a canopy of black lace lined with silver, the moonlight filtered, sketching exquisite designs upon the white floor and bringing out jeweled flecks of color on the covering and cushions of the divans. There was no electricity in this kiosk, and we aided the moonlight only with red-shaded candles and ruby-domed fairy lamps, the exact shade of the crimson ramblers which decorated the table. For the corners by the open doors I had ordered pots of Madonna lilies, which gave up their perfume to the room, and looked, in the mingling radiance of rose and silver, like hovering doves. "Oh, I could hug and kiss that moon," sighed Monty, tall and fair in her white dress as the lilies I had chosen for her. I was relieved that the man in the moon has now been superseded by a Gibson girl, for Monty was beautiful at that moment as a vision met in the secret garden which lies on the other side of sleep. "And the stars," Monty said, as I watched her uplifted face, wondering just how much I was in love with it, "the little stars high up at the zenith twinkle like silver bees. Those that sit on the edge of the horizon are huge and golden, like desert watchfires. Oh, do you know, Lord Ernest, if quite a dull, uninteresting man, or one that it would be madness to even think of, proposed to me on such a night, I should have to say yes. It would seem so prosaic and such a waste of moonlight not to. Wouldn't you feel like that if you were a girl?" "I'm sure I should," I replied with extraordinary sympathy. "I do feel like it, even as a man. I warn you not to propose, or I shall snap at you." She laughed, but I was wondering if I were dull and uninteresting enough to stand a chance. It seemed as if Providence were actually handing it to me. but just then Biddy and Sir Marcus came to the doorway which had so becomingly framed Monty's form and mine. Naturally, that put the idea out of my head, and two such opportunities don't come to a man in a single night. Dinner was not ready yet, and we sauntered about on the flat roof, white as marble in the moonlight. The sky was milk, the desert honey, far off Cairo with its crowned citadel pale opal veined with light, and faintly streaked with misty greens and purples. The cultivated land a deep indigo sea. The fantastically built hotel, in its ancient beginnings the palace of a pasha, was like a closely huddled group of chalets, looked down on from its central roof. On the fringe of the oasis garden the cafes and curiosity shops buzzed with life, and glittered like lighted beehives. Outside the gateway donkey boys and camel-men and drivers of sand-carts chattered. Tonight, and on a few moonlight nights to come, they would reap their monthly harvest. They were all ready to start off anywhere at a moment's notice, but apart from them and their clamor reposed a row of camels previously engaged, free, therefore, to enjoy themselves until after dinner. As we gazed down as if from a captive balloon at the line of sitting forms, they looked immense, like giant newborn birds, with their huge egg-shaped bodies and thin necks. Along the arbor road from Cairo flashed motor car after motor car, their lights winking in and out between the dark trees, now blazing, now invisible, their occupants all intent on doing the right thing, dining at Mina House and seeing the full moon feed honey to the Sphinx. Some, wishing to save time, or to dine later in town, or to take a train for somewhere later, did not turn in at the hotel gate, but swept past with siren shrieks, and tore on, hoping to rush the steep hill to the pyramid platform at top speed. Only a few of the strongest succeeded, and, with a dash instead of an ignominious crawl, triumphantly fanned their lights along the base of that vast monument, in which King Cheops vainly sought eternal privacy. What would he say, we wondered, could he see the crowds of tourists tearing out to pay him a call, on their way to the Sphinx? Would he blight them with a curse, or would he remember pearly nights of old, when his subjects assembled in multitudes for the feast of the goddess Neith, when the moon was full, and the white, brightly painted houses along the Nile reflected their flower-like illuminations in the water? Anyhow, as Sir John Biddle would have said, this was helping to keep his name before the public, and nothing could succeed in vulgarizing his mountain of gold and its gleaming waves of desert, under pulsing stars and creamy floods of moonlight. Anthony had told me that the great tip was to go out while the less instructed sightseers ate their dinner. Then the desert was comparatively empty, and more important still, instead of having the moon on her head and her face in shadow, the Sphinx received its full blaze in her far-seeing eyes. Of this advice I meant to avail myself, feeling vaguely guilty as I thought of the giver, who was absent from the feast, Anthony Fenton, one of the finest young soldiers in Egypt, who could be lionized in drawing-rooms at home if he would stand for it. Anthony, who, would he but accept the repentant overtures of that tyrannical old prince, his maternal grandfather, might inherit a fortune and a palace at Constantinople. Yet as Ahmed Atoun and his green turban he was taboo at our little party. He was due later, however, and I rather expected to find him waiting below when I excused myself to descend to the set. But I had not left the roof when a note for Monty was brought up by an ebony person in livery. I watched her as she read, one side of her face turned to marble by the moon, the other stained rose by the red-shaded candles. I thought that the rosy side grew more rosy as she finished the letter. "There's a message for you, Lord Ernest," she said. "Aunt Clara wants me to tell you that Antoun can't meet you at the hotel, because she changed her mind about not coming out, and sent for him. She felt better, it seems, and got thinking what a pity it would be to miss the full moon, so she suddenly remembered that Antoun wasn't with us, and decided to invite him. She writes in a hurry and didn't know where they would dine, but says anyhow they'll meet us by the Sphinx between 9 and 10. "Where they'd dine?" echoed Sir Marcus, pricked to interest. "Was she going to let Antoun take her out to dinner?" "Apparently she was," replied Monty, rather dryly. "Why not?" asked Bridget. "He's perfectly splendid. And Mrs. East, not that she isn't a young woman, of course, is old enough to go out without a chaperone." "If we're to meet them between 9 and 10 at the Sphinx," said Monty briskly, "don't you think, Lord Ernest, you'd better hurry and get your people off? so we can set out ourselves?" "I'm going," I assured her, "but I thought we planned to give them a long start, in hopes that they might be ready to come back by the time we arrived." "Oh, well," she said, "that will make it very late, won't it, and we may miss Aunt Clara. Anyhow, lots of other creatures just as bad as yours will be there, for we can't engage the desert like a private sitting-room." That settled it. I dashed downstairs and sorted out my charges. They had got themselves up in all kinds of costumes for this act. One man had on a folding opera hat, which he had thought just the right thing for Egypt, as it was so easy to pack. Girls in evening dress, men young and old in helmets and straw hats, ancient maidens and fat married ladies in dust cloaks or ball gowns, climbed or leaped or scrambled onto camels with shrieks of joy or moans of horror, or else they tumbled onto donkeys which bounded away before the riders were well on their backs. And men, women, and animals were shouting, giggling, groaning, gabbing, snarling, and squeaking, an extraordinary procession to pay honor to the pyramids and the lonely Sphinx. We of the roof party considered ourselves, figuratively speaking, above camels, far above donkeys, and scornful of motor cars, in which it was irreverent to charge up to the Great Pyramid as if to the door of a café. We walked, and Moni still lent herself to me, but she no longer bubbled over with delight at everything. A subdued mood was upon her, and her eyes looked sad, even anxious, in the translucent light which was not so much like earthly moonlight as the beginning of sunrise in some far, magic dreamland. She had the pathetic air of a spoiled child who begins suddenly, if only vaguely, to realize it cannot have everything it wants in the world. And she merely smiled when I told her how, to ensure the peace of the desert, I had offered a prize of a large blue scarab as big as a paperweight, for that member of the set who did not even say "oh" to the Sphinx. Antoine had vetted the alleged scarab and pronounced it a modern forgery, but nobody else knew that, and as a prize it was popular. The sky had that clear pale blue of dawn when day first realizes that, though born of night, it is no longer night. Cassiopeia's chair and Orion were being tossed about the burning heavens like golden furniture out of a house on fire, and one great star jewel had fallen on the apex of cruel Khufu's pyramid. I should have liked to believe it was Sirius, the lucky star sacred to Isis and Hathor, but Moni's schoolgirl knowledge of astronomy bereft me of that innocent pleasure. No wonder that the ancient Egyptians, with such jewels in their blue treasure house, were famous astrologers and astronomers before the days when Ramesses' daughter found Moses in the bulrushes of Rhoda Island. The stars spoke to us as we walked, soft-footed through the sand, and the pure wind of the desert spoke other words of the same language, the language of the universe and nature. Here and there yellow lights in a distant camp flashed out like fireflies. Far away across the billowing sands, rocks bleached like bone gave an effect of surf on an unseen shore. Now and then a silent, swift-moving Arab stealing out of the shadow might have been the white woman who haunts the Sphinx, hurrying to a fatal tryst, and the Great Pyramid seemed to float between desert sand and cloudless sky like the golden palace of Aladdin being transported through the air by the genie of the lamp. There never was such gold as this gold of sand and pyramids under the moon. We said that it was like condensed sun rays, so vivid, so bright, that the moon could not steal its color. Cloud-like white figures were running up Khufu's geometric mountain, Arabs expecting money when they should come leaping down, whole or in pieces, and the khaki uniforms of British soldiers, mounting or descending for their own stolid amusement, made the pyramid itself seem to be writhing, so like was the color of the cloth to that of the stone. No use being angry because the monument was crawling with Tommies. The pyramids were as much theirs as ours, and probably Napoleon's soldiers spent their moonlit evenings in the same way, a thought which somehow made the thing seem less intolerable. We climbed to the vast platform of the Giza pyramids, and then plunged into the billows of the desert in quest of the Sphinx. Sir Marcus was entitled to call himself the pioneer, but we needed no one to show us the way. It was but too clearly indicated by the bands of pilgrims going or returning, and among the latter were those whom Monty callously referred to as poor Ernest's crowd. Miss Hassett Bean and the Biddle girls made us linger, with sand trickling over the tops of our shoes, while they poured into our ears their impressions of the Sphinx. Miss H.B. thought that she, with a capital S, was a combination of goddess, prophetess, and mystery. Enid thought she was like an Irish washerwoman making a face, and Elaine said she was the image of their bulldog at home. Monty, after a sandy introduction, listened to these verbal vandalisms in horrified silence. I could see that she was exerting herself for my sake to be civil to my charges, who were more interested in her than they had been in the Sphinx, and that, if she could have done so without hurting their feelings, she would have struck them dead. But my fears that their mental suggestions might obsess her were baseless. She did not speak when the golden billows parted to give us a first vision of the great mystery of the desert. I had led Monty by a roundabout way, and instead of seeing the Sphinx from the back, we came upon her face to face, as she gazed with her wonderful, all-knowing eyes straight into that world beyond knowledge which lies somewhere east of the moon. Veiled by the night in silver and blue, with a proud lift of the head, she faced past and future, which were one for her, and the present nothing. The moon gave back for a few hours all her lost loveliness, of which men had robbed her, seeming miraculously to restore the broken features, whole and beautiful as they had been in her youth before history began. It was as if in the moon's rays were silver hands, mending the marred majesty, giving life to the eyes and to the haunting secret smile. I thought of the story of King Harmachis, how he dreamed that the Sphinx came to life, saying that the sand pressed upon her and she could not breathe. Nobody since his day had for long left her buried. "What does it mean to you?" I broke the silence to ask. "I don't know," Monty said. "All I know is that she's more wonderful than I expected, and as beautiful as the loveliest marble Venus of Italy, though 1,000 times greater, if one perfect thing can be greater than another. She's so great that I don't think she can be meant to be a woman, or even a man. She is like a soul carved in stone." "All in a moment you have guessed the riddle," I exclaimed, liking and understanding the girl better than I had liked or understood her yet. "I believe that's the secret of the Sphinx. The king who had this stupendous idea and caused it to be carried out said to some inspired sculptor, 'Make for me from the rock of the desert a portrait, not of me as I am seen by men in my mortal part or cot, for that can be placed elsewhere, but an image of my real self, my soul or Ka, looking past the small things of this world into eternity, which lies beyond this desert and all deserts.' Then the sculptor made the Sphinx, and gave it such grandeur, such mystery of countenance, that instinctively the souls of people recognized the soul look. You have a soul, and it told you the secret. Only those who have no souls find the Sphinx heavy or hideous, or utterly beyond their comprehension." "Have I a soul?" Monty asked, dreamily. "Men I've known have told me I haven't, yet sometimes I've felt a fluttering, and if I have a soul I shall find it in Egypt. Oh, I shall! Something, yes, the Sphinx herself tells me that." I was tempted to ask, "What about a heart?" and then, in a violent hurry, before anybody came, to mention my own, into which the moon seemed pouring a little of the honey it had brought for the Sphinx. I did feel that someone owed a moonlight proposal under the Sphinx's nose, or the place where its nose had been, to such a girl as Monty. Her Egyptian experience could never be perfect and complete unless she were proposed to, on the night of the full moon, with the Sphinx's blessing, and as no better man was here to do it, I could not be thought conceited if I took the duty upon myself. Besides, Bridget would so thoroughly approve. "Look here, Monty," I began hastily. "There's something I want to tell you, something very important you ought to know, because matters can't go on much longer as they are." "Is it something about Antoun?" she broke in, with a little gasp, as I paused for breath and courage. "If it is, maybe I know it already." Extraordinary the relief I felt. I ought to have suffered a shock of disappointment, because I couldn't possibly finish a proposal after such an interruption. But instead my spirits went up with a bound. Probably, however, that was because her hint was a whip to my curiosity. "What do you know about Antoun?" I asked. Perhaps I forgot to lower my voice, or perhaps voices carry far across desert spaces, as across water. Anyhow, the clear tones of Cleopatra answered like an echo. "Antoun, Antoun, I hear Lord Ernest calling." Biddy, dear little match-making Biddy, had managed Sir Marcus, Bill Bailey, and Rachel as a circus rider manages 3 spirited white horses at one time. The desert was her ring, and she had reined her steeds to her will, keeping them out of my way and Monty's at all costs, no matter whether they saw the Sphinx in back view or noseless profile. But Mrs. East's principal occupation in life was not to get me engaged to the Gilded Rose, and either she lost her presence of mind, or else she was not so much enjoying her moonlight tete-a-tete with Fenton that it was worth while to hide from us behind a sand dune. The two emerged from a gulf shadow, Anthony very splendid under the moon, a true man of the desert. I thought I heard Monty draw in a sharp little breath as she saw that noble incarnation of Egypt, so he must have seemed, unless she knew the British reality of him, walking beside Cleopatra. Then came up the others, Sir Marcus, impossible to restrain, and we all talked together as people are expected to talk when they have come thousands of miles to see these monuments of Egypt. Yes, yes, wonderful, incredible. Which do you find more impressive, the Sphinx or the pyramids? Isn't it a pity that they let the temple between the paws remain buried? And aren't the pyramids just like Titanic golden beehives? And can't you simply see the swarming builders, like bees themselves, working for 20 years? Thus we jabbered, and others, many others, appeared to dispute the scene with us, to break the magic of the moonlight, and to puncture the vast silence of the desert with their cooings and gurglings and chatterings in German, English, Arabic, and every other language known since the Tower of Babel. Arab guides lit up the Sphinx with flaring magnesium, an impertinence that should have made hideous with hate the insulted features, but instead turned them for a thrilling instant of suspense into marble. Indeed, none of our petty vulgarities could jar or even fret the majestic calm of the desert and the stone mystery among its billows. The Sphinx gazed above and past us all. She was like some royal captive surrounded by a rabble mob, yet as undisturbed in soul as though her puny, hooting tormentors had no existence. It was not so much that she scorned us as that she did not know we were there. When we sorted ourselves out, to escape Sir Marcus, Cleopatra deigned to make use of me, having first observed with burning interest that Monty and Rachel were with Bailey, and that Antoine was pointing things out to Bridget O'Brien, as it's man's métier, in pictures and advertisements, to point things out to women. "It's been a wonderful evening," Mrs. East said. "It has made up for everything I suffered last night. We brought dinner out into the desert, in that smallest tea basket, you know, and ate it together, he and I, Anthony and I. There, I may as well confess that's what I called him to myself, for I've guessed your secret, and his. But don't be afraid, I won't tell a soul. It's too romantic and fascinating for words, or to put into words. He let me have my fortune told by an Arab sand diviner, who came while we were at dinner. I can't repeat to you what the fortune-teller said, but I feel as if I were living in a book. Oh, if only I were writing it myself and could make everything happen just as I want it to happen. Do you know one thing I would put into the story?" "No, I can't think," I said rather anxiously. "I would have you propose to Monty." "Oh, by Jove, Mrs. East!" "Why, don't you admire her?" "But of course, she's irresistible, only she's so horribly rich. And besides, she doesn't think of me in that way. You can't be sure. Now, Lord Ernest, I'm going to whisper you a secret. I believe, I really do, that Monty would be glad if you'd propose. If I were in your place, if I liked her, I would do so as soon as possible. It might save her from humiliation, from a great trouble. Being a duffer, I could only say once again, by Jove." I didn't sleep much that night for thinking of Monty, and when I did sleep I dreamed of her, tangled dreams in which she was Monty Gilder with Bridget O'Brien's eyes. Could it be possible that she liked me? Mrs. East ought to know. I made up my mind that tomorrow I would begin by feeling my way, but when tomorrow came I had no time to feel anything which concerned my private affairs. It seemed, or so I was told for my own good by Miss Hassett Bean, that the Candace people thought it snobby for me to have indulged in a private dinner party, and to have hustled them off in a drove to the Sphinx while I went leisurely with my smart friends. They knew all about the feast on the roof, and were of opinion that they ought to have been there. Did I consider my American heiress better than they, better even than the family of an ex-Lord Mayor? If I wished to make up lost ground, I must devote myself to duty, and be nicer than ever to everybody. This was one of the moments when I was tempted to throw over my job, but I remembered the reward, and set myself once more to the earning of it. For the next few days I scarcely saw Monty or Bridget, or even heard what was happening to them, for they had done the principal sights of Cairo, and I, at the head of the Candace crowd, was doing them. As if in a game of follow my leader, I led the band from mosque to mosque, not, indeed, visiting the whole 264, but calling on the best ones. To begin with, I collected the set on the height of the citadel which commands all Cairo, the platform of the pyramids, not only the Giza pyramids, but the 60-odd others, which newcomers don't talk about, the tawny Mokattam hills, and the silver-blue serpent of the Nile. From this vantage place I pointed out the things which we had to see in the city spread out below us, so that on the vaguest minds the picture might be painted in its entirety, before they began to absorb details on that mosaic map which was Cairo. The tombs of the Mamluks, strangely shaped monuments, vague and white as squatting ghosts, the graves of the caliphs, the historic gates of El Kahira, and the many ancient mosques whose minarets soared against the blue like tall-stemmed flowers in a palace garden. Mentally fortified by this bird's-eye view from the citadel, of course I had to trot them up again for the sunset. My charges let themselves be led from mosque to mosque, from tomb to tomb. Some, possessed with a demoniac desire to get their money's worth of Egypt, were unable to enjoy any sight, in their nervous dread of missing some other spectacle, which some people at home might ask them about. These strained their wearied intelligences to see more than they possibly could at any one moment, unless they had eyes all around their heads, and others, of an even more irritating type, never lifted the few eyes they had from the pages of guidebooks. I liked better those who, like Monty, frankly said they didn't wish to have their minds tidied up, and be told a string of things about Egypt. They just wanted to feel the things, and let them slowly soak in. And the nice, lazy Southern Americans, who said that they were tomb-shy, and loitered about, betting from 1 to 6 scarabs on the speed of fleas or donkeys, while I whipped forth for their tired companions a dull drove of facts, fattened for their benefit. Mosques and churches and tombs had to be visited, but did not appeal to all tastes. The bazaars did. So did the zoo, more fascinating than any other zoo, because each animal has its trick, or pet, or plaything. As an excuse to see Monty and the rest of my friends, I got up a moonlight digging expedition at Fustat, those great mounds of rubbish and buried treasure near Egyptian Babylon, where a city was burnt, lest it should fall into the hands of the Crusaders. Monty and her party were invited to join us, and accepted the invitation, piloted by Antoun. And concerning this entertainment I had an idea. Those who chose to dig among these desert-like sandhills, between the Coptic churches of Babylon and the tombs of the Mamluks, may chance upon something of value, especially after a windstorm or a landslip. Bits of Persian pottery, fragments of iridescent glass, broken bracelets of enamel, opaline beads, or tiny gods and goddesses. Why should I not, thought I, apportion off to each member of the band his or her own digging patch? This would save squabbling, and would provide an opportunity for me to propose in a unique way to Monty. Regarding the idea as an inspiration, I carried it out scientifically. Helped by Anthony, after the sun had set and the mounds were deserted, I staked out the most promising claims, and marked each space with the name of the miner for whom I intended it. In Monty's patch, near the surface where she could not possibly miss it, I buried a letter wrapped round a cow-eared head of Hathor, which I had bought at the Egyptian Museum shop. Now, in justice to myself, I must tell you that this letter was no common letter, such as any Tom, Dick, or Harry might write to the Mary Jane Smith of the moment. It was a missive which cost me midnight electricity and brain strain, for not only must I appeal to my lady, I must also suit an environment. Monty had taken up the study of hieroglyphics in order to appreciate intelligently the tombs and temples of the Nile. She had bought books, and was learning with the energy of a stenographer to read and write. She wrote out exercises, and submitted them for correction to Antoun, who, as an Egyptian, was to be considered an authority. Of course, she explained to me, one comes here thinking that all Egyptians nowadays, even Copts, are Arabs. But he says that Egyptians are as Egyptian as they ever were, because Arab invasion has left little more trace in their blood than the Romans left in the blood of the English. It interests me much more to feel when I'm in Egypt that I'm among real Egyptians. With this in my mind, I was convinced that a love letter in hieroglyphics, unearthed by moonlight in the mounds of Fustat, would please Mani. The difficulty was that, though I could speak Arabic fairly well, I hardly knew the difference between hieroglyphic, hieratic, and demotic forms, but the limited symbols I was able to employ were so strong in themselves that a few words would go a long way, and if they were not as correct as the sentiments they expressed, Mani was not herself a mistress of hieroglyphic style. I could find no hieroglyphic suit in which to clothe the name Ernest, but since I had become a keeper of men, mice, and mortals in Sir Marcus Lark's floating zoo, Mani's craze for Egyptianizing everything had suggested the nickname of Men Keeper Ra. She sometimes called me Ra for short, therefore I now ventured to divert to my own uses a sign and cartouche once the property of a son of the sun, and king of Egypt. Translation: Beautiful queen, star of my heart and soul, give me your love, become my wife and goddess for eternity. Men Keeper Ka Ra. I patted myself on the back, put the letter in the ground, and the digging party was a wild success, but time passed on and I had no answer. What I expected was a reply in kind, an hieratic acceptance or a demotic refusal. Either one would be good practice for Mani. But not a hieroglyph of any description came. I had to go on as if nothing had happened. To be ignored was less tolerable than being refused. Mani's silence began to get on my nerves, and to make matters worse, there was that desert trip hanging over my head. I knew even less about organizing a desert trip than I knew about hieroglyphics, yet it had to be done. As Sir Marcus said it was up to me to do it so well that Cook would look sick, Anthony was absorbed in secret official duties and open unofficial duties. His was a great thinking part, and our occupations kept us apart rather than brought us together. On the one occasion when we were alone, he devoted 4 out of 5 minutes to telling me what he had learned of the night disturbance in front of the House of the Crocodile. A Britisher of sorts had come into the street, guided by an Arab. There had been some dispute about payment, and the Britisher had slapped the dragoman's face. This had been followed, as he might have known it would, with a stab. A crowd had assembled and scattered before the police. The stabbed one had gone to the hospital, the stabber to prison. Although it was not surprising that Mansour, the suspicious caretaker, had feared a trap and closed his doors, Bedr el-Gamali, now one of the great unemployed, had been seen near the hospital where the injured man lay, but he had taken the alarm and departed without inquiring for the invalid's health, or else his being in that neighborhood was a coincidence. The name of the man knifed was Burke, and London was given as his address. He was between 35 and 40, and according to the arrested dragoman was not a gentleman but a tourist. His hurt was not severe, and as the Arab had been exasperated by a blow, the punishment would not be excessive. When at length I had seized the last remaining minute to put the question, "Do you think Miss Gilder has found out who you really are?" Fenton seemed astonished. "I hadn't thought of it at all," he answered simply. "She's giving me too many other things to think of." "What kind of things?" I stealthily inquired. "Oh," with an evasive air, "I don't know what to make of her yet, but I haven't given up my silly scheme." "What silly scheme?" Antoine looked almost sulky. "Well, if you've forgotten, I won't remind you. It's absurd, it's even brutal, and I'm ashamed of it. But I stick to it." I found out why Mani paid no attention to my buried letter. But the way in which I found it out, and several other things at the same time, is part of the desert trip. I am not a man whose soul turns to diaries for consolation, but I did keep up a bowing acquaintance with his notebook in Egypt. It helped me with my lectures, and in the desert it relieved my feelings. Looking over the desert pages, I am tempted to give them as they stand. Black Friday. Morning. The start's for Monday, and nothing done. Could I develop symptoms of creeping paralysis and throw the responsibility on Anthony? But too late for that now, and he may have to stay in Cairo for a day or two. Why did I leave my peaceful home? It's the lure of the Mountain of the Golden Pyramid. Last night, before I went to bed, read over my copy of Ferlini's letters, to gain courage. Gained it for a little, but when I think of that desert I'm supposed to turn into a happy playground for trippers, and not a tent hired or a prune bought, or an egg laid, for all I know, I wish Anthony and I had let Lark stick to our mountain. This is all Lark's fault, anyhow. He sprang the thing on me. Said it would be as easy as falling off a log. Said Cairo was full of Arabs whose mission in life was supplying tents and utensils for desert tours. People would be charmed with simple life, and me as universal provider. All I had to do was to supply cheap editions of the Garden of Allah, and plenty of dates, and hint that it was considered vulgar in the best circles to put on Peshmelba airs in the desert. With a few quotations I should make them content with a loaf of bread, a cup of wine, and thingumbob. Why, they'd be falling in love with each other under the desert stars, and my principal occupation would be saying, "Bless you, my children." Sounded neat, and I remembered that, according to Bridget, Monty wanted the desert to take her. Thought it might be useful if I were in on the act. Abysmal beast of a dragoman who lurks round Mina House buoyed me up with false hopes. Said he had a fine outfit which he let, and threw himself in as guide. Plenty of everything, including cheek, for 15 people, the exact number who have put down their names to go. Some girls and parents are staying for a ball at the Semiramis, where I've tearfully persuaded the only soft-hearted officers I know to dance with them, otherwise the lot would have been on my hands in the desert. Had so much to do yesterday taking the crowd to Materia, where the Holy Family hid in a hollow tree, that I had no time to look at the Arab's outfit. Was inclined to save trouble and trust him, but saw Anthony a minute last night, and he urged me to inspect everything. Did so early this morning. Rotten outfit, tents like old patchwork quilts, pots and pans, etc., probably bought job lot from Noah when the ark was docked. Those keenest on desert taking them will be mad as hatters if it takes them in. Suppose I'll have to interview half the Arabs in Cairo today. Wish I had a ka or ba or whatever you get for an astral body in Egypt, and I could say to it, "Here, my dear chap, I trust you to do this job while I stay in Cairo and rest my features." Then he'd get the blame and I'd disappear, never to be seen again. Or if he were a ka with cook accomplishments, maybe he'd bring off the thing all right, in which case I ought to turn up and take the credit and marry Monty. Happy thought. Cook. Why shouldn't I sneak to Cook and inquire in a careless way if they publish any pamphlet on how to do a desert tour? Later. Have been to Cook. No pamphlet, but a friend in need. Talk of casting bread on the waters. In Rome I cast a crust which I didn't want, and it's come back in Cairo with butter and sugar on it. Must have been 2 years ago in Rome when a young chap wrote to me to the embassy. Said he'd been disappointed in getting work he'd come abroad for, had seen my name, recognized it, was from my country, and could I use him as a stenographer or anything? I couldn't, but found him someone who could, and forgot him till I saw him this morning, a fully fledged clerk at Cook's. Checking the impulse to fall on his neatly striped blue and white bosom, I invited him to lunch, and as a reward for what he calls past and present favors, he had given me a new life. What I mean to say is, he's promised to provide me not only with tents, but camels and camel boys and a camp chef, and waiters and wash bowls and a desert dragoman, and thousands of things I'd never thought of. It seems practically certain that since Napoleon no genius has been born as Slaney. Cleopatra would say that Slaney is the reincarnation of Napoleon, but neither Cleopatra nor anyone else, above all Sir Marcus Lark, is to know of his existence. Such is the disinterested self-sacrifice of this buttered and sugared crust, that it will do everything for me while keeping itself and the organization which controls it completely in the background. The organization is too great to mind, and the crust, alias T. Slaney, thinks itself too small. Lark Limited considers himself a budding rival of the firm of Cook, but a deadly bud. If, however, Sir M. should come to hear that I had flown for succor to the enemy's camp, I fear it would be all over with the bargain for which Anthony and I are selling our souls. T. Slaney says he never shall know. He guarantees that Cook labels and other telltale marks shall be removed from everything, though time is short and there is much to do. He will be the power behind the tents, and I will be in them, absorbing all the credit. Saturday. All couleur de rose, thanks to Slaney. Should like to get him canonized. Many less worthy men, now deceased, have been given the right to put saint before their names. He has handed me a list, something less than a mile long, of articles which Biddy and I, as children, used to call Edie's and Drinkies. He has told me where the things can be bought, and has written a letter of introduction which secures me highest consideration and lowest prices. Also he has suggested a medicine chest, packs of cards, the newest games, cigarettes suited to European and Arab tastes, picture postcards of desert scenes, ink, pens, and writing paper. "People forget everything they want on these trips, but you mustn't," said he. "I have acted on all his suggestions, and feel as proud as if I had originated them myself." Sunday. My precious friend Slaney has made a large collection of Arabs, camels, tents, etc., and ordered everything, animate and inanimate, to assemble in the neighborhood of Mina House this afternoon, in order to be inspected by me, and to be ready for a start early tomorrow morning. We are to have a sand cart with a desert horse for Cleopatra, who has tried a camel and found it wanting. I fancy she thinks a sand cart the best modern substitute for a chariot, and at worst it ought to be as comfortable. Slaney has promised a yellow one, cart, not horse. The horse, by request, is to be white. The other ladies are having camels. I daren't think of Miss Hassett Bean at the end of the week. The men also will camel. There is indeed no alternative between camelling and sand carting not recommended by the faculty but insisted upon by Cleopatra. Hope it will work out all right, and I am inclined to be optimistic. A week in the desert and the flowery oasis of the Fayoum with the two most charming women in Egypt. There will be others, but there's a man each, and more. I shall have to look after Monty and Bridget, as Anthony is having his hands full with Cleopatra lately, and besides, he can't start with us. Something keeps him in Cairo for 2 days more, and he will have to join us near Tomeya. Sunday evening. Back from Great Pyramid, where I went to inspect the assembling army. Magnificent is the only word. The camels fine animals, but Anthony has promised the 3 best, borrowing these aristocrats of the camel world from Major Gunter of the Coast Guard. They have chased hashish smugglers, and have seen desert fighting. Were snarling horribly when I was introduced, but a snarl as superior to the common snarls of baggage camels as their legs are superior in shape. Biddy, Monty, Mrs. East, and Rachel Guest were there with Sir M. and Antoun, having been inside the pyramid and up to the top. Monty on her high horse, because Antoun says it will be better for the ladies to ride in the baggage camels. The others take his word, meekly, but she persists, and Anthony agrees to give her the camel he had meant to ride, the one supposed to be the most spirited. When he joins us, he will have the animal intended for her. When this bargain was struck between them, I thought his eyes looked dangerous, but she didn't notice or didn't care. Fenton tells me he has dreamed again of the red-faced man with the purple mustache. I laughed at his bugbear and flung Colonel Corcoran in his teeth. By the way, nothing has been heard of C by any of us since the day he handed in his resignation. Suppose he has gone back to England in the sulks. Monday night. I am riding in my tent, which is to be shared with Anthony when he arrives. I feel years older than when we started this morning. Middle age seems to have overtaken me. If I keep on at this rate, shall be a centenarian by the time we get back to Cairo. We made a splendid caravan at the start. Besides the train of camels ridden by my party from the Candace and Monty Gilder with her satellites, it goes against the grain, though, to call a bright particular star like Biddy a satellite. There were over 30 gigantic beasts laden with our numerous bedroom, kitchen, luncheon, and dinner tents, tent pegs, cooking stove, food for humans, fodder for animals, casks of water, mattresses, folding beds, other tent furniture, tourist luggage, and so on. I was happy till after the baggage train had got away, each camel with its head roped to the tail of the one ahead, all trailing off toward the distant pyramids of Saqqara well in advance of us. Each camel looked like a house moving. On top of the kitchen camel's load was perched the chef, a singularly withered old gentleman with black and blue complexion, clad in a vague flying blanket. Has been Turkish coffeeman in Paris hotels. Many other negroid persons in white with large turbans, a few café au lait Arabs, these all counted before Slaney for me, and identified as assistant cooks, waiters, bedmakers, and camelmen, enough apparently to stock a village. But we had one surprise at the moment of starting in the form of a bright black child, clad in white, with a white skull cap and a flat profile evidently copied from the Sphinx. I don't know yet why this baby Sphinx has come or who he is, but he rode on the kitchen camel's tail, hanging on by the bread, our bread, which was in a bag. When this cavalcade had wound away, the camels making blue heart-shaped tracks in the yellow sand, it was our turn to start. Not one of us would have changed places with any old Egyptian king or queen, and we did not feel vulgar for doing this trip in luxury, because ancient royalties had done the same, and so do the great sheikhs of the desert even now. As I put Cleopatra into the sand cart with its broad, iron-rimmed wheels, she was recalling the days when she traveled with a train of asses in order to have milk for her bath. I suggested a modern condensed substitute, but the offer was not received in the spirit with which it was made. Now to get the ladies on their camels, after which we men would vault upon our animals, and wind away among billowing dunes full of shadowy ripples and highlights, like cream-colored velvet. But just here arose the first small cloud in the blue. It was bigger than a man's hand, for it was the exact size and shape of Miss Hassett Bean's hat. It was a largish hat of imitation Panama trimmed with green veiling, just the hat for a postcard desert all pink sunset and no wind. As she was about to mount the squatting camel, a breeze blew the flap over her eyes. This prevented Miss H.B. from seeing that the camel had turned its neck to look at her, and so, as she reached the saddle and the hat blew up, lady and camel met face to face. It was a moment of suspense, for neither liked the other at first sight. Then the camel began to gurgle its throat in a threatening manner, and at the same time to rise. Miss Hassett Bean, staring into two quivering nostrils shaped like badly made purses, shrieked, forgot whether she must first bend forward or bend back, bent in the way she ought not to have bent, and fell upon the sand. I don't quite see why I was to blame for this result, but she saw, and said I ought to have warned her what a vile creature a camel was. Nothing would induce her to try again. She would go to any extreme rather than to ride a beast with a snake for a neck, and a nasty, unsympathetic face full of green juice which it spit out at you. She was used to being liked. She simply couldn't go about on a thing which would never love her, and she wouldn't want it to if it did. She would go home, or else she would have a sand cart. All the neighboring sand carts were engaged, but fortunately Antoun Effendi appeared at that instant. He'd taxied out to see us off, and he persuaded Cleopatra to let Miss Hassett Bean drive with her. The desert horse, feeling this extra weight, looked round almost as unsympathetically as the camel had, but nobody paid the slightest attention except his attendant, who was to lead him, a type of Negro nut who had a snobbish habit of reddening his nails with henna. By this time a crowd had assembled, kept in check by the tall, blue-robed sheikh of the pyramids. It consisted mostly of Arabs determined to take our photographs or sell us scarabs, which Miss Hassett Bean refused on the ground that she disliked things off dead people. But on the fringe lurked a few Europeans, amused to see so large a caravan setting forth, and the men of our party, hitherto proud of their curtained helmets and desert get-up, became self-conscious under a fire of snapshots. "Hello, my Boy Scout," I was hailed by Sir Marcus, arriving 3 minutes behind Anthony and on the same errand. This blow to my self-esteem fell as I was leading Monty to the white camel which was hers and should have been Antony's. She laughed. I suppose she couldn't help it. I couldn't myself, if it had been Harry Snell or Bill Bailey, but as it was, my pride of khaki helmet, knickers, and puttees collapsed like a burst balloon. I seemed to feel the calves of my legs wither. It was in this mood that I had to put Monty on that Coast Guard camel, while Antoun stood looking on. He did not offer to help the girl, as their talk yesterday on the subject of baggage camels versus running camels had not conduced to officiousness. Monty was in white, broad white helmet such as women wear, white suede shoes, white silk stockings, and a lot of lacy garden party things that showed frills when she flew, bird-like, onto the cushioned saddle. "That's the way to do it," I heard her cry, exultantly, and what happened next I can't say, for the white camel knocked me over as it bounded up, jerking its nose rope from the leader's hand, and the next thing I knew it was making for the horizon. I hadn't been on a camel since I was 4, if then, so it was useless to follow. But while I stood spitting out sand, Anthony flung himself on one of the swift Coast Guard beasts, and was after her like a streak of four-legged lightning. None of us had the nerve to continue our operations until, a quarter of an hour later, they appeared from behind the Great Pyramid, coming at a walk, Antoun holding the bridle of Monty's camel. I saw by Fenton's face that he intended to make no suggestions, and I guessed that he was practicing his chosen method. If Miss Gilder wished for anything, she must ask for it, and ask for it humbly if she expected to get it. Her face, too, was a study. She was pale and even piteous. I thought there were tears in the blue-gray eyes, and if I had been Anthony I could not have hardened my heart. Pride or no pride, I should have begged her to abandon this praiseworthy adventure, and deigned to mount the baggage brute. Not so Anthony. He led back the camel, with Monty limply sitting on it, and when it had calmed down at sight of its friends, he retired into the background. "How wonderful that you kept on, darling!" exclaimed Biddy. "I didn't," said Monty. Then she turned to Antoine, who remained on his beast, in case of another emergency, or because he did not wish to be looked down upon by her. He was rather glorious enthroned on his camel, the only one of our party who was truly in the desert picture. I didn't blame him for stopping up there on his sheepskin, eye to eye with the girl. For a moment Monty did not speak. She was evidently hesitating what to do, but common sense and natural sweetness got the better of false pride. "Antoine, you were right, and I was wrong," she admitted. "I said yesterday that you were selfish, keeping the Coast Guard camels for yourself and Lord Ernest and General Harlow, and giving us women the baggage ones. Now I'm sorry. I was silly and hateful. I wouldn't ride another 50 yards on this demon for $50,000. He's nearly broken my back, and if it hadn't been for you, he would quite have done it. Please help me off and put me on any old baggage thing that nobody else wants." Anthony's eyes lit for an instant, from satisfaction as a man or from Christian joy in her moral improvement. He sprang off his skyscraping camel, brought Monty's animal to its knees, helped her off, and motioned to the Arab attendant of the ugly duckling of all the other creatures. It gave the effect of being a cross between a camel and an ostrich, and had been chosen by Antoine as his own mount, when he surrendered the aristocrat to Monty. "Oh, dearest, I can't have you ride that grasshopper," cried Biddy. "Antoine took it for himself very kindly because it's the worst. And I don't care any more than he did. Give the thing to me and take my one, that dear creature with the blue bead necklace." But Anthony answered for Monty. "Mademoiselle Gilder made a bargain with me yesterday," he said. "If she failed in what she wished to do, she was to do what I wanted her to do. I think she will wish to keep her bargain." "I'm sure I wish to," added Monty. With a chastened, not to say shattered air, she curled herself up on the sheepskin-covered cushion which was the ugly duckling's saddle. This time it was Antoine who settled her into place, with her feet meekly crossed, and the caricature of a camel rose like a sofa at a spiritualistic séance. Strange to say, however, when all were ready to start, Monty appeared more comfortably lodged than any of the camel-riding ladies, and the thought entered my mind that perhaps Anthony had, with extreme subtlety, taken this roundabout way of benefiting Miss Gilder. After this we got off with only a few minor mishaps. The one remaining incident of note was the arrival on the scene, as we left it, of another caravan, a small caravan consisting of 2 Europeans, a few laden camels, and camel boys marshalled by one dragoman. The dragoman was Bedr el Gamali, and he smiled at us affectionately, as though we had not driven him from us in disgrace. "How forgiving Arabs are, even when they're not converted," remarked Rachel Guest, by whose side I happened to be riding. "He isn't an Arab," I said, "he's an Armenian, and both are supposed to be the reverse of forgiving. But he's found another job quickly, so he can afford to let bygones be bygones." "Oh, he would anyway," Miss Guest exclaimed warmly. "Poor fellow, you've all done him a great injustice, but I'm thankful he's not going to suffer for it. I wonder if he and his people are bound the same way we are." I feared that this was likely to be the case, as we were going the conventional round, sticking, as one might say, to suburban desert, on our way to the Fayoum. But as Monty observed the other night, we couldn't engage the desert like a private sitting-room. I would, however, have preferred sharing it with most people rather than Bedr and his clients, though the 2 latter looked singularly harmless, almost Germanic. We went on more or less happily, though I noticed that whenever a camel changed its walk for a trot, each one of the ladies reached back a desperate hand to clutch the saddle and save her spine from the bruising bump which smote the bone with every step. As for me, that feeling of middle age began to creep on while my Coast Guard camel and I were getting acquainted. I tried to distract my thoughts from the end of my spine by concentrating them in admiration upon the scene. There was the Sphinx welcoming us with an immense smile of benevolence, as suitable to the sunshine as had been her mysterious solemnity to the moonlight. There, far away to the left, the spire-crowned citadel floated in translucent azure. Its domes and minarets, and the long serrated line of the Makatam hills were carved against the sky in the yellow rose of pink topaz. Shafts of light gave to jagged shapes and terraces of rock on the low mountains an appearance of temples and palaces, very noble and splendid, as must have been the first glimpse of ancient Egypt to desert-worn fugitives from famine in Palestine. Between us and the Nile, hiding the sparkling water as we rode, went a dark line of palms, purple, with glints of peacock feather green in the distance. Hundreds of tiny birds flew up into the burning blue like a black spray, and the sand was patterned by their feet, in designs intricate as lace. Wherever lay a patch of white and yellow flowers, or of rough grass no bigger than a prayer rug, a lark soared from its nest singing its jewel song, and here and there a gentle hoopoe reared the crown which rewarded it for guiding lost King Solomon and his starving army to safety. All this was beautiful, but I wondered painfully if Monty could be happy in spite of the bumps, now that the desert was taking her. Strange how a disagreeable sensation constantly repeated at the end of a mere bone can change a man's outlook on life. If Monty had come to my camel side and whispered, "I found your buried letter, O Men-Kippa-Ra. Behold that bird now flying toward you. It is my Ba, my heart or soul bird, carrying the gift of my love," I should with difficulty have prevented myself from snapping out, "Thanks very much, but my good girl, I'm in no mood to talk tommy-rot." It was sympathy, kind, friendly sympathy I yearned for, not spoken in words, but given from soft, sweet eyes, as little Biddy had given it when I tore my hands and barked my shins bird's nesting on the rocks 100 years ago. I think we should have liked the excuse to stop and gaze at the ruinous pyramids of Abu Sir, but the dragoman guides supplied by Slaney urged us on to the great plateau of the pyramids and necropolis of Saqqara. There, on the terrace of Mariette's house, we saw a crowd of Cook's tourists from Bedrashane, and I had some moments of guilty fear lest my secret should leak out, as their dragoman rushed down and warmly greeted ours. But in the throes of rolling off their camels for the first time, the ever-wakeful suspicions of the set were submerged under physical emotions. It's an ill camel that bumps no one any good. I was only too glad to lure my charges away from the danger zone, and luckily it was so early that the influential ones who never lunched until 2 at home gave the word "tombs before food." Girding up its aching loins, the procession allowed itself to be led by me and my dragoman down inclined planes into dark, mysterious warm passages where our lights were wandering red stars. Now and then a face would start suddenly out of the gloom, haloed with candlelight, and in this way Biddy's flashed upon me, starry-eyed. "Oh, I'm glad to see you," she whispered. "Better and his 2 tourists are here. I'm afraid." "My dear child," I said soothingly, but not as soothingly as if I hadn't had a toothache in the spine, "you may be afraid of Better, but hardly of 2 stout Germans in check suits." "Not if they are Germans. But are they? Just now one of their candles almost collided with mine, and his eyes stared so. Then they looked over my head at Monty, who was behind me, and where she is now, heaven knows. Nothing can happen to either of you here," I assured her, "and probably our fuss about Better is much ado about nothing. We have no evidence." "The man who stared at me over his candle has a scar on his forehead," said Biddy. "Maybe he got it in that row in front of the House of the Crocodile. Maybe he is Burke and has just come out of the hospital." "Most likely he is Schmidt and adorned himself with a wound in a student duel," said I. "It's too fresh-looking. He must be over 30, she objected, but at that moment Miss Hassett Bean loomed into sight, and in the stuffy atmosphere of the tomb felt the need of my arm to keep her from fainting. We did the Pyramid of Unas, dilapidated without, secretively beautiful within. We went from tomb to tomb, lingering long in the labyrinthine mansion of Mereruka, who, ruddy and large as life, stepped hospitably down in statue form from his stela recess, to welcome us in the name of himself and wife. Almost he seemed to wave his hands and say, "Look at these nice pictures of me and my family and our ways of life, painted on the walls. Our servants, our dwarves, our mountebanks and acrobats, our flocks and herds. Sorry there's no refreshment at present on my alabaster mastaba, or table of offerings, but you see I didn't prepare for visitors outside my own immediate circle of Kas and Bas. Still, as you have come, make yourselves at home, and take pot luck. I think when you've examined everything, you'll admit that you haven't a soul house in Europe to touch mine, which, if I do say it, is the best thing this side of Thebes." Next came the tomb of Tea, but by this time mural representations of fish, flesh, and fruit began to be aggravating. It would be past 2 before we could reach our luncheon tent, and somehow it seemed less desirable to feed after than before that sacred hour, though the custom be sanctioned by royalty. "Another tomb to see before lunch?" groaned Sir John Biddle, when the dragoman firmly insisted on the Apis mausoleum. "Oh, darn! Need we? What? Where they buried bulls? I'd as soon see a slaughter-house on an empty stomach. Lady Biddle and I will go sit in the shadow of our camels." And they did, nor would they believe the twins' assertion that the dark mausoleum, with its cavernous rock chambers and granite vaults, was the most impressive thing they had seen in Egypt. "You say that to be aggravating because we weren't there," I heard Lady Biddle snap over the grumbling of the camels. The sky blazed down and the sand blazed up. The desert was white hot, with a silver whiteness hotter than gold, and the foreshortened shadows were turquoise blue. It was heaven to arrive at a miniature oasis, and see the open-fronted, awninged luncheon tent reflected with its green frame of palms in a clear lagoon, thoughtfully left by the receding Nile. At the sight of this picture my popularity went up with a bound. It really was a lovely vision. The big tent lined with Egyptian appliqué work in many colors, the porch-like roof extension supported by poles, and in its shadow a white table loaded with good things and guarded by Arab waiters waving beaded fly-whisks. As we lingered over our chicken salad, fruit, and cool drinks, and lazily watched our camels munching bersim, all our first enthusiasm for these interesting beasts steamed back. The ladies called them poor dears and sweet things, and the men marveled at their calm endurance or the number of their leg joints. Monty was gay and charming, and looked at me so kindly that I thought she must mean to give a favorable answer to the buried letter. I blessed Cleopatra for the tip she had given, though I wondered what was the humiliation from which I could save her niece. "After all," said I, "the desert trip's going to pan out a success." But it must have been about this time that the wind rose. It blew Miss Hassett Bean's hat up instead of down, and other hats off, when we had started again, and it blew into our eyes grains of sand as large as able-bodied paving stones. Also, as we passed through a picturesque mud village which ought to have pleased everybody, it blew into our noses smells which Lady Biddle knew would give us plague. As if this were not enough, the sand cart nearly turned over in a rut, and Miss Hassett Bean said that she must go home or be left in the desert to die. I had to lead the little stallion before she would consent to go on, and I realized when I had plowed through 50 yards of sand that the manicured snob of a leader was a thin brown hero. By the time I had a mile or two of this, the dark pyramids of Dashur were visible, and I knew that our camp was to be pitched not far beyond. My first emotion was pleasure, my second panic. What if Slaney had forgotten his promise to remove the cook labels? Since remounting Farag, only the Coast Guard camels had names. The baggage camels smelt as sweet without. Monty and I had been bumping along side by side, and she had just said, "If I tell you something, you'll never breathe it to a soul, will you?" when I saw those pyramids and was smitten with the fear of Cook. "Never," I vowed, torn between the desire to hear her secret and to dash ahead of the caravan into camp. "It's about Antoun," Monty went on. "You know I said to you the other night that perhaps I knew something about him?" "Yes, oh yes." We were within a few hundred yards of the pyramids now. At any instant the camp might burst into sight. "You don't look interested." "But I am, awfully." "You're sure you won't tell?" "Dead sure." "Was that a flag fluttering on the horizon?" "Well then, it isn't my business, of course. But one can't help being interested in him. He's such a romantic sort of figure, as you said yourself. And there's something so high and noble about him, I mean about his looks and manners, that one hates to be disappointed. You would have him with us, you know." "I know, and I'm glad we have got him. It's an experience. I suppose he's rather wonderful. But don't you think he ought to remember that he isn't exactly a prince? He isn't even called Bey, and if he were, it's not the same as being a prince of ancient Egypt." "In what way has he presumed on his, near princehood?" "I believe he has fallen in love with Biddy." "By Jove! Let the flag flutter." "What flag?" "Oh, that was only an expression. They use it where I live. Why shouldn't he fall in love with Biddy, when you come to think of it? He's of a darker race. Though he does seem to like us. Of course she couldn't marry him. It wouldn't do. Would it?" "I don't know. I must think it over. Is that all you were going to tell me?" "No, I suppose it's natural he should fall in love with Biddy. She's so attractive. But the worst part about it is that he has proposed to Aunt Clara." "Not possible!" "Yes, he has. I saw part of the letter, the first part. She's the only one of us who thinks it would be right to marry a man of Egyptian blood, because you know she believes she's Egyptian herself, and she's always talking about reincarnations. I don't see that it's such a wonderful coincidence, his name being Antoun. It wouldn't be so bad if he were in love with her, but it's Biddy who is always right in everything she says and does, according to him, just as I am always wrong. Aunt Clara is richer than Biddy. I can't bear to fancy that's why he has proposed. It would take away all the romance." "Don't strip him of his romance yet," said I, torn again between interest in Monty's incredible statement and excitement which grew with the growing in size of those flags on the horizon. "You may wrong him. If you saw only the first part of the letter, there could be no mistake. It was in hieroglyphics, and who but Antoun would have written such a letter to Aunt Clara? She asked me to translate it the night she dug it up at Fustat. And when I'd read as far as 'Beautiful Queen, star of my heart, be my wife,' she snatched the paper away and put it inside of her dress, saying she'd look up the rest in one of my books." "Good heavens! You must have changed places at Fustat. That letter couldn't have been for her. It couldn't have been for anyone else. Beautiful Queen meant Cleopatra. She said so herself. I don't know what she's going to do about it." "Do about it?" I echoed desperately. "Why—" And just then my straining eyes saw that on the middle flag in the fluttering row were 4 large red letters on a white ground. Slaney had betrayed me. Everything depended on getting that flag down before those letters declared themselves to my other eyes. "Excuse me," I finished my sentence with a gasp. Monty must have gasped also, as she saw me suddenly dash away from her at full speed of 1 camel power. But I had no time to think about what she must think. I suppose I must have done something to the steering gear of that camel, which Coast Guard camels do not permit. Whatever it was, it got me into the midst of that camp before I could draw breath, but I have a dim recollection of being caught by Arab arms, and seeing suppressed Arab grins, as I melancholy felt to see how far the end of my spine stuck out at the top of my head. "That flag! Pull it down!" was my first gasp, pointing convulsively to the banner which shrieked, "Cook! Before they come!" Dazed by my vehemence, several Arabs scuttled to obey the order, but there were too many of them. Each hindered his neighbor, and as I danced about, making matters worse, out pounced our withered chef from the kitchen tent. "It was he brought that flag wrapped around something," exclaimed one of the men in Arabic. "When he saw that we had other flags, but none of Cook, he gave it to us to put over the biggest tent, because he thought it shameful to have no flag of the master's." "Cook isn't the master, I'm it," I burbled with a leap to catch the telltale square of white as it reluctantly came down. But I was too late. Sir John Biddle and Harry Snell, the newspaper man, came gallumping up on their camels before I could stuff the flag in my pocket. "What's the matter?" they asked, as their animals squatted to let them down. "Were you run away with? What are you so mad about? Hello, what's that flag? C-O-O-K. "It should be over the kitchen tent," I heard myself explaining. "Don't you see? Cook. It's the Cook special flag. He brought it himself, but these chaps went and flew it over the dining tent in place of the Union Jack. That's why he and I are mad." And I thanked all the stars on Monty's tent flag that none of the set understood Arabic. After this, how could I hope to explain to Monty that the hieroglyphic proposal was mine, and that she, not Cleopatra, ought to have dug it up? She isn't a girl used to having men run away from her, on camelback or anything else. So naturally she thought me a rude beast and showed it. Besides, even if I dared, I should have had no chance to straighten matters out, for though the flag episode was after all no fault of Slaney's, there were a few little things which had escaped even his Napoleonic memory, and it was only by combining the feats of an acrobat with those of a juggler that I saved my reputation during the next half hour. No sight could have been more beautiful in our eyes than that village of white tents in the waste of yellow sand. Our wildest imaginings could have pictured nothing more perfect, more peaceful. Tea was ready in the huge dining tent, where folding chairs were grouped round a white-colored table. The floor of sand was hidden with thick, bright-colored rugs, and it was finding T.C. and Son on the wrong side of one which Miss Hassett Bean's foot turned up that filled me with renewed alarms. Hastily I laid the rug straight, placed a chair upon it, and persuaded everybody to have tea before inspecting their bedroom tents. While they drank draughts and dabbled jam on an Egyptian conception of scones, I hurried like a haggard ghost from tent to tent, seeking the forbidden thing. Cook on the backs of the little mirrors hanging from the pole hooks. Will it wash off? Cut it out with a penknife. Down on your knees and tear off the label from the wrong side of another carpet. Memo, must do the one in the dining tent when the people are asleep for the night. Cram 3 cook towels into my pockets. Hastily pin a handkerchief over the name on a white bit of tent wall. Must have it cut out and patched with something later. Shall have to pay damages when I settle up with Slaney. Lady Macbeth wasn't in it with me. All she needed was a little water. I have to have pens and penknives and pockets all over the place. I didn't get any tea, but that was a detail. And everybody was so delighted with everything that my spirits rose, despite a snub or two from Monty, for which Biddy tried to make up. People took desert strolls, or sat on dunes, and gazed into the sunset, which couldn't have been better if I had turned it on myself. Along the western horizon ran a pale flame of green blending with rose blending with amethyst, and in the distance the pyramids of Dashur burned with the red of pigeon-blood rubies. The wind had died among the desert dunes, and it was not till after dinner that anyone realized the arctic fall of the temperature. It was too cold to enjoy playing bridge or any of the games I had brought, and the only hope of comfort was in bed. People said good night to each other in the comparatively warm dining tent, and then gave surprised shrieks or grunts according to sex at the piercing cold. Several of the elder ladies fell over tent tropes, despite the large lanterns illuminating the desert, and had to be escorted to their bedroom tents and soothed. After this, silence reigned for a few minutes, and I had stealthily begun to work on the biggest rug label, when arose a clamor of voices, and presently appeared the dragoman lent by Slaney. 8 ladies wishing hot water bottles, he explained. But there were no hot water bottles. We had thought of everything, it seemed, except hot water bottles. I tell them very sorry, but can't have, Yusuf suggested, looking pleased. Let me think, I groaned. What about the mineral water bottles we emptied at lunch and dinner? Let the cook boil water, and we'll supply the bottles. This was done, and I was proud of the inspiration, with the pride that comes before a fall. When I began to write in my bedroom tent, wrapped up in all the blankets of the bed that should be Anthony's, I had the place to myself. But about midnight a head was unexpectedly thrust through the door flap. It looked ghostly in the haze of color made by the gorgeous applique work of high roof and octagon walls, which gave an effect of sitting at the bottom of a giant kaleidoscope. "Who's that?" I hissed, in a whisper meant to be discreet, but which roused a camel or two in the ring outside the tents. "Biddle, Sir John Biddle," replied the head. "I saw your light, and remembered that you had your tent to yourself tonight. Those hot water bottles have been leaking. There's one, at least, gone wrong in most of the ladies' tents. The married men have given their beds to the girls who are drowned out. 'Twas your idea about those bottles, wasn't it? I expect you'll hear from it in the morning. 3 of us want to come and camp in here with you." "All right," I sighed, with a sinking heart. "I like sitting up, and you can toss for the cots." At this moment Sir John Biddle reposes in one of them, General Harlow in the other. These gentlemen were so affected with the cold that they went to bed in their clothes, then got up to put on their overcoats, then got up again and put on their hats. On the floor lies a certain Mills of Manchester, rolled in all the rugs, except one which I have on, after surrendering my blankets. He has his head in a basket to keep off the icy draught, and in the ruggy region of his spine, as he rests on his side, are the letters COOK. I wonder if I could rip them off without waking him up? Tuesday. The principal water cask has leaked, consequently not enough water to go round. Chef said it was a question of baths or soup. Considering the cold, most of the people voted for soup. Some washed in Apollinaris. Others douched with soda siphons. We can get more water tonight. Can't think why the north wind doesn't stop and warm itself while traversing the Mediterranean or the hot sands. It seems to be in too fierce a hurry, and consequently cuts across the desert, like a frozen scythe, the moment its rival, the sun, has gone to sleep. I hear that Miss Hassett Bean cried with cold as she dressed, and put on 2 of everything, but she is luckier than the younger women. Monty and Mrs. East, though warned that the nights would be chill, have come clothed in silk and gossamer, and have brought low-necked nightgowns instead of nansuk trimmed with lace. This was confided to me soon after sunrise by a blue-nosed Biddy, hovering over the kitchen fire and, incidentally, ingratiating herself with the cook. It wouldn't be Biddy if she weren't ingratiating herself with someone. Nobody yearned to get up early. I speak for others, as I passed my night in the altitude of a suspension bridge between two folding chairs. But in camp where sleep is concerned, men may propose, camels dispose. Their nights they spend in a ring of camelhood, huddled together for warmth, and if they do not have nightmare or bite each other in their sleep, mere humans in neighboring tents may hope for comparative silence in the desert, if not near a village full of pie-dogs. At sunrise, however, a change comes over their spirit. They are given food, and made as happy and contented as it is their nature to be, which apparently is not saying much. Judging by the strange, inarticulate oaths they constantly mutter, they are equally accursed in their sitting down and their getting up. It is only when they are actually on the move, floating and swaying through the air, legs, tail, neck, jaws, that they have nothing disagreeable to say. Immediately after dawn this morning, our camels began to imitate every animal they could have met since the days of the Ark, when one had to know everybody. They mewed like hats, hissed like snakes, bleated like sheep, roared like toy lions, grunted like pigs, barked like dogs, squawked like geese, and bellowed like baby bulls. Also, they gargled their throats like elderly invalids. It was useless trying to sleep, and when I had accomplished such bathing as the chef permitted, I went out to see what was the matter. Nothing was the matter, except that the creatures had the sunrise in their eyes, and could see the camel boys preparing their loads. But I was glad I had come out, because Biddy was there, and the scene was beautiful. Shivering, we chuckled over the morning toilet of the camels, who turned their faces disconcertingly upon us, sneering with long yellow teeth and bubbling as if their mouths were full of pink soapsuds, when they realized that we were laughing at them. Incidentally, we learned why the baby Sphinx accompanied our caravan uninvited. His name is Salih, and he came because there's a very important camel, the property of his father, who refuses to eat or stir without him. It is a most original and elaborate camel. It has a neat way of turning its ears with their backs to the wind, in order to make them sandproof. If any person other than Salih touches it, an incredible quantity of green cud is instantly let loose over their turbans, but at the approach of Salih it emits a purring noise, preens its head for the nose strap ornamented with a bunch of palm-like plumes, and playfully, not to want the bersum which the little black Sphinx thrusts down its throat in handfuls. This, it seems, is good camel table manners. And it is to the tail of this animal that Salih clings on the march. If he is not there, the animal looks round, stops, or turns to charge at any Arab who jestingly misuses its idol. Yesterday the miniature Sphinx was in a white robe. Today he is in black. All the Arabs have changed their clothes, although they have brought no visible luggage except vague pieces of sacking. The dragoman is exquisitely arrayed, galabia and kaftan grey-blue, with a pink petticoat and a white one on under that. I suspect that he sleeps beneath the dining table, and the other Arabs among the kitchen pots, yet they are smarter than any of us Europeans, all of whom have a frayed air. This, I suppose, would not be so in desert fiction. Nothing would be said about hot water bottles leaking, or beetles beetling. One doesn't come to Egypt to see live scarabs, or draughts raging, or camels gobbling, or flags flapping all night. Memo: abolish flags, even at the expense of patriotism. Despite every desert drawback, however, Biddy and I agreed that the sunrise alone was worth the journey, and the pure air of dawn which, though cold, seemed perfumed by mysterious rose fields. Just at sunup the desert was lily-pale. Then, as the horizon flamed, a dazzling flood of gold poured over the dunes. The sun was a fantastic brooch of beaten copper, caught in a veil of ruby gauze, while here and there a belated star was a dull, flawed emerald sewn onto the veil's fringe. Shadows swept westward across the desert like blue water, showing a glitter of drowned jewels underneath, and though last night it had seemed that we were alone in a vast wilderness, now there were signs that a village lay not far off. A group of children in red and blue, staring avidly at the camp, were like a bunch of ragged poppies in the sand. Their mangy pie-dogs had ventured nearer to smell sadly at the meat safes hanging outside our kitchen tent. A gypsy woman with splendid eyes and a blue tattooed chin breakfasted on an adjacent dune with her husband. Men like living hen-coops passed in the distance. Patriarchal persons blew in that graceful way in which people do blow in Egypt, driving a flock of sheep, with a black lamb for luck. These men were dressed as their ancestors had dressed in the time of Abraham, and Biddy and I envied them. "How nice," said she, "to wear the same clothes for 100 years if you happen to live, and never be out of fashion. If a few of your things dropped off by degrees, you were still all right, and nobody would be rude enough to notice." Our fated family revived after breakfast, and even those who vowed they hadn't closed an eye all night enjoyed the scene of striking camp. The big white tents fell to the ground like pricked soap bubbles, whereupon their remains were deftly rolled up and tied onto the backs of bitterly protesting camels. Beds, mattresses, tables, chairs ceased to be what they had been and became something else. Camels made faces and noises. Arabs tore this way and that, doing as little work as possible. The cook fluttered about in his blanket, brandishing a saucepan. Yusuf the dragoman made noble gestures of command, and our little desert cities ceased to exist except on camels' backs. It was shaved off the surface of the earth and went churning and swaying along toward the next stand, the procession rising and falling among swelling dunes, under a sky which seemed to trail like a heavy blue curtain, where at the horizon it met the gold. We traveled over pebbly plateaus, scattered with jewel-like stones. Sand pyramids rose out of the glistening plain. Here and there were rocks, like partly hewn sphinxes pushing out of the sand to breathe, other rocks like monstrous toads, and still others dark and dreadful in the distance as ogres' houses. Altogether the desert gave us a truly Libyan effect, which made the set feel that after all they were getting what they paid for, with an introduction to a beauty and an heiress thrown in. But, apropos of this latter boon, it is dawning upon me that Rachel Guest is receiving more attention than Monty. This strikes me as inexplicable. There are more men than women in our party, all young except Sir John Biddle, General Harlow, and Mills of Manchester, a soft, fat sort of fellow whose first name you can never remember. It occurred to me on starting that the desire of so many unattached young men to spend a week in the desert and the Fayoum might not be unconnected with Miss Gilder's intention to join the party. Not being jealous, I expected to see a little fun, and to laugh it over with Biddy, who is a heavenly person with whom to share a joke. But if there is a joke, I haven't yet seen the point, nor has she. There's no disputing the fact that Miss Guest, the poor, brave school-teacher on holiday, is the belle of the desert. Of course, if Monty had stopped in Cairo, Rachel's success with our men wouldn't be astonishing. As Bridget and Monty warned me in their letters to the Candace, she grows better looking every day, but, though she is distinctly of Monty's type, despite those slanting eyes, she will never be a real beauty, or a complete fascinator, like our gilded girl. Besides, Monty has millions, and Rachel hasn't a cent. Yet there it is. Miss Guest is having the time of her life in spite of leaky water bottles and bumping camels, while Miss Gilder might be an old married woman for all the attention she gets from any man on this trip except me. What can be the explanation? Even those two exaggeratedly German-looking men with better stared at Rachel from their respectful distance. It turns out that they camped not far from us last night. Yusuf heard this from one of our camel boys. But they kept to themselves, and didn't come within a mile of us, so there's nothing to complain of. Everyone except Sir John delighted with today's desert. He can't see anything beautiful in yellow lumps that keep you sawing up and down, though he has no doubt the desert is full of other fools doing what we're doing, and we could all see each other doing it if it weren't for those darn dunes. Later. Adventure for sandcart on one of the biggest plateaus. Looked all right from the top, but a shriek from Mrs. East put me to the dire necessity of sliding off Farag and running to the rescue. The plateau was broken off in front and became a precipice which, Cleopatra seemed to think, would not have existed had Antoun arrived in time to arrange it. Great wind came roaring up again about noon. Feared to learn that it had been impossible to get luncheon tent in position. But when the time came to find it, there it was with its back to the blast and its shady open front of tile-patterned applique offering the hoped-for picture of white dining table and smiling brown waiters. While we lunched, the fierce gusts striking the back canvas wall were like frightened flappings of giant wings, and the beating of a great bird's heart. Otherwise we might have forgotten the elements as we ate, save for a slight powdering of sand on our food. But even that wasn't bad, if we selected only the port side of our bread and chicken, leaving the windward bits to the Arabs. Our night camp was in shelter of the two vast dunes which hide the ancient city of Bacchias, now called el Adel, where we found Antoun awaiting us. He had started from Cairo in the morning on a coastguard camel, coming quickly along the camel route between Bedrashein and Tomia, and the extra few miles to our encampment. Before we arrived he had sent the camel back with the mounted Arab who accompanied him, and somehow the camp seemed all the smarter and more ship-shape for the presence of the handsome Haji in his green turban. The Set are all extremely interested in him, and, on hearing my version of his history, sketchily told, have taken to calling him the Prince. Enid and Elaine almost fawn upon him in their admiration of so romantic and splendid an addition to our party, a real live Egyptian gentleman, with enough European blood in his veins to justify nice-minded maidens in cherishing a hopeless love for him, when he has safely vanished out of their lives. Mrs. East made Anthony pick up prehistoric oyster shells in the desert, between flaming sunset and twilight, when the sky became a vast blue tent hung with a million lamps. And at dinner she was not nice to Enid and Elaine, who admired her hero too frankly. She has developed an embarrassing clearness of vision as to other people's former incarnations, especially their disagreeable or shocking ones. "Ah, it has just come to me," she exclaimed, her elbows on the table, looking dreamily into Elaine Biddle's face. "You were Xantippe. I knew I'd seen you somewhere." As for Enid, it seems that she was Charmian or Iris, Cleopatra can't be sure which, but the girl has come to me saying that, if Mrs. East doesn't stop calling her my dear handmaiden, one or the other of them will have to give up starting on the Nile trip next week. Wednesday. We had lobster à la Newburgh for dinner, in mid-Libyan desert, and drank the chef's health in champagne. I don't know which was to blame, or whether it was the combination, but in the windy middle of the night, when tent flaps stirred like a nest full of young birds, there were demands for ginger and for peppermint. Now, ginger and peppermint happened to be the only two medicaments in the whole pharmacopoeia left out of the medicine chest. But nothing else would do. The more the things there weren't there, the more there were wanted, and all the people who had made notes to remember me in their wills scratched me out again. Then, to pile Asa on Pelion, the dogs of Tomia arrived to pay a visit. They barked, of course, but they barked so much that the noise was like a silence, and nobody minded after the first half hour. The worst was that they did not confine their demonstrations to barking. In order to signify their disapproval of our stingy ways, they took the boots we had confided to the sand in front of our tents to be cleaned, and worried them at a considerable distance. Some of the boots were past wearing when found, and some were not found. Judging from cold glances directed at me by those obliged to resort to pumps or bedroom slippers, one would imagine me the trainer of this canine menagerie. It has been hinted, too, that a conductor worth his salt would have filled up interstices of the medicine chest with toothbrushes. Several members of the party forgot to pack theirs in moving camp, and now they are the property of jackals. A stock of toothbrushes is the one other thing besides peppermint and ginger and hot water bottles that Slaney and I left out of our calculations. Still, I do think that bygones ought to be left bygones. Anthony is the hero now, because it occurred to him to buy in Cairo flannelette nightwear, male and female, of the thickest and most hideously pink description. Had these horrors been suggested at the start, they would have been rejected with fury in favor of lace and nainsook, but the combination has made success fou, at a crisis when vanity has been forgotten and the girls are employing their prettiest frocks as bed covering. Another day. Have now forgotten which or how many we've had. This is Anthony's hour, but he may take such advantage of it as he chooses. I'm indifferent. On top of my troubles I've contracted desert snivels. Whether the habit of using sand for snuff has produced the malady, or whether I've caught something, despite the tonic air, from nomads or oasis dwellers, all of whom emit a storm of coughs and sneezes, I do not know. All desire is to use this grand opportunity of taking Cleopatra's advice and winning Monty's love, for once she's neglected by others, has died within me. My one wish is to keep away from her and the rest, except perhaps Biddy, and suffer alone like a cat. Biddy has got desert snivels too. It makes another link between us, like the memories of our childhood. We swap stories of symptoms. Both feel that sense of terrible resignation which desert babies have when their eyes are full of flies and no one takes them out. The sky lowers. Big black birds flap over our heads like pirate flags that have blown away. They are the vultures which used to be sacred to Egyptians, and seem to labor under the delusion that they are sacred still. The sand blows into our back hair, and the Arabs make scarves and veils of their turbans. Apparently these Muslims never say any prayers, and the Candace people feel they've been cheated out of a promised sensation of desert life. The only religious thing the men do is to bawl Allah when they lift the heavy, rolled-up tents onto the camels. People are beginning to grumble about their meals, which at first seemed to them miracles of culinary art. "Same old desert things we've been eating ever since Moses," I heard Harry Snell mutter, "and Sir John Biddle is sick of HB eggs. I suppose he means hard-boiled. I should like to feed him on soft-shell scarabs." Tea is the only incident in the desert which has palled on no one yet. Very jolly, having finished the day's exertion, and sitting on folding chairs inside tent door, teacup in hand, watching the winged shadows sweep across the dunes. One feels like Jacob or Rebecca or someone. There may be a fine saint's tomb standing up, marble white, against the rose garden of a sunset sky, but one doesn't bother to walk out and examine it at close quarters. There's nothing like sitting still after a windy day on camelback. We lack interest in history, ancient and modern, although Egypt is the country which ought to make one want to know all other history. There may be a European war or an earthquake. We don't care what happens to anyone but ourselves. All we can do is to keep track of our own affairs. As for ancient history, we content ourselves with wondering if Antony and Cleopatra, when picnicking in the desert, dropped orange peels and cake to feed the living scarabs of their day. We seem to be lost to the world, yet now and then we're reminded that we have neighbors in the desert. We've had glimpses of a distant caravan which must be Bedr's, and when we came in sight of our own camp last evening, we were just in time to catch a party of Germans being photographed in front of it, with our things for an unpaid background. Ever beauteous picture, by the by, your own encampment. White tents blossoming like snowy flowers in a wilderness, a dense black cloud massed nearby on the golden sand, which might in the distance be a plantation of young palms, but is in reality a congested mass of camels. You sing at the top of your voice, "From the desert I come to thee," on a stallion shod with fire, hoping to thrill the girls. But they are thinking about their tea. Girls in the desert, I find, are always thinking about their tea, or their dinner, or their beds. You would like, when your desert snivels improve, to walk with a maiden under the stars, but no, she is sleepy, she wants to go to bed early. Even the camels are most particular about their bed hours. It would be irritating if you didn't secretly feel the same yourself. But what a waste of stars! Some old day or other. Interesting but dusty dike roads into the Fayum oasis. Everyone enraged with Robert Hitchens because Belladonna's Nigel recommended the Fayum. No wonder she poisoned him, snarled Mrs. Harlow. Our Arabs riding ahead look magnificent, seeming to wade through a flood of gold, the feet and legs of their camels floating in a rose-pink mist. But alas, the flood of gold and the rose-pink mist are composed of dust, that reddish dust in which presumably the boasted Fayum roses grow, and it blows into our noses. This upsets our tempers and prevents our enjoying the pictures we see in the sudden transition from desert to oasis. Biblical patriarchs on white asses, disputing the high, narrow gizzer or dike road, women with huge gold nose rings, running processions of girls, in blowing coral and copper robes, large ornamental jars on their veiled heads, thin trailing black scarves and slim dark figures against a sky of gold. Blue-eyed water buffaloes, gamushas, and exaggerated brown-gray calves with wide-open, box-like ears in which you feel you ought to post something. Canals stretching away through emerald fields to distant palm groves, here and there a miniature cataract, children playing in the water, imps whose red and amber rags ring out high notes of color like the clash of cymbals. Now and then a jerboa or a mongoose wading across the path, traveling families on trotting donkeys or swinging camels who pass us with difficulty. Camels everywhere, indeed, on dike or in meadow. Even the clouds are shaped like camels who have gone to heaven and turned to mother of pearl. There are horses, too, not little sand stallions like ours, but ordinary, plodding animals whose hoofs know only Fayum dust or mud. Our desert creature, however, does not spurn them. On the contrary, he pretends not to notice camels, cows, or buffaloes. He whinnies and prances with delight when he meets anything of his own shape, and assumes hobby-horse attitudes, much to the alarm of Cleopatra and Miss Hassett Bean. Also, just to remind everybody that sand is his element, he shies at water and almost swoons at the sight of the Fayoum light railway. Much wind again, but thank goodness out of Fayoum dust, and in desert sand for lunch. Prop up tent with our backs, leaning against the blast. However, we now have a special clothes brush for the bread, and a moderately clean bandana for the fruit. Plates we blow upon without a qualm. Scarabaei gambolling in the sand around our feet we pass unnoticed. This is the simple desert life. But ah, what an encampment for the night! It makes up for everything, and a sudden realization of abounding health is tingling in our veins. We adore the desert. We want to spend our lives in it. Thank goodness we have 2 nights here on the golden shore of the blue Birket Karun, all that's left of Lake Moeris, of which Strabo and Herodotus raved. From the dune-sheltered plateau where our white tents cluster, the glitter of water in the desert is like a mirage, a mysterious, melancholy sheet of steel and silver turning to ruby in the sunset, with dark birds skimming over the clear surface. Suddenly the Bible seems as exciting as some wonderful novel. Not far from here ran Joseph's river, making the desert to blossom like the rose. In tents like ours, perhaps, Abraham rested with Sarah, planning how to save himself by giving her to the Egyptian king. To see this lake is like seeing a bright, living eye suddenly open in the face of a mummy, dead for 6,000 years. Our best sunset, romance but slightly damaged by an Arab waiter wrapping up his head in a towel with which he had just dried our teacups, and no doubt will again. Another day, merely slavish to look it out in the calendar, and besides there is none. All I know is, we've had 2 on the shores of Birket Karun. I spell it a different way now, because no books ever spell anything in Egypt twice alike. The Lake of the Horns, and we've been on the water in some very old boats, in order to see things which may have existed once, but don't now, and at present we're encamped near Medinet al-Fayoum, a kind of lesser Cairo, originally named Medinet al-Faris, City of Horsemen, because of a Roman equestrian statue found in the neighboring mounds of Crocodilopolis. We have just arrived, hot and dusty, with more dust of more Fayoum than we had before Lake Moeris. Fayoum means country of the lake, it seems, and it really is a great emerald cup sunk below the level of the Nile, as if to dip up water for its roses. However, the set is happy despite the state of its clothes and its hair. None of us quite realized what the Felisin were like before, or that the word Felal meant plowman. This has been market day, and we met an endless stream of riding men and walking women with black trailing garments. They had bought sheep and goats and rabbits and quantities of rustling, pale green sugar cane which they carried on their shoulders. There were wild adventures for the sand cart, and watery spaces across which Cleopatra was carried, at her own urgent request, by Anthony, Miss Hassett Bean by me and the strongest Arab. There were the wonderfully picturesque squalid mud towns of Sonoris, and 2 or 3 others, honey yellow in a green mist of palms, against an indigo sky with streaks of sunshine like bright bayonets of jinns. And then Medinet, through which our caravan had to pass en route to camp, much to the ribald joy of smart, silk-robed Egyptian undergrads who strolled hand in hand along the broad streets near the university. They were big, fantastic houses to suit modern Oriental taste, painted pink and green, and set in shady gardens. And between high brick embankments we saw the river Joseph made, swiftly running, deep golden yellow like the Nile, with ancient water wheels pouring crystal jets into enormous troughs. This was our most fatiguing day, and we wanted our last encampment to be the best. We found the worst, a suburban meadow inhabited by goats and buffaloes. "Can't we move somewhere else?" Cleopatra besought Anthony, to whom she appeals when he's within appealing distance. "Isn't this tour for our pleasure, and can't we do what we like?" Anthony absolved the camp makers, explaining that we must be near the town in order to get carriages and see the sights we had come to see. Also, our water supply had given out, and we must beg some from the government people. He hinted that it would be well to make the best of things, but Cleopatra, with her royal memories, is not good at making the best of what she doesn't like. She wants what she wants, especially in her own Egypt, where things ought to know that they once belonged to her. Miss Hassett Bean is quite as exigeante in a different way, more biblical, less pagan. Her criticism on the encampment was that it, in all her oasis experiences, are destroying her faiths and hymns. By Cool Siloam's Shady Rill, for instance, used to be her favorite, but she doesn't believe now that Siloam ever had a rill. Later, 11 p.m. Fellison and Fellaha, doesn't sound female, but it is, pretended to have things to do on the frontier of their field and ours, as we were settling in, and stared unblinkingly at us whenever we stuck a note outside a tent. Also, they laughed. Also, they brought their dogs. But they couldn't spoil the sunset, and Medinet was a colorful picture of the Orient, towering against the crimson west. I took Monty and Biddy into the town to see the bridge and dilapidated mosque of Kate Bay, with its pillars stolen from Arsinoe. Anthony took Cleopatra, and most of the other unmarried men took Rachel Guest. When Bridget remarked rather sharply upon the ex-schoolteacher's popularity, Monty laughed an odd, understanding little laugh. "I believe you think you know why they're all so mad about that girl," exclaimed Biddy. "Perhaps I do," smiled Miss Gilder. "What is her fascination?" "Better could have told you," Monty cryptically replied. "He told several people." "What do you mean, child? I'm eating my heart out to know." "Don't eat it, dearest. You can't eat your heart out and have it too, and it's your most important possession." "I wish you wouldn't tease me when I'm tired. Is it part of the secret you and Rachel were always giggling over when we first got to Cairo?" "Yes, dear, it is, if you must know. But I don't want to tell even you what the secret is, please. You might think it your duty to spoil Rachel's fun, and she and I are both enjoying it so much." "Can you guess what she means, Duffer?" Biddy appealed to me. "You know I wrote you that Monty and Miss Guest had a secret. I thought afterward it might have been only their plan to see the hashish den, but since then I've realized it was something else." "Even if I could guess, ought I to give Miss Gilder away, when she has just told you she doesn't want you to know?" I asked innocently. They both turned on me in a flash. I expected that. "Do you guess?" "I don't see if I do why I shouldn't have my little secret," I mildly replied. I knew that, after this, Monty would give me a good deal of her society, even though she might not have forgiven me for bolting to haul down the cook-in sign in the midst of her confidences. But the truth is, I have not guessed the secret. My wits go wheeling round it, like screaming swallows who see a crumb. I get a glimpse of the crumb and lose it again. In my present mood, I almost regret that Bedr and his supposed Germans have not dumped themselves down in our field. It would have been like them to do so, judging by the aggressive checks on those mustard tweeds, but as a matter of fact the party has disappeared from view since just before Birket Karun. They may have turned back to Cairo, they may have been swallowed up by palsied sand dune, they may have been eaten by jackals, we saw a dead one, or they may have taken to the flesh pots of a Greek hotel in Medinet, but the fact remains that, just when he might be useful, Bedr is not to be had. In our tent tonight, I took advantage of our friendship to try and draw Fenton out a little on the subject of his feelings. It seemed like the right hour to open the door of the soul. The fellaheen having taken their families home, our tent flaps were up, and only the stars looked in, stars swarming like fireflies in the blue cup of a hanging flower. But Anthony would speak of nothing more intimate than the mountain of the Golden Pyramid or his tiresome Sheikh's tomb. I yearned to tell him of the contretemps about the hieroglyphic letter, but something stopped the confession on the end of my tongue, though perhaps in the circumstances I owed it to Mrs. East. If he had mentioned her name the story might have come out, but the one drop of Eastern blood which mingles with 100 of the West in Anthony's veins makes him singularly reserved, aggravatingly reticent where women are concerned. I used to think that this was because he was not interested in them. But something, I can't explain what unless it's instinct, tells me that this is no longer the case. Another interest has come into his life, rivaling his soldier interest, and the secret hope buried deep in our mountain. I see it in his eyes. I hear it in the timbre of his voice. It means woman. But what woman? Is Monty right? Is he falling seriously in love for the first time in his strenuous life with Biddy, with whom he picked out for admiration the moment he set eyes on her? Or is it Monty himself? I must be a dog in the manger, because I don't like the idea of its being either. He is asleep on the other side of the tent as I write. Desert dogs do not disturb him. He's great on concentrating his mind, and when he goes to sleep he concentrates on that. I wish he'd talk in his sleep, but even in unconsciousness he is discreet as a statue. The last day, evening. I am in disgrace, and I am left alone to bear it, so I may as well finish my desert diary. It's all on account of a lamb, just an ordinary modern lamb as you might meet anywhere. But I mustn't begin with that, though it haunts me. In spirit it's here in the tent, sitting at my feet, staring up into my face. Avaunt, lamb, thy blood is not on my head. Go to those who deserve thee. I wish to write of Crocodilopolis. Shetet, the city was called in the beginning of things, Shetet, or the reclaimed, for the Egyptians stole land from the water, and made it the capital of their great lake Provence, which Ptolemy Philadelphus renamed to please his adored wife. Queen Arsinoe was charming, no doubt, and the Greek ruins and papyri of her day are interesting, but it is the city sacred to the crocodile god Sebek which can alone distract my thoughts now from the tragedy of the black lamb. If his Ka refuses to go, I shall set crocodiles at it, ghosts of crocodiles mummied somewhere under the desert hills which separates the Fayoum from the Nile valley. We drove out to the ruins in a string of hired carriages at an incredibly early hour this morning. As the night was one long dog howl and the dawn one overwhelming cockcrow, people were thankful to get up. But what a waste of hardly obtained baths from the start! Between Medinet and Crocodilopolis rose a solid wall of red dust. We had to break through it as firemen dash through the smoke of a burning house, and when our arabeas stopped at the foot of a mountainous mound about a mile out of Medinet, the dust had come too. Scrambling up with the wind on our backs, we began to breathe, but it was not until we had ascended to the old guard-house on top of the pottery-strewn height that we could draw a clean breath. Then the reward was worth the pains. Down below us, as seen from a bird's-eye view, lay a vast, unroofed honeycomb. Its size was incredible. The thing could not really be there. It was a startling dream, that endless gold-brown city of regular streets, and mud-brick buildings, big and small, shops and houses, theaters and libraries, lacking only their roofs, deserted save by ghosts for thousands of years, yet looking as though it had been destroyed by a cyclone yesterday. Down there in the devastated beehive myriads of bees still worked frantically, human bees, which Cleopatra said were reincarnations of those who had owned slaves and killed them with forced labor, when Shetet was among the richest cities of the two lands. These bees of today work to destroy, not to recreate, for the crumbling brick is the best of fertilizers, and fertilizing their land is the one great interest in life for the fellahin of the Fayoum. Furiously they tore at the remaining walls, furiously they packed away their treasure of dried mud in sacks, furiously they piled it on backs of donkeys and rushed away to make room for others. Each instant hundreds of wild figures in dusty black or blue scampered off, beating loaded donkeys, only to be replaced by hundreds more doing the same thing in the same manner. Yet always a few forms remained stationary. They were the police guardians of the ruins, men armed with staves, whose business was to oversee each worker's sack, lest some rare roll of papyri, some rich jewel once adorned with a pampered crocodile of the lake, should be found and stolen. Glimpsed through the red flame of blowing ruby dust, the scene was a vision of Inferno. We on our mount looking down on it were in company of Dante and Virgil. The rest of the day we gave to a light railway excursion to Ilalun and the brick pyramid of Hawara. There was much laughing and shrieking among the girls of the set. I don't count Mani, who shrieks for nothing less terrible than the largest spiders, as Arabs pushed our trolley cars along the line, and we were frivolous even on the sight of the labyrinth which was, perhaps, copied from the labyrinth of Crete. The set were, frankly, disappointed in the few remains of granite columns and carvings, but vague memories of jewels seen at the Egyptian Museum waked an interest in the brick pyramid tomb at Hawara, where King Amenemhat and his daughter Ptah-Nefru lay for a few thousand years. All of us were eager for the last camp tea when we got home for our expedition, and it was then that the tragedy happened, the tragedy of the black lamb. How could I guess, when Yusuf said the camel boys wanted money to buy meat as a feast for the last day, that they meant to buy it alive? When we arrived in camp, an idyllic scene was being enacted. A woolly black lamb with a particularly engaging facial expression was being hospitably entertained by all our men with the exception of the chef. They formed an admiring ring around it, taking turns in feeding it with bersim and patting its delightfully innocent head. It was difficult to say which was happier, the charming guest or its kind hosts. "How sweet of them," said Miss Hassett-Bean. "I must write a few verses about this for our home paper." Everybody joined with her in thinking the Arabs sweet, and Enid Biddle went round and took up a collection. The men arranged a football match for our benefit to show their gratitude, and played so well and were so picturesque that Sir John and other ardent sportsmen pressed more money upon them. It was altogether a red-letter day for the Camel boys, quite apart from the fact that they would get rid of their noble benefactors tomorrow, and by way of a climax they had what we supposed to be a bonfire at dark. "Aren't all those white figures wonderful, grouped round the blaze?" asked Monty, who appeared on the whole satisfied with the way in which the desert had taken her. "And look, the flames are reflected on the clouds. I do believe it's going to rain, if such a thing can happen here. I hope it won't spoil the poor darling's celebration. Why, they seem to have something big and black hanging over the fire. What can it be? Oh, it looks awful." "It is not awful, Mees," Yusuf, standing near, good-naturedly reassured her. "It very nice. It is the lamb, they cook it for their supper. The gentleman, milord, he gave them money to buy it." "Lamb!" shrieked Monty in a wild voice which brought a crowd round us. "Lamb! Not, oh, not—" "Yes, Mees, you all see it feeded when you come home, when you say it so sweet. Camel boys find sweeter now." "Oh!" the girl exclaimed. "Fiends! They invited that lamb here, and brought it in their arms, and played with it, and did everything they could to make it think it was having a pleasant afternoon, and then they killed it." "Yes, of course, Mees," said Yusuf, puzzled. "Why else for, milord tell they can buy it. They kill and pound it up to make good, and soon they eat it in honor of the gentlemen and ladies who have been so kind this nice trip." "I should like to kill them," gasped Monty, preparing to cry, and flinging herself into Biddy's arms. "Oh, somebody give me a hanky, quick!" We all felt mechanically in our pockets, but I, being nearest, was first in the field. It was a shock to see Monty wave my handkerchief away with a gesture of horror, and bury her face in a far inferior one tendered by Anthony. "No wonder!" exclaimed Miss Hassett-Bean, who is not, as a rule, a Montyite. "You're quite right, Miss Gilder. Lord Ernest Borrow, I don't see much difference between you and a murderer." For a minute I did not know what she meant. Then it broke upon me that the Arab's monstrous breach of hospitality to the lamb was laid at my door. I jabbered explanations, but no one listened, and just then the rain, which nobody had believed in, seized the opportunity of coming down in floods. The camels roared with rage and surprise, the camel boys swore Arab oaths, the fires sputtered, and what became of the half-cooked lamb I shall never know. We rushed for the dining tent, all soaked in an instant, with the exception of Bridget and Monty, whom Antoine protected with a long cloak. Dinner was a gloomy feast, which might have been composed of funeral-baked meats, though the chef himself came to the door and vowed by all his saints that the lamb cutlets were not from that lamb. So well did he exonerate himself, so eloquently did he protest that he had done nothing to do with the camel boys' orgy, that another special collection was taken up for him. "Poor dear old gentleman," sighed Miss Hassett-Bean. "I shall never be able to forget him. When I'm out of this awful country of cannibals, and safe in my own home, he will simply haunt me, passing his respectable old age, black though he is, chasing across deserts on camels, wrapped in a blanket and covered with chicken coops, at the mercy of any queer Christian who can afford to pay for him. It's a tragedy." Perhaps she wrote her poem about the cook instead of the camel boys. Luckily, however, at the last moment I remembered a superstition of the ancient Egyptians. They were in the habit of sacrificing a black lamb to propitiate Set, the sender of storms. Our lamb was black, and at the hour of his untimely death a storm was coming up. The dreadful deed, therefore, was turned into a rite. That is where my diary of the desert stopped, for the adventure that ended our trip was not of the sort that mixes well with tragedies of lambs. Before dinner Monty had apologized for refusing my handkerchief, I really believe because she was sorry she had misunderstood, not because the rain had leaked through her tent, and she wanted me to give her mine. In fact, she and Biddy refused point blank at first when Anthony and I suggested the change. They would not have told us that the water had come in on their beds if they had thought we should suggest such a thing. All they wished for was to have the tent roof somehow mended before matters got worse. But we insisted, especially Fenton, and he is difficult to disobey. A look from him and a drawing together of the black eyebrows has the same effect on the mind of a rebellious woman as an "off with her head" from an Arabian Nights sultan, while I might vainly exert my ingenuity to achieve the results he gets by sheer mysterious magnetism. It was bedtime when the leak showed itself, but the change of quarters was accomplished with military quickness and precision, as Fenton's undertakings generally are, and almost before they knew what had happened, Monty and Bridget, who had been tent mates during the tour, found themselves transferred bag and baggage to our tent, with the last clean sheets in the bedroom Arab's possession. Transferred, we set ourselves to making repairs, and soon patched up the leaks. Rain at this season comes so rarely it was not surprising that a stitch or two had been neglected. Only the pillows and upper blankets had had time to get wet, and we had but to remove the coverings and turn the pillows. We both did this simultaneously, and simultaneously exclaimed, "Hello!" "They've left their treasures," said Anthony, not with quite the masculine scorn of feminine weaknesses I was used to noticing in him. Indeed, he spoke almost tenderly, as a father might speak at finding the forgotten doll of an absent child. Each of us stood with a wet pillow in his hand, gazing at his borrowed bunk. In the one I had selected lay a small chamois skin bag, attached to a narrow pink ribbon. In the bed chosen by Fenton was a tiny white enamelled watch on a platinum chain. Both these things had been covered by their respective owners' pillows and forgotten in the hasty change of quarters. The watch was Monty's. She wore it round her neck every day. Therefore, the chamois skin bag on the other bed must be Bridget's. I told myself that in it she probably kept her pathetic store of money, hidden under her bodice by day, her pillow by night, and beholding this intimate souvenir of my childhood's friend, my heart yearned over her. "Too late to rouse them up now," said Anthony. "Yes," said I. "We must have been 20 minutes or half an hour getting the roof to rights. They may be asleep, and if not, they won't worry anyhow. They'll know that their things are safe till tomorrow morning." Fenton agreed with this verdict, and each keeping charge of his own treasure trove, we went to bed and to sleep. I am a champion dreamer, so much so that I often find the life of dreamland rivaling in interest the life of this side of sleep. I look forward to my dreams, as some people look forward to an interesting dinner party. But that night I was too tired to inspect the dream menu before lying down to it. The first thing I knew, a handsome Egyptian god with crystal eyes, like those which Bill Bailey means to make the fashion, stood by my bedside. I asked him politely whether he were Ra or Osiris, deliberately picking the two best gods of the bunch in order to flatter him, but without answering he pointed a bronze hand to the mat on which he stood. It was a white mat, and on it I read a word which evidently he meant to take as his name, Tam-Hatab. For an instant it seemed to me a fine name for an Egyptian god, though I hadn't met it before. Then I burst out laughing disrespectfully. "Why, you're only a bath mat, wrong side out," I heard myself sneering, and the god disappeared as a flash of lightning comes and is gone. In going, however, he stumbled slightly against the bed. It was a mere touch, but that, or my own voice, half waked me up. "Tam-Hatab," I mumbled dreamily, and was just reminding myself, before dropping off to sleep again, that I must tell Biddy about the new bath god, when I realized that he had not quite gone. No, not quite gone. It must be he who still lingered by the bed, for it could be nobody else. Anthony would not come and hover silently at my bedside in the middle of the night. Besides, I was almost awake now, and could hear the gentle, regular breathing of a man asleep. Anthony's breathing. "Go away, Tam-Hatab," I tried to say, but I was not awake enough to speak. He was bending over the bed. His face was near to mine. I felt rather than saw it. How could I see in the dark? Sleepily, even fretfully, I asked myself. And yet, was the tent dark? It had been, I remembered that. I remembered that Anthony had got to bed first, and I had extinguished the 2 candles on the washstand. Afterward I had to grope my way to the bed. Now, however, there was a light, a very faint, rather curious light. There seemed to be only a square of it, a square sloped off at the top. It was opposite my eyes, which really were open now, I felt sure. I couldn't be dreaming this. It was like a queer-shaped window in the blackness, a window full of starlight, but close to the floor. Then the rain must have stopped. The stars must be out. Yes, but how could I see that? There was no window in the tent. This thought dogged the last film of sleep off my tired brain, like a veil snatched away by impatient fingers on an unseen hand. Odd, those very words said over themselves in my head, fingers on an unseen hand. And that was because a hand was being slipped cautiously, inch by inch, under my pillow. It was the Egyptian god's hand. But I knew suddenly that the dream god had turned into a thief, that the silver glimmering square of light was one of the tent flaps unbuttoned and turned back, that the man must stealthily have pulled up a peg or two while we slept our heavy sleep, must have crept into the tent, soft-footed over the thick rugs, and now here he was trying to steal. After that I did not go on with the thought. My dull reasoning snapped off as short as a dry stick. I made a grab for the hand under my pillow, seized a wrist, held it for an instant in a grip which must have hurt, then had the shame and disappointment of feeling it slip out of my grasp, like a greased snake. There was a stifled exclamation of pain or surprise, scarcely louder than a sigh, and I was out of bed and after a shadow that ran for the low square of starlight. Something caught and tripped me as I reached the opening. What it was I did not know then and I don't know now, but I had a vague impression that it was warm. If I had stumbled against a bare leg thrust out to stop me, it would have felt like that. Yet it could not have been the leg of the man running away. He was using both his, and must have used them well, for I was up and out from under the lifted tent flap which had fallen on top of me as I tumbled, before I could have counted 5. Very wide awake now, I stood in the rough, sandy grass, under a sky encrusted with stars, and could see no one. Barefooted, I pattered this way and that, searching every shadow, but the whole camp seemed an abode of peace. There was not a sound or movement even in the black ring of sleeping camels. Rain had driven to shelter the roving dogs, which had troubled us last night. The camp lanterns burned clear and strong, yellow and crude in the silver flood of starlight which dulled their radiance. The smell of earth and grass after the heavy shower was like the fragrance of tea roses. Could it be that an evil, stealthy presence had but just broken this sweet serenity with its vile intention, or had the whole incident been, after all, a singularly vivid dream? I should have believed so if my hand, which had clutched that other hand, had not been slippery with oil. No, I had not dreamed, and suddenly a troubling thought leaped into my mind. Biddy! The name sprang onto my lips and spoke itself aloud. If this were for her! I had laughed at her forebodings. Sensational revenges, such as she feared, seemed so incongruous, so utterly unsuited to those laughing, long-lashed eyes of hers. Yet she had in her past life lived side by side with fear and tragedy for more years than I like to count. And as she said, men such as those whom Richard O'Brien had betrayed had been known to reach out very far to take revenge. Biddy had done nothing. Surely they owed her no grudge. But she had known things. Perhaps they thought that she knew even more than she did know. Their organization was rich as well as powerful. It had taken many branches. Yet why should men use its power to hurt the widow of a dead enemy, now that they, or fate, had put him underground? In a flash I remembered the chamois skin bag, which she had forgotten under the pillow, and lifting the loosened canvas flap with its dangling pegs, I stooped to go back into the tent. Inside I expected to find darkness, but instead I found light. Anthony up, setting a match to a candle wick, and looking a tall, dark silhouette in his pajamas. "What's the row?" he calmly wanted to know, too calmly to suit my ruffled mood. "A thief, that's all," I answered, hastily searching under the pillow where the unseen hand had been. Sheet and pillowcase were slimy with oil, yet the chamois skin bag was safe. "But he didn't get what he wanted," I finished. "Good," said Anthony, who had lighted both candles. "Let's go look for him." "I've been and couldn't see anything." "I know. I heard a sound. I sang out and you didn't answer, so I thought something must be up. Let's have another try. I've got Miss Gilder's watch." I slipped Biddy's bag into the pocket of my pajamas, and pulling on our boots we went out into the night. "It's their tent I'm thinking of," I said, though I'd never talked of Bridget O'Brien's affairs to Fenton. If someone had planned to rob them, not knowing of the change we made at the last minute. All our Arabs did know. I'm not talking of them. We've been here 2 days. Anyone could have spied on us enough to find out which tent was Mrs. Jones's and Miss Gilder's. "You're thinking of better?" "Well, yes, I suppose I am. Biddy never believed they were Germans." "Who, those chaps in checked clothes he had in tow?" "By Jove, yes. I heard her speak of a scar on the forehead of one. She thought he might have been Burke, the fellow in the street row, that night at the House of the Crocodile. These things happen to heiresses in old-fashioned storybooks, said Anthony, but there's nothing that happens in a story which can't happen in real life, I suppose, especially to a girl. Oh, but I wasn't thinking of her, I began, then stopped, shocked because it was true, and also because I was unwilling to tell why my thoughts had turned to Mrs. Jones. We must find out if they're safe, I went on. The thieves seem to have got clear away, and we're not likely to find them unless they've gone to our old tent. Come along, said Anthony. We'll slip on something and call the ladies as softly as we can, not to disturb the others and have the whole camp buzzing like a beehive. When we're sure they're all right, we can attend to such details as searching for tracks. He seemed as eager as I was to know that the two women were safe, but there was no sign to tell me about which one he chiefly concerned himself. A minute transformed him from a pajamaed Englishman into a robed Egyptian of that old-fashioned order which despises things European. Only he forgot to put on his turban. I didn't think of the omission myself at the time, but I recalled it later. Going to the tent which had been ours, I scratched on the tight-drawn canvas near the spot where I knew one of the folding iron bedsteads was placed. "Biddy! Biddy!" I called, gently, and after a few repetitions I heard her voice, rather sleepy, a little anxious, cry, "Is that you, Duffer?" "Yes," I whispered, seeing the tent quiver in the region of some cushiony buttons. "Antoine and I are both here, but don't be scared. Could you come and peep out from under the door flap a minute?" "Yes," said she. "Go round there and I'll come." There was not much delay, for Biddy's crinkled black hair needs no night disfigurements by way of patent curlers. In a few seconds the door flap waved, and Biddy looked out into the starlight, the yellow glimmer of a candle flame within the tent silhouetting the Japanesey little figure wrapped in a kimono. Behind her dark head and above it floated a mist of bronzy gold, which I took to be Miss Gilder's hair. There seemed to be quantities of it, and I should have been feverishly interested in wondering how long it was, if I had time to think of anything but my thankfulness that Biddy and Monty were both safe. "Are either of you ill?" asked the creamy Irish voice which had never sounded half so sweet as now, in the starlight and fragrance of this strange night. "Because if you are, I've some lovely medicine." "I wouldn't frighten them any more than I could help, if I were you," I heard Fenton mumbling advice in muffled tones at my back. For obvious reasons I made no audible answer, but I had just been resolving not to tell Biddy my suspicions unless it were necessary to do so. "No, we're not ill," I assured her, "but there's been a silly sort of scare about a sneak thief. May have been a false alarm, and we won't say anything about it tomorrow if others don't. We're horribly sorry to disturb you and Miss Gilder, but we couldn't rest without making sure you hadn't been worried." "You heard nothing, did you, Monty?" Bridget threw a question over her shoulder to the floating mist of gold. "No, and I wasn't asleep, either," Miss Gilder's voice answered. "I was lying awake thinking about its being our last night, and lots of things." "I was lying half awake, too, thinking of lots of things," Biddy mimicked her friend, "or I shouldn't have heard you so easily when you scratched on the canvas. Oh, by the way, Duffer, did you or Antoine Effendi find a little chamois skin bag under the pillow?" "I found it," said I, and this gave me a chance I had been wanting but hadn't quite known how to snatch. I was rather worried over the responsibility. Of course you knew that we'd take care of your treasures. "It's all my money, and just one other thing," Biddy answered, with an odd little hesitation in her manner, and a catch in her voice. "I should hate to have anybody open that bag. I'm thankful it's safe. With you I know it's sacred. All the same I'd like to have it, if you don't mind the bother." "You oughtn't to carry the thing about with you, if it's so important," I scolded her. "Why not leave your secret treasure, whatever it is, and most of your money in Cairo, when you come off on an expedition like this?" "I don't know," she mumbled evasively. "I'm used to having this thing with me. I can't think how I forgot it under my pillow. I never have before. It isn't the sort of valuable one keeps in a bank. Monty embroidered the bag when she was a little girl. It was her first work. I taught her how to do it. And she gave it to me for a birthday present. I wouldn't lose it for the world." "You shan't," I said soothingly. I had heard what I had been afraid to hear, but why should Biddy's trip be spoiled by another worry if I could shield her? We could not know that the oiled hand had been groping for that bag, and I resolved not to distress Bridget by putting the idea into her head at present. "Go to sleep again in peace, both of you," I went on. "All's well since you're well. Probably some prowler has been sneaking round the kitchen tent." "Yes, the news of the lamb has gone forth," said Biddy. "Good night." "Good night," I answered. Down went the tent flap, and hid the sparkle of eyes in starsheen and mist of gold in wavering candlelight. We trusted that the two had crept back to their beds, but we did not return to ours. We took one of the camp lanterns and searched for footprints, those which were freshest after the rain. The rough grass growing sparsely out of the sandy earth was not favorable to such attempts, however, and even at dawn, when we looked again before the camp was stirring, we made no notable discoveries such as amateur detectives make in books. Our next expedition, as soon as light came, was to the town, where we inquired at the few hotels and put questions to the police. Nobody answering the description of Bedr and his two companions had been seen in Medinet, and we had to go back to camp baffled. There was our adventure, and when we reached Cairo by train, the mystery of the oiled hand was still unsolved. I expected a black mark for the lamb and every little desert difficulty, but to my surprise only our joys were remembered. Those who had stayed in Cairo exchanged tales with the desert travelers, and it was astonishing to hear what a marvelous week we had had. Each day had been better than its brother. In fact, our trip had been one long, glorious dream of golden sands and amethyst sunsets. The camels were as easy to ride as sofas, and combined the intelligence of human beings with the disposition of angels. The camp was as luxurious as the Savoy or the Plaza, and to me and that wonderful Antoun Effendi all credit was suddenly due. Not to be outdone, the stayers in Cairo had had the time of their lives. They had not been herded together like animals in a menagerie, as in Colonel Corcoran's day. The girls had not only been to dances, but had danced with darling pets of officers, friends of Ernest Borrow, while their mothers had been asked to those fascinating picnics they get up in Egypt, don't you know, where you dig in ancient burial grounds and find mummy beads and amulets. Somehow or other all these people attributed their pleasures to me, as they had blamed me for their mishaps, and my spirits were at the top of the thermometer 3 days later when, after some hard work, the Enchantress Isis was ready to start up Nile. Sir Marcus wanted his tours to be different from every other Nile tour, and a little better. He wanted to show what he could do, and he was beginning well. Though the Enchantress Isis had had a past under other owners, she looked as if this were her maiden trip, and she was as beautifully decorated as a debutante for her first ball. Her paint was new and gleaming white, her brass and nickel glittered like jewelry, and even those who thought nothing quite good enough for them uttered admiring ohs as they trooped on board. The highway of Egypt was the silver-paved road leading to adventure. The masts of native boats lying along the river bank were etched in black lines crowding over one another on the lightly washed-in background of blue. Near by, the great Qasr el-Nile bridge gleamed with color and life like a rainbow come alive, and the Enchantress Isis looked as gay and inviting as a houseboat in fête for Henley Regatta. She was smaller than the most modern of the Nile boats, for she had been sold cheap to Sir Marcus by another firm, but she was big enough for his experiment, though he had turned some of her cabins into private baths and sitting rooms. Her 3 decks towered out of the water with a superior air of stateliness, such as small women put on beside tall sisters, and her upper deck was a big open-air sitting room. There were Turkish rugs on the white floor, and basket chairs and sofas with silk cushions. On the tables and on the piano top there were picture books of Egypt, and magazines and bowls of flowers. From the roof sprouted electric lamps with brass leaves and glass lotuses, and smiling Arabs in white from turban to slippers had blue larks flying wide-winged on their breasts. Oh yes, Sir Marcus was doing his clients well, that was patent at first glance, and became even more conspicuous to the eyes of the set as they wandered into the dining saloon, drawing-room, and library, or peeped into each other's cabins. Sir Marcus himself had come on board ostensibly to see us off, really to watch the effect of his boat upon Cleopatra. He lay in wait for her outside the door of her suite, the best on board, pretending to engage me in conversation, but forgot my existence as she appeared. The ecstasy on his big face was pathetic, as his brown eyes fixed themselves on a quantity of artificial blue lotuses she held in her hands. "Do you like them, Mrs. East?" he ventured. "Do I like what?" she inquired, that quiver of impatience in her tone which she kept for her unfortunate adorer. Those flowers," he stammered. "They're awful!" she exclaimed. "The rooms are lovely, but these dreadful artificial things some silly person has stuck all over the place spoil the whole effect. I want to find an Arab to take them away. Or do you think I might throw them overboard? No one could like them, I'm sure." "Of course, chuck 'em overboard, or hand 'em to me, and I'll do it," said Sir Marcus, looking ready to cry. "But they're lotuses, I suppose you know. I heard say you'd give anything to have some." "Not artificial ones," explained Cleopatra. "Belle dame sans merci. I can't stand artificial flowers even on hats, much less in rooms. Who could have put such horrors all over my salon?" "I don't know," Sir Marcus lied stoutly, "but it shan't happen again. There ain't any real lotuses to be got, so maybe the decorator—" His meanderings died into silence as he took the bunch of flowers from Mrs. East and viciously flung them as tribute to the Nile. "After all, we oughtn't to do that," said Cleopatra. "In the beautiful old days real lotuses were given to the Nile. These are an insult." "They aren't meant as such," the big man apologized, all joy in his fine boat and the compliments he had received crushed out of him. I knew now that he had hovered at Cleopatra's door, hoping for a cry of pleasure. Probably he had ransacked Cairo for the lotuses, or telephoned to Paris, before his cruel lady went from him into the desert. I was sorry for the boss, though a snub or two would be good for him, no doubt, and perhaps were being specially provided by a wise Providence. But I had other things to think of than Sir Marcus Lark's love troubles. Monty, for instance, who at last had found a letter from Madame Wretched in Cairo, and had wonderful schemes in her head. On board the Laconia I should have thought such schemes obstinate and headstrong, the wish of a spoiled child to do something dangerous, to meddle in matters which did not concern her, and to have an adventure. But I understood the Gilded Rose a little better now. I began to see the real Monty as Biddy saw her, bright with the flame of courage and enthusiasm and passionate generosity, behind the passing cloud of superficial faults. She wanted everybody to be as fortunate and happy as she, and was prepared to be exceedingly trying and disagreeable in the effort to make them so. We had not been on board 10 minutes when Biddy told me about the exciting letter, and escorted me to find it and Monty. Miss Gilder was in the act of insisting that General and Mrs. Harlow should accept her suite, and that she should take their cabin. The matter had to be argued out before she could spare attention for anything else, but as she made it clear that the Harlows were not to pay extra, their scruples were soon conquered. "The baggage hasn't been put into the cabins yet," she explained breathlessly to me, "so that's all right." In my astonishment I forgot Madame Wretched. "But why," I adjured Monty in my professional tone as conductor, "why on earth should you sacrifice yourself to these people? What have they done for you? I thought you didn't like them." "I don't," she replied calmly while Biddy listened, smiling. "That's why I gave them my suite. At least, it's partly why." "I should think the other part of the partly is more convincing," I remarked, and Monty blushed. "Perhaps you know that your friend Anton Effendi thinks me the most selfish as well as the most obstinate girl he ever saw," she said, "and I don't intend to have foreigners like him go on doing American girls an injustice. Besides, maybe he's right about me, and I want him to be wrong. I hate having all the best things there are everywhere just because I'm rich. The Harlows wanted a suite, and they couldn't afford to take one. They were looking sadly through the door at my rooms and envying me, so I thought I would change. I was determined to change, whether they would let me or not. They're old, I'm young, and I shall enjoy thinking I've done something nice for people I thoroughly dislike, as much as they will enjoy having their own bathroom." "If Mrs. Harlow could hear you calling her old," gurgled Biddy. "Well, she is old, and she's perfectly horrid, much more horrid even than Miss Hassett Bean, so I'd rather give my suite to her and her husband than anyone else. Biddy and Rachel are together, and Aunt Clara is alone. I'm robbing no one but myself." "How do you know Anton Effendi thinks you are selfish and obstinate?" I inquired. "Surely he wasn't rude enough to say so." "He was, indeed, the day I would have the Coast Guard camel, and he came after me when it ran away," she confessed. "And you're not to tell him about the suite. I didn't give it up to please him." "I thought you did," I ventured, "in order that Egyptian princes shouldn't do an injustice to American girls." "I meant," she explained hastily, "that I like to know they're wrong about us. And now, what was it that Biddy and you had wanted to say? Oh, poor Mabel's letter! How thankful I am to get it! I've been wondering if I dared write, and thinking all sorts of desperate plans. But Biddy thought we must wait till Wretched was off his guard. You see, we shall have to rescue her when we get to Assuit." I would have answered, but a look from Biddy enjoined silence. And so we were in touch with the ship's mystery again. I took the envelope, which was addressed to Miss Gilder in a distinctively American handwriting, strange to see coming from an Egyptian harem. The letter began abruptly and showed signs of haste. "You were so good, I know I can appeal to you, but I'm not sure if there's any way to help me. I began to be frightened on the ship when he behaved so queerly, just because I talked about the most ordinary things to one or two men. He made me stay in my cabin, but you'll remember that. Already it's like ages ago. I tell myself now that I was almost happy then. At least I believed I was his wife, and it was better than being poor and a governess to hateful French children in Paris. He was kind, too, he seemed to love me, and I thought it was like living in a romance to marry a Turk. He swore he'd never loved anyone except me, that he'd never been married, and that he wouldn't try to convert me or shut me up like Turkish women. But everything was untrue and different from what he said. I hardly know how to tell you, for you will think it horrible, yet I must tell. When I came here, I found he had a wife already, and a perfectly fiendish little girl. It's legal in this dreadful country to have 4 wives, but I don't care about the law. I want to get away. I've been cheated. This isn't marriage. I don't know what will become of me, for I haven't any money, but I'd rather starve than stay. I heard Mr. Sheridan say on board ship that it was easy to get a divorce in Egypt or Turkey. Maybe he meant me to hear, thinking some day I might be glad to know. But I can't get a divorce while I'm shut up in this house and watched. Now he suspects I want to leave him, since a scene we had about the wife, and he won't let me go out, even into the garden. You are my only hope. You'll wonder why I don't try appealing to the American consul here instead of to you. I suppose there must be a consul. Assuit seems a big, important town. I'll tell you why I don't. For one thing, there mayn't be a consul. For another thing, the woman who has promised to post this wouldn't do so if she guessed I was writing against my husband, who is her brother-in-law, and she would guess if she saw an envelope addressed to a consul, although she knows scarcely any English. I have to talk to her in French. He thinks she is devoted to him, and that she's explaining the Mussulman religion and ideas of a woman's life to me, or he wouldn't let her come. It's true, she is loyal to him, in a way. She wouldn't help me to escape. But I think women in the harems like to have secrets with each other, which they hide from their men. I've told her about you, how pretty you are, and a great heiress, and she's so interested she's dying to see you. She hopes, if she posts this letter, that you will call on me on your way up the Nile. She can, perhaps, find out what day your boat is to arrive, through her husband, and then she'll try to come to our house on the chance of meeting you. I'm almost sure she'll keep her promise and post this letter. If not, if he sees it, maybe he will kill me. I believe now he would do anything. But I must run the risk. Do come. Do think of some way to help. Mabel. I don't feel I have the right to any other name, for as surely as he has a wife, I'm not truly married. Well? Asked Monty, as she saw me finish and fold up the letter. You were horrid about her at first, but just at the last minute on the ship you were good, and kept Wretched Bay talking, so I might have my chance with Mabel. If you hadn't, I shouldn't like you as much as I do, and I'm sure even you'll be anxious to do something now. Yet we don't wish Ernest or Antoine Effendi to run into danger, do we, dear? Biddy suggested coaxingly. When you wanted to show the letter, I said yes, but— Monty listened no longer. Her eyes were sparkling as they looked straight into mine. Antoine Effendi, she repeated. Tell me first, because you know you are his friend, what would he think about a case like this? Whatever he is, he's not a Mussulman, I'm sure. Still, he's not one of us. You're sure he's not a Mussulman? I echoed. What makes you sure when you know he's been to Mecca, unless somebody has put the idea into your head? His own head put it there, she answered. I saw it without his turban the night of the alarm in camp. It wasn't shaved, as I've read the heads of Muslim men are. It was a head like the head of every Christian man I know, except that it was in better shape than most. So, as he isn't Mussulman, he might not mind our trying to help this poor deceived girl? Shall I ask his advice? I inquired, rather dryly, perhaps. She hesitated for an instant, then said, Yes. You seem certain that whatever he thinks, he won't betray your plan. "I am certain," she replied, looking rapt. "He's not the kind of man who betrays." "You're right," I said. "He's not the kind of man who betrays. He's the kind that helps. Though in such a case as this, you know, the very meany or forbidden. Still, we shall see." We could not see at once, however, because Anthony had not come on board. Even when the hour for starting arrived, there was no Anthony, no message from Anthony. "Your friend isn't going to leave us in the lurch, is he?" asked Sir Marcus, watch in hand. He had meant to travel with us as far as Beni Hassan, our first stop, and return to Cairo by donkey and train, but had changed his intention and was going off at once. I thought I could guess why. "The Enchantress Isis ought to be under way this very minute, but Antoun and you are our chief attractions. We can't leave him behind." I agreed. We could not leave Anthony behind, but I was not worrying. If he had to drop down out of an airplane, I felt sure that having said he would come, he would keep his word. So, while Sir Marcus stared at his watch and fumed, I rushed usefully about among the ladies who clamored for their luggage, or complained that their cabins were too small for innovation trunks. I showed them how these traveling wardrobes could be opened wide and flattened against the walls, taking up next to no room. I assured each woman in confidence that she had been given the best cabin on the boat. I dealt out little illustrated books about the trip. I advised people which tables to choose in the dining saloon, and consoled them when the places they wanted were gone. Still, the Enchantress Isis had not stirred, and a rumor was beginning to go round that something had happened, when suddenly I saw Antoun Effendi's green turban. "Thank goodness," muttered Sir Marcus, putting his watch into his pocket. And then Mrs. East came swiftly across the deck from the door of her own suite, where she must have stood watching, hidden behind the portière. "Oh, Antoun Effendi!" she cried, and though her face was turned toward us, she did not seem to know that we existed. How Anthony looked at her we could not judge, for we saw only his back, but her eyes must have told Sir Marcus a piece of news. He glanced from her to Fenton, and from Fenton to her, with the expression of a schoolboy who has been punished for something he hasn't done. Then he turned to me as though to ask a question, but shut his mouth tightly, as if gulping down a large pill, wheeled, and left me without a good-bye. I wondered, Cleopatra fashion, what he had done in his last incarnation to deserve these heavy blows in the hour which should have seen his triumph. What if he changes his mind, and doesn't want Fenton and me after all? I asked myself. To my surprise, I realized that it would be a genuine disappointment not to be wanted by Sir Marcus Lark. The mountain of the Golden Pyramid had nothing to do with this. It was borne in upon me that I had begun to enjoy the rôle of conductor, and certainly I was learning lessons in high diplomacy which might be useful in my career. Anthony, who was free as an eagle from questions of innovation trunks and how to give everybody the best cabins and places at table, looked as if he were bound for the island of Hesperides on a voyage of pure romance. The air of gravity and responsibility he had worn in Cairo and in the desert was gone with the starting of the boat. I knew suddenly, without asking him, that his mission had been of a far more serious nature than the transplanting of a sheikh's tomb, that there had been something else, and that it had finished at the last moment in success. "Sir Marcus was worrying about you," I said, when the importance of unpacking left the deck empty save for Anthony and me. "You weren't, were you?" He was smiling at me in the friendly, confidential way that showed a happy mood. "Not I. I knew you'd turn up, as you'd said you would." "Thanks, my good duffer. But now it's over, I don't mind telling you that it was a toss-up." "You mean there was a chance of your failing us, in spite of the mountain?" "Well, I meant to bring this off somehow, but my first duty was to finish up the Cairo business. I simply had to finish it, and I did. It was a rather bigger job than the Sheikh's tomb racket, though of course that was on the cards too. Everything's all right now, but I spent last night in getting the full details of an Arab pilot to blow up the house of a rich Copt, who's been of great service to the government. Some of the young nationalists think that the Christian Copts are put ahead of the Muslims by the British, and there are jealousies. The whole set of men concerned in this affair were arrested an hour ago, so all's well with the world. I'm free to turn my face toward the mountain of the Golden Pyramid, free to enjoy myself, though I must stick to my turban still. "Are you getting tired of it?" I asked. "I've been tired of it since the first day I put it on. I don't like play acting for long, but it was necessary. And it has had its advantages as well as disadvantages for me." I should have liked to ask another question, but dared not, So instead I told him about the letter from Bashid Bey's beautiful American bride, Mabella Hannum, the ship's mystery of the Laconia. Anthony listened as the Enchantress Isis slipped past the island of Rhoda, past Giza, past Old Cairo and still older Babylon, then out onto the broad bosom of the river where the Nile Valley lay bathed in sunshine from Gebel Makatam in the east to the Libyan hills, haunt of departed spirits, in the west. "Miss Gilder wants me to help, does she?" he asked at last. "She told you to tell me about this?" "I warned her that you mightn't approve," I explained. "I said you had more knowledge of Egypt in your little finger than I had in all my grey matter, and you might think that nothing could be done." "Tell her I think something may be done," he interrupted me, "and before we reach Asuat we'll plan out how best to do it." "You and I?" "You and she and I. She has brains as well as courage." "She?" "Of course, I mean Miss Gilder." "Oh, is it of course? There are others who answer to that description." Fenton smiled. "But it's going to be her show." "She is under the impression," I reminded him, laughing, "that all Egypt, including the Nile, and you and your green turban, are her show." Anthony did not answer. Perhaps already he was thinking of something else. I should have liked to be sure exactly what his smile meant. Was it for Monty? Was it for Biddy? Or only for an adventure which he saw in the distance? Nothing could be less appropriate to the spirit of the Nile than our spirit in setting out. We had turned our backs upon medieval Cairo, and our faces toward Ethiopia. Our minds should have teemed with thoughts of early gods and the mysteries of their great temples. But not at all. Medieval or prehistoric, it was all one to us in our secret hearts, which throbbed with passionate excitement over our own small affairs of today and tomorrow. Little cared we, as our white boat bore us southward, on the bosom of the sacred river, little cared we for the love story of the great Enchantress, pupil of magician Thoth, fair Isis, in whose honor that boat was named. Her tragic journey along this river, whose streams she could augment by one sacred tear, should have been followed by our fancy. We should have seen with our mind's eyes the lovely lady asking news of the painted boat which carried the dead body of her murdered husband Osiris, asking always vainly until she thought of questioning the little children. But instead we thought of our own love stories and amusements. We played bridge and danced the tango on deck. We drummed on the piano or warbled the latest musical comedy airs. Above all, we flirted or gossiped about those who flirted, if for any reason we were off the active list of flirters ourselves. To be sure, we had brought learned books, and took pains to leave them in our chairs, open at marked passages of deep interest to students. We even scribbled heterogeneous notes, if for a moment there were nothing more amusing to do, and bits of paper scampered wildly about the deck, informing those who retrieved them that Nub was ancient Egyptian for gold, that Osiris created men and women from the tears he wept over his own body, cut in pieces by Set, that the ivy was his favorite plant, or that scarabaeus was the Greek word for a blue-green beetle, which created itself from itself, becoming the symbol of eternal life. All this, however, was affectation. Each hoped others might think that he or she was not an ordinary tourist. Each wished to pose as a devotee of some phase of history concerning gods, temples, or portrait statues, anything not difficult to study up. But life was too strong for us. The color and glamour of the Nile got into our blood. Hathor, goddess of love, bewitched us into doing queer things which we should not have dreamed of doing if we hadn't drunk Nile champagne. Yet after all, what did it matter? We were absorbing what our hearts, if not our minds, called for, the enchantment of Egypt. More or less conscientiously I performed the duties Sir Marcus Lark had bribed me to perform. I gave neat little lectures, and tried to remind people, whether they liked it or not, that almost every moment the boat was taking us past places of astonishing interest. The so-called tombs of Beni Hassan, the Enchantress Isis stopped for us to see, in order that we might admire wall paintings in rock chambers, and gabble about Queen Hatshepsut or King Seti and his mother Pakhet, the beautiful lady of the Speos. But it was difficult to rouse emotion concerning things which we glided by without visiting. Ruined temples were everywhere, thick as flies, as I heard Harry Snell say to Enid Biddle, but why bother about them when finer ones were waiting further down on the menu card of the Nile meal? especially when there was a pretty girl to walk the deck with meanwhile. As for Tel el Amarna, the heretic king's great city, the general vote went against a visit to the ruins. Antun Effendi praised it as one of the most interesting places near the Nile, because with the exception of Queen Hatshepsut and Ramses the Great, Amenhotep IV was the most human personality in Egyptian history. But only Mani, who was making a hero out of Akhenaten, really wished to delay at the disc worshipper's utopia. It must have seemed strange to the Gilded Rose not to have her will prevail, but there was a clique on board who appeared to find pleasure in thwarting Mani. Her sacrifice to the Harlows was misunderstood. She had made it, said those who did not like her, in order to gain credit for unselfishness, or to have an excuse for displaying herself en route to the public bath, in a dream of a dressing gown and a vision of a cap, carrying a poem of a sponge bag. Rachel Guest was still mysteriously more popular than Mani, and was said to have had 2 proposals on the first day. She didn't want to get off the boat to see irrelevant painted pavements in the harem of Akhenaten's royal palace, and her laziness won when the vote was taken. But what did anything matter if the glamour of the Nile was in our blood? Not one of us but thrilled to the droning cry of the shadoof men on the brown banks, as the dripping water jars went up and down, tier after tier above the river level. Not one but felt a strange allurement in the passing scene, the dark mystery of palm groves, whose slender stems were prison bars against the shining sky, the copper glow of the mud bricks in piled-up villages, the color of the flowing water, where secret gleams as from flooded gold mines seemed to glint through masses of dead violets, and floated with the tide. No eye so dull that it could not see how the shadows on land and water were painted at evening with a blue glaze, like the bloom on old scarabs and mummy beads, and broken bits of pottery that art cannot copy now. In her way, even Miss Hassett Bean felt the charm of the Nile, and its shores of brown and emerald and peacock purple. "I don't call it scenery," she explained, "except when the light is different, or there's some green stuff for cattle growing on the banks. Everything's the same yellow-brown, and nothing happens but palms and mud villages and shadoofs, and a few Arabs or camels or those ugly water buffaloes they say the devil made, to show what he could do. But the funny thing is, you can't bear to shut your eyes for a single minute for fear of missing a tree or a mound or one of those tall-masted gyacias loaded with white and pink pottery. They all seem so ridiculously important somehow. Then there's that bothersome north wind following you and trying to freeze your spine unless you pounce on the best seat where it can't reach. And if you put on your fur coat you're too hot, if you don't you're too cold. At night your bed creaks, and so does everybody else's. You hear a creaking all down the line when people turn over, which gets on your nerves. But you soon forget, and the whole experience is so perfectly wonderful that I'd like to spend the rest of my natural life going up and down on a Nile boat." Through the opalescent dream of these first days and nights shot the fiery thought of our mission in Assuat. I had been surprised at first that Anthony, who knew so well the dangers and mysteries of the East, encouraged Miss Gilder to meddle in so delicate an affair, and there had never been any explanations between us. But I told myself that his motive was sympathy with Monty's desire to help, or else he had been tempted to associate himself with her in an adventure where again, as once or twice before, he had been able to win her gratitude. Perhaps both motives combined. As for Mrs. East, she frankly sulked. Intuition told me that she had never dared speak to Antun Effendi about the proposal in hieroglyphics, so difficult for me to explain, which she attributed to him. Never had she dared say, "You have written me a love letter. Why don't you follow it up, and give me a chance to answer it one way or the other?" But it was puzzling her, disappointing her, if not breaking her heart, that he avoided rather than sought her on this glorified houseboat where the Egyptian prince was more or less a hero with romantic women. While we four planned, in thrilling whispers, how to rescue the ship's mystery, and Rachel Guest walked the deck with Bill Bailey or Harry Snell, Cleopatra was reduced to writing picture postcards. I thought if Sir Marcus had but the inspiration to reappear at some stopping place farther on, she might be ready to forgive him the false lotus flowers, and perhaps he would come, for the Lark type is as difficult to snub as Cleopatra's Needle. I was half inclined to send him a telegram, on some excuse or other. We came to Assuit in the morning, and it was to be a long stop, for there was much to see, and everyone was excited at the thought of our first Nile town, a town already of Upper Egypt, which made it seem that we had come a tremendous way from Cairo. For us, Egypt existed no longer as a country, but as a golden-brown, purple-green riverbed and a flowing stream of history on which we floated, so it was for fun for those having no special mission to feel that once again bazaars and more or less sophisticated sights awaited their pleasure. I had given my after-dinner lecture the night before, trying to behave as if I were not boiling with emotion, and had told those who deigned to listen that Assuit, City of the Wolves, was the capital of a province. I had babbled, too, about the tombs which self-respecting tourists must see, even if they hurry over the inspection of carvings, cartouches, and representations of very small queens smelling very large lotuses. Most Egyptian queens apparently spent much of their time lightly clothed and smelling lotuses, a ladylike pursuit for those about to have their portraits taken, in order to find time for the mummied cats, the bazaars, the silver scarves, the red and black pottery, and the images of wolves, crocodiles, and camels cheap enough to be freely bought for poor relations at home. Antoun and I hinted at business which must prevent our joining the sightseers, who would be chaperoned by the dragoman. Luckily they got the idea into their heads that our affairs were connected with Sir Marcus and the trip. We were pitied rather than blamed, but our real difficulty was with Mrs. East, as Monty did not wish Cleopatra to be let into the secret. If she knew, she would want to be in the adventure, and in Monty's opinion Aunt Clara was a dear, but unfitted for adventures. We planned that Bridget and Monty should call upon the wife of Rashid Bey, whose house would be easy to find. If they were admitted, they would try to bring her out, as if for a drive, for it seemed a case of now or never if she were to escape. In case she were able to come, they would take her straight to the American consulate, which I was to visit meanwhile in order to explain matters. But if the rescuers were refused admission, the consul must be entreated to give help. I, as a diplomat, was considered a suitable person to deal with this side of the affair, and Antoun Effendi was to keep unobtrusive guard within sight of Rashid's house until Bridget and Monty, with or without a companion, should come forth safely. As I said, however, the difficulty was Mrs. East. She would expect her niece, if not Bridget, to go about with her, and would not be easily persuaded to join any other party. As for Rachel, we need not think of her, as she had been annexed by the Biddles, who would otherwise have lost Harry Snell. But Cleopatra! What to do with Cleopatra? It was Anthony who had an inspiration. There lived near Assuit, it seemed, an Italian who bred Sicilian lapdogs, said to be like those which had been the favorite pets in the day of Cleopatra the Great. Indeed, Antony was supposed to have given one to the Queen. Now, Fenton asked permission to present his Sicilian lapdog to Mrs. East, a dog so small, so polite that he could be taken anywhere. Anthony could not go himself to select the gift, but would find an interpreter as a guide to the kennel and bring her back to the exploring party. Cleopatra, delighted with her hero's thoughtfulness, caught at the idea, and when the set went tearing furiously away in arabeas or on donkeys, Mrs. East followed sedately in a carriage with the elderly Greek interpreter, and Miss Hassett Bean, who also fancied the idea of a Sicilian lapdog, to replace the lamented marmoset. Everything glittered at Assuit. The sun glittered on the water, palm trees and gardens glittered as the wind waved their big green fans, the white or pink facades of large square houses glittered, those fine houses along the Nile, in one of which Rashid Bey was known to live. But brighter than all glittered the silver scarves which Arabs begged us to buy. Hanging over arms raised to show them off, the shining folds glittered like cascades of running water in moonlight. "Very cheap, very beautiful," cried the merchants. "Ladies, see here, your gentlemen, they buy for you." In spite of Antoun's dignified refusals, putting the men off till our return, they ran after us, waving scarves and shawls and robes, white as scintillating hoarfrost, pink as palest roses, pale as sunset clouds, green and golden as Nile water, or sequined black as a night of stars. Their vendors feared that if we did not buy of them, others might beguile us, and saw danger ahead in a distant group of rivals crowding round some tourists from another boat. This group we had to pass, and as we did so, Who should break out from the glittering ring but Bedr? He came toward us, humble and cringing, giving the beautiful Arab salute. "Dear gentlemen and ladies," he exclaimed, "I am very happy to see you again. Won't you shake hands to forgive, because I meaned no harm, and did no wrong thing but to obey the sweet lady's wish when they would go to that house of the crocodile. I am too much punished when I've been sent away." "That's past now and forgotten," said Monty, shrinking slightly from the outstretched hand. "Perhaps it wasn't your fault, that trouble we got into, but we didn't need you afterward anyhow, and probably the people you are with now are nicer to you than we were." "Oh, no peoples could be nicer, though they are very nice, my two gentlemans you seed me with in the desert. They travel with me yet. We go everywhere by trains, because it takes not so much time as the boats. And Miss Guest, that nice good young lady, is she well?" "Yes, she is very well," replied Miss Gilder, beginning to be restless, her beauty-loving eyes avoiding Bedr's face, as had been her habit when the man was in our employ. She did not like to hurt his feelings. Monty can't bear to hurt the feelings of anyone below herself in wealth or situation, though apparently she doesn't consider that one is bound to be kind-hearted with the rich. But I could see that she wanted to escape. Never had she liked Bedr. He had been Rachel's man from the first. "Miss Guest has gone to see the tombs," Monty explained. "You not go there and to the bazaars? I take my gentleman in a few minutes." "We shall go by and by, just now we've other things to do," said the girl evasively, rather too evasively perhaps. But in the hope of killing two birds with one stone, luring the man to betray his secret if he had one, and then shunting him, I broke in. "How have you been getting on?" I inquired, looking into the squint eyes, "since that night I saw you at Medinet el-Fayoum." But the eyes opened wide with a stare of innocence. "You see me there, my lord? I thought your party had not come when we went away. My gentleman not like that camping place, and we stay there not even one night. You must make mistake, and think some other man me, sure." We could not help laughing at the sure. It was spoken in so truly an American way that it was funny on those lips. Afterward, however, it struck me in remembering the scene that the man's accent in speaking English was even more distinctly American than it had been. This was odd if he had been associated with Germans, but natural if his new clients were Americans. Another question was on my tongue, but before I had time to speak, Monty cried out, "Oh, there's Wretched Bey in a carriage, all alone with some luggage. I hope he's going away." Naturally we turned, but I saw Biddy raise her eyebrows warningly. The girl looked puzzled, as if for an instant she did not see what she had done that was wrong. But I guessed that Biddy's distrust of Bedr as a possible spy was still alive in her breast. She did not know of my suspicions concerning the camp thief, for the affair at Medinet, thanks to a white fib or two, had never assumed serious proportions in her mind. It did not need that, however, to make her feel that Bedr's ears were not fit receptacles for secrets. Monty had not been mistaken. It was Rashid Bey, leaning comfortably back in an old-fashioned but not badly appointed open carriage, drawn by two very decent horses, and driven by a smart, red-sashed, white-robed negro. We saw him in profile as he passed along the road at some distance, but he was reading a paper with an expression so placid that I felt sure that he had not seen us. On the seat beside him was a suitcase with the air of having been made in France, and circumstantial evidence said that Monty's wish was to be granted. I glanced hastily at Bedr to observe, if I could, whether the girl's impulsive exclamation had aroused undue interest, for it was not unlikely that he had seen Rashid Bey and Mabel landing at Alexandria the night of his first meeting with us. But the ugly face showed nothing. "If you have things you want to do, my ladies," he said, "please excuse that I have kept you. I go to my gentlemen, or they give the men with the silver shawls too much money." The gentlemen in question were the more interested in observing our movements than in completing any bargain with the street vendors. Nevertheless, Bedr hastened back as if in great fear that they might be cheated. An arabeah waited for them, and having bought a scarf or two, they drove off before we had parted to go our several ways. An arabeah was in attendance upon us also, and we put Bridget and Monty into it alone, for Rashid Bey's house, the driver informed us, was not far off. "Good luck," I said encouragingly, and Bridget smiled gaily at me, but Monty was looking at Fenton. She was telling him something with her eyes, and with a significant little gesture she touched the small leather handbag she carried. One would think she was a suffragette with a bomb, I remarked to Anthony, trying to speak easily as though I were not at all anxious when the carriage had turned its back on us. Instead of which, said Anthony, gazing at the dark head and the fair head, as earnestly as if he never expected to see them again, instead of which she's merely a brave girl with a pistol that she knows how to use. Or anyhow, she says she does. Good heavens, has she got one in that bag? I gasped. She has, my Browning. By Jove, you gave it to her? I did, last night. My heart began suddenly to feel like a cannonball in my breast. I felt that I had not understood the situation, and that now I did not understand Anthony, though that was far from being a new sensation. I thought that you thought there was no danger, I bleated. You know Egypt and I don't. I didn't want them to go in for this thing, but when you said it would be all right I yielded. I wish to heaven I hadn't. Do you think if you hadn't given in Miss Gilder would have given up? You and I together could have kept them both out of the business. Only by sheer force. You see, Miss Gilder was interested in this girl and fond of her before she met you. So was Mrs. East. As Rashid tricked the pretty little governess by making her believe she would be his first and only wife, they don't look upon her as married to him, and I think they're right. Don't you glory in them both for knowing there's a risk, yet taking it so gaily for that foolish child's sake? I glory in them, but I wouldn't have let them go if— You've changed your mind just because I gave Miss Gilder my Browning? Honestly, Duffer, I don't think there's actual danger. But anyhow, don't you see they had to go, and they had to go alone. They would have hated us and themselves and each other if they hadn't answered the girl's appeal. And we couldn't do a thing, unfortunately, as it deals with the harem. If it can be done at all, it's woman's business. These two are the right ones, as they felt bound to do it, and you and I can but see them through from the outside. Now that we were all thoroughly launched on this somewhat chaotic adventure, I envied Anthony because his part in the drama kept him in the wings, within sight of the stage. He was to watch the house of Rashid Bey, and if the rescue party of two did not appear after an hour's absence, the true story of the affair and Mabel's appeal was to be laid before the Inspector General of Upper Egypt, laid before him not by Ahmed Antoun Effendi, but by Captain Anthony Fenton, officially on leave, secretly on a special mission for the British government. My role, less exciting but perhaps no less important, was to play the diplomat in beguiling the American consul to stand by the wife of Rashid Bey, if the attempt at rescue succeeded, or, if possible, even if it failed. Antoun accounted for his presence in front of Rashid Bey's high garden wall by attracting a crowd, and lecturing them in his character of Haji, while I dashed off in a jingling Arabiya to the American consulate. As in Cairo, my progress was one long adjuration of the crowd by the driver, who would have revelled in conducting the car of a juggernaut. Shemalak, ya walad, to the left, O boy, or Yemenik, to the right, he roared, while men dived and dipped under his horse's prancing feet. A hawk flew by on my right side, and my right eyelid twitched as we neared the consulate. In Egypt these were good omens. Besides, there had been a red sunrise, which in the Nile country had meant, since Egyptians superseded the prehistoric new race, that Ra had conquered his enemies, and stained the sky with their blood. Therefore all should be well with me and the world, and it did seem as if my hopes bade fair to be fulfilled, when in the consul I recognized a man I had been able to advise in a small official difficulty in my early days at the embassy in Rome. This was even more fortunate than the case of Slaney. We shook hands warmly, and as soon as was decent I interrupted a flow of reminiscent gratitude by flooding Mr. James Bronson with the story of Rashid Bey's unhappy American bride, Mabella Hanem, ill-treated as well as cruelly deceived, if her story were true. He knew Rashid slightly, but the marriage was news to him. With an interest he listened to my account of the lonely little governess in Paris, bewitched by the love-making of a handsome Turk as white as herself. But when I asked for help, the consul shook his head. "Lord Ernest," he said, "there's nothing I'd like better than to pay my debt by doing you some favor. But you're asking me the one thing that's hardest, as you probably know. You understand as well as I do that when a girl marries a man, she ceases to be a subject of her native land, and to interfere with the inmate of a harem is just about impossible. But I'll tell you what I will do for your sake. If you can get the girl out of Rashid Bey's house, which, mind you, I doubt, you may bring her to my wife, and we'll cook up some story about her being a relative of mine. So she is, I guess, through Adam and Eve. If you think she's been badly treated, we'll stand by her, once she's under this roof, which means she'll be on American soil, through thick and thin, whatever the consequences. I can't go farther, and I don't believe that you expected I would." I admitted that I had not, and thanked him for his promise. By this time I thought that Bridget and Monty might be on their way to meet me at the consulate as arranged, escorted by Antoine, and perhaps bringing Mabel. Even the route they were to take was planned, so that I could not miss them if I started. Meanwhile, Mr. Bronson was to interest his wife in our protégé. Back I flew, my ears deafened by more yaweleds, but, though I met many things and many creatures on the congested road, there was no arabia containing the desired ones. I made my driver slacken pace as we neared the big, square pink house of Rashid Bey, set far back in its garden of palms and impossible statues on the bank of the Nile. No green turban was in sight, and I wondered what could have happened as we drove slowly past the ponderous black gatekeeper, apparently half asleep on his bench. There was nothing to do but crawl along at a snail's pace, lest that droop of crocodile lids should be assumed for effect. I went on, meaning to turn presently, but when the arabia had taken me beyond eyeshot of Rashid's gatekeeper, an Arab Saka or water-seller ran forward, striking his musical gong. From his brass jar, protected by crimson-dyed horsehair to keep out dust, he offered a draught, and his looks said that he had something more for me than a drink of water. I beckoned him close, stopping the arabia, and under the tumbler he handed up was a folded bit of paper. None save the water-seller had attention to spare for me just then, as a wedding procession was approaching, with a crude but gorgeous curtained litter drawn by camels, and a number of musicians with raitas, darbukas, the key and bottle, and other Eastern instruments which may have been the ancestors of the Highlanders' bagpipes. The street crowd followed, enchanted by the plaintive, monotonous tones, grotesque to newcomers from the West, but enthralling to those who have fallen under the spell of their melancholy magic. "Failure for the present, but Miss G. and Mrs. J. safe," Anthony had scrawled in pencil. "Couldn't wait in front of ours house, but you'll find us at an Arab restaurant to which the messenger will guide you. All you have to do is to discharge your arabia and walk in the direction the man takes, keeping your distance in case you're watched." I obeyed instructions, and in the town of Assuat, far from the gardens along the Nile front, I came to a house between the mosque of the tallest minaret and the great market whither Arabia as well as Egypt sends her wares. It was a house of some pretension, though in a narrow, unpaved street, lined with humble native dwellings. I guessed that it must have been built for a rich man who had died or failed in business, but now a sign in Arabic announced that it was a restaurant. A nod from the water-seller told that I had reached the end of the journey. Nubian servants salaamed in the big room where once the master of the house had held receptions, and in a smaller room beyond I saw Antoine, Bridget, and Monty. They were seated at a low table where no forks or knives or even plates were laid. In the center of the white cloth stood a large dish of something sweet and rich-looking, from which everybody pretended to eat, but at sight of me Bridget and Monty began talking together. They told me breathlessly how they had been informed by the gatekeeper that Sibella Denton was not well. Having insisted that they were intimate friends whom she would desire to see, they had been bidden to return in an hour. Reluctantly coming away, they had as soon as was prudent been joined by Antoine. He had taken them to the bazaars, hoping to give them a glimpse of the shops before the set returned from the tombs, but they had met Neil Sheridan, who had something to tell. He had caught sight of Bedr running after the carriage of a Turk strongly resembling Rashid Bey. The carriage had stopped near the railway station, and after an instant's conversation the horses had been turned to gallop off in the direction whence they had come. "Of course we were sure the Turk was Rashid," said Monty, "so Anton Effendi thought we'd better go back to watch his house. When we got there it was too late, for already some time had passed since Mr. Sheridan saw Bedr. Rashid's gateman said that Sibella Denton was suddenly better, and had gone away with her husband. He could talk a little French, so we understood perfectly, and anyhow you know I'm studying Arabic. It's so discouraging when Arabs answer me in Cockney English, or say 'sure' in American. We believed the fellow, because it seemed exactly what Wretched would do, come back and grab Mabel away at a moment's notice. So unfortunate about Neil Sheridan. Wretched was idiotically jealous of him on the Laconia, and if he caught a glimpse of him today he's certain to think Mr. Sheridan's here to try and see Mabel. We tore to the railroad depot, but the train was just going out. No doubt Rashid and his wife were both on it. Isn't it heartbreaking? I sat mute, thinking things over, but Anthony tried to give consolation by saying that he still had some hope. He had found out that Rashid Bey owned a sugar plantation with a house on it near Luxor. The train which had left Assuat was bound for Luxor. In a very few days our boat would land us there, and we would try our luck again. Not much doubt, Fenton added, speaking as always in French, that this is Bedr's revenge on us. He must have told Rashid that Miss Gilder had mentioned his name, saying she hoped he was leaving home. That hint of danger would be enough for any Turk. "It will be my fault then," moaned Monty, "if he kills Mabel. He's deceived and shut her up and tried to convert her. Worse than all, he has another wife. The next step will be murder. Oh, how can we bear the delay of going on to Luxor by boat? Hadn't we better take a train? Better miss all the things we've come to Egypt to see, rather than leave Mabel to her fate." "Rashid isn't the sort to have her put out of the way," said Anthony. "He's not a bad fellow, as such men go, and he's hardly had time to tire of his conquest yet. According to his lights, he's right not to allow any interference with his harem from Europeans. He was jealous on board ship of one or two men of your acquaintance, you've told me. This attempted visit of yours will revive his interest in his wife, inconveniently for us, but if I know his type it will die down again the minute he thinks he has covered his tracks. For a day or two he will be a dragon. Then he'll begin to think we're discouraged, or that we haven't found out about his sugar plantation, or that nothing more than a visit to his wife was intended, and he'll turn his attention to other things than watchdogging. It's far better to go on by boat, and make a dash when he's off guard again." After a few arguments we agreed with Antoine, as we usually ended by doing, and soothed our restlessness by visiting Mr. Bronson to tell him of our disappointment. If it hadn't been for Monty, I think the consul would have taken the point of view that he was now out of the affair. But Monty, sapphire-eyed with generous zeal, is rather irresistible. Fired by her enthusiasm, as he had not been by my beguiling, he volunteered to go to Luxor on 2 or 3 days' leave with his wife to visit a Syrian friend who had often vainly invited them to his villa, and arriving, if possible, about the time our boat was due. If we succeeded in our quest, we might bring Mabel to them, and they would smuggle her back to the American consulate at Assuat. Our great adventure thus postponed, we let the Nile dream take us once more, and though we had moments of impatience, the dream was too fair to be resisted. Besides, we were all four dreaming it together. Poor Cleopatra was the only one outside, for Rachel Guest was dreaming her own dream, with an extremely practical side to it, unless Biddy and I were mistaken. She wore Monty's clothes, and used her special perfume, and took advantage of the same initials to accept gifts of filmy handkerchiefs and monogrammed bags and brushes. Also, she had firmly annexed most of the men on board who would, in normal states of mind, have belonged to the Gilded Rose. But they all seemed to have gone mad on the subject of Miss Guest. Even Harry Snell, who had been the property of Enid Biddle on board the Candace, on the Enchantress Isis was gravitating guestward, lured by that meek, mysterious witchery which I was trying hard to understand. We got past Sohag and the famous white and red Coptic monasteries built by St. Helena, without jarring notes of any sort in the Nile dream, save for the failure of our rescue plot, past Achmen, which Herodotus wrote of as Shemus, past Girgah, where once stood ancient Thys, that gave the first dynasty of kings to Egypt. But when we arrived at Baliana to visit Abydos, between Enid Biddle and Harry Snell I had an interlude of nightmare. It was Rachel's fault, but it was I who had to suffer for her sins. I who had engaged as conductor of the set and found myself their arbiter as well. Other tourists on other boats do not see Abydos until the return trip, but the aim of Sir Marcus was originality as well as exclusiveness. This was a special tour, and everything we were to do must be special. Some passengers might wish to stay longer than others at Khartoum, or, from there, go up the White or Blue Nile after big game. Or they might tire of the Nile and wish to tear back to Cairo by train. Sir Marcus was boldly outdoing his rivals by allowing clients to engage cabins for up Nile only, instead of paying the return also, and they were not to miss any temple because of this concession. I consider it an advertisement, and a cheap one, he had explained to me in saying that we were to visit at Abydos on our way south. Beautiful smiling donkeys, adorned with beads and amulets, met us at the boat landing. We ought to have called it Al-Balyana, but we didn't. We called it Balyana, and we pronounced Abydos according to our education. We had a ride of an hour and a half from the boat to the temple, and having sent off Cleopatra and Lady Biddle in a carriage, my conscience was free, my heart light. The sun shone on tawny desert hills, like lions creeping stealthily out from the horizon toward the Nile to drink. There were sweet smells of unseen flowers, and herbs such as ancient Egyptian doctors used, and I looked forward to keeping my donkey near Biddy's. Of course I ought to have preferred Monty's, but then I could talk of Monty to Biddy, and we had so many subjects in common since childhood that it was restful to ride even the most energetic donkey at the side of Mrs. Jones. No sooner, however, had I begun to urge my grey animal after her white one, than I was called by Enid Biddle. "Oh, Lord Ernest, I must speak to you," she pleaded so piteously that I couldn't pretend not to hear. When we were ambling side by side, separated from the rest of the party by a gleaming cloud of copper dust, a few long-haired brown sheep, some blue-eyed water buffalo, and a plague of little birds, Enid turned upon me a pair of tear-wet eyes. "Why, Miss Biddle, what is the matter, or is it a cold in your head?" I asked anxiously. "It's not a cold in my head," she confessed. "It's a dreadful, dreadful pain in my heart, and you are the only one who can cure it." For a fearful moment I thought she was going to propose. One hears of these awful visitations, but I need not have trembled. "I feel as if I could say anything to you," she murmured. "You are so understanding and so sympathetic." It was on the tip of my tongue to reply that it was my duty as conductor to be so, and that if I succeeded a mountainful of hidden treasure might perhaps reward me. But just in time I realized that this speech would not be tactful. Instead of speaking, I looked at her and let her go on. "It's Harry Snell," she said. "You have influence with him. He thinks you such a great swell, he'd hate to do anything you would call unworthy of a gentleman. He is making me so unhappy. He's done everything to win my love, and now he's gone over to that Miss Guest." The donkey having begun inopportunely to trot, the words were jolted out, one after another, like a shower of pebbles, and they fell on my feelings like paving stones. She expected me to do something about it? Horrible! I should almost have preferred the proposal. "My dear Miss Biddle," I soothed her in my best salad-oil voice, cultivated at the embassy, "you are much prettier than Miss Guest, and you can win Snell back easily if you want him. Probably he's only flirting, to make you jealous." "It's me he was flirting with," she moaned, "but I don't believe he cares for Miss Guest. It's only a case of follow my leader because other men like her so much. Nothing succeeds like success, you know, and other men's admiration is the most becoming background a girl can have. He told Mrs. Harlow it was haunting him that Elaine and I would get fat like our mother, and the men who married us would have to spend dull years seeing us slowly grow into mother's likeness. Wasn't it cruel? And we eat scarcely anything except pickles on purpose to keep thin. But that's only his excuse. It's the romance of the situation and the secret that appeals to him." "What secret?" I felt entitled to inquire. "Why, the secret between those two girls, Miss Gilder and Miss Guest. You know what all the men believe about them, don't you? But of course you do." "But of course I don't." "Why, that they've changed places, to deceive people, just as heiresses and poor girls do in old-fashioned plays or guidebooks. They think Miss Gilder, I mean the girl we call Miss Gilder, is really the school-teacher, and the one we call Miss Guest, and that all the men are after, is Rosamond Gilder, the canon heiress." "Phew!" I whistled, bumpily, as my donkey kept up with Enid's. "For goodness' sake, what makes them think that?" "I don't know exactly how the story started, but it seems authentic. Have you known them long?" "Only since Naples, but then you can't be certain whether it's true or not?" I paused, swallowing an answer. So this was the explanation of the Monty puzzle. Yet it was but the first word of another enigma. Who was responsible for the wild story? There was more than met the eye or ear in this. I could hardly believe that Monty would have chosen or Rachel dared to start this rumor, though it might have amused the real heiress and suited the false one to watch it run. I dared not contradict it flatly without consulting Bridget or the Gilded Rose herself. It was not my business to be a spoil-sport, if there were sport to spoil, no matter how sternly I might disapprove. "In the matter of actual knowledge, I have very little about Miss Gilder," I decided to reply, except that she's charming enough and pretty enough for any man to fall in love with, if she hadn't a penny. As for Miss Guest is a cat, and if you'll only tell Harry Snell so, I'll bless you all my life." "Good gracious, I couldn't do that." "I mean, tell him you think she isn't the heiress, and that she's only what she seems to be, and nothing mysterious or interesting. He'll believe you. Why, she can't have any money, or even a nice mind. She always writes no with her finger on top of her cold cream at hotels. She told me so herself. Not that it's any good with Arabs, they don't want to steal cold cream. But such a trick would never occur to a rich girl, would it? She grows vainer every day, too, till one can just see vanity spouting from the top of her head. She intends to use this mistake people are making about her to bag a rich man like Harry Snell, or a successful one with a big growing reputation like Mr. Bailey, the American sculptor. You will help me save Harry from her, and bring him back to me, won't you? You're the only one he'll listen to. If you don't speak, I shall simply jump overboard into the Nile, and Sir Marcus Lark would hate that." "So should I, dear Miss Biddle," I assured her. "But what can I possibly do in such a very intimate matter? Why, you're a diplomat, aren't you? I thought they always knew what to do. You make us all dance your tune like puppets, and imagine we're prancing about to please ourselves. Tell him he's breaking my heart." "By Jove, you're not in earnest." "I am. Oh, he must come back. I thought on board the Candace we were as good as engaged. I submitted to his kisses, and now—" Submitted is a good word, I sneered to my inner self, but outwardly I submitted a handkerchief to the lady, as she had lost hers in one of the last donkey jolts, and ventured to insert sympathetically into a pause a small suggestion. It was usual, I reminded Miss Biddle, if a gentleman's intentions had to be asked, that the father did the asking. This hint, however, fell flatter than a flounder, and all the way to Abydos, most sacred temple of ancient Egypt, I was persecuted with Enid Biddle's woes, when I should have been free to meditate upon the tragic history of Isis and Osiris. It was here that the head of the murdered god was buried, and perhaps his whole body, when the magic secret of Thoth had enabled Isis to collect the 14 separate pieces Set had hidden. Many temples claimed the sacred body of Osiris, ruler over departed spirits, and Amenti, their dim dwelling place beyond the western desert, Philae and Memphis among others, but it was Abydos to which the Egyptians give their most reverent faith, as the true burial place of the beloved one. It was there they wished to lie when they died and were mummied, in order to rest through eternity near the relic of their most precious god. Thus a necropolis grew like a poppy garden of sleep round the temple, and a city rose also. But even in the long-ago time of Strabo the city was reduced to a village, and all traces of the shrine had vanished. The great white jewel of the temples, Temple of Seti I and the temple of his son Ramesses II, remain to this day, however, with the tablet of ancestors which has helped in the tracing of Egyptian history. Therefore it is that this treasure of the Nile desert is still a shrine for travelers from the 4 corners of the earth. After the long, straight road and a high, sudden hill, we came face to face with the marble-white columns of the outer court. If I had been with Bridget or Monty, I could have run back into the past, hand in hand with either, to see with my mind's eyes the white limestone palace of Memnon, copied from the labyrinth, standing above the city between the canal and the desert. I should have peered into the depths of its fountain, and with a hand shading my eyeballs from the sun, I should have gazed at the grove of Horus's sacred acanthus trees, dark against the burning blue. I should have found the royal tombs which Ramesses restored, grouped near the buried body of Osiris. But bad luck gave me Enid Biddle for my companion. She would not let anyone else come near me, even had the right somebody wished to dispute my battered remains with her. Antoun Effendi had the others hypnotized, and I wondered if they noticed how like his boldly cut profile was to certain portraits of the youthful Ramesses, carved in the glittering white walls. So splendid were they that had I been a woman my spirit would have rushed back along the sand-obliterated, devious paths of Egypt's history, to find and fall at the feet of their original. But there was Antoun, much easier to get at, and perhaps better worth the gift of a woman's heart than Ramesses the Great, with all his faults and cruelties. Crowds of birds lived in interstices of the broken columns, and their tiny faces peeped out like flowers growing among rocks, their eyes bright and arresting as personal anecdotes in a long, dull chapters of history. They seemed to look at me and sympathize, cocking their heads on one side as if to say, "Poor, foolish, modern man," Why don't you make a virtue of necessity and get rid of this still more foolish modern maid, by promising her anything she asks? Then you can go listen to that princely-looking person in the green turban, who might be descended from the kings our ancestors used to behold. He does seem to know something about the history of this place, on which we are authorities. The dragomans who bring crowds of tourists to our temple and gabble nonsense put us really off our feed. Peep, peep! Just hear him tell about the staircase we're so proud of. Did you know there was a picture of it in the Book of the Dead, with Osiris standing at the top, like a good host waiting to receive his guests? Well then, if you didn't, do anything you must to escape from that lovesick girl, while there's time to hear a real scholar talk of him who is at the head of the staircase. Peep, peep! Hurry up, or you'll lose it all, silly. Of course, the real staircase is in Amenti, which your Roman Catholics call Purgatory, and no doubt Osiris is standing on it to this day. So I took the bird's advice, and promised Enid to have a heart-to-heart talk with Harry Snell. Satisfied that she had got all that was to be got out of me, she powdered her nose, in the same spirit that David anointed his head, and attached herself to Rachel, in whose train was the desired one. Thus basically did I free myself to enjoy the society of Biddy and Osiris, with lovely carved glimpses of Isis thrown in, to say nothing of Seti I and Ramesses II. Trying to push into the background of my mind the nauseating thought of my vow and its fulfillment, I helped Bridget and Monty take snapshots of King Seti, showing his son Ramesses how to lasso, and also how to catch by its tail the most fascinating of bulls. They were on the wall, of course, Ramesses and Seti, I mean, not Bridget and Monty, but seemed so real that they might leap off at any instant, and so charmed was Monty with Ramesses' braided lock of youth that she resolved to try one over her left temple in connection with an Egyptian princess costume she was having made for some future fancy dress ball. I can't take a grain of interest in anyone but Egyptian princes and princesses and their profiles, she exclaimed, then blushed faintly and added, I mean princes and princesses of the past. We got some good pictures of the Temple of Seti, for Monty had an apparatus for natural color photography, which gave sensational results in ancient wall paintings, when anyone except Monty herself did the taking. It was better still in the Seven Chapels, the Holy of Holies at Abydos, and in the joy of my first color photography I forgot the doom ahead. Appropriately, the sword I had hung up over my own cranium descended in the necropolis, at that place of the tombs called el-Ka'ab, Mother of Pots. Nobody wanted to see the fragments of this mother's pots, but I insisted on a brief visit, as important discoveries have been made there, among the most important in Egypt. It was a dreary place where Harry Snell strolled up and caught me alone, gazing at a desolation of sandy hillocks, full of undiscovered treasures. "Look here," said he, "you're supposed to know everything. Tell me why they call seats outside shops and bazaars and tombs of the ancient empire by the same name, Mustaba." I explained that Mustaba was an Arab word meaning bench. Then, realizing that it would be flying in the face of Providence not to get the ordeal over while my blood was up, I spoke of Enid. Among the shattered pots and yawning sepulchres I racked up her broken heart and blighted affections. I talked to Snell like a brother, and when he had heard me through in silence, to the place where words and breath failed, I thought that I had moved him. His eyes were downcast. I fancied that I saw a mist of tears, as a man's slow tears. Then suddenly he opened his eyelids wide and glared, a glare stony as the pots and as the desert hills. "Borrow," he said, "I thought you were a good fellow and a man of the world. I see now that you're a damned sentimental ass." With this he stalked off, and I could not run after him to bash his head, because what he said was perfectly true. I was almost sorry that evening, on board the boat, when he apologized and the Nile dream went on as if I hadn't broken it by being the sort of fool Snell had said that I was. In the dream were Nile cities, with crowding houses whose walls were heightened by tier upon tier of rose and white pots, molded in with honey-colored mud. There were stretches of sandy shore and green gloom of palm groves. There were domed tombs of saints, glittering like snow palaces in the sun. There were great golden mounds, inlaid with strips of paler gold, picked out with ebony. There were sinister hillsides cut into squarely by door-holes, leading to cave dwellings. There were always shadoofs, where giant soup ladles everlastingly dipped water and threw it out again, mounting up from level to level of the brown, dike-like shore. The wistful, musical wail of the men at the wells was as near to the voice of nature as the sighing of wind, or the breaking of waves, which has never ceased since the world began. Sometimes the horizon was opal, sometimes it throbbed with azure fire, or blazed ruby red, as the torch of sunset swept west and east before the emerald darkness fell. When our enchantress landed, great flocks of kites, like in form and wing to the sacred vulture of Egypt, flew to welcome us with swoopings of wide purple wings. Their shadows on the water were like passing spirits, and at night, when the Nubian boatmen danced, their feet thudding on the lower deck to the cry of the darabuka, the Nile whispered of the past, with a tinkling whisper like the music of Hathor's sacred sistrum. Gyassas glided by, loaded with pots like magic melons, long masts pointing as though they had been wands in the hands of astrologers, and the reflection of the piled pots as they moved gave vague glimpses of sunken treasure. Dendera meant work for Fenton. There had been trouble there, and tourists had complained of insults. It was the Haji's business to find out whether natives or Europeans had been more to blame, and whether there were wrongs to right, misunderstandings to adjust. But to the rest of us Dendera meant the sacred temple of Hathor, goddess of love, in some ways one of the most beautiful of all the Nile temples, though, being not much over 2,000 years old, it was built upon ruins more ancient than King Menzies. Archaeologists like Neil Sheridan class it as late Ptolemaic, uninterestingly modern. Mrs. East had been looking forward to the Temple of Dendera more eagerly to any other, because she had read that on an outer wall was carved the portrait of Cleopatra the Great. That of Caesarion was also there, as she must have known, but Cleopatra's son was never referred to by her reincarnation, who chose to ignore the Caesar incident. Mrs. East had not yet deigned to mount a donkey, but to reach the temple she must do so or walk, or sway in a dangerous-looking chaise à porteur. Rather than miss the joy of seeing herself on a stone wall as others had the privilege of seeing her for 2,000 years, she consented to accept as a seat a large grey animal, tasseled with red to keep off flies and evil eyes. "Won't you ride with me, Antun Effendi?" she asked. "I'm afraid. This creature looks as large as an elephant and as wild as a zebra. I feel you could call him." But Antun Effendi was not going to ride. He had other fish to fry, and poor Cleopatra's luminous dark eyes were overflowing lakes when he had politely excused himself on the plea of a pressing engagement. I felt sure that she would have been kind to Sir Marcus if at that moment he could have appeared from behind the picturesque group of bead necklace sellers, or emerged from one of the huge, bright-colored baskets exposed for sale on a hill of brown gold sand. I don't know whether it made things better or worse that the grey donkey should be named Cleopatra, but it was evidently a blow when the animal's white-robed attendant announced himself as Anthony. "I can't and won't have the creature with me," she murmured as I helped her to mount when she had pushed the boy aside. "Thank you, Lord Ernest, you're very kind, but Antun ought to have been here. Fancy seeing this temple of all others without an Anthony of any sort on the horizon. A pity it isn't your middle name. If you could spare time to ride with me, that would be better than nothing." "I'll be delighted," I said hypocritically, for I had been dying to talk with Bridget about the Monty and Rachel imbroglio, which, as a hard-worked conductor, I had not since Abydos found a chance to discuss. Besides, Biddy had whispered in passing that a letter just delivered at Dendera had brought exciting news of Esme O'Brien. But I was sorry for Cleopatra, and wondered whether I could manage, after all, to hint in explanation of the hieroglyphic love letter, that fatal letter of mine which had stealthily made mischief between Mrs. East and Anthony. I didn't quite see how the subject was to be broached, still some way might open. "I'm sorry about the middle name," I said, "but if I assumed it, like a virtue which I have not, I should be the third person connected with this trip, labelled in some fashion." "Who is the second person?" she asked abruptly, as all the animals of the party started to trot vivaciously through the blowing yellow sand. "Sir Marcus. Surely you've heard that his A stands for Antonius." "Good heavens!" she gasped, and I hardly knew whether it was the shock of my news or a jolt of the donkey which forced the exclamation. Whatever it was, the emotion she felt bound her to a silence after that one outburst. She said not a word, and did not even groan or threaten to fall off when both our beasts broke into a thumping gallop. In silence we swept round that great bulk of rubbish heap, Roman and early Christian, under which lies Anne, the town of the column. Cleopatra did not cry out when suddenly we came in sight of Hathor's temple, honey gold against the turquoise sky, and vast as some Wagnerian palace of the gods. The tasseled donkey, or I, had given her cause to think. Or perhaps she did not consider me worth talking to, as we approached the temple toward which all her previous travelling had been a mere pilgrimage. Still silently, when we had left our donkeys and were following the crowd up the dromos, Harry Snell actually with Enid, thanks to me and the wisdom of second thoughts, Cleopatra's eyes wandered over the Hathor-headed columns with their clinging color, and over the portal with its brilliant mass of yellow, of dark Pompeian red, and the green-blue sacred to Hathor, whom Horace loved, Venus Hathor, whose priestesses danced within these walls in Cleopatra's day. "Oh, this red and this green-blue are my colors, I remember," she murmured, and then hardly spoke when I walked with her in the gloom of the temple itself, the rich gloom under heavily ornamented ceilings. She wanted to save the portrait till the last, she announced, until after she had seen everything else, and she didn't care what Mr. Sheridan said about her temple, it was wonderful. I tried to interest her in the crocodiles, which had been detested and persecuted at Dendera in the late Cleopatra's time, as ardently as they were worshipped at Crocodilopolis and other places. I joked about old Egypt having consisted of crocs and non-crocs, just as the inhabitants of Florence had to be Guelphs or Ghibellines. I explained carefully the geography of the place, or rather reminded Cleopatra of it, adding details of the canal which once led to Coptos, where the magic book of the wisdom of Thoth lay hidden under the Nile. I could not waken Mrs. East from reverie to interest, as Antoun would have had the power to do, but my vanity was not hurt. It was only my curiosity which suffered, for I wanted desperately to know whether the donkey had seriously jolted the lady's spine, or whether the news that Sir M.A. Lark was Marcus Antonius, not a more obvious Marcus Aurelius, had fired her imagination. In any case, I devoted myself to her while Monty and Bridget frolicked with others, and I had a reward of a kind. When we had seen all the halls and chambers, and the crypt with its carvings all fresh as if made yesterday, when we had been on the roof where chanting priests had once awaited the rising of Sirius, when I had taken her outside the temple where blowing columns of dusty sand rose like incense from hidden altars of Hathor, we stood at last alone together, gazing up at the figures of Cleopatra and her son. The wall on which they were carved rose behind the Holy of Holies, where the golden statue of the goddess had been kept. But alas, the figures themselves! Alas, I knew how Cleopatra must be feeling, and I dared not speak. But I did not look. Instead, I gazed helplessly up at that exposed, misshapen form, that flaccid chin. "Thank heaven it's only you who are with me," breathed Mrs. East. That was my reward, or should I call it a punishment? Anyhow, it made it easier for the insignificant person in question to unburden his conscience about the hieroglyphic letter. I stammered it all out, on the way back, apropos of the rubbish heap, which had been Tantira. I let it remind me of Fustet on our digging expedition. I had meant to follow Mrs. East's advice and propose to Miss Gilder, I explained, but Monty had not found my buried love letter. What had become of it I had never been told. All I knew was that it hadn't come into Miss Gilder's hands, and I should never have as much courage again. "Oh!" Cleopatra exclaimed, with a curious light in her eyes, more like relief than disappointment. "You really do want to marry my niece? You delayed so that I wondered. I wasn't sure, sometimes, if it were Monty or— But I'm on your side, Lord Ernest. It isn't too late yet for any of us, perhaps. Trust in me. I'm going to help you." I could have bitten my tongue out, though I had blundered with the best intentions. "Mrs. East," I protested almost ferociously, "you mustn't do anything. I said before I began that I was going to tell you a secret. I won't betray your confidence, but I will help. I want to. It would be a good thing for Monty to accept you, Lord Ernest, a very good thing in more ways than one. Mrs. Jones wants it too, or did. I promise you I'll be discreet." With that we arrived in sight of the boat. Once more necklaces and scarabs and baskets were thrust under our noses. Anthony had returned from his mysterious whisperings in cafes or mosques in the new town, and was waiting for us. Cleopatra called him, with a note of gaiety in her voice, to help him off the elephant. He came. I felt she was going to hint to him that I was in love with Monty, hint to Bridget also. Virtue may be its own reward, but it makes you very lonely. I hadn't another easy moment for dreaming the Nile dream, and we all woke out of it when, with the pink dawn of a certain morning, we saw a vast temple, repeated column for column in the clear river as a mirror of glass. We were at Luxor, and somewhere not far off Mabella Hanem was praying for release. Just at the first moment of waking, when I was moved by my subconscious self to roll out of my berth and bound to the cabin window, I forgot that we had anything more active to do at Luxor than worship the glory of sky and river and temples. I had room in my mind only for the dream beauty of that astounding picture, into the foreground of which I seemed to have been thrust. So close upon my eyes loomed the line of lotus columns. It was as if the ancient gods had poured a libation of ruby wine from their zenith dwelling into the translucent depths of the Nile. Even the long colonnade of broken pillars was deep rose red against a pale rose sky, repeated again in deeper rose down in the magic world beneath the pink crystal roof of shining water. Then, suddenly, bright windows of sky behind the dark rose columns flared to the color of primroses, were shot with pansy purple, and cleared to the transparent green of unflawed emerald. The thought came as I gazed at the carved wonder, reflected flower for flower and line for line in the still river, that here was illustrated in unearthly beauty the chief religious legend of ancient Egypt. As each human soul was believed to be part of the world soul Osiris, reunited with him beyond the western desert after death, so did these columns made by human hands unite themselves at sunrise with the soul of the Nile, the life of Egypt. I caught a glimpse, as if in an illuminated parable, of the Egyptian cosmos, the heavens, the earth, the depths, three separate entities, yet forever one, as is the Christian's Trinity. Almost I expected to see the sun-boat of the gods steered slowly across the river from the city of kings, westward to the tombs of kings, and the little white-breasted birds, which promenaded the deck of our boat as though it belonged to them, which might have been heart-birds from the world of mummies across the Nile, escaped for a glimpse of Ramesses' gaily painted, mosaicked white palace with its carved brass balconies, its climbing roses, its lake of lotuses, and its river gardens. I was sure that if I told these tiny creatures that the pharaohs and all their glories had vanished off the earth except for a few bits in museums, they would not believe the tale. I wasn't even sure I believed it myself, and deliberately blotting out of sight the big modern hotels and the low white line of shops away to the right of the temple, I tried to see with the Ba-birds eastern Thebes as it must have been in the days of Ramesses II. I pictured the temple before Cambyses the Persian, and the great earthquake felled arches and pillars, obelisks and kingly structures. I built up again the 5-story houses of the priests and nobles, glistening white and fantastically painted in many colors. I laid out lawns and flower beds, and set fountains playing. Then, with a rumbling shock, a chasm many thousand years deep yawned between me and ancient No, the city of palaces. It was the voice of Sir John Biddle which opened the ravine of time and let the Nile pour through it. He was on deck in pajamas and overcoat, with General Harlow holding forth on his favorite topic of mummies, an appropriate subject for this neighborhood of all others, yet I should have preferred silence. Poor Sir John! He had been disappointed in Cairo because a villain had not lurked behind each tree of the Ezbekiya garden, and notes tied with silken black hairs had not tumbled on his respectable bald head from the mystery of latticed windows. But he was thoroughly enjoying his Nile trip, and learning something every day to tell at home. Lady Biddle had humiliated him twice, once by asking me if those old hieroglyphics were written in Arabic, again by inquiring whether the stone-barred temple windows had been filled in once with pretty stained glass. But he had forgiven her because yesterday had been their silver wedding day, and he meant to buy her a present at some curiosity shop at Luxor. "A pity it isn't the wooden wedding," I heard him say to General Harlow, "for I might give a handsome mummy case. I suppose silver will have to be Persian or Indian, unless I can get hold of one of those old bracelets or discs the Egyptians used for money, but that's too good to hope for." It certainly was, though no doubt some industrious manufacturer of antiques would cheerfully have made and dug up any amount on the site of Ramesses' palace, could he have known in time. We were to have 3 days at Luxor, 3 days when 3 months would have been too little, and the second attempt at abducting an ill-used lady from the harem of her treacherous lord would take place as soon as we could learn that our auxiliaries, the Bronsons, had arrived. Until they were on the spot, even a success might prove an anticlimax. Meanwhile, I had plenty to do in playing my more obvious part of conductor, and arranging the last details of our excursion program. Everyone had bundled out early to see the sunrise. Consequently, most members of the set were cross or hungry or both. Nothing could be less suitable than to clamor for porridge on the Nile, but they did it, and called for bacon too, in a land where the pig is an unclean animal. They were the same people who played coon-can and bridge on the deck at twilight, when moving figures on shore were etched in black on silver, or against flaming wings of sunset, and in gathering darkness the blue-robed shadoof men who bent and rose against gold-brown dikes were like Persian enamels done on copper. 100-gated Thebes, the dwelling of Amun-Ra, whom Greece adopted as Jupiter Amun, used to lie on both banks of the Nile, the east for the living, the west for the dead and those who lived by catering for mummyhood. I had arranged to take our people first round Luxor, making them acquainted with the temple, which had already introduced its reflection to us. As for the town, they were capable of making themselves acquainted with that, its hotels and curiosity shops, when there was nothing more important on hand. Next was to come Karnak, the father of temples, once connected with the younger temple at Luxor as if by a long jeweled necklace of ram-headed sphinxes. And for those whose brains and legs were intact, by evening I thought of a visit to the thrilling temple of Mut. This last would be an adventure, for Mut, goddess of matter, the mother goddess, has apparently not taken kindly to Muslim rule. Any disagreeable tricks she and her attendant, black statues of passion, fierce Sekhet, can play on a devout Mohammedan are meat and drink to her, but she can work her spells only after dark. Therefore none save the bravest Arab will venture his head inside her domain past sunset. I was sure we could get no dragoman to go with us, and equally sure that the adventure would be more popular for its spice of horror. The second and third days I allotted to western Thebes, the city of the dead, the tombs of the kings, the tombs of the queens and the nobles, then the Ramesseum, the musical Memnon with his companion Colossus, and the great temples wrapped in the ruddy fire of the western desert, where Hathor receives the setting sun in outstretched arms. As I was about to unfold these projects at breakfast, a telegram was handed to me. I read it, and while bacon plates were being exchanged for dishes of marmalade, I cudgelled my brain like a slave to make it rearrange the whole program without a hitch. The American consul wired from Assuat that he was detained by an important personage, who wanted to know things about Egyptian cotton and its enemy the bollworm. But Mr. and Mrs. Bronson would arrive at the Villa Sirius, Luxor, day after tomorrow, ready for emergencies. Of course, being conductor of a tour, and next a man, I ought to have put the interests of Sir Marcus and his Lark Pie, as we were called by rival firms, ahead of personal concerns. I ought to have emoliated myself in the western mummy land with the consciousness of duty done, while on the eastern side of the Nile, Anthony Fenton and Monty Gilder and Biddy played the live, modern game of kidnapping a lady. But I determined to do nothing of the sort. I gazed at the telegram with the air of committing to a heart instructions from my superior officer, and without sign of inward tremor, announced that we would explore the wonders of the West before visiting those nearer at hand. The weather being cool and the wind not too high, I said, it would be well to seize this opportunity for the Valley of the Tombs of the Kings, an expedition trying in heat or sandstorms. Tomorrow also would be devoted to the West, and our third day would belong to Luxor and Karnak. As a bonne bouche, I dangled the adventure of the Temple of Mut, to sweeten the temper of the grumblers, but there were no grumblers. The set listened calmly to my honeyed plausibilities, and the alarmed stewards dare not betray their consternation at the lightning change. No doubt they thought me mad, or worse, because a day in western Thebes meant a picnic, magical apparition at the right moment, in a convenient tomb, of smiling Arabs and Nubian men with baskets of food and iced drinks. Somehow the trick had to be managed, however, for I must be in eastern Thebes, alias Luxor, on the day when the Bronsons' presence would render our second attempt at rescue feasible. I had to interview the chef, a formidable person, hypnotizing him and the stewards to work my will, and above all I had to make sure of boats and donkeys for the party at short notice. Only by a miracle could all go well, but I set my heart upon that miracle. Antoun, hurriedly taken into my confidence, volunteered to arrange about the boats, and the donkeys for the other side. Fortunately there was no rival ahead of us, and with juggling of plans and a jingle of silver, Anthony's part was done. Just at the moment when, by dint of bribes and adjurations I had induced the chef and stewards to smile, Fenton dashed on board to cry "Victory!" Somehow, less than an hour later than we should have started, we got off in 2 big boats with white sails and brown rowers. The canvas did its work in silent, bulging dignity, but the rowers exhausted themselves by breathlessly imploring Allah to grant them strength, and shouting extra prayers to some sailor saint whose name was calculated to pump dry the strongest lungs. On the mystic western side, where once landed with pomp and pageant the sunboat of the gods and the mourning boats of the dead, we scrambled on shore with a ribald mirth which always made the set feel it was getting its money's worth of enjoyment. Many donkeys and a few carriages awaited us, the whole equipment previously engaged for tomorrow, and in opaline sunshine which stained with pale rose the Theban hills and piled the shadows full of dark, dulled rubies, we started across an emerald plain, kept ever verdant by Nile water. The touch of comedy in the dream of beauty was the queer, mud-brick village of Kurna, with its tomb dwellings of the poor and immense mud vases shaped like mushrooms, standing straight up on thick brown stems before the crowded hovels. In each vase reposed sleeping babies, brooding hens, dogs, rabbits, or any other livestock, mixed with such rubbish as the family possessed, and the most ambitious mushrooms were decorated with barbaric crenellations. Almost as far as the temple of Seti I flowed the green wave like a lake in the desert, but beyond, to join the Sahara, rolled and billowed a waste of pink-rose sand, shot with topaz light, and walled with fantastic rocks, yellow and crimson, streaked with purple. In the heart of each shadow, fire burned like dying coals in a mass of rosy ashes, and the light over all was luminous as light on southern seas at moonrise and sunset. Before our eyes seemed to float a diaphanous veil of gilded gauze, and white robes and red sashes of donkey boys, animals' bead necklaces, and blue or green scarves on girls' hats, were like magical flowers blowing over the gold of the desert. Everything blue, above all sand blue. We found that to our sorrow, after we had seen the temple of Kurna, with its noble columns and its fine fragment of roof, where squares of sky were let in like blocks of lapis lazuli. I rushed here and there on donkey-back, assuring people that this was not wind we felt, it was only a breeze. We could not have had a more favorable day for our excursion into this world of the dead. Why, if we'd waited till tomorrow, we might have met a real wind, perhaps even Khamsin, alias Simoon, the terror of the desert. To make Miss Hassett Bean and Cleopatra forget the smarting of their eyes, I told them what a true sandstorm was like, and how its names in Arabic, Turkish, and Persian all come from the fiend Samiel, who destroyed caravans, just as devil came from the Persian div. Our little breeze was from the east, which at Thebes in old days was considered lucky. The west wind used to bear across the river evil spirits disguised as sand clouds, and these wicked ones had not far to travel, because the Tuat, or underworld, was a long, narrow valley parallel to Egypt, beginning on the west bank of the Nile. Red-haired Set was ruler there, the god who had to be propitiated by having kings named after him. But Ra, greater than he, could safely pass down the dim river running through that world, could pass in his golden sunboat, guided by magic words of Thoth instead of oars or sails, and the guardian hippopotamuses, whom Greeks turned into the dog Cerberus, dared not put out a paw. Mrs. East remembered that Thebes was tape in her day, at which Miss Hassett Bean snorted, and when out came that familiar story about Cleopatra making red hair fashionable, Miss Hassett Bean stared coldly at the lady's auburn waves. "I wonder if the Queen got the color at her hairdresser's, as people do now," she murmured. "I've read that they had beauty doctors in those days, and used arsenic for their complexion, and all sorts of mixtures. Besides, I can't imagine anything natural about Cleopatra, except the asp wanting to bite her." Upon this, Mrs. East retaliated by calling her companion Miss Bean without the Hassett. I shall always think of the Valley of the Tombs as a place of terror and splendor, meant to be hidden from mortals by the spells of Thoth, who circled the rock houses of the dead with the zone of fire, as Wanton hid Brunhilde, and decreed that they should be lost forever in the blazing desert. Despite Thoth and his magic, men have burst through the blazing belt and found in the gold rose heart of the rocks sacred shrines the wise old god would have protected. They have found many, but not all, for in the breast of some one among Thoth's sleeping lions, which masquerade as rocks, may yet be discovered a tomb, better than all those we know, with their buried store of jewels, and their painted walls like drapings of strange tapestry. We broke through the zone of fire, and it pursued us with burning smoke of sand, pink as powdered rubies. Always it was beautiful and terrible as we rode in the blowing pink mist, and still it was beautiful and terrible when, half-dazed, we slipped off donkeys or slid out of carriages to enter the tombs which the desert had vainly striven to hide. It was hot and breathless in those underground chambers, scooped out of solid rock thousands of years ago, that great kings and their queens and families and friends might rest with their cause in eternal privacy. Enid Biddle waited until Harry Snell happened to be exactly behind her, and then fainted, with dexterity beyond praise. Cleopatra, however, was in her element. She felt at home, and did not turn one of those auburn hairs scorned by Miss Bean at a sight of the royal mummies lit up by electricity in their coffins. These gave the rest of us a shock, our nerves being already in the condition of Aladdin's on his way down to the Cave of Jewels. When the guardian of the tomb of Amenhotep, the king had several other names, which annoyed Sir John Biddle, darkened the painted royal chamber of death, and suddenly lit up several white, sleeping faces, the ghostly dusk was alive with little gasps. There lay Amenhotep himself, in a disproportionately large sarcophagus of rose-red granite from Suan, and in companion coffins were a woman and a girl, all three brilliantly illuminated. They had the look of the light hurting their poor eyes, and being outraged because, against their will, they were treated as if they had been painted by old masters. The dreadful rumor ran that the woman was none other than the great Queen Hatshepsut, never mind her more scientific names, her mummy never having been found, or at any rate identified, and it was pitiful seeing her so small and female, when in life she had wished to be represented with a beard and the clothing of a man. Our dragoman, who read English newspapers, and whose idea of entertaining his crowd was to make cheap jokes, just as his family doubtless manufactured cheap scarabs, announced that Hatshepsut was the first suffragette. But even those who thought her downtrodden nephew, Tutmosis III, justified in erasing every trace of her existence wherever possible, did not smile at this jest. In fact, having Antoun and me to refer to, the set as a whole sat upon the unfortunate dragoman, trying to talk him down in tombs and temples, or ostentatiously reading Weigall, Maspero, Petrie, Sladen, and Lorimer when he attempted to give them information. A few, with kinder intentions, however, interrupted his flow of historical narrative by exclaiming, "Why, yes, of course, I thought so," and "Now I remember." He revenged himself by advising everybody to buy antiques from an extraordinarily old gentleman, extremely like a galvanized mummy. The antiques were extraordinary, too, so everybody took the dragoman's advice, neglecting the other curiosity merchants of the squatting row near the luncheon tomb and the glorious three-tier temple, in that vast copper cup of desert and cliff which is called Deir el-Bahari. The sail in mummied hawks, gilded ram's horns, broken tiles with beetles flying out of the sun, boats of the gods and gods themselves, was brisk round this ancient gentleman, who advertised a blue mummy cap by wearing it on his bald pate, and seemed to possess as many royal scarabs as dressmaker has pins. Afterward I learned that he was our dragoman's father, but I was loyal and did not tell. It was a wonderful day, all the more wonderful, perhaps, because it left in the mind a colorful confusion. Pictures of painted tombs hidden deep under red rock and drifted sand, tombs which we should perhaps never reach again through their guarding zone of fire, tombs of kings and queens and nobles forgotten through the thousands of centuries, save by their Kas and Bas, their friends and servants, painted or sculptured on the walls with the sole purpose of caring for or entertaining them eternally. Already we had ceased to remember which was which, and back on the boat, in the hour of sunset, when dazzling tinsel and pale pink cloud flowers sailed over a lake of clear green sky, the set argued whether the king with the Horaces or the queen with the retroussé nose was in this or that tomb. Sir John Biddle recalled the fact that Egyptian horses had been celebrated, and that it was as swell a thing to be a charioteer then as it was now to be a Vanderbilt with a coach and four. As for a retroussé nose, it didn't matter where it was, on a tomb wall or a girl's face. Monty thought differently. She and Biddy were glad that the sand and rocks would still hide many secret treasures, while the world lasted. It would be dreadful to think that everything was dug up, for tourists to pry into or to cart away into museums, and no mysteries left. As for Mrs. East, she was doubtful whether to rejoice or grieve that Cleopatra's mummy had not been found. If, however, it were like the incised portrait on the wall at Dendera, it would be well that it should share the fate of Alexander's body and remain lost forever. The next day gave us another trip to the west of the Nile, not again in the burning desert, but only as far as the Ramesseum, and then to see the Colossi, seated side by side on their green carpet of meadow, looking out past the centuries toward eternity. We had a dance on board that night, and next morning it came out that Rachel Guest, who had disappeared during a turkey trot and a castle walk, had got herself engaged to Bailey. I was not as pleased about this event as was Enid Biddle, who now saw her title clear to Harry Snell, for I had bagged Willis Bailey and Neil Sheridan for Sir Marcus in order to gain kudos for myself. But Biddy, appealed to, consoled me by saying that it served Bailey right if he were mercenary, and that both men would have come in any case. The third day was to be the great day for us, the day with big fate for Mabella Hânem, and the first thing that happened was a letter sent by hand from the Bronsons at the Villa Sirius. They had arrived. The fireworks could begin. Not half an hour after the first word from Bronson came another hurried note. An unexpected obstacle had cropped up. So confident had he and Mrs. Bronson been of their friend's cooperation that rather than put such an important matters on paper, they had waited to explain by word of mouth. The owner of the villa was a rich Syrian with a French-American wife. He was a Copt in religion, hating Mohammedanism in general, and the father of Rashid Bey in particular. This had seemed to the American consul a providential combination, but to his disgust he found that there had been a reconciliation between the families. Demetrius Nakian would not betray the Bronsons' confidence, but he could not allow his roof to be used as a shelter for Rashid's runaway wife. No, not even if Rashid had 3 other wives in his harem. Here was a situation, and as Monty remarked, in neat American slang, we're right up against it. She thought that, if Antoun and I put our heads together, maybe we could think of some way out. So we did, almost literally put our heads together across a table no bigger than a handkerchief, in my cabin, and decided that the visit to Rashid Bey's harem must be made by Bridget and Monty in the late afternoon. They must time their departure from the house at about the hour when the set would arrive at the Temple of Mut. Antoun would be waiting for them, and they would drive in a closed arabia to the temple, where Mr. and Mrs. Bronson would happen to be sightseeing. If Mabella Hânem had been rescued, she would then be put in charge of the American consul, whose very footprints created American soul around him as far as his shoes could reach. Rashid would be unlikely to search at the Temple of Mut, nor could he induce any Arab servant to accompany him there after sundown. We would escort Mabel and her 2 protectors to the town and to the train for Cairo, Mr. Bronson promising to take the girl to Alexandria, whence she could sail for home. It was the best plan we could think of in the circumstances, and Monty approved it, though her patience was tried by having to wait through nearly all of another day. Mabel must have begun to believe that we had ignored her prayer and meant to do nothing. I argued that the girl would believe we were working for her in our own way. I said, too, that if Rashid were spying, his suspicions would be disarmed by seeing us go the ordinary round of tourists. Everyone came to Luxor. We had come, leisurely, by river, and were sightseeing every moment. Even better, if he were on the spot, intended to finish his revenge as neatly as he had begun, could have noticed nothing suspicious in our actions. The mention of Better in this connection seemed to startle Biddy, and I was sorry I had let his name slip. But, as I had said, everyone came to Luxor. Better had, with apparent frankness, explained that he was travelling up the Nile by rail with his 2 clients, and, if that were true, he would arrive at all our destinations in advance of us. Probably it would depend on the clients whether they lingered at Luxor long enough for us to run across them again. "What are you afraid of?" I asked Biddy when I had a chance with her alone, "even if Better is a spy? Surely you kept your promise and left that chamois skin in a Cairo bank." "It wasn't a promise," she reminded me. "I only said I'd think about it. Well, I did think about it, and I couldn't put it in a bank. I told you it was the sort of thing one doesn't put in banks." "You didn't tell me what it was. I mean, what was in it besides money?" "No, I couldn't." "Will you now?" "Oh, no." "Well, then, will you give it to me to keep till we get back to Cairo?" "No, indeed. But, Duffer dear, honestly and truly, it isn't for myself I'm afraid. You know that, don't you?" "Of course. Yet if people are believing that Monty Gilder is Rachel Guest, a poor little schoolteacher, then no one who heard the gossip would bother to risk kidnapping her for ransom. And also, there'll be no further danger of those you fear mistaking her for—" "Oh, don't speak the name." "I wasn't going to. I was merely about to use the word another." "Good duffer. Yours is a consoling argument. Still, I never liked better or wanted him with us. And even now there seems something mysterious about Rachel thinking so much of him. As if there were a secret arrangement between them, you know. I've never got over that, or understood it a bit. He flattered Miss Guest, perhaps. She loves flattery. But she's made her market now, and all through Monty's charity. She couldn't want to do her benefactress harm." "No, I suppose not, unless it were to do herself good. Don't those eyes of hers say to you that she'd sacrifice anyone for herself?" "I've been thinking more about a different pair of eyes, and there were such a lot of men crowding round Rachel's for some reason or other. Now we know what the reason was, as she and Monty must have known all along, since their joke together began. Oughtn't you to tell Bill Bailey the truth?" "No, my dear girl, I must draw the line somewhere. I've gone about at people's beck and call, telling other people disagreeable truths till I'm a physical and mental wreck. Bill Bailey knows all about statues, and with and without glass eyes. Let him find out for himself about a mere girl, with cat's eyes," Biddy snapped. If one triumph leads to another, Anthony could afford to be hopeful for the ending of our stay at Luxor. He had not done as much sightseeing as the rest of us, but when we had been asleep in our beds or berths, dreaming of temples or of each other, he had been out whispering and listening, in places where his green turban opened doors and hearts. He had traced the mysterious trouble to its source, and learned the inner history of that regrettable incident which, like a dropped match, had lit a fire hard to extinguish. A party of young men travelling with a bear leader had laughed at some Arabs prostrating themselves to pray, at that sacred moment, just after sunset, ordained by Mohammed lest his people should appear to worship the orb itself. One of these youths, fancying himself a mimic, had imitated the Muslims. They were old men, unable to resent with violence what they thought an insult to their religion, but they had told their sons, and the story had spread. Later that night the joyous tourists with their near-sighted bear leader had been attacked, apparently without reason, on coming out of a native café. Having forgotten the sunset prayer, they honestly believed that they had been set upon by men to whom they had given no provocation. They had uttered statements and complaints, and disgusted with the beastly natives had pursued their journey up Nile, visiting their grievances on the innocent, and making more mischief at each stopping-place. Murmured threats, with dark looks, insulting words, and jostling of strangers by the inhabitants of Upper Nile villages, had occasioned anxiety at the British agency. It had proved impossible to get at the truth, and the influence of the young nationalists had been suggested. Our Haji had now turned the green light of his sacred turban upon obscurity, and those in power at Cairo would know how to set about repairing damages. In spite of private anxieties, those which I shared and others which I didn't share but suspected, I think Anthony was happy on that third morning at Luxor. He must have been tired, for much of his work had been at night, but he showed no fatigue. The true soldier look was in his eyes, the look I knew far better than the new and strange expression which had said to me lately, "A woman has come to be of importance in Anthony Fenton's life." We spent our morning and a good part of the afternoon at Karnak, lunching irreverently but agreeably in the shade of fallen pillars Cambyses or the other great earthquake had thrown down. Neil Sheridan, who had been to California, likened the ruddy columns of the great hall to the giant redwoods. He was enjoying Karnak because there was practically nothing modern and Ptolemaic about it, but I thought how quickly he would lose this calmness of the student if someone blurted out a word of our plan for that evening. According to Monty, he had been taken with poor Mabella Hanim on board the Laconia, admiring her so frankly that Rashid had banished his bride to her cabin. If Sheridan regretted her, as a man regrets a woman vainly loved, he had confided in no one, not even Monty, who had risked seeming to seek his society in order to reach the secret of his heart. He had, however, been graver in manner than at first, so said the girl, who had been much with him before my appearance on the scene. Whether it was intuition or sheer love of romance which inclined her to the opinion, she believed that Sheridan was unhappy. It would make things worse for Mabel if our scheme failed were Neil Sheridan mixed up in the plot. Therefore, even impulsive Monty admitted the wisdom of keeping him out of it. But I could see by the way she looked at him, almost pityingly, when he discoursed of lotus and papyrus columns, how she was saying to herself, "You poor fellow, if only you knew." The thing being to see the temple of Luxor at sunset, we gave it the afternoon, as if condescending to do it a favor. When I remembered how I had meant to linger here week after week, I felt that I was paying a big price for my share of the mountain of the Golden Pyramid, making a knockabout comedian of myself, rushing through halls of history followed by a procession of tourists, as a comet tears past the best worth-seeing stars, obediently followed by its tail. Still, I had Bridget and Monty as bright spots in the tail, and my old dreams of Luxor had been empty of them. These ideas were in my mind, while on donkeys and in arabeas we dashed as if our lives depended on speed, from the Temple of Karnak to the Temple of Luxor, along the dusty white road trimmed with sphinxes. This description was Enid Biddle's, she being happy and therefore frivolous. She rode with Harry Snell, as queens may have ridden along that way, guarding a captive prince who had been subdued forever. Sunset illuminated the world, as for a New Year's festival of Amun-Ra in his ruby-studded boat of gold, when we were ready to leave the glorious temple and turn to the region of little bazaars and big hotels, fair gardens, and girls with tennis rackets whose shape reminded our Egypt-steeped minds of the key of life. Monty and Bridget had slipped away. Their real day was just beginning. My heart was with them, Anthony's too, and his work permitted him to conduct his heart along the way that they must take, while I had to conduct the set to the Winter Palace Hotel and give them tea on the terrace. When everybody was rested and had had enough strawberry tarts, view and flirtation, we were to make for the Temple of Mut, and having returned at last to Enchantress Isis, were to steam away just as tourist boats and dahabeahs were lighting up along the shore. We were to dine late, after starting, and anchor in some dark solitude, so as to enjoy a peaceful, dogless night on the Nile. But what would have happened to Bridget and Monty before the sounding of that dinner gong? What did happen at the beginning I must tell as best I can, because I was not there, and can speak for myself only from the Temple of Mut. When they stole almost secretly away from Karnak, they took an arabeah which was waiting, and drove to the sugar plantation of Rashid Bey. This place of his is not prepared for a lengthy or luxurious residence, but as I have said, there is a house. There is also a small gatehouse, in a somewhat neglected condition, but a gatekeeper was there, the usual stout negro. Monty and Biddy were quivering with fear lest they should be refused admission, as at Assuat, but this time their coachman was Ahmed Atoun, carefully disguised as a common driver of an arabeah, a rather exaggeratedly common driver perhaps, for his face and turban were not as clean as the face and turban of a self-respecting Muslim ought to be. He had been helped to play this trick by one of the secret friends he had made in some café or other, the cousin of an uncle of a brother of him who should have sat on the box seat. But the motive he had alleged was not the real one. The two beating hearts in the arabeah had confidence in him. If the gatekeeper tried to send them away, Antoun would bribe him, or threaten him with black magic, or say some strange word which would be for them as an open sesame. The fat creature at the gate had no French, but the driver of the arabeah addressed him in Arabic, and translated his answers. Yes, the great lady had come hither with her husband the Bey. Word should go to her. It should be ascertained whether it was her pleasure to receive these friends who had journeyed from a far country to pay her a visit. Monty and Bridget sat in the arabeah to wait, but they dared not talk to the dirty-faced driver, lest some spy should be on the watch, where every group of flowering plants might have ears and eyes. Even if the big gatekeeper came back with an excuse, as seemed too probable, there was hope from Anton's diplomacy, but the chances were 2 to 1 against success. Rashid Bey had almost certainly been put on his guard by the revengeful Bedr who had shown himself all grinning friendliness to us. Rashid might have tired of playing dragon, as Antoun prophesied, yet it would be strange if he had not given instructions that no European ladies were to visit his wife. Mabella Hanem had been snatched in haste from Assuat, but if she were still in Luxor with her husband, she and her women in the harem would be guarded by eunuchs, as in the more ambitious villa which Rashid called his home. I suppose Anthony, slouching on the box seat in his unattractive disguise, must have been as much astonished as Monty and Bridget when the gatekeeper returned with another big negro to say that the ladies would be welcomed by Mabella Hanem. The 2 girls were wildly delighted. Fenton's emotions were mixed. He wanted to save the American bride from the consequences of her tragic mistake, but he cared more for his friend's safety than for hers. He knew that Monty and Bridget were brave, and that Monty had his Browning, but the thought that she might need to use it could not have made him comfortable in the box seat of his borrowed arabeah, outside Rashid's gate. It was arranged that he should give Mabel's visitors 1 hour, thus allowing for delays and emergencies, but if they did not appear at the end of that time, he would dash off to tell the Luxor police that 2 ladies were detained against their will in the house of Rashid Bey. Once in charge of the chief eunuch, who had come to take them to the harem, Bridget and Monty might almost as well been deaf and dumb. But Bridget knew practically nothing of Arabic, and Monty, though she had been vaguely studying since her arrival, had been too passionately occupied with other things to give much time or attention to the language of Egypt's invaders. Her blood was beating in her veins now, and she could think of no words except Ishmi, Malish, and Masalama. These buzzed in her head like persistent flies as she and Biddy followed their silent, white-robed and turbaned conductor along a narrow pink path toward a modern villa almost shrouded with bougainvillea. And they were the last words she needed. She didn't want to tell the ponderous Negro to get out. On the contrary, she wished to be polite. So, far from saying no matter, everything mattered intensely. And unfortunately it was not time yet to bid the creature farewell. Behind the White House with its crimson embroidery of flowers rose a thick growth of tall sugar cane, the shimmering green pale as beryl, in the dreaming light which precedes sunset. The dark red of the bougainvillea looked like streaming blood against such a background. Though the villa appeared to be comparatively new, it was built according to Turkish, not European ideas, as it might have been were the owner a Copt instead of a Mohammedan. The building was in 2 parts, entirely separating the Semalik from the haremlik. The latter was small and insignificant compared with the former, for this was not a place prepared for family life. It was but a temporary dwelling, where the master would more often come alone than with the ladies of his harem. The eunuch opened a door leading into the woman's building, and Bridget and Monty entered the same secretive sort of vestibule they must have remembered in the House of the Crocodile. A screen wall prevented them from seeing what was beyond, and the dead silence frightened them a little, so easy was it to make of this place a trap. In the vestibule was a long, cheaply cushioned bench, the resting place of the woman's custodian, and upon it lay spread open the eunuch's well-used Koran, which he had deserted to meet the visitors. Who had given him the order to go, and why it had been given, the guests began to ask themselves. Beyond the screen wall they entered an anteroom. Through a big window door they could look into a small grassy court that served as a garden, and opening from the anteroom was a second room much larger, which also gave upon the garden court. At the door of this the eunuch bowed himself away, but an involuntary glance which Monty threw at him over her shoulder showed that he was grinning. The grin died quickly as a white flash of heat lightning fades from a black night sky, but though the heavy face composed itself respectfully, there remained a disquieting tinkle in the full-lidded eyes. It struck Monty that the Negro was amusing himself at the expense of the visitors because of something he knew which they did not know. "We're not going to be allowed to see Mabel," she thought, with a jump of her pulses, and even when a negress, smiling invitingly, beckoned her and Biddy into the large room whose 3 windows looked on the garden, she still believed that they had been deceived. She did not, however, speak out her conviction to Bridget. Nothing could be done yet. They must wait and see what happened. The room was furnished in abominable taste, with cheap trench furniture upholstered with blue brocade that clashed hideously with the scarlet carpet. There were several sofas and chairs stiffly arranged round the walls, but no tables, save low maidas of carved wood inlaid with pearl, such as they had seen in Cairo bazaars and hotels. The windows were closed, and the air heavy, as in a room seldom used. The 2 seated themselves close together, on one of the ugly sofas facing a door through which the beckoning negress had gone out. There was no sound except the harsh ticking of a huge bulbous clock, all gilding and flowers, which stood in a corner. Monty's and Bridget's eyes met with a question. Who would open the door just closed? Would it be Mabel, or would Rashid Bey stride in, to reproach or insult them? "Are you sure it's loaded?" Biddy whispered. No need for Monty to ask what she meant. "Sure," she answered. The handle of the door turned. "Thank God!" cried Biddy, as a slim figure in a loose white robe framed itself in the doorway. With a sob Mabel ran toward them, both hands held out, and in an instant she was being hugged and kissed and cooed over. "You've found me! You've come!" she cried. "I never dared think you would, when he rushed me away from Assuit. He said he would keep me here all the rest of my life, to punish me for complaining to you." "But how did he know?" Monty asked. "Did your sister-in-law tell him about the letter?" "I don't think so, unless he has made her confess. It was like this. He was coming to his place here on business. I felt so thankful. It seemed providential he should be away then, just when you were starting up the Nile. I was almost happy that morning, when suddenly he appeared again and I was ordered to put on a habera and a yashmuk and travel with him. Yina, the woman who acts as my maid, had to get ready in a hurry, too. The chief eunuch, a hateful, hypocritical wretch, followed. Some clothes have been sent to me since, but not many. At first I couldn't guess what had happened, and he was in such a fiendish temper I daren't ask questions. It wasn't till after we arrived that he explained. I'm sure he took pleasure in hurting me. He said that he left home early the morning he was going to Luxor, because he meant to stop and make a business call on the way to the depot. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to rush home and fetch me as he did, and still be in time to catch his train after the warning. It was some dragoman you employed in Cairo, he told me, who had seen us getting off the Laconia, and who ran after his carriage in the street in Assuit. The wicked creature warned him that you were all there, and that he'd heard you say something which sounded as if there was a plot to get at me. Just at that minute, by the worst of luck, Mr. Sheridan passed. You know how foolish and cruel he was about Mr. Sheridan on the ship. Well, he hadn't forgotten, so he turned round and almost snatched me out of the house, rather than I should be left in Assuit with him away. This is exactly what we thought must have happened, exclaimed Monty. That beast better, and to think that I and Rachel wasted our time trying to convert him. How I wish I hadn't let Aunt Clara engage him at Alexandria. She thought he'd come from a man with her favorite name, Antony, but she wouldn't have insisted if I hadn't encouraged her. I feel as if this trouble were partly my fault, and if I hadn't been thoughtless enough at Assuit to blurt out your husband's name— You're not to blame for anything, dearest, Biddy tried to comfort her. It was your unfailing resolve to help which has brought us here. You're both my good angels, said Mabel. Oh, it's heavenly to see you, but I can't understand why I'm allowed to, after all the threats and punishments. I'm afraid I shall be made to pay somehow. He loves to torture me, and he knows how. I believe he hates me, now he's begun to realize that I'd give anything to leave him, that I don't consider myself his wife. If he hates you, why isn't he willing to let you go? Monty questioned her. Partly because he's very vain, and it would humiliate him. Partly because he has no son yet, only that horrid little brown girl, and he's set his heart on a boy who's to possess all the qualities and strength of the West. No, he won't let me go. Well, you'll do it in spite of him then, said Monty eagerly. That's what we're here for. We shall take you with us. You must say to your servants that we've invited you for a drive, and you've accepted. There's nothing in that to make them suspect. Lots of Turkish ladies go driving and motoring with European women in Cairo. And you can have that fat black man sit on the box seat, with our coachman, if it would make things easier, taking him to guard you. He can be hustled or bribed or something when the right time comes to get rid of him, never fear. Oh, it's going to be a glorious adventure, and at the end of it you'll be free. Nobody could blame you, as the man has another wife. Mabella Hânem shook her head. You're splendid to plan this, but it's too late. It was too late from the moment that dragoman warned my husband. Why you've been allowed to come into the house and talk with me, I can't think, unless he is watching and listening through a hidden spy-hole. There's sure to be some secret reason in his head anyhow, a reason that's for his good and not mine. And I shall not be able to get out if you do. If we do, echoed Biddy, a catch in her voice. She glanced furtively at Monty. What had we all been dreaming of when we let this beautiful girl run into danger? I know Biddy well enough to be sure that her thought was at that instant for Monty Gilder, not for Bridget O'Brien. But the fear in her heart was vague until the next answer Mabel made, an answer that came almost with calmness, for Mabella Hânem's whole being was concentrated upon herself and her own imbroglio. Everything else, everybody else, even those friends who were risking much to help her, were secondary considerations. I don't suppose any real harm will come to you. I don't see how he'd dare. And yet there may be something on foot. 3 men had come today, one who might be a dragoman, and 2 Europeans. They came together. I saw them. And I haven't seen them go away. They're in the men's part of the house, the selimlik. They must be with my husband. Perhaps there's only some business about the sugar cane. But, did you see the men distinctly? Biddy asked in a changed tone. Yes, quite distinctly, for they glanced up at the window where I was peeping out. Of course they couldn't see me through the wooden lattice and the bougainvillea, but I had a good look at them. The dragomen seemed to have one blind eye. Oh, I hadn't thought of that before. Can it be the man who gave the warning? What were the Europeans like? Biddy questioned without answering. Were they wearing light tweed knickerbockers with big checks? No, they were in dark clothes, not very noticeable. Had one a scar on his forehead? Why, yes, I believe he had. The eyes of Bridget and Monty met, but there was none of that deadly fear in the girls, which Biddy was trying to keep out of hers. Even now it was hardly fear for herself. It was nearly all for Monty, but Monty must not know, lest she should lose her nerve when it was needed most. That idea of Bridget's about Monty being mistaken for Esme O'Brien by members of the organization O'Brien betrayed had seemed foolish and far-fetched, although Esme was hidden from her father's enemies near Monaco, and it was at Monaco that Miss Gilder and Rachel Guest and Mrs. East had joined Bridget on the Laconia. I had laughed at the suggestion, and Biddy had been half ashamed to make it. But now, in this lonely house where she and the girl had been unexpectedly welcomed, in this house where the master watched, entertaining 3 strange men, the thought did not appear quite so foolish, quite so far-fetched. Indeed, Biddy marvelled why it had occurred to none of us that one of the 3 dangers to be run in rescuing Mabel might come through better, the same danger which had perhaps threatened in the House of the Crocodile. Too late to think of this now. The fact remained that we had not thought of it when there was time. Not even Biddy had felt certain that there was a secret motive for taking the girls to the hashish den, or that Bedr had been guilty of anything worse than indiscretion. His warning to Rashid Bey we had put down to a petty desire for revenge, to pay us out for his discharge. Though Biddy had never felt sure of his new employer's German origin, and though she had qualms at the sight of the party, following or arriving before us on our pilgrimage through the desert and up the Nile, she had never associated their possible designs with Rashid Bey's grudge against us. Yet how obvious that Bedr should take advantage of it for his client's sake, if those 2 men were what she sometimes feared. Bridget had never spoken out to Monty what was in her mind about Esme O'Brien. She had known that Monty would laugh, and perhaps say, "What fun!" for the girl had invited Biddy to Egypt because she attracted adventures, and because Monty badly needed a few, her life having been, up to the date of starting, a kind of fruit and flower piece in a neat frame. Now, perhaps, Monty wouldn't laugh, but it was not the time to speak of new dangers. "Well, if your husband thinks that creatures like Bedr and his Germans are going to help him stop us from getting out, or taking you out, he's wrong," said Monty, stoutly. "Bedr's the most sickening coward, as Rachel Guest and I have reason to remember. But I'm glad we know what we have to expect, aren't you, Biddy?" It was hard to answer, because the girl was, in reality, so far from knowing what she might have to expect. Bridget tried to smile her reply, as Monty began to tell Mabel something of their plan, about the friends ready to rally round them, once they were in the carriage waiting outside the gate, and about the motor coat and veiled hood which had been brought for Mabel to put on, at a safe distance from the house. "You'll have to start in your own things," the girl was saying, "otherwise your servants would think it odd. Ring now, dear, for your woman, and have her give you your habara and yashmuk." "There are no bells," said Mabella Hânem, with her soft air of obstinate hopelessness. "When I want Yina, if she isn't in the room, I clap my hands as hard as I can. But I can tell you it is no use. It is too late." As she spoke, throwing up her arms and letting them fall with a gesture of hapless despair, both Bridget and Monty felt that Islam had already raised a barrier between them and this delicate creature it had taken into its keeping. In the white wool robe she wore, the kind of loose dressing gown affected by Turkish women, she looked more like a Circassian than an American girl. Always she had seemed to her would-be rescuers a charming doll, a feminine thing of exactly the type which would appeal to a Turk, weary of dark beauties. Her hair was so very golden, her eyes so very big and blue, her lashes so very black, her mouth so very red and small, but now she had become an odalisque. Mabel's friends realized that she would do nothing to save herself. They must do all. Hesitating no longer, Monty struck her hands loudly together. Yina did not come. The girl clapped again and yet again till her palms smarted, but nothing happened. "Yina is in it, whatever they mean to do," said Mabel. "She's had her orders." "Very well, then," Monty persisted, her eyes shining and her cheeks carnation. "You must go without your wraps. Come along, don't be frightened. Isn't it better to risk something to get away than to stay here all alone when we're gone?" The pretty doll, with a little moan, gave herself up to her friends. Bridget as well as Monty realized that the moment had come. They must take her while she was in this mood. "Let me go ahead," said Monty in a low, firm voice. "You know why." Bridget did know why. Monty had Anthony's Browning, and she alone understood the use of it. Yes, she must lead the way, yet Bridget longed to fling herself in front, to make of her body a shield for the tall white girl she had so loved and admired. Biddy put Mabel in front of her, and behind Monty, keeping her between them with two cold but determined little hands on the shrinking shoulders, and so pushing her along, protected front and rear in the piteous procession. Of course, if the door leading toward the house entrance had been locked on the outside, there would have been the end of the endeavor, for the moment, but it opened to Monty's hand, and all three went on unchecked, until they came to the vestibule, where on the wall bench they had seen the Koran of the fat Negro, awaiting his return. They had come tiptoeing, and had made no more sound than prowling kittens, yet he sat there facing the door, no longer heavy-lidded, a black mountain of lazy flesh, but alert, beady-eyed, as if he had been counting the minutes. As they swept through the doorway, hoping to surprise him, the eunuch jumped to his feet as lightly as a man of half his weight, and smiling with pleasure in the excitement of an event to break monotony, he blocked with his great bulk the aperture between wall and projecting screen. No wonder they had not needed to lock doors with this giant for a jailer, and a big Sudanese knife conspicuously showing in a belt under his open galabeah. Rashid had perhaps wanted the white mouse in his trap to feel the thrill of hope, and then the shock of disappointment. He had counted completely on the guardian of his harem, but, though he had chosen an American wife, he had not counted on the courage of another type of American girl. The knife looked terrible, but it was sheathed and tucked into a belt. Anthony's Browning was in Monty's hand, and hidden only under her serge coat. Out it came with a warning click of the trigger, and with an astonished, frightened gurgle in his throat, the Negro involuntarily fell back. "Run!" Monty breathed, prisoning him where he stood with the little bright eye of the Browning cocked up at his face. She had to be obeyed then, and they ran, the two of them, flashing past the black man, touching his clothes as they squeezed by, yet he dared not put out a detaining hand. When they were away, safe or not, she could not tell, Monty still kept the pistol in position, but began slowly to turn, that she too might pass the dragon, holding him at her mercy till the end. Not a word of Arabic could she recall, but the Browning spoke for her, a language understood without the trouble of learning by all the sons of Adam. When she had backed through the doorway, the girl still faced toward the inner vestibule, and it was well she did, for scarcely was she out of his sight before the black giant was after her, taking the chance that she would have turned to run. But there was the resolute young face, with eyes defying his, and there was the weapon ready to blow out such brains as he had, if the hand on the knife moved. Again he fell back, and then Monty did run, making the best use she had ever made of those long limbs which gave her the air of a young Diana. She ran until she had caught up with the other two, flying toward the distant gate, for something told her that the Negro would have hurried to tell his master of the trick the woman had played, preferring the lash on his back perhaps to a bullet through his head. She was right, no doubt, to trust her instinct, for the eunuch did not pursue, though his tale of failure was not needed. Rashid Bey had been watching from the window of the Selamlik, as Mabel his wife had watched when he received visitors. He did not wait for the Negro's warning, but dashed out of the house, followed and then passed by several long-robed men in Arab dress. The faces of these were almost hidden by the loose hoods which desert men pull over their heads in a high wind, but had they been uncovered the women would not have seen them. The thing was to escape, not to take note of the pursuers, and it was only Biddy, looking over her shoulder for Monty, who even saw that they were followed. She cried out to her friend to hurry, that someone was coming, that they must get to the gate or all would be ended. Then, feeling Mabel falter, she held her the more tightly and ran the faster. Rashid and his companions were shouting, not to the women but to the gatekeeper, and as the master's furious voice rang out, just in front of the fugitive, all three together now, appeared the big form of the man at the gate. Monty did not know what to do, for in whichever direction she faced with the Browning, she could be captured from the other. She might kill the Negro and then turn to keep the pursuers back, but the thought of killing a man sickened her. She had meant only to threaten, not to take life. Suddenly she felt afraid of the Browning. She hesitated in a wild second of confusion, hating herself for failing her friends, yet unable to decide or act. But hardly had the gatekeeper sprung in sight than he went down, flat on his face, struck in the back of the neck by the shabby fellow who had driven their carriage. "Go on," the dirty-faced Arab said in French. "There's someone else to drive you. I'll follow. I'm armed." The three sped by him as he stood aside to let them pass, showing to Monty a pistol which matched the one he had lent her. This consoled the girl in obeying, for as Antoine had trusted her courage in this adventure, so did she trust his, and his strength and wit against 4 men or 4 dozen men, if need were. There was the waiting arabeah, and there on the box was a much cleaner, more self-respecting Arab to drive it than the soiled figure which had left the horses and stayed in the garden. Afterwards they learned that the new man was the sister's cousin's uncle of the Hadji's cafe acquaintance. He had been engaged to stroll past in the road, stop, speak, offer the gatekeeper a cigarette, drift into conversation, and be ready to jump onto the box seat the instant Antoine left it. His instructions included the furious driving with the 3 ladies, once they had all bundled into the arabeah, to the temple of Mut. Rashid Bey had every right, according to his own point of view, to resent the kidnapping of his wife, and to get her back in any way he could, even if blood had to be spilt. But his companions, they who were muffled in the cloaks and hoods to save their faces from the sharp wind, had perhaps not the same right or interest. In any case, when they saw that the woman had a man, or men, to help them, and that so helped they had passed from the privacy of the garden to the publicity of the road, the 3 fell back. Publicity, it may be, did not please them, or else, thinking to have only women to deal with, they were not armed and did not like the look of the pistol. Rashid, evidently no coward, or past feeling fear in the rage at the failure of his counterplot, ran on, wheezing slightly, he was fat for his age, toward the erect Arab and the prostrate Negro. "Beast! Devil!" he panted breathlessly, and cried out other words of evil import in both Turkish and Arabic, threatening the silent man of the pistol with death and things even worse. But before he had gone far, the hooded men caught up with him, and surrounding, urged him back. What they said Anthony could not hear, or what he said in return, but he thought they were proposing some plan which appealed to Rashid's reason, for he showed signs of yielding. There was now no longer anything to detain the protector of the ladies, for by this time he hoped and believed that their arabeah must be far on its way toward the temple of Mut, the meeting place agreed upon. Accordingly he stepped over the unconscious gatekeeper, who lay with his nose in the grass, and backed calmly out of the garden. Not far off, an arabeah was crawling along the road, so slowly that one might have thought the driver half asleep. But this supposition would have done him an injustice. Dusk had fallen now, the purple dusk which drops like a curtain just after the pageant of sunset is finished, yet the driver was wide awake enough to pierce the purple with a pair of sharp eyes, and recognize the figure expected. He whipped up his horse, and the dirty Arab running to meet it, in a few seconds the latter was on the box beside the coachman. Then the arabeah turned, and dashed wildly off according to the custom of arabeahs, back in the direction whence it had been crawling. 2 dark-faced men in the vehicle talked rapidly in low voices, speaking the language not only of the country but the patois of Luxor itself. "Your brother passed you in his arabeah?" "Yes, Hadji, he passed with the 3 European ladies you told me had been in secret to visit their friend." Then Anthony knew that Brigid and Monty had been able already to carry out their plan of wrapping Mabella Hânem in one of their own cloaks. This was well, and would save gossip if the occupants of the arabeah were stared at by passers-by. And at the temple also it would be well, for if possible the set were to know nothing, now or later, of the adventure. But though Anthony was glad of the news he had got from this Arab ordered to meet him at the gate, he did not settle down comfortably and say to himself, "Thank goodness the thing is over." Those men back there in the garden would not so easily have persuaded Rashid Bey to let his wife go unpursued if they had not offered some alternative plan that could be carried out quickly. Still, so far so good. Brigid and Monty had won out and secured the prize, as Anthony had prophesied that they would do. They were on their way to the temple, where I would be with the comfortable, commonplace crowd from the Enchantress Isis, and where the American consul and his wife would just happen also to be wandering. Instead of driving straight there himself, Anthony went with a friend to an obscure, mud-built house in the village. When he came out of that house, his brown-stained face was no longer disfigured with dirt. It was immaculate, as noble as the proudest Hadji's face should be, and above it was wound the green turban. Ahmed Atoun Effendi's own dignified, old-fashioned robes of the Egyptian gentleman flowed around his tall figure, when once more he took his place in the waiting arabeah, this time not on the box seat, and drove off at a more furious speed than ever toward the Temple of Mut. End of chapter 22. Read by Sibella Denton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.